Issue number 1, to be a hero. I opened my eyes in what felt like an eternity. Everything was dark. The dream I had was so long it felt like I was in there for years. Another life, of a homeless kid struggling to survive in My Hero Academia anime? I barely watched it to begin with. The dream was so vivid, I could feel the hunger, the desperation, the sadness, the yearning for a better life, for a family. Why is my bed so cold and hard? There was a small light that's been bothering me ever since I woke up. I brought one of my hand to my left eye and started to rub it. It hurt. Why does it hurt? I lowered my hand and looked at it. It was dirty. And small, very small, and it wasn't my usual black t-shirt. What the hell is going on? I'm so hungry. When was this dream going to come to an end? It hurts a lot. Why did people ignore me? Were they able to see me? Was I invisible? I want to eat a burger so fucking bad. I started to miss mom's cooking. I was going insane. I saw a fruit vendor talking with a possible customer. That was my chance. Before any of them could notice, I took 2 apples and sprinted away from the street into an alleyway. I kept running and ended up in another street into another alleyway. As I ate the first fresh meal in days since I arrived here, my thoughts began to drift to where I was once again. I hate this place. Normally, waking up in an anime setting wouldn't bother me. I could start anew, maybe study hard and become someone with a meaningful career instead of wasting my time with video games again like I did in my previous life. But, as soon as I woke up here, it became painfully obvious that the life I previously had was a life full of comfort and privileges, a nice and comfy bed, parents that loved me, money to waste in sweets, video games, clothes, and new technologies. Here, I was just a kid. A kid that's been through hell. No parents, no relatives, no home, no friends, no food, no special powers either. I was alone and quirkless. I was abandoned at one point. When? I didn't know. This kid managed to survive by eating garbage and whatever scraps he could find. Every time I went to sleep I had dreams of his memories, of this body that wasn't mine. Poor kid, died of starvation, in a city with heroes. I threw away the scraps of the apple and started eating the other one in my hand. Tears started to run down my cheeks. This isn't fair. Oh. The street vendor catched me in the act. I managed to escape, but that was the last time I saw him on that street. I was forced to search in the dumpsters for something to eat, and felt so humiliated by it. For the first time in my life I felt hunger. For the first time in my life I stole. For the first time in my life I shivered at night. For the first time in my life. I wish I was with my mommy. Shit, the kid's thoughts began to mix with my own. It's been what felt like a month living here. I felt so bad for taking over this kid's life. He yearned for so much and wasn't able to get it. Died of starvation. What a sick joke. And people saw me, they just chose to ignore me instead. Why bother when a hero will pick up the slack later? I'm losing consciousness. No. I won't pass out here and die. I will keep on living. For the kid's sake, if nothing else. I stood up on my own little legs and I started to walk towards the edge of the city. I remembered doing early explorations to get used to this place and discovering a forest close to the edge of the city. Forests meant plants, rivers, wild animals, and native fruits. If people were going to ignore a starving homeless kid in the streets, then it would be better to not see them either. They pitied me, but they wouldn't lift a finger for me. I couldn't stand it. As I walked through an alleyway, a fight in the middle of the street between a hero and a villain caught my attention. I pondered if I should go and see it. It wasn't my first time watching one, but somehow it felt so different than before. They were using their quirks, a water-based quirk against a quirk that makes the user inflate like a balloon. That was just sad. I ignored it and went back to walking. I hated this place. Goo. A month has gone by and I haven't gotten used to the taste of raw fish. I didn't like it in my world, and I didn't like it here. This place was a bit colder than my corner on the old alleyway, but at least I had food and I haven't forgotten what I learned through YouTube videos and tips from my dad. It took me a while, but I managed to do my first fire on the second night. I shivered non-stop and only managed to sleep in the morning. I swallowed hard and the piece of raw fish went down my throat. Normally I would make a small fire and cook it, but you never know when a predator is looking. Last time a wolf-like dog stole my fish while starting a fire and I was so scared I couldn't even move. It was so humiliating. I felt so powerless and impotent. What was I supposed to do? I'm just a kid. I hated feeling powerless. I wish I had a quirk, then I would be like everybody else. MNG. My eyes began to sting a little bit, but I didn't shed tears. I didn't want to be like everybody else, I wanted to stop feeling powerless. A glimpse of a memory goes through my head, a memory that isn't mine. Heroes are so cool, I wish I had a quirk so I could be one. Hero? Poor kid. You were a background character in a story, you were created so you could become another's character motivation. My line of thought stopped abruptly. What the fuck was I thinking? This was a kid, a little kid. What was the difference between a homeless kid from this world than the one from my world? I felt sick in the stomach, and it wasn't the raw fish I ate. I stood up and looked at my dirty hands. You wanted to be a hero? You wanted to help the needy? You wanted to have a life filled with happy memories? You wanted a big family? I'm going to give it to you. I don't know how, but I won't stop until I get you all those things for you, and everyone like you. I thought, standing up. Cool. I will work hard, I'm going to train every day from now on and show you that you don't need a quirk to become a hero. I looked at my right hand as it became a fist, fish forgotten on the floor. Quirks didn't define who we are. Watch over me. I'm going to make your dreams a reality. But first I needed to wash my hands. I won't quit, I won't quit. Months went by and I was still living in the woods close to the river. I managed to steal a few things while visiting the city, such as clothes, towels, strings, a knife, and a pan. I began cooking my meals more often. Raw fish had a strong taste, one I never got used to, so I decided to make the fire first. I had noticed that quirks users make no sense at all. Every time I'd visit the city and saw some of them, they would jump 2 times the average size of a person and punch 3 times as hard and had a quirk that created bubbles or something. No special gear, no special training, no special drugs. Just regular training. Did quirks influence how their bodies adapt to doing all these feats? I finished another push-up, getting me to 43. The answer was no. The world had bullshit physics. This world worked completely differently than the world I'm used to. The world I came from, people could only run up to a certain speed and lift up to a certain amount, going beyond that could be considered an impossible feat by a small portion of people that train all their lives for that specific result. But this world was different. There was no limit to the human body. It reminded me of a lot of shows I used to watch in my teenage years, One Piece being one of them, where the limits of the human were broken and they could tap into power UPS if they put their mind and body into it. What a load of bullshit. But somehow. 45. I counted. It worked. A kid, a small one at that, wouldn't be able to put up through the same amount of training that I had been putting myself through, the strain would be too much for their developing bodies. There was also the fact that my nutrient intake is completely different from what a kid should need to survive, but somehow I was in good condition. So what gives? Another one of this world's many mysteries. I finished another set and calmly sat on the ground looking at my hands, small calluses forming on my palms from the non-stop training I had been undergoing. My arms looked exactly the same when I first woke up, but they felt less flabby, hard, there was some muscle but you couldn't see it with the naked eye. Was this anime logic? Was this one of the effects of the world? On that same note, was there a limit to the human body of this world? Is it like One Punch Man in which you could break it if you push yourself hard enough? Or is it like One Piece in which people could tap into a hidden bullshit power? What were the limits? What was the true potential of the human body? Getting up from the ground, I got close to the tree I had been punching since I started training. At first it was a really painful experience, the very first lesson I learned was using old rags to cover my fists. But after months of training the pain of punching it directly went down and my skin get less irritated the more I did it. Every time my mind wandered to the limits of the human body of this world, it made me so angry. Was I special? Was the strength of a human based on will? If a human in this world could become strong by just training their body, why aren't there quirkless heroes? Is this a race thing? I didn't get it. The next punch rattled the tree and leaves started to fall rather slowly, my fist cried in pain. That was the first time that the tree responded to one of my punches. Was it because I was angry? The leaves that fell began to move in different directions. This reminded me of the first episode of Hajime no Ippo and his rigorous training to become a boxer, catching a certain amount of leaves before they could touch the ground. My right hand moved and catched a leaf. Too much time alone was making me go crazy, was I really attempting to replicate a training from an anime? My left hand raced again and tried to catch another leaf but I missed in the last second. I guess I am. Ugh. Ack fuck. I screamed while holding my index finger. It's been a year since I decided to train to become a hero, or I thought it has been a year. I was starting to grow up and soon the clothes I stole won't do me any good. Since that day I've started to train my body using anime training. As I worked through what I could remember I've been pondering if all those training regimes could help me in any way possible. Surprisingly, they do help. It was so stupid, I hated it. Which brought me to the present, what might be the stupidest training idea to date. While doing push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, squats, free running, punching trees and catching leaves were your average standard training routine, I began exploring new alternatives to regular human training. Such as, oh man this is so embarrassing. Weighted training, holding rocks while running or strapping rocks against my body using the spare string I borrowed, tree jumping, catching fish with my bare hands, rock climbing with my bare hands and sigh. After I learned that all these training methods started to show results, I wondered if it was possible to go for a more advanced method, such as one of the most hellish training I knew, which was the 6 skills. It was never disclosed the training to actually develop those techniques in the anime or manga of One Piece, but from what I remember they were techniques that required a near-perfect control of the body, from the nails from the feet to the strands of hair from the head. I started to shake my hand trying to alleviate the pain. I was way over my head thinking I could do it after a year of training, especially after doing 20 thumb push-ups on the same day. The lesson is not to get cocky, ow, I said, still holding my finger. I looked at it and sighed in relief. It's not broken, thankfully, but I guess I won't try puncture a tree anytime soon. Trying to puncture a tree with my index finger with just 1 year of training? What was I thinking? I should have had almost perfect control of my body to even attempt something like that. Even then, I should have tried going for something more simple like shave or moonwalk. Those techniques only required better control of my legs instead. They would have been so much easier to develop, but I was too eager at the idea of an offensive skill. Even if I should be considered an adult, I still have the developing brain of a child. Being able to jump in the air would be cool too. I decided to get back to the camp. Gotta use a rag to hold my finger in place. Maybe I should try doing handstands with my fingers first? Arg, stop thinking about finger pistol for now, I thought, grunting in pain again. A/N, October 12, 2022 Edit. Hi everybody. Just doing some cleaning here, going to leave small messages on every issue I edit. I'll be cleaning them all up to issue 6 or 7 mostly so they stay in past tense and fix some grammar errors I found on my reread. He fell for it, lads. I didn't want to go back to writing after a coworker told me he saw my pseudonym in fanfiction, back in 2013. It took me 9 years to recover, but here I am once more with another account. I've been getting into BNHA and One Piece lately. I'm more interested in the ladies, but certain concepts catch my attention, such as power structures, powers, techniques, and such. Before writing I had the scene in my head of a starving kid dying in BNHA and nobody noticing. One of the things I noticed about heroes in BNHA is that a lot of them become heroes for notoriety, fame, money, and prestige, and it made me think, those are just cops with extra steps in it. So I decided to make a story about someone that sees the worst of this world and decides to do something about it, maybe not now, but really soon. That's it. I hope it catches your attention. Still debating the harem aspect. I will probably go with open relationships, considering this OC spends a lot of time reflecting on life choices. There's going to be a bit of a smut in the future, so I hope this serves as a warning. Thank you for reading. Issue number 2, from 0. I did it. I watch excitedly as my index finger disappears on the tree I've been practicing, for 2 years now. I get it out and watch it. It's not broken, no blood, no deformations. It hurts a bit, but this is the first time I've succeeded in applying the finger pistol into a tree. I had to practice on wet dirt, then the ground, and now I did it. I scream with joy. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I've been having some sort of streak with each technique I've practiced. They take a lot of time to develop, but they all end up becoming a reality, which means if I manage to land on better weights for my leg training I could eventually gain enough strength in my feet for the storm leg technique. The set is almost complete, but not ready. While I'm able to successfully execute techniques such as shave, moonwalk, iron body and now finger pistol, there's no real mastery behind them. Let's say a young adult punches me while I'm using iron body, the hit would be reduced to what I believe would be a slap in terms of pain, but if someone with the strength of a pro hero or a villain not holding anything back, I would become a smear on the pavement. At least that's what I think it could happen if it was All Might. His strength is insane. I try using the finger pistol one more time and managed to land the same result again. This means I finally have an offensive technique at my disposal. Now that I can use the technique, I can do it with all of my fingers. Right? Crack. Ah. Shit fucka. Why did I try with my pinky? I walk back to the camp after another day of training. On my left hand is a dead rabbit I killed with my own 2 hands. At the beginning of my journey through the woods I was adamantly against killing any living life, but as the days go by and the hunger setting in I forced myself on going for fish, then little creatures such as rabbits, then bigger animals. I haven't encountered a wolf in a while. I wonder if I'm strong enough to kill one. My camp looks so different since the first time I arrived at this clearing. A small hut made of sticks and hardened mud is at the side, still up after a year and a half since I made it. I didn't remember much about wood and I didn't feel like getting the proper tools to cut and treat wood so I could make a cabin. It would be such a waste of time. I could be using it on training. This isn't the first clearing I've been staying at. I had to run off a few times after encountering hikers or a bigger threat such as bears snooping around, drawn by the smell of cooked food. I'm strong, but I don't feel confident enough to test my luck against one of the strongest animals next to hippos and whales, not counting the fact that this world's animals could be stronger than my world's counterparts. I sit in a stump next to my hut and start a small fire. Life became a bit easier once I learned how to efficiently start a fire. Turns out there's a specific type of rock that creates sparks when you use a knife against it. Thank God I managed to steal one. Borrowed, I correct myself. As I start to skin the animal, a small glimpse of my original parents appears in my mind. I wonder if they moved on. I hope they did. Nobody should be alone on Christmas. Come downstairs and pass the time with us, son. Fresh tears start to run down my cheeks. I miss them. I miss them a lot. Being able to kick off the ground 10 times in order to move at incredible speeds should be impossible, but after years of training I was able to achieve it. Not only that, but after running around with rocks and tree stumps using the sole of my feet and then my toes made me faster than anything I could accomplish as an adult on my old life. Shave, iron body, I recite in my head. As I direct my whole hardened body against a tree. Crunch. It should be impossible, the strength and weight of my body shouldn't be enough to break a tree in half. The fact that I'm actually standing in front of the fallen giant blows my mind. This should be impossible. I lightly jump and move my leg at lightning speed in a horizontal direction towards my next target. Storm leg, a compressed air blade is released from my movement and slices through my target. I'm starting to get the hang out of this. I also need to stop saying the name of the techniques in my head. If someone listened to my thoughts I would be so embarrassed. As the tree falls I get to a horrible realization. If I use this technique on a regular person I could kill them, wouldn't I? If my technique is able to slice a tree so easily, a normal human doesn't stand a chance against it. Should I use less strength so I could be able to do a weaker version to push people around instead? A memory of a kid with green hair destroying a giant robot comes to mind. No. Actually, I need to increase my training. I can't let a kid that only trained for 10 months and got a powerful quirk as a gift get ahead of me. I don't need a quirk. A quirk won't define who we are. I pick one of the tree logs and get it close to the clearing, then I do the same with the other one. As I collect 2 more, I bring up some rope I borrowed from a store with terrible customer service, mind you. Once all the logs are tied together I lift them all up and place them on my shoulder. It's a beautiful day, perfect to increase my overall training. I was getting used to it anyway. Starting to run across the forest with one goal in mind. Use my shave while holding this weight. If I want to be a hero, I should be able to hold as many people as I can, you never know when it's going to be necessary. I need to be ready. I should have investigated a little before starting to grow my own food, I think, trying not to shiver while doing handstand push-ups with a big log strapped to my back. This is my 3rd winter in this world. Normally I would train, hunt for my food, save berries, catch fish in the cold water or sustain myself with whatever I could find. I still remember my first winter, I was so desperate for food that I started to eat bugs when I couldn't catch anything all day. Desperation for survival was a powerful thing, I never could imagine myself eating something like that. I'm just glad they weren't poisonous. I sigh. Halting my training, I get on my 2 feet and start to unstrap the log off my back. Dropping it to the ground, I walk towards my small garden. It's not much, just a few tomatoes, apples, and basically any seed I could get from the food I meant borrowed. I move a bit of the snow from my plants. If this keeps going, I might not be able to grow anything in this weather. Maybe I should investigate if there's dried nuts and fruits around, those would last me a few days. Picking my hunting knife from a tree stump I bring it up and examine it. We are going to be 8 very soon, I say, almost nostalgic. I don't really know the date or year, I could be 8 for all I know. Really soon I will feel confident to visit the city, not as someone who steals to survive, but as a hero. My reflection looks at me with a sad face, I wonder if he would be sad of the things I do to survive. You wanted to be a hero, right? Making up my mind I turn back to the forest, some of the trees marked with a big X so I don't get lost after my morning runs. Today, I'm hunting a predator. Closing up the hoodie I just borrowed. I perch myself on top of a big building. This is it. My official debut, I think, while adjusting bandages in my hands. I don't want to hurt myself if I accidentally punch a wall. I'm confident I could dent it, but I haven't tried it yet. I take a long and shaky breath. I haven't tried jumping off a building. I've been jumping from tree to tree and used moonwalk to stop the falls, but it was in a controlled environment, never from a place I could die if I'm not careful. I take another long breath, then release it. I close my eyes. Heroes are so cool, I wish I had a quirk so I could be one. Quirk doesn't define who we are. I'm going to become a hero. I jump with all the strength I could muster. It feels like I'm flying through the sky. I see the next building approaching. Starting to descend, I realize I won't be able to reach it. In an instant I kick the air 10 times and it feels like I'm jumping from a solid surface. I released a breath I didn't realize I was holding, as my feet touched the surface of the next building. That was scary. Was it scary because I'm no longer in the comfort of the forest I'm so used to at this point? God, I hope not. I think running across the concrete roof then jumping again without hesitation to another building. I wonder if it's more effective to run through the alleyways looking for trouble than using the high ground. I feel the air as I jump from building to building. The hood of my hoodie gets blown away as I keep jumping through the city. My hair moves with the wind. The feeling is incredible. This reminds me of the first time trying to tree jump. I was so scared of falling that I had to stop and train doing parkour before even attempting it. Certain fears never change, but the feeling of freedom they give. I laugh with glee as I backflip in the air. It's amazing. At the corner of my eyes I catch the sight of a large villain with a gigantification quirk causing havoc a few streets away. He's huge. If I sneak on him I think I could hit him with a storm leg at his back before he notices. I think he has his back turned. But before I decide to put my plan into action, the villain starts to fall. It seems like a pro hero came before I could do anything at all. I stop on the top of a building and release a sigh of relief. Even if I had the intention of going and helping, I'm glad that I didn't have to. I don't think I'm 100% ready to clash heads with villains, not even counting the fact that vigilantism is illegal for some reason. Please, somebody, help me. Surprised I look below from where I'm perched and see 3 people harassing a young woman, no police in sight. All of them have guns. The science of the moonwalk technique is basically the same as shave but in the air. The force of kicking 10 times with any leg would create enough pressure to move your body in any direction you're kicking against. The only drawback is after a long use it leaves a strain in the legs. It's why I keep increasing the strain on my body by walking with weights such as rocks or logs. Which brings me to the situation at hand. Shave, moonwalk. If 10 kicks with one leg in an instant can propel me into any direction at great speed, and if I use it in the air it lets me jump in the air. What would happen if I do it with both of my legs at the same time? HRGH, I struggle not to make a sound as the muscles of my legs contract. They feel like I just ran a marathon. My body flies much faster than before. The feeling is completely different than using shave. It feels like I'm teleporting. I appear in front of the lady. What the fuck? A hero. Oh shit. Iron body. My body tightens as I hear 2 gunshots. The first bullet hits my shoulder blade, bouncing against it. The second bullet gets stuck in my chest halfway through. I ignore the pain, they're distracted. I blur towards them. Before they knew what's going on I struck the shoulder of the one closest to me with finger pistol. I propel myself with shave to the next one and kick his solar plexus with all my strength. I hear a faint crack. Broke a rib. 2 simultaneous screams broke the trance of the unscattered mugger, who started to aim his gun at me, but I'm already moving. With the use of shave I'm already in front of him, and before he can even pull the trigger I hit it with all my strength on his lower half. Ack. You little fuck. Ah, guess I aimed too low. All this screaming is making me uncomfortable. I kick his head and the guy slumps unconscious. I move to the first one who's trying to reach for his gun with his other hand. I punch him indirectly in the face, breaking his nose. The last remaining mugger is trying to control his breathing while holding the place I kicked him. Ah, a fucking kid beat us. He gasped after looking at my features, the hood having been blown away after the first jump. I need to get my hands on a mask. Fuck, look, kid, I'm sorry, we were just, trying to get some, easy money, and I interrupt him by punching his chest, cracking more ribs in the process. The mugger spits blood and slumps. The gun in his hand drops. Like hell I'm going to let you reach for your gun. I'm not that stupid. I breath out, man, that was nerve-wracking. I shouldn't have done that to begin with. Putting myself in front of their bullets? What the hell was I thinking? With a sigh I start to go through their things. I can't keep stealing from stores and fruit vendors all my life. Maybe I can sell their guns. Thank you. I jump in my position. I was so into steal, borrowing from these bad guys, that I totally forgot about the woman I saved. That's okay, I guess. I lamely say. Oh man, this is horrible, my voice just cracked there. Ugh, I don't want to be here anymore. Before the lady can say anything I jump away, ignoring the pain my legs are feeling after the stunt of pulling shave and moonwalk at the same time. So into my shame that day, that my mind didn't register what my heroic deed helped me into unlocking. The next stage of my training. That was terrible. Jumping in front of them? Using my body against bullets? You have hunted before, Gur. What were you thinking? I reprimand myself while cleaning my clothes next to a river a few miles away from the clearing I stay at. Better to clean yourself as far away from the place you drink your clean water. I sigh. I could have done so many things differently. I could have dropped behind them and disarmed them instead of breaking their bones. If the last guy doesn't receive proper medical help, then those injuries could prove fatal. Oh man, my first heroic act, and I ruined it. This wasn't how I envisioned it. I also tried to mug them back, didn't I? As I finish squeezing my now clean hoodie I reflect on my night of heroism. I only jumped around and stopped a crime by accident, and then I ran away. Ugh, now that I think about it, the lady could report me as an illegal vigilante. I hope she forgets my face. I need to work on my people skills. I can't freeze when people talk to me. All these years alone are affecting how I talk to people. Son, why don't you come downstairs and greet your uncle? He's been asking where you are. Do you want to go out with us? There's going to be pizza, what do you say, man? Your grandma is worried about you, you haven't visited in months. Hey man, want to go to see a movie? I have 2 tickets. Are you feeling okay? I quickly put my free hand on my face. I want to cry. I'm getting overwhelmed again. I haven't thought of them in a while. The people I left behind. It was your first time, man. It wasn't your fault. I keep breathing in and out for a while. Once calm, I look at my own hand. It's the real proof of all my years of training. A hand filled with calluses, cuts and hard. I close my hand into a fist. But it's not enough. I can beat normal people no problem, and I know if I keep training in the future I'll be able to defeat all types of villains and help people like me. Like Gur. But beating bad guys is never enough. I need to learn how to communicate again. Spending years alone can damage your social skills, or that's what my mother used to say. The question is, how do I do that? A/N, man, writing is hard, but sometimes it can be so rewarding. I don't think I've written like this since 2010, and let me tell you, you don't want to read those FICs. If you haven't noticed it already, the time is before canon. I wanted to say it in the first chapter but I forgot, I guess. That's what I get for being so eager to post my work. Even though Gur feels disconnected from the events of canon for now, his journey and actions will create ripples through the story. While training and growing in strength, he's going to encounter familiar faces, being by passing by, saving them without knowing or even interacting with them. Gur will not recognize everyone, after all he didn't watch the series beyond a few clips and wiki searches. I could keep going but I guess I'll save it for later. If you want to know more you can always PM me. Thank you for reading. Issue number 3, 2. Criminal? I hum while running through the streets. Normally I would do my morning run through the woods, but my recent debut showcased me the flaws of jumping through buildings. Some of them could give up on me or they could be too high up for me to notice what's going on. I should get accustomed to the streets of the city first if I'm going to protect them one day. Trying to be friendly, I wave to an elderly couple passing by but they keep walking like nothing. As I keep running, I can see people murmur between themselves while pointing at me. Ah, of course. Big hoodie, dirty clothes, worn out shoes, unkempt skin and hair. I should move cleaning myself before training or people would think I'm up to no good, or at least believe I'm a homeless kid running through their neighborhood. Which I am, but still. Man, this sucks. As I'm heading to a bridge I hear a splash of water and people starting to gather at the edge of the bridge. They're shouting. A kid fell off. Oh man, somebody help him. I don't know how to swim. Oh man, this is bad. Moving without thinking I jump towards the water. Just as I was about to hit the water I kick the water 10 times in a blink of an eye and move in to save the kid. Give me your hand. I scream, coming in close. As I approach I kick the water again and grab the kid's arm. I pull the child close to my chest and use moonwalk one more time as fast as I can, generating enough force to appear in the air next to the bridge, startling the adults perched at the edge. I sigh in relief as I let the kid go who's coughing, trying to breathe again. I unzip my hoodie and put it in the child's shoulders. Are you okay? I whisper to him. The small person I saved looks directly at me with his big pink eyes, tears still fresh on his cheeks. Before he can respond, people shove me aside. Give the kid some space. Let the kid breathe here. My quirk will heat you up. Have my coat, this one looks like it's dirty. I'm very annoyed now. Well, it doesn't matter, the little guy is safe and that's enough for me. As I'm about to go back to running I hear a faint thank you. Smiling I give a thumbs up without looking back. I keep running through the streets now without my hoodie, not that I'm going to need it, I'm a little man growing every day, soon enough I was going to need a new one. As I pass another street a teen with an all-might hoodie zooms past me in a squat position. I don't really feel like outrunning him so I keep my pace while trying to memorize the streets, their numbers and names. A grey blur passes through the shopping district blowing a small gust of wind, startling shoppers and civilians. A villain. In the morning. Did someone get a photo of him? I'm sorry but I need to borrow this, I think, trying not to cringe. I really wanted to use money and make a legitimate shop sale for once, but as soon as I arrived at the shopping district I realized that I forgot I left the money buried on the ground in the forest. Old habits die hard, please learn to forgive me. I hid in one of my old alleyways while holding the loot. Weird. I feel kind of nostalgic for some reason. Checking the things I managed to borrow before putting them in a backpack I stop as I look at the mask I got. I was actually aiming for the ONI mask. It looked really badass. A smiley face is the one I got instead. It's a bit different though. It kinda looks like that character from Assassination Class Rome. And the eye holes are too small. How am I supposed to see with this on? Maybe I should return it and get the ONI mask, I think, preparing myself to go out again. Did you see anything? Negative, lost sight of him. Keep searching. Maybe in the alleyways. This one will have to do. I think warily. Great, now people are going to think I'm another All Might fanboy. Sighing, I hide the mask in my backpack. Sorry citizens, but today I won't be able to pay you, I say mentally, starting to speed through the alleyway and kicking the ground 11 times from time to time, trying to maintain the strain on my legs to a minimum. It's starting to become easier, I note. That means I should be approaching 12 kicks really soon. What should my new name be then? After years of being inside of this body, it feels so alien to see myself in any reflection. I used to flinch every time I looked at myself in the lake. Whenever I have to wash my face in the river, I often find myself looking at my own face for a really long time. Messy white hair, yellow eyes, pale skin, no baby fat, guess I lost it all after all that training. I sigh, no time like the present then. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. I slap myself in the face with both hands and hide it. No. Why did I say that? Ugh. This is what happens when your only source entertainment comes from YouTube videos and anime. Thank God nobody is watching this. I look around trying to see if there's any hikers nearby. None. Good. How do I even attempt to make personality? I used to be a loner back in high school. I believe I had friends, but I barely communicated with them. I can't just act like I know any of the people I'm saving. Do people here have any customs regarding how one should interact with them? Or is that just a Japanese thing? I mean, I am in Japan, or a version of it. So I should respect their customs or whatever. Man, this is so confusing, I said softly, ruffling my hair. Should I start by creating a conversation tree in case of possible scenarios happening? Would that be weird? That just sound like video game talk though. I bitterly think I can barely remember how I used to interact with people back home, and even then I didn't communicate that much to begin with. Okay, if I'm going to embarrass myself, at least I'm going to do it right. I grab a small stick and start to scribble boxes of possible phrases and conversations I could say during an encounter against a villain. After a while I notice I can barely write. Wait. I do know how to write. I start again and it just ends up looking like a child scribbles on the ground. Wait. I know how to write. I remember writing essays upon essays back in high school. I should at least have the muscle memory. I try again and I manage to write my name, very slowly. Gur. How is this possible? How can someone be able to lose the ability to write? Shouldn't I be proficient at it? I think desperately, writing my name over and over and over but barely improving. This is fucking bullshit. Did something happen when my brain/soul got mixed with the kid and became Gur? I mean, technically it is not even my own brain, just my thoughts and memories. I mean, I used to draw and copy the anime art style a lot back in high school. Does that mean I can't even attempt that? Oh, I hate this so much. I think looking at the badly drawn picture of Goku. It looks like a 4-year-old did it. I better repeat in my head the conversation tree so I know what I should say as many times as I can. I don't have time to learn how to write right now. Okay, so if someone is boasting about their quirk, I should go. That day I learned a valuable lesson. This world is fucking stupid. Crunch. I find myself perched on top of a concrete building overlooking the city while having a special treat, an apple. My mask is raised, giving me enough space to eat and look at the people below. So far it's been a few months since I started going out as a hero. Normally I would go at night. But after I started to run through the streets of this city trying to get accustomed with the layout and their many districts, I learned a really important thing. A tragedy could strike at any given time. This is one juicy apple, better save the seeds for later, I think, giving another bite. It's a beautiful day in this city I don't even know the name of. Not that it really matters. As long as the people below are safe is all that matters to me. Can you spare some change, ma'am? You get away from me. I move my juicy treat away from my face and look down below. Once you live enough time in the woods, you learn a thing or two to survive. One of those things being able to listen from a distance. Normally that would be impossible in the real world. Thing is, I live in an anime world. A homeless man asking for change in the streets and people are trying to avoid him. Should I intervene? Are there homeless shelters in this city? As I keep watching, a memory passes through my eyes. Sir, do you have something to eat? Please. Get away from my store, brat. You're scaring the customers away. My eyebrows meet together as I keep watching. My hand forms into a fist. Nobody wants you here. Unless you have money, don't come back. Please, somebody help me, mommy, daddy. I jump from my spot and land in the alleyway very close to the homeless person. It seems he lives alone a few steps away. I can see a few flattened cardboard boxes in the ground with pieces of trash, clothes, and a thick blanket. I spot the roofless fellow coming back to his home. He gets startled as he sees me. I guess I would look intimidating considering I'm just a kid of 9 or 10 in a costume in an alleyway looking at him directly. Hey man. I'm not looking for trouble. The man moves his hands in front of his face. He believes I'm a hero, or a villain. Have you eaten yet? I said. Kid. He looks startled by my question but now looks annoyed thinking I am a kid playing hero. Get out of here kid, this is not a place for you. I quickly step to the side, cutting him off. Now that I'm in front of him I notice he's an old man, he looks malnourished and dirty. I try not to grimace at the smell. Have you been eating old man? The elder jumps at my question, now fully aware of how fast I just moved right there. Just answer the question. I haven't eaten yet, no. I'm scaring him. No wonder, I'd be scared too if a little guy appeared next to my home and moved faster than me. Wait right here. I jump off, startling the old man who in his perspective I disappeared. I move through the street in search of a food stand. Finding one, I yoink something while leaving the money behind, hoping nobody takes it away, besides the owner of course. I zip back to the same alleyway, where the homeless man hasn't moved a single muscle. He jumps after hearing my voice again. Here, sorry for the wait, holding a cardboard packaging containing 12 dough balls with octopus pieces inside of them with mayonnaise and teriyaki sauce. The elder is trying to comprehend what I just did for a moment, gets a realization and concludes I have a quirk. Then look at the food I arrived with. I was craving for a burger though, and is that mayonnaise? Just eat the damn thing. Now I'm starting to regret using my money on this old man. How can you be homeless and also a picky eater? As the old man reluctantly eats his food while complaining about kids these days not being respectful enough with their elders and I sit next to his cardboard bed just listening to his scolding I smile. This is the first in a long time that I had some kind of conversation with anybody, even if it's a crusty old man complaining while eating. At first I didn't know why I did what I did that day. But somehow I felt like I should be doing this instead of patrolling the city. That day I spent a really long time with that old man, it reminded me of the grandfather I wish I had. Breathing harshly I rise from the lake close to my camp. Since I started to patrol I've been feeling pretty complacent with where I am right now. So far I've only been fighting petty criminals and a few other quirk users, it's not that I'm trying to be selective with the people I encounter, but that's the type I find whenever I patrol the city. But I can't shake the feeling of what is to come. I don't really know much about the world but I know a few faces and threats. Big robots, people with quirks able to level up cities, a killer of heroes who has a paralyzing quirk and even the symbol of peace. They're strong. Stronger than me. I walk back to my camp and grab a towel and start to rub it across my body. I've been trying to use moonwalk underwater on this lake. Water slows my movement so it makes it difficult using any of the speed type techniques down there. So far the experiment has been proven a slow success, but a success nonetheless. It leaves me more tired than I anticipated though. I approach my now growing garden, take a tomato and start biting into it. It's bland but I'm already used to bland tastes, it beats eating rotten food from the trash. I need to get myself some spices one of these days. After finishing it and saving a few of the seeds I approach my stump. I am strong, stronger than any kid my age even. If I don't pull my punches against a normal person I could kill them for sure. But against hardening quirks users, gigantification quirks, or even elemental quirks I'm hopeless. I keep breathing. Remember to breathe, slow and easy. Learning to breathe? That's so stupid. How much is my mom paying this guy? What's with all these sudden influx of memories appearing all of the sudden? They're starting to piss me off. That was my first and only therapist. After my grades started falling in high school my family started to schedule sessions with a therapist. I had a really low opinion of them at the time so I didn't have the intention of listening to anything the guy had to say. We only had 4 sessions, they were really expensive and once I learned the price for them I decided to stop going. I wonder. Would it work? Think. What are the benefits of those breathing exercises? Alleviation of stress, something about sending signals to the brain or something. Wait. Is it possible to improve the breathing somehow? I mean, there are a few breathing techniques in anime, but I never tried them. At the time, they seemed too unreal, they always involved some kind of mythic hidden power. Would they even work? Now I want to try them. I look at my hands. Then again, being able to do what I can do right now feels unreal too. Being able to puncture skin, being able to soar the skies, being able to bounce off bullets. Breathe in. Breathe out. Dropping my hands and adapting a straight posture I start to meditate, sorta. Breathing might be a simple concept in my world, but I never tried to improve it here. I remember hearing that in the anime Demon Slayer they used breathing techniques for their sword techniques, improving their strength by increasing oxygen in the blood. There's also Haman or Sendo, a breathing technique that lets the body produce some sort of energy that is comparable to the rays of the sun, but only affects undead beings. It's hard to notice or even comprehend how they really use their breathing in anime. After all, the studios wouldn't put the money to investigate and implement a realistic approach. Not that anime would be realistic for that matter. So how do I improve my lung capacity? Even if it doesn't work, I could benefit by being able to stay underwater for more time than 30 seconds at most and run through the air at higher speed. Should I invest in gourds to train my lungs? What if it doesn't work? I would have a few gourds lying around the camp. Breathe in. Breathe out. This is kind of relaxing now that I think about it. It feels nice. From what I know, to improve the lungs capacity in Demon Slayer they had to maintain a specific way of breathing at all times, even while training or sleeping. And a good way to measure if your breathing improved was blowing into a gourd and exploding it. I'll have to search for gourds while I'm in the shopping district. I could replace it with rubber balls if I don't find any though. But first. Breathe in. Breathe out. Guess there's no better time than the present. I maintain the same way of breathing while moving towards the logs I carry while running. As I start to lift it, my breathing changes and I abruptly stop. This could prove difficult after all. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Forget the logs, I'm going to start from the beginning. I'm going to have this down in no time. A few days later I'm jumping through the skies while looking below. I pass a big building. People are still working at this hour it seems. I wave at them as I jump by. I've been trying to keep my breathing controlled while using moonwalk during my patrols, but even that seems to prove a difficult feat. Ever since I started to control my breathing it felt like all the training I've been doing all these years was done incorrectly. Whenever I run my breathing spikes and goes on a completely different rhythm than the one I'm trying to maintain. Then there's a different one while jumping through the skies. I haven't noticed it before, but my breathing stops as soon as I start to fall whenever I'm using moonwalk and comes back when I jump again or land on a solid surface. A small trace of my old fear of heights. Instead of maintaining the same breathing rhythm while jumping, I decided to adjust my jumping to my breathing. A small fix to my predicament, but as I'm able to improve my lungs I can foresee a future in which I could be able to maintain a fixed breathing while going at greater speeds. That would be really cool. Breathe in. Breathe out. Jump. Jump. Look at that. It does help by keeping me calm. I spot another fight between a hero and a villain down below. This time a rock-type quirk against a hero in black with a grey scarf. Their confrontation ends as soon as it starts with the villain on the floor, wrapped in the hero's scarf. Must be that professor dude. Does he only patrol at night? How is he able to teach classes in the morning then? I wonder while still jumping at the rhythm of my breathing. Breathe in. Breathe out. Jump. Jump. Hope I don't have to confront him anytime soon. That scarf looks really tough. I think taking a different route is far away from the scarf dude. One must know their own limits and my limits are over there, 10 miles away. Breathe in. Breathe out. Jump. Jump. Maybe I should visit Salt. I'll bring him takoyaki again with extra mayonnaise. That would piss him off, het. Bang bang. Shit, my breathing hitches, but I get it under control and start to jump faster towards where I heard the gunshots. I land in a house close to the place. I breathe in. A woman. Ryu thinking. Blood trickling down from her wounds. As trying to aim to her Shuda. No longer moving. My breathing stops. A/N, yeah, I did that. I wanted to keep writing but the emotional breakdown will be done in the next chapter. Quick pop quiz, is getting memories flash in front of your eyes part of the anime logic? Answer, of course it is. There's so many ideas I wanna write in this FIC right now, so many possible encounters, interactions and such. But I can't. The FIC is still in the early stages and I'm still developing the main character and the world around him. I'm so excited for the future. I've gotten a lot of ideas from the responses I've gotten from this site and friends, and I can't wait to implement them. I might have to slow down the update rate so I can catch up to the anime/manga though. I know the general idea of certain characters and such but I'm relatively new to the series, didn't know I was missing on this lol. I decided to integrate the breathing scene at the last minute. The original plan was for another skip, a year later since his debut as a hero, Vigilante, but it was too clean, really abrupt, there was no build up to it so after talking it with a friend I decided to scrap it or maybe save it for later. While writing the breathing scene I wondered what I would do in Gur's shoes. Which was to adapt everything to the breathing technique until it became part of your routine, like writing without looking. And while writing the scene, what if I keep going? It was a very interesting chapter for sure but what if I add Gur's first test? Stay alert for next chapter, winky face, issue number 4, I am smiling. My breathing hitches as I land in front of them. They barely notice my arrival. My body is moving on its own again. Shave, iron body, Smash time seems to move relatively slow as my body moves towards them at great speeds. All these years of training are unleashed as I smash my fist against one of the assailant's chest. I feel his sternum shatter as my fist keeps going. It almost feels as if I'm in a first-person view of slow motion. I can't even hear what's going on. I'm so angry, so mad. I even forgot what I planned to say. My eyes only see red. No need to fear. Because Smiley is here. The image of a hero everyone would depend on breaks as I keep going and knee the guy right in the face and drive his body against the wall. My fists start to blur at faster speeds, aiming at his shoulders, arms, legs, stomach, head. I keep punching, kicking, kneeing, elbowing, not even giving him a moment of rest. Bones break and shatter by my fists. If I keep going I could kill him for goo. A gunshot. A bullet grazes my shoulder but I barely register it. I'm so blinded by my own rage, I forgot there was another assailant nearby. I pant and move with the intention to intercept him before he can keep shooting anyone else, but the mugger is already gone by the time I turn to the exit of the alley. You won't get away from me. Before I take a step in his pursuit I hear the faint sound of the lady on the ground, blood still pouring from her wounds. Making my way towards her I get on my knees and hold her hand. Oh no, fuck, if I didn't waste my time with this stupid breathing. I seethe trying to regain my breathing, but I'm hyperventilating. I don't want to die. She weakly says. My eyes are burning. Hold on, help is on the way, I choke, tears start to form at the edge of my eyes. Please hold on, you're going to be okay. She's barely breathing, got shot in one of her lungs. I better search for someone to help. Stop right there. I froze, still holding her hand. Don't move. Without thinking I jump and get away from there. Tears begin to fall from my cheeks as I keep jumping through the air, hearing shouts from the distance that keep getting lower until I can't barely hear them anymore. I will later learn that, I will still hear them, not through my senses, but through my nightmares. Crack crack crack. GHK I mutter in pain. Tears won't stop falling through my cheeks as I punch a large slab of rocky terrain. Knuckles bare and bloodied as I keep going at it. I blink and the memory of the woman in that alleyway, barely alive, flashes through my eyes. NRGH. I groan. I can still see her, I bitterly think. The thought of stopping my onslaught against my training partner doesn't even cross my mind. It's been a few weeks since that fateful day. I couldn't sleep the night after that experience. Since then I developed a poor appetite, I felt no motivation to keep going on, being for training or patrolling the city. Just anger and regret. Anger at myself. How could I let my emotions get the better of me? The guy I beat up, he probably died of his injuries that day, didn't he? Villain or not, quirk or no quirk, he was still a human being who had to go through the fruits of all these years of training. Was it worth it? I'm repulsed that my first thought was yes. It's not that I didn't know how to control my emotions that day, but the fact I couldn't guide them to save a life, to stop them both instead of unleashing my fury against one of them. It felt like I was trying to kill that guy for real. If only I knew more people to help me. If only I was a little bit faster that day. If only I took my training more seriously instead of feeling complacent with where I was. If only I had more self-control on my emotions. Would I be able to save her if I had any medical training or knew someone who had? Crack. RNGH. I scream through gnashed teeth as I finally hear the damned rock crack under my fists. So far only my knuckles were the ones making the sounds. I tiredly sigh and direct my sight to my bloodied hands. I should feel accomplished that I was finally able to put a dent in the huge rock formation I'm currently using as a training dummy. But the only feeling I had was a big wave of disappointment. Rah! I angrily scream at the skies. With all the leg strength I could muster, I jump in the air and start to use moonwalk to keep going upwards with a specific objective in mind. Once I get to the desired height I close my eyes and let myself go. My muscles tense and contract as I start to descend, the image of blood leaking from the wounds of that woman passes through my eyes as I approach the ground. Iron body. My hardened body collides with the ground below creating a huge explosion of dirt and rocks. I try not to groan as I feel my body contract again in pain at the impact. It hurts. It hurts a lot. HNRK. I can't stop here. I need to keep going. I think, grinding my teeth. Slowly I stand up straight and look at the sunny sky, small birds fly by and small clouds slowly move and disappear. It's a beautiful day. I let out a breath trying to remember the principle of the breathing techniques from the shows I used to watch. Bracing my stomach I breathe in again. Clean air starts to fill my lungs, this time going beyond the usual 3 seconds mark, up to 5 seconds now. I won't let something so simple such as internal injuries slow me down. Controlled air leave my lungs as I breathe out, the sound resembles a low whistle of a tea kettle. A look of pure concentration plastered on my face. From my understanding, nobody had died from training themselves to the bone, at least that's what I know from the shows I used to watch. In fact, extreme hardships only made them stronger. This won't be any different. Ah! I let out as I jumped once again into the air while maintaining my breathing under control. This is the only thing I'm currently good at and I don't have any intention in stopping. That night, whenever I wanted it or not, it changed my life forever. It opened my eyes. I was getting complacent, I was getting cocky, the sudden learning and execution of these techniques made me feel powerful for the first time in my life. But there was no control, no finesse. Just raw strength. I need to find a way to control it, but right now I don't really feel like doing it. So that's why you haven't been around, hey. I hear Salt speak next to me. After a month since the incident I finally found the strength to come back to the city with my costume on. Right now we're in the same alleyway we met before. Salt, the homeless man I encountered during one of my patrols, is sitting right next to me on a crate, found a couple of them next to the trash, seems like small stores throw them away. Don't beat yourself too much about it, brat, what's done is done. All that matters is that you're alive. He said it so easily and with so much conviction that it made me stop eating. I lower the stick holding the takoyaki ball back to its original place. Did he even understand what I did to that man? He was a mugger, a bad guy, but he was a person. And that woman too. I couldn't do anything to save her. I had the power to do so too. Brat, you're thinking too hard about it. He said, stopping for a moment trying to finish his food, a fish stew with onions and tomato salad. You keep trying to put the blame on yourself for what happened to that woman. Nobody was there for her that night, but you. He puts the chopsticks aside and brings the small container to his lips and start to drink the remaining contents of the stew. Ah, this is better than last time, a bit liquid for my taste though. I don't have a good way to store flour, I defend my cooking. It was so painful to hear someone else insult my cooking skills the first time, considering I've been doing it for so long. I take a small breather, remembering to keep my breathing under control. You'll find a way one day. He calmly says, putting down the plastic container and giving it to me with the chopsticks. Is he talking about the food or? I look at him and see a smug smile plastered across his face like he said the most impressive advice in the world. HRNK, this guy pisses me off sometimes. I hear a small sound from my right and I look away from Salt towards the end of the alley where I see two small figures making their way towards us. Two kids a few years younger than me nervously walking in our direction. They were dressed in dirty rags and baggy clothes too big for them. I was so surprised by their appearance that I forgot to lower my mask to hide my features. They stop a few steps away from us and look at the food in my hands. Ah! Tisk! More mouths to feed. I hear Salt say under his breath, probably thinking I wouldn't hear it. Shut it, old man. I say before directing my gaze towards the two kids next to us. Want some takoyaki? They're good. The girl nods and tries to take a step towards me, but the older brother stops her and puts himself in front of her. Haha, they noticed your smell, old man. I said with a small smile, gaining an annoyed hey in return. Here, I'm gonna put it in this crate, you can take it if you want. I redirect my attention to the old man, not really caring if they eat it right away, the smell will win them over eventually. Have you seen them before? I whisper to Salt, trying to see if the old man has any information on them. He shakes his head no. It figures that this smelly man would be of any help at all. Well, it's not like I need it. Going by their appearance they probably come from a low-income area. Maybe they were separated from their parents, or they're like us. The little girl finally moves past his brother and takes the cardboard container with the remaining takoyaki. She gives it a tentative bite, then drops the rest of the ball in her mouth. Now she's trying to convince her brother to eat one too. I feel like I've seen this scene before, not through the eyes of Gur, but through mine. It's like watching my little cousins again, I think, smiling lightly. This was it. This was the day I realized what I really wanted to do with my new life. Up to this point I was following the dreams of a broken child, someone who didn't have anything, the world ignored, but wanted to be a hero. And I was okay with that, I had a reason to keep on living. But this is the first time I felt the desire to do something with my life. To actually pursue something besides becoming strong. As I see Salt making the kids laugh by making weird faces with his quirk, I close my eyes and smile. I want people like me to find happiness too. Remember to breathe, slow and easy. Why should I do that? This is so stupid. It tricks your brain into thinking you're in a relaxed state, it helps you relax. Whatever. Oh man, I was such a shithead, no wonder people didn't want to hang out with me, I think, cringing a little after remembering the reason why I started to dedicate my time into learning proper ways of breathing. So far it has proven to be a slow success, one that I'm almost proud of. I had to relocate my training closer to the mountains. Once I started to notice the improvements my breathing was contributing to my overall physical capabilities, I decided to move to a higher ground so I could train my lungs. Even my normal training routine in this location leaves me gasping for air. But at the end of the day I still need to go down after a few hours of training. It would take me years for my body to get used to the low density of the air. I breathe in, this time it goes for 12 seconds. Something I'd consider impossible in my world, considering the human limitations, location, and time it took me to improve it. But the curious aspect of this world is, such limitations don't exist in this world. I let my breath out, as it flows through my closed teeth it sounds very similar to the whistle of a kettle, this time it sounds stronger than before. My lungs start to burn, but my body feels reinvigorated. It gives me the belief I can take on anything. It almost felt like my body was filled with energy. In times like this, it makes me wish I had a katana to practice the breathing techniques with. I don't really have any intention to use it against normal humans, but I would look so cool with one. Maybe I should get a buken? Would that be enough? I hope there isn't a law about carrying weapons in public. The only things I know about Japan is what I saw from anime and random YouTube videos, and even then, this world is totally different from the Japan of my world. I breathe in again and let my body start to move, very slowly. Recently I had to fight against a quirk user who was able to hurt me in the process. Nothing too concerning, just a punch that almost knocked me out. Normally I would use iron body to protect myself, but this guy had a quirk that let his body speed up, making him faster than me by small increments of time, and it was enough to wound me. In the end I beat the guy, but it was an annoying fight I don't want to repeat, which brings me to the present. My muscles contract as I slowly move my body while keeping my breathing steady. While training the strength of iron body by angrily dropping myself from bigger and bigger heights, I learned that I was able to slightly move my body when my body approached the ground. At first I attributed it to my brain entering in a state of panic, which would make me believe my body moved while all my muscles were toughened. But after thinking with a clear mind I got the realization that it could be done. I only need to keep doing it until I get it right. After all the techniques I now know were recreated by me practicing them until I got them right. The concept isn't that fantastic. Instead of just tensing my muscles with the intention to tank blunt and piercing damage, I do it constantly. This way I train my body so it becomes an unmovable wall at all times. The only downside I can foresee is the time it would take me to master the movement and then implement it to my fast-paced fighting style. Maybe I should invest time in learning martial arts. I think trying to come up with any techniques that I could remember. A few that come to mind are from Dragon Ball, but at the end of the day they were very useless after they started to use energy attacks, and I don't really think this world has something like ki, yet. I let out a long breath while struggling to move in direction to my camp. I steadily start to get close to the river that connects to the one I'm living close to. There's also the use of brute strength against people who don't have the physical capabilities to match mine. If I add more power without a way to control my strength, I could kill them. I breathe in. As I keep moving at a snail pace next to the river, continuing both my breathing exercises and training my muscles at the same time, my mind begins to wander to martial arts. Even to this day and skill I still think they're extremely cool. Prediction of movements, spinning in place to deliver a stronger attack, positioning, takedowns and deflection of attacks, or bullets. Now that I think about it, a lot of martial artists in anime were able to catch or deflect bullets. If I could do that I would look so awesome, I think, ignoring the fact that I can easily deflect bullets with iron body. Well, I'm not really in a hurry, I still have time to figure it out. I need to learn control first. I sigh now, a bit more content thinking in all the new possibilities I could come up with to refine what I know and improve it upon. Gah. Forgot my lines again. I was supposed to say something corny like "Stop right there, ruffians." Now people will think I'm a laughing weirdo. I bitterly think, landing in front of 3 quirk users holding a few bags with money in it, probably. Hey. Smiley is here. I heard someone say from the sidelines. Nope, still not liking the name, I think, my face adopting a sour expression that is hidden by my mask. The thing about hero work people don't tell you about is that if you don't make a name for yourself, people will start to give you a name and stick with it even if you name yourself differently. While I was struggling with a name to call myself while training, people had to see me more than a few times to come up with one. I had a few ideas at first. I really wanted to call myself after a band or a song, but while some of them were catchy and others were a mouthful, I couldn't decide fast enough at the end. Which brings me to this point in time. I'm just going to run with the punches, not like people will change their minds if I start to call myself Daft Punk all of the sudden. Shit, he's here. Who the fuck is Smiley? Run for it, this guy is fast. Before the punks can get far, I appear between them and kick everyone in the chest, back and legs. Not hearing any cracks this time, I sigh. Man, people are so fragile. Months of training I managed to learn how hard I had to punch to hurt and not to break. I had to practice by punching trees again, but this time I concentrated on just ratting the tree or pulling my punches in the last minute. Hard surfaces are not a good measuring stick. The trio of punks go flying in different directions. I sigh again, bringing out my trusty rope, which I didn't steal this time. I used to leave the people I beat up behind, but that ended up being a bad idea. Some can get their bearings and escape, and I didn't really feel like waiting around until the police showed up like a few times. I have a somewhat rocky relationship with them. After tying them up, I give a few salutes to the crowd and jump away, disappearing through the night. The pros can take care of the rest. I smile behind the mask as I hear impressed shouts and a few clapping. They didn't even notice I got their wallets too. On top of a building, I look below. It's been a year since I put on this mask. I have a reputation now, most of it negative, but I still hear a few praises here and there. It's nice to finally be visible after years of feeling the opposite. Tonight I'm going to invite the old man and the kids to some ramen. It's been a while since I got some myself. My stomach rumbles. Guess it's time to count the goods before dropping by Salt's favorite alleyway. Before I can count the stash, I notice a familiar scent of someone I've been avoiding since I started my debut as a hero/vigilante. I hear the sound of a step on the same building behind me and jump to the side, evading what appears to be a grey scarf attached to a black-haired dude in a black onesie and weird-looking goggles. What was this dude name again? Showdown. If only I knew how to read Japanese at all. I lament thinking of the hero guide I saw a few weeks ago, but not getting it after taking into consideration my lack of reading skills. Smiley, I presume. I hear him say, a bored expression plastered on his face. I laugh nervously. I know I can easily outrun him if I so desire, but this could be my chance to learn from a pro and see how far I am right now. If I'm ready for the big leagues. But then again, should I put myself in a situation that would label me as a villain? Man, this is confusing. Not the one for words. At first glance he appears relaxed from the other extreme of the building, but he's far from that. I can see his feet tensed, probably figuring out a way to defeat me before approaching me. A blatant display of quirk use in public and vigilantism are against the law, he said before he rushed towards me. Guess I don't have a choice in the matter, I think before jumping off the building, giving a salute to the man. But before I can make my escape, the grey scarf wraps around my wrist. I raise my gaze and see the mummy man holding the end of the scarf, his hair waving in the air. He was the erasing quirk guy, right? I ponder before making up my mind and use moonwalk in his direction, spinning in place and liberating my arms from his scarf. Good thing I don't have any. Wah, he gasped before turning to me, but I'm already moving around him with shave. Then once I get what I want, I make my exit by jumping away through the air, laughing like a child. My heart is beating like crazy as I keep running away from the guy. A smile creeps on my face. Got his wallet. A/N, not really happy on how this chapter turned out. I had a lot of ideas and this is me at my lowest, throwing them at a wall hoping for them to stick, lol. Also, before anyone jumps to conclusions, Gur is using a mask and lowers his voice so people think he's an older teen or young adult. I'm still in the early stages of planning, developing Gur personality and dreams, planting seeds for the future such as considering a martial art so he can fall back. I wanted to keep it a secret, but this chapter and a few suggestions just speed up the process of developing it, so I'm just gonna straight up and say it. Gur will reverse engineer water stream rock smashing fist martial art from OPM. It was in my original notes for the endgame of this FIC, considering this end whirlwind iron cutting fist, OPM, being the peak of human martial arts. At least that's what I'm gonna stick with. There's going to be a few more surprises in the future and I'm open to any suggestion, no matter how dumb or crazy. There's merit in crazy, lol. Issue number 5, Orange Trouble. That should not be possible. I'm 100% positive I activated my quirk erasure as he was falling. My eyes were on him the entire time. He shouldn't be able to use his quirk. Shota Izawa, known as Eraserhead, thinks, watching the illegal vigilante Smiley run away. Tisk. Not rational at all, he mutters to himself before jumping from the building he's perching on and begins to give chase to the elusive vigilante, using his scarf to swing around by tangling against surfaces and poles. Watching him fly through the sky above the buildings and changing directions midair, Izawa ponders his decision of following the guy around and wonders if he should have stayed a few more minutes in his sleeping bag before going on a night patrol. He tries to activate his quirk again, but it appears it doesn't have any effect again as he keeps watching him fly. How, he asks himself, trying to come up with a response to why his quirk isn't actually activating. His first thought was that Smiley is quirkless. But that would be impossible, he mulled. He can jump in the air, move fast and hit hard. He tried to remember instances of his previous encounters with heroes, villains, and assailants. A mutation quirk perhaps. But I can't see any abnormalities or additional appendages, must be hidden then, he concluded, but the implication just left a sour taste in his mouth. What a drag. These types are the worst, he thinks watching him go. He sees Smiley take a sharp turn between two buildings and disappear again. And he's gone, he concludes after arriving at the spot and looking at every direction possible as he trying to blend in with the civilians. Changing position to another building, Eraserhead tries to pinpoint his target going by size comparison. From the notes he managed to get his hands on from the police reports, it described him as a young adult male of short stature who wears a yellow smile mask and mix of black clothes. And he's considered as one of the possible suspects in a case of assault with lethal weapons. Not rational, not rational at all. He muttered. No hair color to go by, no distinctive appearance, no mannerisms, just size. Probably changed clothes already. One peculiar detail from the case regarding the smiley vigilante was his involvement. The victim of the case survived but didn't disclose any details that would help in the investigation. The victim had vague recollections of the events of that day. 2 armed assailants and a voice that told her that everything is going to be fine before the arrival of the ambulance. From the reports of a hero on patrol that day, managed to see a man of small stature, probably 5 feet tall, dressed in black, towering over the victim and vanishing as soon as he tried to engage. The hero had a glimpse of a yellow mask when he got close, but he wasn't completely sure if it was important for the investigation. Assailants that hide their face behind masks often discard them after a hit. Not this one apparently. Izawa had his doubts, especially if you take into consideration the testimony of the victim, brief in comparison to the report, and the state of the captured assailant. Why would the accomplice attack his partner after shooting the victim and leave without taking any valuables? The captured assailant is in intensive care at the hospital. Fractured bones and internal bleeding. It's a miracle that he's even alive today, and he's in no condition to talk. After all, a person in a coma could wake up after a few weeks, or months, or years. Maybe I should have teamed up with someone to approach the vigilante, he thinks, watching kids with their parents walk by, salarymen coming back from work and old men walking alone or with their wives. An annoying memory of Yamada teasing him appears in his mind like hell. I'm going to call him. Giving up, Eraserhead decides to get down from the building and start to lazily walk the streets. Following after villains through the roofs gets tiring after a while. As he keeps comparing sizes with the people he sees, he notices that the only size that fits the description of smiley are kids, small teens, and old people. Maybe the vigilante suffers from the dwarfism disorder? Lost in his own thoughts, Izawa misses a boy of the same size with white hair wearing a hoodie, ordering ramen from a stand he's walking by. That was clothes. Hiding spare clothes next to a dumpster was a great idea. I hope Salt enjoys miso, I think, while ordering 3 miso and 1 tonkatsu ramen to go. I finally gave in and accepted Salt's suggestion of hiding clothes in safe spaces or with him so I could change in times of need. I didn't have a reason to do it at the beginning, but now I'm so glad I did. Can't believe that crusty old man was right. Taking the packaging containing the orders, I take the route through the alleyways until I'm at the usual meeting spot, Salt's Alley, an affectionate name the kids picked for the place I frequently drop by to bring food and other goodies. Hey guys, I announce my arrival while holding the food in my hands and carrying my hero disguise in my backpack. I blink as I admire the somewhat open alleyway. Filled with crates, boxes and low-budget furniture. Ever since the kids decided to pay us a visit that day, this place underwent massive renovations to accommodate them, made by Salt and I. We used crates to build furniture such as stools, small tables, and beds so they can all sleep above ground. And we used cardboard to generate some sort of mattress, not as comfortable as the real thing, but gets the job done, and when dirty we can replace it with new material I borrow. The kids perk up at my arrival and I receive an annoyed grunt from Salt. That's weird. There's another person here. He doesn't smell like someone I have ever encountered before, so I rule out the possibility of another hero or villain passing themselves as a homeless man. The putrid smell is proof enough. Hey Gur. We brought a friend. SHH, dummy. This place is supposed to be secret. Do you want to wake up the grown-ups? And they say my name after I told them it was super secret. I sigh softly, dropping the food on the main crate table, thingy. I take off my backpack and sit on one of the stools. I let my sight linger on our new companion. 18 with brown hair, plain features, dirty clothes, and smells like he fell in the gutter. Considering the state of their clothes, it might as well be the case. I sigh and start to unwrap the food I bought for everyone. Well, I was feeling urges to drop by a place that could serve me a nice steak and a gallon of water later. I'll eat ramen another day. You have a name? I calmly ask, giving the first bowl and chopsticks to Salt, then the kids, and finally I take my bowl and offer it to the teen. Now that I see him up close, he looks like 5 or 6 years older than me. Want some? Con, thanks. He replied. Not the talkative type. I can work with this, I think, watching everyone eat. I'm not feeling particularly hungry right now. Salt must have noticed the atmosphere, because between making disgusting slurping noises he starts to narrate one of his boring tales. This time about his time as a carpenter in a small shop that was later bought up by a corporation to demolish it and erect a building in its place. Of course he only focused on the woodwork and the type of wacky characters he met during his time there. I see the teen paying attention while eating very slowly. I smile softly. If we're going to start admitting more people into our circle, then I'll need to find a way to feed them without burning through my savings. Steely borrowing money like this would only take us so far. Maybe I should invest in cooking utensils and cook for them myself. Salt told me I was improving. I'll have to look into it. We need a safer house too, I think, trying not to grimace. Sleeping in the open, even with the adjustments and improvements we managed to do with Salt, is a small band-aid to the real problem. As more individuals join us, the possibility of getting kicked out by the authorities would become more apparent. I guess I'll have to keep borrowing money. And save on everything I can. Which reminds me. That Scarf fellow had a wallet on him. I hope I'm not stealing his life savings with my stunt earlier. No time like the present, I think, fishing it out from my backpack. I'll ask Saul to read the details of his hero license for me. Today is soup night, so I need more spices and meat bones. I can get the vegetables from my patch, I think, while browsing the market. It's been a few weeks since the last time I visited one. Since then I've been meeting new homeless people from the area, some of them contacted by Kon or the kids, Daisuke and Emiko. The majority come with the intention of eating for free, but I managed to garner a few connections on the way, mostly with the younger ones. I guess people respect you once you feed them. I wish a few of them could put some of their funds in to help alleviate the load though. But no such luck with people in need. Oh well. I let out a sigh while taking a look at the types of herbs this store has. The search for the specific type of brand of smoked chili flakes that my grandma used to use on our food has been a complete bust. Normally I just pick anything and move on, but the memory of Salt calling my food just okay still pisses me off. Grr, that crusty old man, I'll fucking show him, I rage in my mind, finally deciding on the spiciest brand, oregano, and different kinds of seasoned salts. Better buy in bulk and store it in containers in Salt's Alley or in the woods, I'll find them by smell later. Just okay. I hope you like spicy food then, hat. As I finish my business with the spices I move out and walk towards the next aisle with the intention of buying more rice. The supplies from last month are starting to run thin with the growing size of our group. I breathe in. It almost feels natural now. Sometimes I lose concentration and forget to maintain it during my daily activities, but it became a big part of my routine during the conditioning of my body. I can already feel the fruits of my hard work, diet, and proper breathing as my developing muscles flex. They're starting to show now after years of training, even after I managed to reverse engineer the 6 skills all by myself. This world's physics are so dumb. My body freezes as my nose catches a particular smell. I know this smell. I grimace, walking more slowly now. He's in the same aisle I'm currently approaching, or that's what my nose tells me. Of all the places I could find him, it had to be here. I lament. Well, I won't waste the opportunity to return his wallet. I put a blank face and approached the rice, sugar, and coffee section. As I make my way towards my target, I bring up the act of kid who regularly buys groceries is too concerned if he got everything that forgets to look where he's going. My body smashes slightly against Eraserhead, Shoto Aizawa, or that's the name Salt read for me. He directs his sight towards me, but I engage in the next part of the plan. Kid who is so apologetic about the whole situation that he doesn't let the person finish his sentences. Please excuse my rudeness, I wasn't looking where I was going. I bow down 2 times, give another apology and move away from him. Mission success. He won't notice the extra weight in his back pocket until he arrives home, and by then he would have forgotten about my appearance. I smirk in satisfaction. Sucker. Wait. I hear him say, stopping me right on my tracks. Oh shit. What the fuck did I do? How did he notice it so fast? Sweat falls down from my brow and very slowly I direct my gaze at the grown man holding a small container labeled smoky chili flakes very spicy. You dropped this. Thank you so much, I sharply respond and turn back with the intention of getting as far away from this man as possible. Making a beeline towards the checkout I sigh in relief. I'm so glad I decided against stealing from him again. Rocks fly in my general direction and my hands move at incredible speeds with the intention of intercepting them. As my hands catch, punch away and deflect the incoming projectiles I hum in mild exasperation. Salt was right about the contraption, again. I think, deflecting the last rock away. Sighing I begin collecting the fallen rocks across the floor and resetting the mechanism Salt helped me build. Of course he also was a hunting trap nerd in his youth. What's next? Did he also work as a chef? I breathe in, going beyond 20 seconds this time and slowly let out the wind from my lungs. Rocks fly again and this time my hands move much more fluidly than last time. Let your movements be like the water from the stream, moving through the cracks. It's been months since I started to invest my time in finessing my movements to imitate the flow of water. All that time I spent investing in increasing the control in my techniques. I've been thinking of alternatives to take down enemies stronger than me. While daydreaming during my training I had a revelation of what kind of martial arts I would like to learn, those being the defensive water stream rock smashing fist and the offensive whirlwind iron cutting fist. Martial arts capable of evading, redirecting and deflecting, while also hitting, cutting, and destroying. Of course there are more I would love to learn and implement to my growing arsenal. But some of them require perfect control of one's body and an impeccable reaction time. Something I currently lack. So I decided I want to master what I know right now and push myself in the direction of the next step in my training. That being the weaponizing paper arts technique. The concept of paper arts is relatively simple. It's basically the opposite of the iron body technique. Instead of training all my muscles and then harden them so my body can sustain a considerable amount of damage, I relax all my muscles and sharpen my senses so I can evade incoming attacks in movements similar to a paper. The only instance I saw it being used as a weapon was in conjunction with the finger pistol technique, but even then when I visited the wiki after reading the Nice Lobby arc in the manga, it only catalogued the technique in the finger pistol section without mention of paper arts. Or at least, that's what I remember. I release the wind from my lungs and once again I begin to pick up the fallen rocks. Once I'm able to catch every single one of them while still in the air, I'll have to ask Saul to help me develop a faster one, maybe integrate knives this time. I should start carrying large rocks in each arm to increment the speed of my arms. I suck up a large amount of air and relax every single muscle in my body. Or try to. I haven't mastered this technique yet. Like the water of the stream. My body moves through the flying objects, I manage to evade the great majority, but I still get hit by a few of them. It's still a work in progress after all. But I have time to learn it. I'm not particularly in a hurry right now. Maybe I should find a way to utilize storm leg from my arms? A thought for later. Another morning of training, another day of patrol and another night of cooking. It's been about a year or two since I've met Khan and the kids. They're quite a joy to have around, unlike someone I know. Since the integration of Khan to our group of misfits, we've been kicked out from Salt's Alley, parks, and other alleyways. The authorities have been wising up about the increment in numbers of loiterers in the city. That would be partially my fault, since I started to use my cooking as a way to generate connections with people like us and of course feeding them. We still kept contact with a few of them from time to time, but it was hard to find them once we started moving from one place to another. Until one day someone besides the cops or heroes showed up. And let me tell you, it was godsend. Thugs from some drug-dealing business tried to kick us off from the alleyway next to their warehouse. They worked independently, which means, nobody would miss them if they abruptly stopped their business. A good beatdown and a promise of a painful death if they ever come back, and now the place is ours. Since then our group has only grown in size. More people in need of food and shelter came to us. So with the help of Salt and Khan, we created a nice space for people to live in and or help us in our community work. We had to open a hole in one of the walls to create some sort of stand with tables and stools to serve food to anyone that needs it. Of course, even if we tried to stay away from trouble, we would often receive visits from drug addicts, thugs, drug dealers, and muggers. I would often deal with the more violent ones, and thanks to the guidance of a few of the members of our little group, and Salt, I've been trying to find peaceful solutions to any problems that come our way. I hum lightly as I stir up the contents of the stew in a big cooking pot. That would be enough cream, sorry for making you do this. I'll pay for the electricity next month, I smile to a teenage girl who has a really weird electric type quirk. She can generate a certain amount of electricity in her normal state, enough to charge 1 or 2 cell phones our group put around her. But the output increments when she's in a state of pain. The only other method we found to increase the electricity output without hurting her, is letting her go hungry for a while. The boost in electricity from her hunger is enough to power up car batteries and multiple appliances, such as the electric stove I'm using at the moment. Don't forget to save me a big portion this time. She happily replies, releasing the cord of the stove and disappearing through the door of the warehouse. Sorry for the wait. Here you go guys. I say with a small smile, serving big portions to go to every patron in the stand, chicken stew with rice on the side. If you want a second serving, let us know. Don't forget to throw away the container into the trash once you are done. I say to them as they get up, thanking me for the food and going in different directions once they get out of our alley. I let out a sigh. I take a big bowl with the name of cream written with permanent ink and serve her the big portion she asked for. She'll probably share it with one of the dogs she and a few of the new homeless kids are taking care of. Calling for Emiko, I ask her if she can take the bowl to Cream. Once she's gone, I start to clean the stand and stools with the help of a small towel. There's not much food left. So after I'm done here, I'll do another nightly patrol and call it a day. My nose picks the distinctive smell of Khan walking against the wind with someone who smells like burned skin and blood. Calmly I stop cleaning the last stool, put the rag in my back pocket and raise my sight to Khan walking with a young adult. Dirty and burnt clothes, spiky dark hair and burnt skin hold together by staples. I don't even know if he stapled his skin by himself or by a professional doctor. His smell puts me on edge. But, I've never refused anyone because of their smell before, and I don't plan on stopping now. Goor, I found him sleeping in the park, so I brought him here, Khan tells me, then sits down with the guy next to each other on the stools. Asshole, I told you to stop saying my name. I internally scream, keeping my poker face on. I enter the stand and start to serve them both the 2 big portions of stew. Blood or not, I won't stop serving people in need. I smell like blood too after a day of patrolling the streets. What do you know, this is good, I hear my new patron say, making me smile. See Con? You should be more like our friend here, he knows what's up, I tell him with a smug grin. I hear Con's response of whatever as I serve his companion another portion. Maybe I overreacted about the blood thing, this guy probably has to fend for himself alone in the streets, not going to judge a book by its cover. Sorry if it's a little cold, I had to send our walking battery to the back. No worries, he says to me while holding the bowl between his hands. I catch a glimpse of small blue wisps coming below the plate. In less than a few seconds the stew is steaming and without further ado he begins to eat again. So, a fire-type quirk, a powerful one at that I think, wondering if I should try to invite him to our community, nothing bad with trying though. Now that I look at him up close he looks pretty familiar, but I don't know where I would have seen him before. Do you have a name? Mine's Gur, no middle or last name. I go by the name of Dabby now, he tells me between bites but his expression looks less calm and more neutral now, like he's trying to figure something out. I responded to your question, now you have to respond to mine. Why are you doing this? His expression doesn't change much, but his eyes tell a different story. It's like he's wanting for me to say the wrong thing. Do what? Cook for free? Feed anyone hungry from the streets? Is that your question? I ask, keeping my cool. The fact that I'm trapped behind the counter of my stand doesn't help me at all. But nonetheless I respond when he nods. One day, I woke up alone and scared in an alleyway. I couldn't remember who I was or why I was there. I grew up for years alone until I found a way to help people like me. I didn't have any need for money, so I decided to use what I could get so I could feed my friends. Eventually people started to show up. At first his expression remains the same. Then he smiles, but his face looks anything but happy. He looks annoyed now. Haha, another goody two-shoes, he laughs. Standing after finishing his food he starts to walk away while patting his clothes. Your kind pisses me off. Con looks pissed, but I put a hand on his shoulder before he can tell him off. If you ever feel like eating my food again, this stand is always open after the sun sets. We have warm beds too if you want to spend the night here, I tell him. I misinterpreted this guy, he's just a damaged teenager with powers of destruction. I hope he finds a solution to whatever is making him mad one day. I'll think about it. As I see him walk away I wonder if I should have said something else to make him stay. After all, that was the last time I saw him again. A small balloon drifts through the skies. A yellow one with a ridiculous illustration of the current number 1 hero plastered on it. My hand reaches for it, completely stopping my movements as soon as I catch it, causing my body to rapidly descend towards the ground. At the last second I kick the air and hop in the direction of a startled crowd with a kid crying his eyes out while her mother tries to tenderly comfort him. Reminds me of my mother. Here you go little one. Try not to. I cheerfully say holding the balloon in front of my mask, making all might my temporal face. Lose your might. Haha. Complete silence. I hear someone cough in the back. Well. I guess the kid is no longer crying. I consider this a total win in my favor. I thought it was pretty clever. Here. Moving closer, I remove the balloon away from my face and give it back to the kid. Try to hold it harder this time, okay. The kid gives me a timid nod and takes it from my hands. I hear a faint thank you and a few comments of recognition from the gathering crowd. Did someone call me Lame? An explosion behind me jolts me up and I look back just in time to see a car flying towards us. Without thinking I kick the ground 20 times in less than a second and in combination with iron body, smash I direct my fist to the car with all my strength, crumpling it and stopping its momentum. The car falls to the ground. Thank God nobody was inside it. I hear gasps, screams, and quiet comments behind my back as I try to keep my breathing under control. That impact took a lot of me. It hurt like hell. What a troublesome situation. Get to safety everyone. I scream, jumping towards the rising smoke of another car set ablaze close by. I can see another quirk user causing trouble. Try reason with them. If they keep trying to start up shit, you kick their ass. I can only hope that I don't have a sudden flashback with salt on it before I die. I don't want his ugly mug to be the last thing I see. I sigh, remembering the skill tree I developed with salt regarding future villain encounters in case of it being desperate guys in need of a quick buck. Grow. I hear him scream. A shiny orange fellow with rippling muscles and bumps all over his hands and shoulders. He's barely dressed in some shorts. The image of a green guy of the same size and purple shorts appears on my mind. I snort, trying to contain my laughter. NGH. Focus. Observe, learn, and then act. It punches the asphalt, cracking a great portion of it, then it directs his attention to the car on fire and picks one of the tires and throws it to one of the fleeing pedestrians. Well, there goes my first question. I zip forward and kick the tire away before it can hit a woman holding her groceries. A strength type and his skin has a small shine to it. A metal? Bronze, maybe. He notices my presence and rushes at me. Is he driven by sounds? Grey. No need to hold back, I can take it, big guy. Hat. I say back and intercept his fist with mine, tensing all my muscles in anticipation. No need to hold back against someone who isn't in their right mind. The impact of his fist colliding with mine is so strong that my feet get planted on the asphalt, creating cracks under the weight of the rampant quirk user. My entire arm rattles in discomfort. I'm feeling a slight pain in my arm and fist. I thought that, by this point, I would barely feel pain when using my fists against any hard surface, but I guess that statement was meant to be proven wrong. This isn't like the impact from the car before. His body is made of solid metal. I groan as my entire body shakes trying to keep with this guy. Before I decide on a new plan of action, I see his other fist moving at my face. Can't allow people to see my face, I think, quickly disengaging and putting both of my arms in front of me, tensing all my muscles again. Another powerful impact rattles my bones and sends me flying far away from the weird bronze guy. I need to step up my game or I'll be crushed. Not wanting to waste the momentum this guy gave me, I kick the ground 20 times, adding more speed to my movement, then I do it again in a different direction, then again, and again, and again. I can barely see my surroundings. It almost feels like the world stretching around one focal point as I increment my speed. Razor, iron fist, I gently said, guiding my speeding form towards the orange mass, smashing my fist against his hard skin. My hand shakes as I see the bronze guy soar away and hit the ground, hard, leaving a body print and cracks all around. I breathe out. I even forgot to maintain my breathing while fighting. This guy ain't no joke. RNGH. I can barely feel my arm, I think, grimacing. My whole arm feels like it got a nasty sunburn from that stunt. I don't need to see it to know my knuckles are bleeding. Please stay down, Mr. Orange Hulk, I don't think I can do another hit like that. I hear a few shouts of praise and clapping around me. Why are they still here? My ears detect a groaning sound at the distance. Fuck me, this guy ain't down yet. I don't think I can pull that off again, I think, regaining my breathing. I breathe in. I can feel myself calm down and think logically. Brute force is off the table, I haven't trained my body to sustain this kind of damage yet. I breathe out. My body feels reinvigorated and the pain in my left side starts to dissipate, at least temporarily. That leaves Plan B, deadly force. Bronze Hulk screams at me once he's on his 2 feet. Shakes his head and begins his charge towards me. Breathe in. Breathe out. Snap. A flash of light blinds me and I hear the loud sound of a picture being taken. My opponent stops on his tracks, disoriented, blinded by the flash too. Shakes his head and then directs his attention to a guy holding an expensive-looking camera. Oh no. Razor. I panic, kicking the ground so hard it cracks it. I find myself approaching the bronze muscle brain who is trying to rush towards the cameraman. My body spins in place, generating speed in the process, and I deliver a powerful strike with my leg to his stomach. Iron crush. GHRK. Spits fly from his mouth as my leg connects and the impact launches him towards the middle of the street. I try not to cry in pain as my entire leg feels like it's on fire. All the muscles in my leg contract by the sheer amount of pain caused by the collision. I haven't had cramps like this since I unlocked Shave for the first time. My feet touch the ground and I win CE. Breathe in. I can't stop. I need to keep going. Breathe out. Using Shave this time, I move my body in the same direction I sent the orange guy flying. My body appears next to his. I can see the imprints and cracks of my fist and leg against his torso, but looking directly at his face makes me realize something. He's relentless. Moving faster than I anticipated, he forms a fist and throws it to my face. Breathe in. Time moves ridiculously slow as both of my hands flow forward in a fluid motion and with a slight exertion, redirects the flow of the incoming fist to its owner's face. Water flow, I gasp out, feeling an incredible amount of pain. I hear a loud clang as I let out another gasp as both of my arms shake. They feel like jelly. The secret of water flow is the speedy use of paper arts and iron body at quick successions, one after the other, with the intention of moving fluidly but with the necessary strength to redirect attacks and counteract. It's a bastardly version of water stream rock smashing fist martial arts. But it's not ready or perfect. Even after years of training and conditioning my entire body to do amazing feats such as recreating and using the 6 skills, they still feel like a weaker version of the real deal. And this one ain't different either. After 1 or 2 uses, my arms would not stop shaking due to the exertion. I could still use them, but it requires more effort to keep up, and relaxing is the only way to regain control of my limbs. But I don't have that luxury right now. My hands shake while I hold the same position. Then in a swift movement I move them in one circular motion in front of his torso, creating a powerful impact in spiral motion against the still disoriented bronze muscle brain. Whirlwind storm, similar concept, but this one requires a great amount of speed and force. The same motion of storm leg with my hands in a circular fashion, creating what I believe is to be something similar to the whirlwind iron cutting fist martial arts. But this one doesn't hold a candle compared to the original. The only plus whirlwind storm has over water flow is that it doesn't hurt my arms after each use. I attribute it to the fact my body is already used to storm leg training in all of my appendages. I breathe out watching the hulking guy who casted a shadow over me, fall down, eyes rolled back, mouth agape. His torso, carved down by my technique. Man, that was so tiring. You didn't let me even speak, you big meanie, I say, trying to maintain the cheerful persona after going through an emotional and tiring battle exchange. I put my hand in front of his mouth, checking if he's still breathing, and I sigh in relief after I confirm he's alive. I try to give another snarky comment, but is drowned by the sounds of people cheering for me and cameras flashing. That's weird. This is the first time I've seen someone with a black tongue, I think, watching the Hulk knock off, rather large tongue hanging out from his mouth. I hear small steps approaching me from behind. I think I recognize the smell. I look behind me and grimace. Oh, not this guy again. A/N, I'm starting the author notes around 900 words in, because I'm struggling to get the chapter done. Changing perspectives and adding new characters to the story is such a drag I had to stop myself several times. This chapter was meant to be posted 2 weeks ago, lol, it's done now. So glad. Normally I wouldn't introduce new characters to a FIC, and if I did, I would have skipped these types of scenes altogether, but I wanted to show a more human side of Gur as a character, and I felt the introduction of a few OC would benefit the pace of the story, creating mundane scenarios and slice of life. So far, we have seen him grow little by little as a person during the early chapters, but his actions are still too vague and he needs to learn a few lessons along the way. Create short and long-term goals. Such are the problems of the youth who suffer from lack of education. Anyway, sorry for the rant. By the way, the next 2 or 3 chapters, we'll be starting the first proper arc of this FIC. Which is going to be the instant villain arc from the spin-off manga of MHA, Vigilantes. I hope you can enjoy it. We will spend a lot of time developing characters, meeting new faces and creating events that will change the future. One last thing. What did you guys think of Dabi's cameo? And, who do you think it's going to be the person behind Gur in the next chapter? And no, it's not Aizawa. Issue number 6, Black Tongue's PT1. Dressed in one of his most stylish gears, Tsunagu Hakamata, aka Best Jeanist, arrives on the scene. His agency received the call of a rampant villain with a metal-type quirk close to the premises, and after leaving his sidekicks to take care of the place, he managed to find his way to the location given in the report. He hums as he watches from the sidelines what appears to be the end of a confrontation. Smiley the Vigilante taking down the villain by himself. Smiley's arms are trembling, he mused, observing every detail of the scene. No casualties so far as his eyes can see, just property damage. It seems like our roles were reversed this time, Mr. Smiley, he thinks, approaching the Vigilante, reminiscing of their first encounter. It was another day on the job. A call of emergency. No heroes available. A bad matchup for him. A liquid-type quirk, making any of his attempts on restraining the villain almost impossible. Until he arrived at the scene, found the weak point of the quirk, and in a quick coordinated attack they managed to capture the villain, in a crystal jar. They exchanged names and that was it. He was gone before he could say anything else. Along with his wallet. Must have dropped it during the confrontation. He saw the reports of the smiling Vigilante. A history of brutal encounters that became more controlled and less violent as the time went on. So far the only active hero that keeps updating on his actions and whereabouts seems to be Eraserhead. Some from personal encounters and the others from what he could find on the internet. From what they gathered, Smiley is a popular hero with teens and kids, even if his mask makes him look unsettling, especially at night. His videos of rescues and villain capturing reach up to 40k views each on an average day. His most viewed video being the rescue of twins from a burning building. 249k views. There are even fan pages dedicated to follow and register his exploits. The more I learn of this Smiley guy, the less sense he makes. Eraserhead words still linger in Best Jeanist mind. Super strength, super speed, keen senses, I swear the guy can hear me as soon as I get close. During a meeting between heroes and the police, they had to discuss the increment in villain activity in their respective territories. As the discussion kept going, they noticed a pattern. Nobody said anything about him until it was time for Eraserhead's report. But it seemed that almost everyone on the table had heard of him at one point, and a few had personally met him in some form. Himself included. That's not all. From the early reports it appears that his quirk gave him the ability to hop or jump in the air, increasing his speed in the process. But his recent report contradicts that first assumption. What's more, my quirk erasure doesn't even work on him. A mutation quirk. Or at least that's the less chilling theory of why Eraserhead couldn't erase Smiley's quirk. I have yet to disprove this theory, but there's a possibility of Smiley having more than one quirk. I've seen it only once in my life. The other theory I had at the beginning was already disproven, but at my first encounter, I thought Smiley was quirkless. That statement won a few laughs from his colleagues. But Tsunago could see Eraserhead's expression and he didn't look amused at all. It was an expression of pure frustration. It felt like he didn't really discard the possibility of a quirkless person able to do what a hero can, and in some cases, better than them. Once he's a few steps away from the Vigilante, Janus notices Smiley freeze up, then turns his gaze towards him. Ah, the Janus guy. The name is best Janus. And don't you forget it, Mr. Smiley, he replied, opening his right hand and closing it in an overly dramatic motion to point directly at him with his index finger. He gestured with his left hand and the fibers of his sleeve moved as he willed them to restrain the downed villain. Once again I'm humbled by your acts of heroism, the hero who smiles, Smiley. Hat. I would have appreciated the help a little earlier, Janus, sir. But heroes are known to always arrive at the nick of time, aren't they? Indeed, the hero responded. Moving his right hand elegantly, he started to stroke his hair without taking his eyes off of him. I wish there was a way to repay your continuous support. I admire your tenacity. Smiley started to rub his neck in embarrassment. Aw shucks. Maybe we can eat ramen, I know a good PLA. But, best Janus said, changing his pose and adopting a more refined one. Then, in a blink of an eye his right hand tenses and every fiber of Smiley's coat becomes a tangled mess, transforming the coat into a straitjacket, limiting the Vigilante's movements. I cannot ignore your misdeeds. Years of continuous vigilantism, repeated unauthorized use of quirk in public and brutal assaults against villains. The Vigilante falls down and groans in pain as his jacket transforms, constricting his sore muscles and reducing his coverage. Haha. Not one of my finest moments I'll admit, he said from the ground, slowly standing upright. Best Janus took note of Smiley's smaller form now that his coat decreased in size, no longer hiding his features. Developed muscles all over his body, dressed in black, short limbs. Tsunago's eyes narrowed after roaming his entire frame. If he wasn't so wary of Smiley's abilities, he could have mistaken the Vigilante for a child. Can we talk this through over a cup of coffee? I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Smiley. It brings me great shame to be the hero to bring you in. Even after all the help you provided me and my colleagues on countless occasions. But, that's the burden we, pro-heroes, must endure. The hero replied, striking another dramatic pose. Murmurs begin to creep through the silence. Cell phones in the air recording what would be the last public appearance of the smiling Vigilante. That's a shame, he said, standing on his 2 feet, still shaking from the aftermath of his fight. I really thought we could have been friends. By then. Haha. Smiley laughed, his form vanishing in a flash. Eyes widening, best Janus tilts his stare upwards just in time to see the laughing Vigilante jumping away in the air even with a great part of his extremities held tight by the fibers of his own coat. Before the hero can give chase, the groans of the now very awake captured villain stops him in his tracks. He can't in good conscience leave the wrongdoer behind, not with all the civilians around. There's also the issue of someone needing to report the capture to the proper authorities. Clever. Very clever, Mr. Smiley. Stalling for the villain to regain consciousness and make your escape, knowing I, best Janus, wouldn't leave the premises until I was sure everyone was safe and sound, the stylish hero reflects, tightening the restraints of the downed bronze villain. Striking another pose, best Janus sighs one step ahead of me again. This is my loss. Unknown to him, that was just a coincidence. He's really hurt this time. That's the hero's life for you. He's been doing this for a long time, isn't this enough? That's none of our business, we should be glad he's even alive. Who's going to cook for us now? Shut the fuck up, you idiot. This is awkward. I can hear everything they're saying. Don't move, Kid Salt said while cleaning my wounds with clear water and then covering them with clean bandages. The first aid kit I purchased at the beginning of the year doesn't feel like a waste now. I didn't know you were a doctor, old man. Should I start calling you Doc from now on? I ask him, trying to lighten the mood, but Salt remains silent and I feel the bandages of my left arm tightening. I wince trying to hold the pain in check. Moving the position of the ice pack Emiko gave me earlier to my left side, I let out a sigh I didn't know I was holding. That was really close. I should have distracted that Hulk knockoff instead of going for a frontal assault. If I knew Storm Leg or Whirlwind Storm were effective against his skin and kept my distance, I wouldn't be in this mess. It was only a matter of time before a hero arrived on the scene, but I panicked and my body acted on its own, again. There was also a small part of my brain that really wanted to test my strength against solid metal. My fists are able to crack and destroy solid rocks now, so I felt confident in my capabilities to advance to the next stage. A hard look at the knuckles of my left hand made me realize something. I have a long way to go. My wife was a nurse, she taught me a few things while we were married, he finally responded. I couldn't see his expression, but this is the first time I hear a voice so serious coming from Salt's mouth. I wish I had met her, to thank her, I tell him, a small smile on my face. Memories of my mom play in my head, clouding my vision. Gosh, I miss her so much. Next time I will keep my mouth shut. You can, she works in Narahata's hospital, he says back, making me let out a long and tired sigh. Of course she's alive. Can't even feel sad for the guy without getting mad, I think, already wanting this to be over with. I breathe in and out in long and controlled intervals as I feel the last of my wounds tightly wrapped under bandages. I don't know if breathing in this world has any healing properties like in other anime, but I know proper breathing helps with the blood flow and relaxes my muscles, something that helps me whenever I go through the motion of paper arts or water flow. And to be completely honest, I need all the help available if I want to go back to the streets soon. Talking about anime, would eating a large amount of good food help me recover faster? Almost every anime protagonist I know of would get their energy back after stuffing their bellies full with their favorite meals. Now I really want to try that. What are you going to do now, brat? You aren't really considering going out like that again, right? Don't think so, I said, looking at what's left of my supersuit. Letting out the air of my lungs, I begin the process again. The suit got tears all over and my coat got wasted by that jean guy. I don't really have a replacement right now. I wasn't talking about your pajamas, he tiredly sighs, sitting in one of the stools we found in the trash after we fixed it and gave it a coat of paint. You need to take it easy, brat. People need you in the streets, but so do we. You just want someone to cook dinner, you old fart, I pointed out, getting a few chuckles from our small audience. GHK. Kids these days don't have any respect for their elders. I swear to God. There he goes again. No wonder his wife kicked him out. Hey Goor. Just tell me what to do and I'll cook for us. You can't even hold a knife, I'll do it. So noisy. I'm going to regret staying here to recover, aren't I? I can't believe it actually worked. While in bed for a few days in the shelter, I dabbled on methods to speed up the recovery process. The breathing techniques I developed don't really help me unless I only concentrate on healing, but even then I'm not exactly sure if it's the breathing doing the heavy lifting or the incomplete life return technique just responding to my signals of get better, now. It wasn't until I was getting restless and tired of eating imiko and cream soup sludge that I decided to go out and have an all-you-can-eat buffet to see if my food recovery theory would work. It even took some time to convince everyone that I can go there by myself. And what do you know? It did work. Well, sorta. While it didn't completely heal my still bruised knuckles, my leg feels much better before eating and so does both of my arms. I don't want to jinx myself, but I feel I can go back to training in no time. Something I never actually stopped, but it was only on improving the breathing exercises and using life return, trying to control the speed of growth of my fingernails. Not much progress has been made in my eyes though. Would the effects work again if I eat the same amounts of food tomorrow? I'm not sure, but I'm going to try again either way. I let out a content sigh as I exited a market store with a sign of open 24/7 while holding the groceries in paper bags. I didn't put the idea of recovering by eating to the test until today. At the time I found it pretty ridiculous, especially after eating homemade soup sludge day and night by those girls. The thought of regaining your strength and improving your health almost instantly by eating feels like a joke. Well, it doesn't really matter now. The time I spent in bed left everyone yearning for my food, even the old fart himself, which is why after putting my anime food theory to the test, I decided to take a quick detour from home and stock up on groceries so I can cook for everyone again. Fried rice would do nicely, I mutter, giving one last look at the paper bags in my hands. The streets are pretty barren considering it isn't past 10. Just a few people walking by. HNRG, shit, I hear a person mutter, walking in the opposite direction as me, trying to hug the wall while holding a bottle of wine in his right hand. Unkempt pale blonde hair, plain and dirty clothes, massive vertical scar across his face, looks recently healed too. I feel great. And no. I'm feeling terrible. A strange man that keeps muttering to himself in the middle of the street, while holding a wine bottle, would have been terrible news for my old and sheltered self. Thing is, I'm not that person anymore. Hey man, are you feeling okay? I ask, carefully approaching him. One of the first things this world had taught me in the early days of my awakening is to never approach anyone unless I know what their quirk does, always remain on a safe distance. That's how I remained alive for so long. But that never stopped me from helping people before. The man drops his bottle, spilling the wine on the floor. He curses and tries to pick the bottle up but gives up after it falls again. Yes. And no. Ack. Shut up. He responds, raising both of his hands to his head, holding it tightly. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. Is he talking to someone else? Are you asking me to shut up? Ack. And no, no. Do you need something to eat? Bread? Maybe a water bottle? NNG. I'm splitting up. He said, hiding his face behind his hands now. I need to, cover myself up. I don't really know what the hell is going on, but he wants to cover himself up, is that it, right? I think, taking off one of the double paper bags holding my groceries. Unsure, I offer the bag to him. Here, does this help? He takes the paper bag from my hands and rapidly puts it on. And like a switch getting flipped, his personality did a complete 180-degree. Yes. Thank you, man. Not like I needed help or anything, idiot. He immediately said, crossing his arms forming a cross, then one of his fists formed into a thumbs up. Glad to hear. Are you feeling better now? Need anything else? I have never seen someone recover from alcohol-induced delusions so fast. Not that I've seen that many cases to begin with. Something to eat maybe. The man under the paper bag strikes a thinking pose for a few seconds, then shrugs and lets out a sigh. I'm fine. I haven't eaten in days. I let out a sigh as well. I guess he's still under the influence. Better take him in before he tries to do something to endanger himself or the people from the streets. Follow me. I know a good place where they serve the best ramen I've ever eaten. You like ramen, right? I said to him with a small smile, slowly moving in the direction towards the general direction of the stand. Somehow the paper bag man follows me even though he shouldn't be able to see with the bag obscuring his view. Love it. No. Hate it. He loudly proclaims, giving me a thumbs up, then a thumbs down. It's like talking to Daisuke and Emiko at the same time, I think, guiding my companion to my favorite food stand. It's not like he's in a hurry or anything. I hope he feels better after eating. I have enough headaches with those two. I don't think I could bear with another one. By the way, I'm twice, but my friends call me Jin. He says, pointing at his bagged face and walking perfectly with his face covered, making me question if all of this is even real. For all I know, I'm still in my bed after eating soup sludge. Not like you're my friend or anything, idiot. And now people are looking at us. I sigh again. Once in our stools, I breathe in and out, keeping myself calm. The poor dude ain't that bad, he just needs a friend. We ate together, sharing a few anecdotes here and there, cracking jokes and just overall having a good time, well, as good as one can get while hanging out with someone with multiple personality disorder. I remember hearing about it in high school and a few TV shows. Most of them are violent cases, murders, or overall crazy people. I guess those misconceptions rubbed a little on me going by my previous reaction, but as we kept talking and sharing with each other, those previous concerns and views started to disappear. So, you've been living alone all this time? Don't you have friends or family? I asked, concerned. It's been an hour since our first meeting in the streets. A stack of bowls and empty glasses littering the counter. My initial goal of feeding him and leaving him at the hands of his caretaker are long forgotten. PSHH, I have lots of friends. Not true, I'm all alone. After that statement his demeanor shifts and becomes completely silent for a few minutes. Until he awkwardly clears his throat and begins to speak again, a lot quiet this time. It's been just me for a while. I have no relatives, or friends. Just me, and even then. He fell silent after that. I don't even know how to respond to that. I'm the last person to offer any advice to someone who feels alone in the world. I've been alone for as long as I remember. No. Wait. I was alone. But I'm not anymore. Even if we don't get along, we help each other like families do. Right? God, I hope I don't make a fool of myself. I just need to channel the anime protagonist's friendship speech energy. I began trying to figure out what I should say next. It's so weird speaking with someone when I can't even see them face to face, but at the same time it calms my nerves, letting the words flow from my mouth. We're never truly alone in this world. The world or society might have given us a bad hand and put hardships in front of us, but I feel there's so many good things to live for. To fight for, even though I'm smiling through my little speech, it doesn't really feel like the smile of a happy person. I believe one day, you'll meet people that will truly care and enjoy your company. And I hope I'm there to cheer for you. Hey. My vision is a little misty. Somehow, it felt like that speech wasn't entirely aimed at Jin. I cleaned my eyes with a napkin from the counter and I let out a sigh. Well, I hope it worked. Shifting my glance to the paper bag man, I'm surprised to see two wet spots where his eyes should be. Are you crying? Shut up. I am not crying, stupid. Gah, he responds between sobs. I didn't really think it would work, and so fast too. I'm used to people challenging my ideas and arguments back home. They barely heard what I had to say and moved on to the next topic. It feels so weird to be heard. Suppressing a yawn, I tiredly sigh and offer a small smile to my companion. Hey Chui no. Jin. Since you told me you're in search of a place to crash on, why don't you hang with us for a while? I offered him. It wasn't part of my original plan but I changed my mind. The guy is pretty cool, besides, he isn't Salt's level of annoying. He'll fit right in. At least until you can land on your feet. What do you say? Gah. I sniff. I'd love to. Like hell I would do that, you be bastard. He said, hiding his covered face behind his hands. That's a yes. I think. Keep the change, old man. Sorry for the trouble. I say, paying for both of our meals. Taking all of my groceries from the ground, I begin the trek back home, Jin following me in tow. Follow me, it's not that far ahead, I tell him, still wondering how he can walk normally with a bag on his head. Don't worry, you'll fit right in. I didn't know it yet. But that meeting changed my life, for the better or worse. Another one, I mutter to myself, looking at the black tongue of a downed rampaging quirk user. This time it's a smaller version of American version of Godzilla. I thought it was going to be a challenge when I saw him, but ended up pretty quickly, going down after a few hits in the snout. Ever since that encounter against the hulking bronze man, I've been frequently running into people going on a rampage. The funny thing is that they all share similarities that are really hard to ignore. Black tongue, aggressiveness, lack of common sense and a faint smell. I don't even know how, but almost every single quirk users with black tongues had a peculiar smell that I can't quite put my finger on. At times like these, it makes me wish I had my old phone with me so I could take pictures of the crime scenes, if I can even call them that. That way I could have something to show if I encounter any pro-hero, like Eraserhead. In normal circumstances I wouldn't work with the police or pro-heroes for that matter, considering their insistence in capturing me for illegal activity, whatever that means. But recently it has come to my attention another important detail. I'm still unsure if they're related, but people from low-income areas have been disappearing as well. The fact that it's happening in my territory pisses me off. Taking out some rope from my suit's pocket, I tie the Godzilla guy to a pole close by. I hop back and wave at the curious pedestrians, then I jump and take off to the skies. While jumping through the air I reminisce of my first encounter with the black-tongued guy and the many events following that encounter. Such as meeting Jin, inviting him to our shelter after learning of his housing situation, the expansion towards another warehouse after a lead brought me to a drug dealership, and a deal with one of our residents about building working bathrooms and showers after an hour of complaining about Salt's smell. Looking down at the newly crafted suit through the holes of my mask I smile. Memories of the deal flooding my mind. I can mend your suit, but you gotta make working bathrooms in this dump in return, got it? How do you plan to do that? You only have a few needles and thread. Don't underestimate my abilities, boyo. I used to work in clothing design before you were even born. Now make yourself useful and build us something to clean ourselves. I'm tired of smelling like shit. Thinking nothing would come up from it, I decided to put up effort and do it anyway. A private space so our people can keep themselves healthy and clean was too good of an idea to pass up. With the combined efforts of Jin, Salt, Khan, and me, we managed to have one ready in less than 2 months, but only on a smaller scale considering the space we had to work with. And a deal was a deal. At first, I thought Ena was going to tell me to buy a new coat and that was that, taking in consideration she only complains and goes back and forth with Salt on small issues, but true to her words she sat upright from her bed in the corner of the warehouse and began to work. Living in a world filled with people with overly specific superpowers, to this day it still makes me feel like a fish out of water whenever I see a new quirk. I still remember looking astonished as Ena, the old woman, transformed a leftover metal sheet we had lying around from the construction of the food stand, into fabric. Her quirk resembles the power from the legend of King Midas, a king who could transform everything he touched into gold. The difference here is that everything the old woman touches transforms into fabric, keeping some of the properties. While working in my new suit she told me brief stories about her time in the field. In her youth she worked in a company designing clothes for people with unique quirks and then later on costumes for heroes, but then her work became obsolete with the automation by big corporations. She lost her job and once she scraped all her funds to pay for her expensive lifestyle she ended up in the streets after selling her house to pay the bills. Even in the anime world you can't escape debt, hey? While she took my measurements I noticed I finally hit a growth spurt, something I've been waiting for. I was getting tired of Salt calling me shrimp, not that it makes much of a difference considering I'm still smaller than any of the adults in the camp, meaning I must be a teenager, so that puts my age to 13, closing into 14. I won't lie. I'm missing my old costume. It felt classy yet dangerous. But at the end of the day it was impractical. My old suit was crafted by things I borrowed from stores or the trash. I'm surprised it lasted for so long. Black and white. That's my new motif. A classy formal suit consisting of a half black and half white jacket, a long-sleeved black turtleneck shirt, dress pants with the same colors, black conductor gloves and mismatched white and black shoes. All of them, made from metal sheets. The design reminds me of a chessboard. Ena insisted on the look, it reminded her of the trends of her golden days, so I didn't say anything further on the subject. Bzzh. Quickly picking up a walkie-talkie we bought for emergencies, I bring it to my ear. KSHH. Con here. A werewolf guy is causing trouble in the Saitama shopping district, should we engage or? Is that the boss? Hi boss. Oh yeah, over. What are they doing there? Did Con convince Jin to accompany him on a patrol? I'm all, asking myself. How did they cover so much ground so quickly? Con and the kids are still learning the basics of self-defense, they ain't ready for patrols. Negative. You and Cream just started training a month ago. Besides you don't have a costume, I reply, changing directions in the air and rushing towards them, hoping they didn't bring the kids with them. I'm going to be there in a minute. Twice if you could use your quirk I'd really appreciate it, but you don't really have to. Make clones of the boss, got it? Make them yourself asshole. Twice, wait. KSHH. That didn't sound good at all. Panicking, my jumping became running as I sped through the air towards Saitama before those two could put themselves in danger. Again. Whoa, so cool, a red-haired teen said, watching the video feed from her phone. The video showed the known yellow-masked vigilante teaming up with a newcomer vigilante of grey hair and mustache dressed in fancy clothes, both jumping in the air helping people evacuate in the middle of a disaster. His new suit looks so dashing too. Once the video was over the girl clicked another, this time of a girl of plus size with glasses, purple hair, dressed in white and black and sporting a yellow face mask with a smile design similar to the masked vigilante. She paid close attention to the girl sharing her theories of the smiling vigilante's quirk. After noticing the video was from 3 months ago when she scrolled down, she decided to move to a different one, ignoring the amateurish music video of a young girl of pink hair with 4K views in the recommended videos. She clicked on a video with the title of Smiley's Quirk Revealed, the illustration of the vigilante in the thumbnail catching her attention instead of the content. Manami Aba smiled as she kept watching clips or theory videos of the charismatic vigilante, while walking aimlessly through the streets after classes, not really caring if she missed the exit to the next station. At the beginning she didn't hold any interest in the smiling hero. To her, he was one hero in a dozen among others, all doing the same thing. That was until a few of her classmates were watching one of the vigilante's videos in the middle of lunch break. Smiley the vigilante, escaping completely unharmed from one of the top 10 heroes. Just like that, a spark of interest rose within her. Who was he? Why was he running away? Was he really a hero? How did he do it? That interest led her into a rabbit hole of video searching after school, using her free time to satiate her hunger for knowledge. It started with a simple video of who he was, then his most viewed video online, then his rescues, then his fights, then his escapes, then his interactions with the people in the streets, then theories about him, fan clubs, speed paints, animatics. Her favorite video is of the hero helping an old lady cross the street while holding her bags, both disappearing after crossing another street while chatting animatedly. In 2 weeks she managed to gather a lot of information about her new hyperfixation, still growing to this day. Smiley, young adult. Age between 18 and 22 No license or affiliation with the pros. Been a hero for 6 years with no signs of stopping. Takes almost every situation with humor and puts the lives of the people before his own. Likes to grab tokens from villains. Quirk? Not sure. There's theories online, but nobody seems to agree on it. Some say it's a combination of more than 2 quirks, others say it's a really powerful one, but they never completely explain the full set of abilities Smiley has at his disposal. He's so different. Not only appears during the day, but also at night and sometimes in the morning, and he's been spotted in multiple cities too. It almost feels like the only thing he does is fight crime and save lives 24/7. A few negative videos she stumbled upon brung up the argument of creating impossible expectations pro-heroes could never meet. Sighing, she stops the theory video. They're basically the same theories she saw in the Smiley thread in the Heroes of Today forum the other day. Closing the video she updates her feed, hoping for one of her subscriptions to upload new content. Oh, someone is doing a live stream. Her smile drops as soon as she enters the stream. A shaky video feed of a giant villain walking close by the apartment of the person recording while the chat is going crazy in the background, comments practically screaming at people to get off certain streets and asking questions at such fast pace that she can barely keep track of them. Thump. The recorder stops shaking and the feed shows a hand opening a window and recording the giant man walking away. Thump. Her breath hitches when she recognizes the street the giant villain is walking on. She takes off her earphones and notices people running away while screaming in panic. Slowly, Manami directs her eyes to a large shadow eclipsing the sun. Thump crash. Grow ah. An ear-shattering scream jolts her and other pedestrians. The sound is so strong it breaks all the windows in close proximity. The giant keeps pushing forward until his body smashes against a building stopping his path. Run for your lives. Mommy. Somebody call for a hero. She stood there frozen like a deer caught by the headlights. Her body shook in fear as the building in front of her began to crumble against the weight of the villain. Slowly, she took a step back, then another and another, until she started to jog and then running away with the rest of the people. But as she kept on running, the lack of exercise by skipping PE at school and her petite form played against her as she watched people run past her, leaving her behind. Even so, she kept on running, even if her legs were burning by exertion, not daring to look back. Tears formed in the corner of her eyes as the people began to disappear from her field vision. I don't want to die, she thought, running away as fast as her legs could take her, gasping for air, lungs burning. A small piece of debris hit her back, abruptly stopping her momentum and throwing her at the floor. She cried in pain once she hit the floor. Struggling, she tried to get up but pain flooded her senses making her flinch and drop back down. More tears fell from her eyes as her body spasmed at her attempts to get up and run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. She desperately thinks, slowly moving her body but her movements stop as a massive shadow is cast over her entire body. She whimpered pathetically, fresh tears falling from her cheeks. Lips quivering. Frozen in complete fear. Please. Somebody. She cried. Face red, snot slowly dripping from her nose. Anybody. Someone help me please. I don't want to die. Thump. She silently cried as the sounds of the giant kept coming closer and closer. She shivered in fear as more tears kept falling. She was going to die. Thump. Memories of her life flashed through her eyes. A life filled with regrets and disappointments. No friends, no love interests, no goals, no motivation. Even her hyperfixations were another thing keeping her away from contemplating suicide. Thump. She didn't want to die. But was there even a reason for her to keep on living? She gritted her teeth, eyes closed shut. I didn't even say 2 words to her and sent me a love letter, she's been following me around like a creep, she wrote out dozens of pages of that crap. That's so scary. It sounds like a stalker. Thump. No, 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 no. She thought, trying not to scream in frustration as she kept crying. I don't want that to be the last thing I remember. Crash. It happened in less than a second. A strong arm scooped her from the ground and she was positioned in a princess carry. Wind blowing against her face, scrunched in pain as it flared once again by the position she was in, but to a lesser extent than when she was still on the ground. I heard you, a soft voice said. Making her slowly open her eyes to see the smiling face of a teen with silver hair with yellow but intense eyes, scars adorning his face. Don't worry, I'm right here. Are you feeling okay? He gently asked, buildings blurring by. New tears began to form in the corner of her eyes. She hiccuped, shaking in his arms. Her left moved on its own and held on to his hoodie like her life depended on it. Oh. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you faster. Can you walk? She barely registered what he said at the beginning but she understood the last question and nodded while hiding her face in his soft chest. That's a relief. I'll take you close to the next station. I gotta go back and check if I missed anyone. Please don't leave me behind. It's what she wanted to say, but words wouldn't leave her mouth as she bawled her eyes out on his chest. Once they moved a few blocks away from the giant villain, her savior gently placed her on her 2 feet, she wobbled a little still feeling discomfort from where she was hit. He dropped down until they were face to face and fished out a roll of toilet paper and gave it to her with a warm smile. Here, you need this more than me. Standing straight he gave a look behind his back before he returned his gaze towards her. After cleaning her face with the toilet paper and giving the rest to her savior she finally took note of his appearance. Dressed in cheap grey and black clothes. Grey hoodie, black harem pants and dirty-looking white sneakers. Please take care of yourself. Go straight home, okay? She didn't say anything, still looking at his face, trying to sear the image of the person who saved her in her mind. Without saying another word he waved at her and zip away making her jump in surprise. She managed to catch a glimpse of a grey form hiding in an alleyway a block away. Her legs began to move in the same direction without even noticing. Then determination flooded her as her jog became a sprint, hoping to at least show gratitude to her savior. Wait. Wait. I forgot to say, thanks. She said, finally arriving at the alleyway, just to see a yellow, black, and white blur move upwards. She quickly directed her eyes upwards to see a person floating in the sky. Mismatched black and white clothes and yellow mask where his face should be. Her mouth went slack. Wah! He was here. He was. She dumbly stared at the masked vigilante before he disappeared from sight in an explosion of sound. She gaped. She saw me, I thought while running in the air, gaining speed as I kept increasing the amount of kicks every second, muscles straining to keep up with my movements. A rookie mistake, but I don't think anyone would believe Smiley is a homeless teenager, so that means I'm safe. Buildings blurred below me while approaching the giant quirk user. One look at his face tells me everything I need to know. Another black tongue. Over here you big dummy. I scream, zooming towards the giant's exposed right side, hardening my entire body. My lungs are filled with air as I focus all of my strength in my hardened fists. Razor, double iron smash. In any situation I would keep my mouth shut and never disclose any of my techniques out loud. I found it idiotic and very embarrassing, especially because I kept naming them in my head. But I would later learn that I live in a world in which screaming your attacks do make them stronger, somehow. I was so distraught when I learned that tidbit during one of my training sessions. How the fuck does that even work? I remember screaming at the top of my lungs after noticing it while comparing the strength of iron smash against a rocky surface. To this day I still have questions regarding how it works. If it was a quirk-related thing I don't think I would be able to use the power of shouting my techniques to make them stronger. Unless I have a secret quirk, which I don't believe I have. The most compelling theory is that it's based on willpower, something equally stupid. But at the end of the day that's all I have. Crack. I hum as I hear the cracking sound of one of the quirk user's ribs. My vision filled with pale flesh, muscle, and a few droplets of blood. In a quick movement, I bounce back and use moonwalk to change directions and get away from a giant hand trying to swat me like a bug. My arms are trembling with pain, but to a lesser extent compared to my fight against the Bronze Hulk. Much later down the line, I learned that bronze has similar properties to iron, so during one of my morning jogs I managed to borrow a few steel beams from a construction site with the intention of training my strength. Haven't got much luck in destroying them with my bare fists, though. But as the pain in my fists began to fade, I can finally see the fruits of my labor taking effect. A smile spread through my lips, almost resembling the one from my mask. My body accelerated again, moving upwards to gain altitude. Then I kicked the air in rapid succession with both legs towards the Titan. I breathe in, filling my lungs with air as my vision blurs. Spinning while rapidly descending, I use Storm Leg, creating spirals of cutting force against the skin of the giant man. Storm Leg, Blue Moon. Air blades in the form of a saw blade cut the skin and muscle of the massive figure, drawing an enraged scream. My intention isn't really to kill the quirk user. I'm just going to keep chipping away his health until it falls unconscious. My eyes shift to the incoming fist of the giant approaching in my direction. Jumping in the air once, the massive fist misses my body completely, and once my feet land on his hand I begin to rapidly use shave towards his face, filling my lungs with air one more time as I approach it. Somehow I feel nostalgic as I use the quirk user's momentum to guide my body to his face. Iron Body, Water Cannon. Hardening my entire body, I kick the Titan's face using the same principle of water flow on a greater scale by taking advantage of the momentum of the giant against him. The head of my opponent shoots away from my blow, spit and blood flying from his mouth, but as he redirects his unfocused eyes in my direction I now know it didn't do the trick. Thinking of another technique to use next, I blink surprised when the giant starts to shrink in the middle of the air. Meaning his quirk was erased, meaning he's here, I mutter, shooting forward and catch the normal-sized man that almost destroys the city before he hits the ground. My nose twitches, already catching the familiar odor of coffee, cheap food, and dirty clothes. Once grounded, I gently place the man with the gigantification quirk on the asphalt and look up just in time for Eraserhead to land a few feet away from me, looking directly at both of us. Hat. I guess the usual rope won't do for this fella. Mind taking care of him until the proper authorities arrive? I ask, tilting my head to the side just in time for a metal grey scarf to pass me by, but I catch it while still in the air nonetheless. I sigh, admiring the tired features of Eraserhead. He looks like he hasn't slept in days. You know that won't work on me. Are you stalling for reinforcements? Haha. He remains silent for a few seconds, not daring to move a muscle while looking at both of us, then he retreats his scarf as soon as I let it go. He chose to wrap the quirk user on it but still kept an eye in my unmoving form. You're still here, he observed, puzzled. I am. You often leave the premises as soon as a pro appears, doesn't matter who. What changed? Am I that predictable? I ask, actually surprised. I mean, I did exchange blows to test my speed and strength with heroes a few times. Fourkind and Death Arms came to mind, their names still fresh in my mind after making Salt read me the hero guide I bought a month ago to familiarize with the people I'm dealing with on a daily basis. That's something, right? His lack of response only aggravates me. Well, whatever. In any other situation I wouldn't engage or cooperate with any of you guys. You guys suck and your dumb system barely helps people at the bottom, I said, thinking of a few of the conversations I had with Salt and ENA on heroism, both of them having a lot to say about it. Such as the use of resources and who benefits from them. But I'm not here to give you a lecture. He looks annoyed but doesn't say anything. I don't think you've noticed it before, but almost every quirk-related rampage in this sector had something in common. Unless you already know this and I'm wasting my time, I say, hearing the faint sound of sirens approaching in the distance. I give a quick look at my surroundings but I don't see anyone, making me believe someone might approach me from behind. Go on, he looks mildly interested while deactivating and activating his quirk after a few seconds. Every single rampaging quirk user in this sector in the last couple of months had similar patterns. Such as bad temper, lack of common sense and a faint smell, I inform, pointing at my nose to drive up my point, but the black-haired hero doesn't look amused at all. Sighing, I continued, normally I wouldn't think too much about it, but after noticing the same patterns after the fourth guy, I could only see the similarities. So, what? You're telling me a family of villains is causing all of these attacks? Not logical, he responds, making me seethe with rage. No, you fuck ha. I stop myself before I can lash out, the smug smile in his face is pissing me off even more. Breathing in, I count to 30 before I breathe out. I can hear the police securing the perimeter around us, not much time to inform Aizawa of my findings, another hero might be nearby but I can't smell him. I tense all my muscles just in case of a surprise attack from behind, let me finish. More than 17 cases, all of them have the same pattern. Pretty big for a family, don't you think? But there's more. I'm going to approach this guy, tell whoever is listening to this conversation to stay down. I tell him with all the seriousness I could muster. As serious as someone with a smile mask can be. I wait for what feels like a minute, both of us unmoving. Until Eraserhead puts a hand to his ear and speaks. Stand back. Keep talking. Called it. Probably a snipper, I think, slowly approaching the downsized giant and crouching next to his face. Slowly I move his head upwards and open his mouth, a black tongue drops out. Every single encounter against rampaging quirk users I had in this city had black tongues. There's been a few cases in other cities as well, but not as frequent. Which makes me believe there's something bigger going on. I have a few theories but nothing concrete right now. The tired hero looks more serious now, even inspecting the features of the man I'm holding. When did these encounters begin? Can't say for sure. I only took notice of them 6 months ago. Could have been longer. Have you had any similar encounters as well? Negative. Is that everything you wanted to report to us? He asked. I noticed his muscles tensing and I heard faint clicks from a distance. I try to contain my anger as I stop crouching and stand up to my full height. These people are not even subtle. But I made a promise to Saul to inform someone if the encounters became too frequent to ignore. Which brings me to the other issue that made me push me into bringing it up to someone from the legal side. At first I thought it was just a coincidence, but it became so frequent that I'm beginning to think it's related and I should bring it up just in case, I say, preparing to run away as soon as I finish my piece. People from low-income areas with or without home have gone missing. I say, trying to look distracted by a butterfly flying by. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but maybe it isn't. Once done talking I move forward by kicking the ground 30 times in a row in less than a second, cracking the asphalt and creating a small explosion of air, impulsing me away. 2 holes appear where I previously was standing. As I keep jumping away I try to maintain a cool demeanor, but that meeting just left a sour taste in my mouth. One of my usual patrons has gone missing. How long until one of my family disappears as well? Can't let that happen. I won't. And I need every help I can get. A/N, I really wanted to post this chapter a lot earlier, like early June, earlier. But there were a lot of things I didn't get right, or at least to the quality I wanted. Especially getting the personalities of Best Jeanist and Twice right. I struggled a lot trying to make them believable. At least to me, I hope I didn't butcher their personalities. I know a lot of people wanted for me to speed up the plot and get to the good stuff, but a lot of these small steps are necessary for the future timeline. A few of you noticed them already. Next chapter we're going to see an age that will stick for a while. What did you think of ENA? It's a small nod to my favorite character from The Incredibles, Edna Mode. This might be the last named OC in a while, this and the next few chapters will reveal why. Besides, I don't want to fill this FIC with OC when I could use characters from the anime/manga. And we finally revealed someone I wanted to integrate to the FIC since I started writing it. Manami Aba, aka La Brava. Her vigilante name might be completely different considering her change of interest thanks to the actions of Gur. On that note, I hope you guys catched the small cameo I planted of a certain individual during Manami's introduction. Any suggestion on her future vigilante name? Hope I can write another chapter before the month ends. I love writing, but it can be so hard sometimes. Issue number 7, Black Tongues, Part 2. He managed to get away again. To think he would notice the snipers from this distance. Aizawa observed, still puzzled by Smiley's words. Black Tongues. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. What's more, he mentioned other cities too, so that means the rumors of moving between cities were true after all. Eraserhead gaze dropped to the struggling villain, still trying to get free from its bindings. Unfocused eyes, lack of sense, black tongue. The erasing hero takes a few steps closer and lowers himself to the man on the floor. The only smell his nostrils receive are the polluted air of the streets. He mentioned a peculiar smell, but I'm not smelling anything. Does he have a strong sense of smell as well? Aizawa tried to hold back a grumble. Another power to be added to the file of the smiling vigilante. It doesn't help that every time he comes close to deciphering the illegal hero's quirk, he showcases a new ability contradicting his previous assessment. Not logical at all. Bringing a finger to his earpiece he spoke. You shot him. You told us to shoot his legs if he started to move. We weren't done talking either. Did you at least get all of that? Affirmative. Snipe is telling me about a report of a captured villain with black tongue in Saitama a few weeks ago. Was he involved? Smiley was seen confronting the villain, yes. He captured it and left as soon as the authorities arrived at the scene. The assailant was later freed after interrogation. After that, the line became completely silent, leaving Shota alone with his thoughts. It feels so weird to know so much but so little at the same time of the vigilante he's been trying to capture all these years. Once he thinks he knows what his quirk does, the illegal hero shows him a new piece of information that makes all his previous theories completely useless. The only theory that doesn't appear to be proven wrong was that Smiley had more than one quirk, a mutation type. But that leaves open a can of worms that even himself doesn't want to deal with. Air-based attacks and propulsion, super strength, super speed, shock absorption, iron-type hardening, water-based attacks, at least in name, and enhanced senses. Repeating their conversation in his mind, Eraser had attempted to come up with a reason for why Smiley stopped their conversation mid-sentence. He was distracted, or appeared to be. But Eraserhead didn't call the shot, not yet at least. His head tilted before he ran away. Was he really interested in the butterfly or did he try to look back? Police officers started to approach to apprehend the villain as Aizawa pondered on Smiley's escape. Was he able to listen to them from here? Or did he catch their voices from my earpiece? I'm starting to believe he was able to hear you both. From this distance? Are you sure? I believe he was able to hear you from my earpiece. It would match the file on his abilities, something related to the wind quirk theory. His file says many things. Do you think he could see the future? Like precognition? Don't think so. His early and recent behavior doesn't match the description of a precognitive ability. It could also be enhanced hearing. Aizawa blinks as the police officers take away the villain under quirk-canceling chains. With a tired sigh he puts finger on his intercom. We need to report to the authorities. Come down you two. Understood. Coming down. Vigilantes. In the early days they were the average Joe who decided to carry out justice by their own hands when quirks started to manifest. Normally the pros wouldn't act on vigilantism unless the police or the Hero Public Safety Commission had a say in the matter. But there's a difference here. Smiley isn't just your average troublemaker/vigilante. He's dragging the name of the pro-heroes through the mud. When he presented his early findings to his peers, they treated it like an issue beneath them. After all, what can a mere individual who takes care of the small fries on the streets do to them? Death Arms joked about giving Smiley a scolding if they ever meet. It wasn't until they encountered the vigilante themselves, had a look at his record of heroism and searched him up on social media that it dawned on them the implications of what his vigilantism is actually doing. He isn't just a nameless vigilante doing what he thought was right, but a popular and competent one. A person who is stirring the perception of heroes on people. Even the Hero Public Safety Commission can barely keep up with the constant upload of content on all platforms, they can't censor the content fast enough. At this point trying to take down videos or fan pages or forum threads would add more fuel to the fire Smiley's actions started. Does he even understand what he's doing? The damage his actions are causing? What a drag. I wish I could go for a smoke now. Heroes of Today Forum. Home Heroes Upcoming Heroes Smiley. Discussions. Brave Red 1, Original Poster. Smiley's identity revealed? Thread closed. Posted by Brave Red 1, yesterday at 20:20 p.m. While visiting one of the hotspots Smiley is regularly seen acting as a hero, a villain with a gigantification quirk attacked the premises. I was so scared. Degree and degree. Sources. Link. But that's not all. \degree v degree. Because I managed to get a glimpse at Smiley's identity when he saved me. He was so cute too. V. He's a teenager between 15 and 18 YRO, has white and cute messy hair. Strong yellow eyes and he's definitely covered in scars, so manly. Degree a degree asterisk. I don't have sources for this one but I'll try to bring you photos next time. Smiley fighting the villain. Link. Page 1 of 10 thread closed. Maleficent 30 user was banned for this post. Replied yesterday at 2024. What the hell is this crap? I came expecting pictures of Smiley but all I get is just things I already know and fanfiction shit. There's a board for fanfiction if you wanna write stupid shit. Kill yourself. Rashi the Great. Replied yesterday at 2028. I appreciate the links for the actual source but I can't believe the middle of your post. Are you sure you didn't misclick and post it on the wrong board? Abyss_Walker. Replied yesterday at 2031. Why was this posted on the discussion board? Kami Sorai. Replied yesterday at 2037. Not to be rude or anything but we already have a discussion thread about the events of this evening. You're welcome to join us. I haven't seen a few of those sources posted on the thread either, if you have more DM me. Official Lurker 69. Replied yesterday at 2043. This fanfic is crap, where's the loots it? LOL. Sonify user was banned for this post. Replied yesterday at 2046. Fuck you fuck you fuck you fuck you. God I am so fucking mad. I really thought I was going to see Smiley's face, what the fuck is this shit? Sweating dude. Replied yesterday at 2055. I would refrain from writing these types of posts on the discussion board. Thanks for the sources I guess. Thinkering 13. Replied yesterday at 2057. Sonify. Whoa dude calm down. Thanks for the sources OP but as mentioned earlier we already have a thread for the villain attack and a Smiley identity discussion. You're free to join us, as long as you keep the less realistic part for the fanfiction section. Here's the threads. Giant villain attack link. Smiley identity link. Lungio 2. Replied yesterday at 2102. Someone close this thread already. It sucks so bad. OP stop posting. All Might Fanboy 1. Replied yesterday at 2109. I haven't seen the last two sources of Smiley vs the villain of this evening. One of his attacks looks a lot like All Might's signature move California Smash. Less powerful though, and with both fists this time. This is completely different from the last time Smiley fought a villain with a giant quirk, he's growing stronger. OP might be onto something, maybe Smiley could be a teenager, surprised face, which brings up the question, if Smiley is a teen, could he grow to match All Might's strength? After all, going by my calculations Smiley could have been 10 or 12 years old when he debuted. That also brings up the question of Smiley's quirk. I thought it was a wind-related quirk, going by his propulsion and attacks, but in this and a few other fights he uses an iron type of hardening. Read more. Arc quirk. Replied yesterday at 2111. All Might Fanboy 1. Oh no, this guy again. Someone close the thread before All Might Fanboy 1 derails another thread about who would win a fight between All Might vs Smiley. Spoilers, All Might wins. End of page 1 of 4 thread closed. Sniffing, she silently reads the forum thread she excitedly made last night for the 10th time. It wasn't until she came back from the shower drying up her long red hair that she got a glimpse at the replies her post created, none of them positive. She ended up spending a great part of her night and morning reading every single reply, feeling worse as she kept reading her forum thread. She was too excited. The lack of positive relationships in her life and the yearning for recognition led her to do something she would later regret immensely. She knew Smiley's face and tried to unmask him to dozens of strangers. As soon as she saw his face, she had this urge, she had to tell someone, anybody. She didn't have any friends to talk to. She was lonely and yearned for positive feedback no matter how little. The worst part of her actions was that she didn't get any. Drying her tears with the back of her hand she closes the forum and goes to her video feedback. Maybe a cat video or two would take her mind off. They tried to shoot Smiley. Re-upload. Uploaded 1 minute ago. Wah. The video of Smiley the government don't want you to see re-upload. Uploaded 3 minutes ago. W watts. I captured Smiley's shooting while I was recording my bird feeder re-upload. Uploaded 5 minutes ago. What's happening? Rant, what's wrong with heroes? Re-upload. Uploaded 7 minutes ago. A chill ran down from her spine as she scrolled down through her feed. OMG. They actually tried to kill him re-upload. Uploaded 1 minute ago. This. Smiley escapes again re-upload. Uploaded 3 minutes ago. In defense of pro heroes. Uploaded 20 minutes ago. Giant villain stopped by pro heroes HBC news. Uploaded 24 minutes ago. Eyes widening she opens one of the re-uploaded videos just to meet face to face with this video is unavailable page. Panicking, she refreshes her feed just to find the most recent videos she saw at the beginning deleted. Going to the search bar her fingers move and enter the words Smiley and shooting. A few familiar thumbnails appear on the screen. Clicking on the most recent one, a man greets her with a rant about the actions of the pro heroes and how they tried to shoot Smiley the Vigilante. The man mentions that he cannot post the link because they keep flagging the videos down or outright deleting accounts that post them. Her breath hitches as the video keeps going. She listens attentively at the man's words of the events he managed to piece together the events of the shooting after watching the different videos posted on the platform. Stopping the rant midway, Manamai goes to the search bar and starts to type away with the intent of getting more information. As she consumes more videos of the shooting, her mind starts to wander to Smiley's yellow eyes looking at her with worry, concern, and tenderness. Nobody looked at her with those eyes before. Why did the heroes try to do something like that? Why did they shoot him? What would have happened if he didn't dodge on time? The video ends and the screen of her computer goes black for a moment, showing her own reflection staring back at her through her tired pink eyes. Closing the site, she lets out a tired sigh. The memory of Smiley holding her still fresh in her mind. She wanted to see him again. She wanted him to hold her again. Partially biting her thumb, she starts to walk around her room. Any other person would think they missed their chance on interacting or getting any information of the elusive Vigilante and give up. But not her. She spent a great amount of her time alone developing skills in case she needed to search for a job she could do from home: informatics, social media management and hacking. Hacking being one of the skills she's proficient at. There was an online article she read once, about a group of villains hacking the security cameras of a bank to learn the patterns of the guards and the perfect time for them to get in without interference. Her line of thought stops abruptly. The street Smiley saved her from. She knew that street. And that street had cameras. Her gaze falls onto the monitor in her desk. She was in that street specifically to catch a glimpse of Smiley, after all that's one of his usual spots for patrolling. Theoretically she could hack into the cameras of the city to figure out his civilian walking pattern. But that was just crazy talk. Smiley wouldn't use the same civilian clothes every day, right? Sitting down, she begins to tap away. No real goal in mind, not yet at least. After all, those are just possible scenarios. There's no way she can easily bypass the security of the street cameras and go unnoticed. There's no way she would identify Smiley through street cameras. Right? And if she did, what would she even say to him? So into her own thoughts, she completely forgot all about the forum thread. Block. Deflect. Evade. Block. Evade. Deflect. Counter. Block. Breathe in. Time moves at a slower pace as my hand deflects another swipe to my throat, and then I move my body to evade another projectile thrown by myself. It feels so weird to fight two perfect copies of me at the same time. Jumping in the air, my legs blur in motion, driving me backwards. Two more projectiles fly from my right as the copy in front of me imitates my movements to close in. Punching the rocks away, I let out a long breath as my clone and I keep flying through the air, maintaining the same speed. I wince slightly as my clone hard fist collides against my hardened forearm. Using the small window left for me, my knee flies towards the copy's face, but it's stopped by his own forearm. My leg hits the same spot 10 times in less than a second, creating enough force to hit away my clone, creating a gap between us. My head moves out of the way as another projectile flies from behind. Air fills my lungs once again. My vision sharpens, as does my stance. My clone uses razor around the clearing, incrementing its speed by each step he makes. When I first began implementing the breathing exercises to my way of fighting, I didn't notice any noticeable change. It felt like an unnecessary step I did that stopped me right in my tracks to regain my composure. I felt that the breathing techniques wouldn't work the same way as the 6 skills work. While the 6 skills can be reverse engineered by just doing them daily until they work, for the breathing techniques you need an experienced master to train you in how to properly breathe. But the exercises helped me as a way to relax and heal, so I kept doing them. It wasn't until one day, while doing the exercises with the intention of improving my lung capacity while training the speed of my throwing, that I felt something shift. Everything moved slightly slower. My vision was much sharper and I had a surge of energy in my body that I didn't have before. It was like experiencing an adrenaline rush. All these years of hard training the way I breathe finally gave fruit in the most unexpected ways. My hand flies forward and in one fluid motion, reminiscing of a wave, I deflect a kick directed at my face. My clone serves as a shield for 3 projectiles that were coming from behind. I jump away and direct my attention to both of my doppelgangers. The sniper hides and changes positions while the other unharmed shifts into a fighting stance. Clones. I still remember my reaction when Jin showcased his quirk in front of us. It was incredible. A cloning ability. One of, if not, the strongest ability around. As soon as I saw it in action, my mind went through all the possibilities and how I would use it for my benefit if I had it. Anime taught me that clones could be used in so many ways, from training to cleaning, a powerful ability for multitasking. But as any ability from this world, they have a drawback. Jin can only do 2 clones at a time, the second one being weaker than the first. But he discovered a way to bypass that drawback by cloning himself, then the next clone repeats the same action indefinitely. Anyone with that power could become unstoppable. But not Jin Bubigawara. After an incident he would later reveal during one of our private talks, he became afraid of his own power. He convinced himself he's just one of his clones after the incident, and the mere thought of getting hurt and dissolving scares him. I wanted to help. I wanted to tell him that he doesn't need to be afraid. But how do you convince someone who has already made up their mind? How can you convince someone with trauma that everything is going to be okay? We can only offer our support as a family. My hand deflects another rock thrown from my blind spot and redirects it to my approaching assailant, who just tanks the hit with iron body while coming my way. Adopting one of the improvised kata I developed for water flow, I parry the incoming fist to my right and strike with a wind strike of whirlwind storm with the same hand. The tree behind my clone explodes in splinters as strands of my hair blow on the wind. We maintain the same position for a few seconds, but I have to quickly abandon my spot after 3 more projectiles are thrown in my general direction, one of them almost hitting my clone, but he just redirects it towards my position in the air. My hand flies and catches the rock between my fingers and throws it with all my strength towards my clone, snipping from the distance, exploding his head in the process. I land and breathe out. The familiar sound of the air leaving my lungs through my teeth reaches my ears. My eyes land on the remaining clone. Both of our stances are mirrored. "You killed him," he says, shifting his gaze from his fallen comrade towards me. "I was getting tired of all those rocks," I replied. "We do need to learn how to evade bullets and projectiles from all angles. It was important. I haven't tested my speed throw against different types of guns, so it's useless for now. Maybe we could have practiced while evading multiple storm leg at the same time. Not a bad idea. I should have said stop instead," I said, finally relaxing my stance. My copy follows my lead a few seconds later. "How much more damage can you still take?" "I can still fight if that's what you're asking." "But that's not it, is it? Do you want me to go back to Twice and tell him to make new clones?" he asks, approaching me while taking off the sweat from his brow. "Clones that sweat? What a bizarre world." "Not necessarily. The incident of a few days ago," I begin, relaxing my muscles as I keep my breathing at a steady pace. "The one with the giant guy with black tongue, right?" My clone interrupts. "Yeah. Made me realize that I can't be everywhere to help people and save the day. Especially if I'm using part of my time to train to keep my abilities sharp. Not forgetting that we have to take care of the guys at the shelter too." The clone responds, moving away from me towards his discarded clothes and begins to put them on. "It really pains me to think that without Jin at our side, I wouldn't have enough time to save people. If I had chosen to stay in the woods that day." "But you didn't," I hear. Turning my gaze towards my now clothed clone, looking at me with a small smile. "Remember what Salt said, you'll find a way one day. That old fart can be a pain in the ass, but he usually gives good advice." "Is this how it feels to get the anime talk from the other side?" I ask, returning the smile back. "Try to patrol in your civilian clothes before arriving at the shelter. Tell Jin to make another clone for cooking. And try to stop Khan from doing anything stupid." "Heh, the last one is impossible," my clone says before jumping away from the clearing. I hope my clone remembers to not use Smiley's abilities in my civilian persona, I think, looking at my clone disappear in the distance. Walking towards my now expanded garden, I pick a small apple from one of the trees and take a bite out of it. I can't believe it all started from collecting seeds of stolen fruits and things I no longer wanted to eat. Taking a seat on the tree stump I made years ago, I begin to eat in silence while thinking on ways to improve my physical abilities. Hey! It's so quiet. Am I getting used to the sounds of the city? So weird. I blink olishly, watching Khan and Cream tiredly pass by me while I'm still on the ground doing push-ups, 5 tree logs strapped to my back serving as temporary weights until I get my hands on something with more weight. Maybe I should check if there's an abandoned train station close by. Not that I think I would be able to lift a train right away, but I can always try. After a while I can see the approaching exhausted forms of Daisuke and Emiko. It's been months since they asked me to train them, but I can barely see improvements. I mean, going by my world standards they're doing great, better than great even. They can go beyond 50 push-ups, sit-ups, squats and 5-kilometer run. At least Khan and Cream can, the most experienced ones of the bunch, while the kids still struggle to match the original goal I had for them. What's more, they get tired and need a day or two to recover after the training lesson is over. It's so weird. I was doing double the amount of load they're trying to meet right now back when I started. In less than a month too. There was a point where I felt I wasn't improving with just the regular training exercises and started to add weights and different kinds of training ideas from anime until I got used to them. Is it the drive for improvement that separates me from the rest, or is there something else I'm missing? I believe I started my training at the age of 5. And after a good meal or a night of sleep I would be up the next day, training and hunting like usual. I don't think I ever took a day off. I mean, this world functions like an anime should, weird physics and all. I'm not even the protagonist of this series to begin with. So, wouldn't these simple training exercises be an easy feat to people of my same age? Did I improve because I started when I was younger? Finishing the last of my push-ups, I stand up and begin to do the rest of my early training routine, squats being the next step before I do handstands with each finger. A couple of elder people calmly walk by, their stare lingers on the comically large-sized log strapped to my back by rope as I exercise at the side of the road of the park. I let out a long breath as my nose catches the smell of Khan, who apparently left cream behind to finish the last of his laps. Our gazes meet. Khan tries to say something, but his breathing is all ragged from all the running. He closes his mouth and then quietly walks towards the backpack I borrowed beforehand, filled with water bottles and a few snacks. 6 kilometers run. That was his limit. At the beginning, it was just Khan who asked me for training. The first and only one. A quiet teenager that ran away from home, who would later on have the courage, the need, to become strong to protect the community, our people, whenever I wasn't there for them. Khan was born with a really weird quirk that extended his fingers up to a certain length, and that was it. He thought it was a useless ability, something that wouldn't be enough to be a hero. But I thought differently. No ability is useless, even a fart could potentially save a life, not that I would say that to Khan out loud. An ability that extends small parts of limbs such as fingers is a perfect match for a finger pistol and could potentially evolve to grow other extremities as well, like the neck, arms, and legs. It wasn't until he started following me on my morning runs that the others took notice. After a night shift, Cream approached me about learning self-defense. There wasn't any other reason other than knowing it just in case. Cream is a free spirit kind of teen and a bit of an airhead. She saw me and Khan training together and she wanted in. Then the kids. In hindsight, telling them about my quirkless status was a mistake. Because once they knew all my special abilities came from training and hard work, they wanted to learn them too. Not that I would ever teach any of the techniques I know though. Not because of secrecy or anything of the sort. But because of the true nature of those techniques. Even if it took them years to accomplish, the 6 skills are techniques developed with only one intention in mind: assassination. I don't know what I was thinking back then. Techniques developed for killing were a poor choice to properly kickstart my training. The concept of learning those skills was something beyond me. It was an impossible task, and even then it was like a side project for me. Kick the ground 10 times in less than a second after stretching just to see if I could do it with no real goal in mind. I became overwhelmed with so much joy when I successfully applied one of them, that I couldn't stop myself from aiming my training on reverse engineering the rest. I had a realization that sunny day, after crashing against a tree. It was possible. And now I don't even know if I should share this knowledge with anyone. What's your time? I ask, dropping down from my handstand position and walking towards Khan. I'm not particularly thirsty, but I accept the water bottle the young adult offers me regardless. 32 minutes, he offhandedly says after fetching his phone out. Shaved a minute off from last time. That's good though. 6 kilometers in 32 minutes. It's so slow. For anyone living in my original world, that would be an impressive feat. A person that hasn't done any training in all his life and only has 2 meals a day, manages to work his way up from 4 kilometers a week to 6 kilometers every day, shaving off minutes each time after a few months of training. Hey, I heard Khan said after pocketing his phone and looking at the direction where he came from, waiting patiently for Cream and the kids to come back. When do you think I'll be ready to learn any of them? Hard to say, I responded after drinking half of the bottle, pouring the rest on my head to cool me down. Your legs still lack the proper strength to attempt the first exercise. If you do it incorrectly, you might pull a muscle. The teenager lets out a tired sigh, then rubs the back of his head. No need to feel bad about it. It took me months to learn the first step. Everyone has their own rhythm, or whatever bullshit Salt says. I tell him, spotting Cream and the kids slowly make their way back to us. I guess so, he said, not sounding convinced. My gaze drifts towards Khan again. A frown plastered across his face. Once you can do 10 kilometers for the same time, I'll tell you the next step in your training. Taking a few steps back, I return to my previous position and start to stretch my limbs before I begin the rest of my early routine. Side steps should be next in the list for the time being. Resume with your training. Add 10 more reps to each exercise from now on. Your body is already used to the original goal. Let's start lightly until we double the amount. Lightly jumping from side to side, I hear the dark-haired man grumble as he plops down on the floor with the intention of doing push-ups. While shave, moonwalk and paper arts are the only ones I wouldn't mind for them to learn. It requires an almost perfect control of one's body. Something that I still have grips with. I don't even know if they'll ever be able to manage more than 4 kicks in less than a second at the speed they're going. Even though I don't plan for them to learn any of the offensive techniques the 6 skills has to offer, I can still teach them self-defense and basic exercises to stay in shape. Who knows, maybe they would need the help one day. Jin, could you clean up the onions and tomatoes for me? We're making meat stew today, the weak clone of his bestest friend says while holding a knife in his hand. Of course, boss. I love cooking with you. No, I don't, you bastard, I hate it. He happily replied, sporting a mask made by his other best friend Ena the grumpy granny. A simple grey mask made out of a scarf they found in the trash. Please don't call me that. Okay, boss. Jin, forget it. His boss sighs, of happiness twice hoped. Sometimes he wondered how he managed to land such magnificent people to call friends. So used to life in the streets and taking care of himself that he completely forgot what it felt like to have someone by his side. Bark. Chui ice, could you pretty please make another gur? We need to move a few things to the second warehouse. Asked Cream while being followed by an old pup. A crate filled with valuable items they found in the trash the other day rests under one of her arms. No can do. Jin already made 2 clones today. Gur responded before he could finish his sentence. Once we finish we'll help you. But he said he could do more than 2 the other time. She whined, stomping her foot. The pup barked in agreement. Gur's clone in response simply threw a meat bone to the dog, who quickly caught it between its teeth and walked away. He did, but 2 is as far as he wants to go, the clone said while cleaning the cutting table with a wet cloth, so he can begin to dice the vegetables for the stew. Don't try to push him, Cream. I'll help you in a minute, we're almost done here. And with a huff, the teen turned around and went back inside, leaving the 2 to work. With a wince, Twice observed his female friend go. Then directed his gaze to his bestest friend, peel and perfectly dice the onions in small squares before adding it to the pot with oil, salt and spices. Then the previously cut meat in small squares and finally the tomatoes. He makes it look so effortless. Cooking, that is. Sorry I can't help beyond cleaning, man. Not like I could do anything else. Jin said after a few minutes of silence. At first Gur chose to remain silent while cleaning his station and checking the other pot filled to the brim with rice, tasting it before killing the flame and setting the pot aside. You do a lot for us, Jin, don't let her impatience bring you down, the friendly clone said, holding half a smile while cleaning his hands with a cloth strapped to his belt. As crazy as it sounds, I wouldn't be here to begin with, if it weren't for you. No, he tried to protest, still feeling guilty by the measures he takes daily to keep himself alive. Even to this day, Jin Bugawara still tries to keep his distance from any actions or sharp objects that could potentially end his life, as a clone. That's not true, man. You do so much for us and you barely notice, his friend replied. Right now I'm at 3 places at once, helping people, cooking for all of us and improving myself. And it's all thanks to you. I wish I could do more for you guys. I wish I wasn't such a dissa, Jin tried to say but was soon interrupted by getting lightly smacked in the head by a wood ladle. Hey! What the hell, man? You could have killed me with that for sure. But you survived. A limp-dicked strike like that could never defeat you. His boss cheerily said, not even feeling sorry for his crude comment. Who taught you those words, boss? I'll kill them. Twice ragged. It was Salt. He was sure of it. That shitty old man's only skill is babbling his mouth like a drunk sailor. The next time he sees him he'll. Hee hee ha ha ha. Jin's rage dimmed as he listened to his boss chuckle and laugh. It was a joke. Twice released a small giggle in return, joining his boss even though he didn't completely understand the joke. Sometimes, the bare minimum is enough, the clone told him once he stopped laughing. Any help is welcome, Jin, no matter how small. Turning down the stove, Gur started to move the pots on the wood cabinets installed under the cooking tables and called for Old Man Saul to take care of the stand. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's see what they need us for, his best friend said, while moving in closer and starting to shove it towards the warehouse with a huge smile on his face. Hurry it up, man. The faster we move the faster we eat. Is cleaning enough? Is there other ways I could help my friends? He wondered that day as he and his friend's clone took crates and boxes away towards the second warehouse, talking about mundane things. He wanted to help. He wanted to be needed. He wanted to be useful for the people he loved, for the people that were there for him when nobody else was. As he took a seat next to the real Gur once he came back from training in the woods, they all ate together while sharing personal anecdotes, but most importantly, his boss' heroic lifestyle. A smile spreads across Jin's face as he listens to the silver-haired teen that saved his life narrate how he stole the wallet of the hero Death Arms after dealing with a band of armed robbers in a small store at the edge of the city during one of his patrols. Sometimes the bare minimum is enough. He didn't understand it. But Jin didn't give it much thought as he started to laugh with the others once his best friend imitated the muscle-head hero as he continued to narrate the events of his encounter. He didn't understand it, but he didn't feel like he needed to. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy the moment with his friends for a little while. He'll figure it out one day. I'm starting to think I should invest in a big bag to carry all these groceries. Double paper bags won't cut it anymore, even if I take one of Jin's clones with me. It's not that I'm unable to carry them all myself, but juggling them all in my arms is the problem. It doesn't help that I'm getting used to buying a shit ton of groceries at night just before all stores close. Maybe I should ask ENA if she could make me a bag, like those from the food delivery services, I thought, shifting my body weight to the left a little bit, regaining the balance of the additional weight in my arms. Do they even have those services in this world? Better explain the overall idea and ask later if she ever saw such a concept before. As soon as I take one of the usual shortcuts through an alleyway, a strong scent of alcohol, vomit and piss assault my nostrils. There's a drunk guy close by trying to unzip his pants to relieve himself. Well, nothing I can do here. When you gotta go, you gotta go. I'll see if I can pass tomorrow with cleaning supplies, maybe bring Jin and the kids and teach them something about what being a hero actually entails. Hat. Another scent. Very similar to the scent of the alleyway. No, there's more. There's this peculiar scent of cologne, one of the expensive ones, the kind that actually hurts your nostrils when you smell a concentrated amount. There's also the sound of his steps, the way they know, he moves, a man. My ears pick the murmurs of a gruff and hoarse voice, a smoker perhaps. I don't even stop my stride through the long alleyway when the stumbling figure of a middle-aged man walks by, dressed in formal business wear and a trench coat while holding a bottle of booze. A peculiar scar seems to be dividing his face diagonally. I wouldn't be able to perceive it if I wasn't used to total darkness. Hey, Salt was right. There are people that actually smell worse than him, I think, quickly holding my breath as soon as I get closer to the man. His eyes move to meet mine for a sec but later shift to his feet. Good. I don't feel like taking care of old people now. I've been training and changing places with my clones a lot lately in order to cover more ground. People only see one Smiley, but sometimes there's more than one patrolling. For a place filled to the brim with heroes, criminal activity seems to never go away. Especially with those fuckers that keep getting on my turf and snatching people away. Sometimes there's a trace that goes around the city and then disappears, and some other times there's no trace at all. I breathe in once I'm a distance from the scarred man. I need to keep my anger under control. I can't do anything but wait and warn the homeless that visit my food stand. Whoever is behind the kidnappings, they're going to be careless one of these days and I'm going to be there to pay them back for all the people that went missing under my watch. I breathe out, letting go my negative emotions for now. This is the perfect opportunity to think of new recipes to try next. How about I teach the kids to eat bell peppers by cooking it with ground beef, onions, carrots, and cheese on top. I think an amusement. Grandma used to hide veggies I didn't particularly like with other things I did like, such as beef, cheese, or noodles. Something to think abo. Hey, you. I'm looking for a drug, the latest one. My walking stops as soon as I hear the old man talk. He's not addressing me but the other guy that was trying to take a leak. If you know anything, spill it out. A drug? Was that guy a drug dealer or something? He smelled like cigarettes and cheap beer. Ah? What the fuck are you talking abo? Thunk. Very slowly I put my bags on the ground close to a wall that hadn't been pissed before and slowly made my way towards the old man with the scar on his face. I rather not get involved, but an angry drunk is a danger to everybody. Better I put him out before he hurts somebody. Ah. Your tongue, is it black? Let me see it. His words stopped me right in my tracks. What did he say? Did he just casually ask if the guy had a black tongue? Is this fucker involved? How much does he know? Without even noticing, my hand lands on the old man's shoulders just as he knocks the drunk guy out. At this point I don't even care about him or what he said next. My eyes are looking straight to the unfocused eyes of the scarred old man. My hand tightens against his shoulder, drawing a win-ce from him. Excuse me, mister, did you just say black tongue? My voice sounded alien to me. I didn't quite notice it back then, because it was laced with anger and hate. It felt like I was releasing all my emotions that have been bothering me for years at that very moment. I clearly heard you say that. How much do you know? Would you mind telling me about it? A/N, brew. I started this chapter at the beginning of July and now I'm finishing it at the beginning of September. A lot of things happened in such a small time frame. My grandma died and I had to take flights from home to the capital of my country to home and now I'm back at the capital. Sorry for the wait, I really thought I was going to update in August, but here we are lol. I wanted to address a few complaints I received regarding Guru's development. Truth be told, this FIC was intended to be smut heavy because I enjoy those types of FICs. I love drama, training montages, and heroism. So, after the few 2 chapters were done I just kept going, leaving the smut idea behind. The original idea was going to be about a gamer system based on martial arts, that way I could explain the inclusion of different sets of techniques from other settings such as One Piece, Demon Slayer, Hunter x Hunter, JoJo, and so on. But after listening to a friend complain about numbers and calculations I decided to scrap that idea entirely. So I went with the explanation of anime training / anime physics hoping it would clear any doubts. Didn't work entirely lol. I mean, in different settings you have normal humans becoming the most powerful guys around just by training. The worst cases are shonen protagonists that train for a few days, months, or a year and become the most powerful guy in their respective universe. So I went with a mix of both. Gur is the protagonist, but he also worked really hard to get to where he is now, even using what he knows of the techniques from animes to reverse engineer the others. And even then it isn't enough for future treats MHA has in store for him. Thanks to a few theories in the questionable questing thread, I developed a more satisfactory explanation, which is briefly showcased in this chapter. Hope it manages to mitigate a few of the concerns about the fast-paced growth of the character. Also, one last thing. People are so obsessed with quirks, they're pretty cool and all, but if you have a main villain that can steal them, why even write about them if you can make a MC that doesn't need one? What I'm trying to say is that I get more joy writing about someone at the bottom of the barrel whose only direction is going upwards. Might keep this concept with me whenever I decide to write that One Piece idea I had at the beginning of my journey. TLDR, I love overpowered MC and there's going to be an explanation in the FIC later on. And no, it doesn't involve a quirk. A few people already figured it out. Sorry for the long rant. I wanted to move the juices in me. I haven't written anything in a week and didn't have any motivation to start. Issue number 8, A Pop Greeting. I let go of my breath as the back of my hand parried the sudden fist coming straight at my face. That was all the evidence I needed. This drunkus attacked first. He knew something, and there was the possibility of previous involvement too. I can't ignore this opportunity. Air filled my lungs as I moved my head out of the way, evading a blow from a whiskey bottle. Drunk or not, the old man had an almost instinctual fighting response. Like he was used to street fighting from a young age. There was also the fact that he hadn't used his quirk yet. Does he have one? Is it battle-oriented? Parrying another blow, I saw an opening and struck his chest with an open palm, pushing him away. The man coughed loudly, the strike dangerously close to the lungs. Clone training had so many benefits, starting with identifying places that could incapacitate a human. Makes me wish I could read Japanese so I could identify strike zones on the fly instead of blindly practicing them until I got them right. Cough, and now you've done it. I heard him murmur. Adopting a modified posture I saw from a retired martial artist who tried to rob a bank before I stopped him, I readied my body to intercept the blows of the man in front of me. He stopped coughing and is now slowly making his way towards me with a sneer on his face. So, you do know, I said, trying not to grind my teeth in anger. For the first time in a long time I feel my skin crawl with unadulterated rage. My lungs expand with air, causing my blood to rapidly flow and my muscles to tense in anticipation. We have so much to talk about. The muscles of my arms relaxed and tensed in quick succession as I moved them in fluid motions to parry and redirect the multiple blows coming my way at high speed. After months of grinding and intensive training, I could say with sincerity that the water flow technique is getting really close to what I envisioned when I first started to dedicate time towards developing it. Though there was a part of me that still had doubts about the possibility of reaching a good enough state for the technique I reverse engineered. If I had to put a level to it, I'd say the technique was on a moderate level. Good enough to work, but it still left a sensation of heat and soreness in the muscles after extended use. I wasn't worried. A few more years of intense training will be enough to level it up. I feel a fist graze my left cheek as I parry away another fist. Slippery bastard, hold still, the man stuttered as he increased the speed of his blows. Time to retaliate. I concentrated my breathing, causing my vision to sharpen. Hands blur in fluid motions, parrying blows until I create an opening. Water flow, stream, I said slowly, redirecting both of the old man's hands on opposite sides before using his momentum to strike him on the chin, arm, chest, and shoulder. The man grunted and staggered backwards, spit flying from his mouth. I close in. My eye catches a small twitch of his right arm and the adjustment of his legs. I breathe out and then I breathe in again in an instant. My perception of time slowed to a crawl as a right fist made its way to my unprotected face. Relaxing all my upper muscles, I evaded the sneak attack while redirecting it to the opposite direction with my right hand. The drunk man's eyes slowly widened at my reaction, but I didn't give him time to counterattack. Water flow, smash, with the same hand that parried his last-ditch effort to knock me out, I struck his chin, using his momentum against him. Blood splattered on my clothes and floor. The sound of a tooth clattering on the floor reached my ears before the sound of the old man hitting the floor followed suit. I let out a tired sigh. Man, I shouldn't have hit him that hard, I lamented while looking at my stained clothes. Blood was really hard to clean. Oh well. I feel much better now. Taking out some handy rope I had just in case of a sudden encounter with rampaging quirk users during shopping hours, I tied the old man and plopped him on my shoulder with the intention of taking him with me for further questioning. Making my way to my groceries, I started to hum a soft melody. I felt so refreshed. It felt like I just came out from the shower and changed into a new pair of underwear. His breathing pattern changed. He's up, a voice suddenly said. If he wasn't awake before, he was now. The people that kidnapped him were loud as hell. It didn't help that his head was still spinning from the blow he received combined with the booze he downed before going out. You're not fooling anyone, old man, open your eyes, a different but similar voice said from another direction. He groggily moved his head to the side and began to open his eyes only for them to be assaulted by a blinding white light. What the hell? He thought, trying to bring his hands to cover his eyes, but found himself unable to. They tied up his arms and legs to a chair. A slight movement of his legs created a small groan coming from the chair, probably made from low-quality wood. Great. He was kidnapped by amateurs. If it wasn't for the stinging sensation in his lower jaw where a tooth should be, he would be delighted by the opportunity to be captured by morons. Letting his vision adjust to the lighting, his gaze was filled with what appeared to be the interior of an abandoned warehouse, but a well-taken care of one from the looks of it. The only illumination came from a flashlight pointed directly at his face. 5 people in the room. 2 unmasked youngsters in the back, probably on lookout. One of them was the one who easily took him out, much to his chagrin. Then 3 adults, all masked. A red demon mask made of resin, a yellow smiley mask made of hard plastic, and a grey mask made of cloth. A smiley mask? Isn't that the same mask of that vigilante from the news? Did he get captured by a fanboy, or the real deal? Or perhaps an impersonator? So many questions he thought before he felt 2 fingers being placed directly on his neck, his carotid to be more specific, by the man wearing the demon mask. Shit, not good. The shitty chair is intentional, they want to lower my guard. Are they affiliated with him? Normally you would have been taken into police custody by now. But you said something really interesting to one of my friends today, the smiley masked individual said in a monotonous yet calm voice. It almost sounded like the voice a young adult makes to sound older. Care to elaborate on what you know about the Black Tongues? A young adult. Smiley mask, works with the police. There's a 40% chance he's the real deal. Lucky him. HN. Figures I'd cross paths with vigilantes the same day I decided to investigate on my own after a few drinks, Ueo said, a half-smile/half sneer plastered on his face. The possibility of it being Smiley interrogating him was growing by the minute. So you know about the drug, how did you find out? There was a small increment before the first question, but now it's back to normal, said the demon vigilante. You didn't answer my question. But you confirmed my suspicions, the man with a smiley mask said with mirth. He let out a chuckle as he began to leisurely walk back and forth, looking at the ceiling before sighing. I was always perplexed by how every single person I stopped had this peculiar smell on them. A drug causing all this trouble makes so much sense now. How didn't I think about it before? Smell? What is this guy talking about, thought Ueo Oguro, perplexed. Now he was 99.9% sure he was dealing with the vigilante Smiley. But his mind was elsewhere. Specifically what he just said. Smell. How can he tell? The drugs are odorless. I'm so ashamed of myself. I should have known better. Of course it was a fucking drug, his interrogator sneered, emotions so strong that they almost made him flinch. Now. The question of your involvement is still in the air, old man. What do you know? HN, a tough cookie, but still a rookie, he thought with some amusement as he slowly pulled his thumb and shifted his hand to get out of his bindings. First rule of interrogation, never let the person you're interrogating know you lack knowledge, and always keep the information you know to yourself. His earlier assessment of being kidnapped by amateurs had been proved right. Still, the odds of escaping were quite low. Rookies or not, they have proven to be pretty capable as far as he could tell. Especially the young boy/teen at the far back who was able to take him out almost effortlessly. Smiley was another issue altogether, with impressive feats under his belt, even if the news seemed to downplay his deeds. And then there were the 3 other people in the room. Are they in the same league as Smiley? Is he strong enough to take them all at once? He could beat the kid in the back now that he was sobered up and knew his moves, but what about the rest? Could he even take Smiley out? What ABO? Hey! A chill ran down through his spine as he felt an incredible pressure close to his neck. Looking down he saw the vigilante with a devil mask looking directly at him. A thumb now pressed directly into his left clavicle. I asked you a question. Shit, he thought, a bead of sweat traveled through his brow to his chin. Is it wise to tell them? Can I bullshit through this if I mix some truth into my words? Quirks are an impressive thing, aren't they? The masked vigilante currently interrogating him suddenly said, interrupting Oguro and breaking him away from his line of thought. You never know what they're going to be whenever you encounter them on the job. The hell is this guy trying to say? Did I ever introduce you to my friends? How rude of me, Smiley continued, slowly walking until he was behind the man with the devil mask, who still had his thumb pressed against his clavicle. This is a close friend of mine, his name is Red Dragon. And he has a very special quirk. Do you know what it is? It lets me perceive the human body. I can see the human structure of anyone I touch, bones, muscles, arteries, all of it, the devil masked calmly replied. He had the voice of a young adult, maybe a teen. Let's say someone had an injury, an old one perhaps. It could become a point of interest for a possible strike. Don't you think so? Crap. Since when does Smiley work with other vigilantes? What a pain in the ass, Ueo Oguro thought with a wince. The place the vigilante was touching didn't have an old wound, but by now they must know the one in his brain and shoulder. Did you know wounds from our childhood could potentially become fatal if we don't take it easy? This particular place for example is really interesting, he said while tapping Ueo's clavicle. If I dislodge it nothing out of the ordinary would happen besides some minor pain, but if someone were to strike here from this angle with blunt objects such a bat, a steel ball or perhaps a fist. The man tied to the chair swallowed nervously. Bone fragments will get into your bloodstream, you will enter cardiac arrest and the left side of your body will begin to shut down. Holy crap, Ueo thought, taken aback by the whole explanation. That doesn't sound right, but I can't rule out the possibility of it actually happening with these weirdos. Letting out a sigh of resignation, Oguro decided to spill the beans. A family member, was hospitalized because of the drug, he finally confessed, slightly flinching after feeling 2 fingers return to his jugular. I recently learned the tells of the drug and I... Wait a moment boss. A loud voice interrupted his confession, making every head turn to the grey-masked individual who had his hand in the air and was looking at Smiley, furious. Since when do you have a quirk? And why didn't you tell me? Twice Smiley pitifully tried to say but was immediately interrupted. I thought we were friends. Like hell we are you bastard. I hate you. What the hell is going on, the retired hero thought while watching the scene devolve into a complete mess, the tense atmosphere forgotten already as the 2 masked people began to argue in the sidelines, revealing that the whole interrogation was a charade. Were they screwing with me the whole time? Once the arguing died down they immediately tried to turn back to the previous mood from before but it was clear that everyone knew the gig was up. Especially the Red Dragon vigilante who was awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. So. You don't really have a quirk, do you? At his dejected shake of head Ueo let out an exasperated huff. They were bullshitting the whole paralyze his left side thing and he couldn't believe that he bought it. Directing his tired gaze towards the smiling vigilante, he spoke. Alright, can somebody tell me what the hell is going on? I knew this wasn't going to work, the black-haired kid in the back commented, making the white-haired kid at his side cover his face in embarrassment and let out a really loud sigh. Sorry about that, old man, I said with a wince after returning the missing tooth I took during our scuffle early this night. The now sober old man grumbled to himself as he pocketed the tooth in his front pocket and proceeded to wait for his taxi in silence. Once his ride arrived, he got in and went on his merry way, though not without sending me one last look. Gah, what a mess. And I thought I was being so clever by asking everybody for help to interrogate the guy. My emotions played against me this time. If I had taken a more relaxed approach, investigated and asked questions instead of acting blindly, I would have known that this man was a victim too. Once my clone managed to calm Jin down it was too late, the gig was up. The old man didn't figure out that Red Dragon and Smiley were clones, but he did figure out that we were all bullshitting him and demanded answers right after. In the end, we couldn't maintain the intimidation mask and we had to share information back and forth once we freed the guy. He didn't tell us everything, but he didn't need to. I filled in the blanks from what the old man decided to share with us. I beat up and tried to interrogate a person who was grieving the death of a family member who wanted answers in the matter. On one hand I'm ashamed of myself for jumping to conclusions like that, it doesn't help that Salt and probably Khan are going to remind me of this blunder every time they can. That shitty old fart. I let out a tired sigh as I saw the taxi disappear in one turn, leaving me alone on the almost deserted street. My clones are now gone to do their job in the streets. Jin and Khan decided to go back to the shelter to bring up the news of our findings. I didn't know how long I stayed under the lamp of this street reflecting on my actions and the information I now have on my hands. A drug. A fucking drug is causing all this trouble. Does that mean that everyone I've been fighting were victims of this drug too? Are the kidnappings related to this drug problem then? Is someone kidnapping people from the streets to forcefully drug them? As in experiments? A sneer appeared on my face and my teeth started to grind against each other. Countless thoughts and possibilities fill my brain. Rage began to bubble in my heart at the people or person responsible for this. Shame that it took me this long to take notice. Sadness at the thought of all those people I wasn't able to save. Until I let it go for a moment. Just a moment. Breathe in. Breathe out. Letting out a long breath, I closed my eyes and began my trek back to the shelter. This wasn't the time to get angry. Getting angry and losing my cool has proven to only cause me trouble. I'd find out eventually what was going on, and when I did I'd release this anger towards the people causing all this pain. But before that, I needed to remain calm. It had been a long night. Breathe in. Breathe out. Maybe another visit to the woods for more physical training will calm my nerves. Click. She couldn't believe how easy it was to hack the security cameras of the city. There weren't any protections to begin with. It was almost laughable how easy it was to get in. So easy in fact that she could potentially live stream the feed of the cameras if she so desired. Click. But why would she do that? Was there a reason why she would entertain that thought? Click. Manamai Aba sighs dreamily as she takes another screenshot and saves it immediately. When she first thought of investing part of her free time into hacking the cameras of the streets to get another glimpse at the hidden identity of the vigilante that saved her life, she felt a little silly. At first she thought that there was no way she could find him in a sea of pedestrians. Even if she dedicated every single hour of the day to searching, there was no way she could discern him. She only saw him once. Click. A giggle burst out from her lips. She did remember the clothes he was wearing that day. She felt so silly back then. Trying to pinpoint her hero by his clothes alone, but as she zoomed in and took another screenshot of Smiley still wearing the same civilian clothes while talking to a street vendor, her smile widened. It only took one day for her to find him again, and this time she made sure to take as many pictures as she could so she wouldn't forget his face. His cute face. It helped that Smiley seemed to use the same clothes in his civilian persona every day of the week. Her theory was that he used them when he trained, which appeared to be almost daily, with a few days in between. Today it seemed as if he went out for an early run, 10 minutes off the regular schedule. Not that she would fault him for that, of course. Last Monday she missed his early routine because she woke up late and had to go to school. So much footage, lost. Ah. He's so manly, she thought while changing the feed from camera 4 to camera 7, just to watch Smiley run past pedestrians while holding a brown bag filled with meat buns. Manamai gasped as Smiley started to swiftly evade through a mass of civilians with a flexibility she hadn't seen before. Quickly moving to camera 10, she zoomed in just as Smiley passed another person with his left eye closed and a confident smirk on his face. Click. She captured it. So cute, she smiled in delight. Oh, how she wished she could muster the courage to talk to him. She would be so happy to have just a small conversation between the two of them. They could only talk about the weather and she'd be the happiest person at that very moment. The thought of hearing his voice once again made the hair on the back of her neck stand up and her heart to beat rapidly. That would be so cool. If he even showed any interest in someone like her. What could they talk about? Did Smiley have any interests besides fighting crime? What were his likes? Dislikes? Hopes? Dreams? Does Smiley have any use for her? He's an active vigilante with a pretty decent following. There wasn't much she could do for him besides filming his endeavors from a distance and helping get the word out. But there are so many doing the same thing. She wants to help him, but she doesn't know how. Maybe she could invite him to get something to eat? He always seemed to buy street food to enjoy at the moment or, in this case, bought in bulk for his family. She doesn't know, she had never seen him with anyone in the feeds of the cameras she had hacked so far. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't ever seen him move past camera 40. Past that point it seems like he takes a detour and disappears. Ah. Smiley was no longer in the picture. Moving to camera 14 and then to 16, she caught the glimpse of the fast-moving vigilante making his way towards what appeared to be another lame copycat, dressed in only a light brown trench coat and a Smiley mask. Ew. He's naked. She exclaimed, enraged, while quickly switching to camera 17 to get a better angle of Smiley and the naked faker. And that's not the original color of Smiley's coat from his first appearance. If you're going to be a copy, at least do your homework. Dummy. Stupid. Kick his ass, Smiley. Manamai cried out while pumping her tiny fist in the air and kicking her feet in excitement. She was going to be late for school again, but she didn't care. Smiley has taken the stage. Go Smiley. That old man tailing me is getting on my nerves. It was cute at first, but my patience was wearing thin. It was easy to catch his attention while I went out to train and while Jin clones would take shifts as Smiley in the streets. But now his constant snooping around was starting to piss me off. The fact that he also tried to tail Jin, Khan, Smiley, and my new, less flashy, hero persona Red Dragon posed a huge problem. My secret identity could be at risk if I'm not careful. Hopefully Jin's clones would do the job and keep my involvement separated. I breathed in and then out as I ran through the streets of Narahata, moving and evading people while relaxing my muscles as an extra step in training my body to properly use paper arts. The next step would be doing it in the woods at high speeds with my eyes closed. My nose caught the scent of cigarettes, cheap beer, deep fried food and an extremely bad breath coming from a few meters away from me. Seriously dude, wash your mouth. I thought with a deadpan as I moved between the space created by two schoolgirls walking towards the next station. They let out a gasp of surprise as I passed them. I knew that he knew that I was Smiley's apprentice, or at least that I was related to him somehow. I wasn't subtle at the use of my abilities that night and Smiley always ended his patrols in or close to the same area of the shelter. But what is he trying to accomplish with all the hassle of following me? What is he trying to prove? Smiley is in another city right at this very moment, stopping crime. Why not follow him instead? Is he still mad at me for the tooth? I told him I was sorry. I think. He, a voice rang out, loud enough to be heard from a block away. My gaze was filled with people running away from what appeared to be a man wearing only a light brown trench coat and a mask. A smiley mask to be precise. Don't be scared of the shackles of society put on us. Fear not. Because the naked smile is her. Crack. The palm of my hand met the mask of the semi-naked copycat, shattering it and slapping him away while leaving a small trail of spit, sweat, and blood in his wake. There were a few moments of total silence as I stared down with satisfaction at the now naked and unmasked individual knocked out on the floor. Then I felt the gaze of multiple people on me. Shit. I need to say something quick. I thought I saw a bug on your mask, Mr. Smile. My mistake, I lamely said with a blank face, trying to control my emotions so I didn't publicly sneer. Sorry. Aw man. The old man tailing me definitely saw that. Without much fanfare I ran away from the scene like nothing out of the ordinary happened. Hearing police sirens getting close I increased my speed and resumed my training of moving through civilians, gaining a few looks and gasps from pedestrians watching my exchange with the down dumbass who was trying to pose as me. Once I put as much distance as I could from the police and the guy following me around, I took a detour through an alley and went back to the shelter at the usual fast-paced speed, taking turns every so often just in case the old man is still following me around. But knowing his usual pattern, he was probably going to arrive at the shelter before me and watch me from a distance. Oh well. Daisuke has been bothering me to get him more meat buns, got that one already, and Cream wants me to cook ramen again, I thought while changing directions to a convenience store to get the right materials for my cooking. I only need to get miso paste and pork, I believe. Everything else is in the fridge. I passed a small stand filled with knockoff merch of heroes. There were a few kids flocking the stand, trying to buy pins and charms of their favorite heroes. The seller tried to gain my attention, but I just kept on walking. A sigh left my lips as I noticed similar masks to the one I used as Smiley. I've noticed the small increase in my hero persona merch, at least from street vendors. Worst part is that I'm not making a penny out of this. What a pain. Where was I? Right, Khan wants to go for a run at the park with some weights on after lunch and Jin wants to come with for once, I thought once the gates of the store opened for me. Looking through the pantry and adding the elements I need to my shopping cart, I make my way to the checkout. What is ENA going to ask me in return this time if I request a proper costume for a red dragon? As I made my way to the shelter, my thoughts dwelt on the people I had started to care about. It was a bizarre feeling, living a great part of your life alone and then suddenly being surrounded by people you cherish. Sometimes I forgot how lonely I was before I met them all. It was almost nostalgic. I used to cry until I fell asleep in the woods only to wake up an hour later after hearing a branch snap. Always on my toes, always fighting for my life. Now I slept in a relatively clean bed close to friends. Friends. I have friends now. Mom would feel so proud of me. Mom. I barely remember who my parents were anymore. I could recall their faces, but as my life kept moving on, my memories of them seemed to grow fainter with each day. It made me fear the day I would completely forget them. Will I still be me when that day happens? I still didn't have an answer to that question by the time I got close to the shelter, and I worried I never will. Air filled my lungs as I calmly ran through the deserted streets. Khan decided against jumping at the opportunity of following me today for my early runs. He had been slipping out in the middle of the night to do extra training and often slept past the time I usually came by the shelter. He thought I was completely clueless about it. But I just had to notice how his speed dropped in our early exercises and all the pieces fell into place. It also helped that Emiko ratted him out for a piece of candy. Khan wasn't as quiet as he thought he was when he tried to sneak away. I exhale through my mouth. It felt so refreshing to run through the city so early in the morning, especially since that weirdo following me around decided to follow Smiley this time. Barely anyone was walking by and all the shops were closed. There was hardly any light when I started, and now I could see rays of sunshine starting to bathe the city with their colors. The buildings, while stale, shined with the rays of the sun. It almost felt like a shot from a movie. Or an anime. I slowly blinked as I spotted the silhouette of a man running in the opposite direction as me. There weren't any peculiar smells besides the ones of wet cement and the occasional air freshener of a closed store. A young man was dressed in white and dark blue and was sporting a pair of sunglasses. Just another average dude who jogged at the same hour as me. I nod as I pass him and keep jogging away. Humming, I watched as the buildings and stores blurred around me, impressed that my running speed has been increasing so much with each training session I've done. I felt faster than the first time I learned shave as a kid. I could barely do 5 kicks back then, it was more of a swift run than anything else, I thought with a nostalgic smile. My smile dropped as my ears picked the sound of shoes screeching against the pavement, then silence, then steps headed in my direction, slowly increasing in speed. Peeking over my shoulder, my eyes caught the same dude I just passed, keeping up with my speed with a frown on his face. Can I help you? I asked him, not slowing at all. It's dangerous to use your quirk so recklessly. Try to slow down. He shouted. I blinked foolishly. Smoke is coming from his arms. Is he okay? Sure, I said, stopping my momentum by kicking the ground in the opposite direction. The guy following me passed me, doing a sharp turn with his weird arm propulsion thingies and stopping his momentum too. This world is so weird. Sorry for my earlier outburst, I heard the guy say animatedly as he removed his sunglasses. One must be careful while speeding through the street like that. Accidents happen all the time. Hey. This guy has arrows for eyebrows. Why do they look like that? Oh man, I want to laugh so bad. Looking at him closely, I realized that he looked familiar. Blue eyes and hair, athletic build, the peculiar smell of burnt asphalt, and the same brand of kids' shampoo I buy in bulk for the shelter. Is there something wrong? Does your quirk have some sort of cooldown? He asked, already noticing my strained face. How can anyone keep a straight face while talking to this guy? Come on. No, sir. That was just running for me, I finally let out, breathing in and out and dropping my gaze away from his comical eyebrows. I saw his eyes widen in surprise. Is that statement that hard to believe? Oh yeah. I kept forgetting people from this world relied too much on their quirks, so they rarely go beyond their limits. So, the only reason All Might is so strong is because he had a strength quirk? Come on man. Why are running? That was just running for you. He exclaimed in amazement. His eyes roamed my appearance for a while and he put his hand on his chin. Impressive, very impressive. Excuse my rudeness, I forgot to introduce myself, he happily continued, extending a hand to my face. I'm Tensei Ida. Have you ever heard of the turbo hero Ingenium? Never heard of him, I replied immediately, feigning ignorance and making the guy blink a few times. I'd rather act like I didn't know him at all than try to act like I'm a fan or something. That would be such a pain in the ass. Of course I knew of the hero Ingenium. I made Salt and the kids read me the hero guide a bunch of times so I wouldn't forget certain names. At least the top-ranked heroes and the ones that bother me constantly, like this guy, Janice, and the eraser dude. Am I in trouble, sir? Nonsense. The hero replied straight away. I guess he's used to not being known as a top-ranked hero quite often. Just make sure to take it easy on the streets, there are speed limits for people too, you know. You don't want me to chase you around in the future. Haha. Oh, you have no idea, I thought with amusement, watching the guy laugh. The man in front of me was nothing like the hero, Ingenium, that I met a year ago. Back then he reminded me of a cop when he tried to stop me, stiff and too serious. It felt rehearsed, and he was working with an organized team to boot. Not that they could hope to catch me, I outran them all. I must say, what a splendid speed. Makes me wonder though, how does your quirk work to let you achieve it? Is it a muscle-related one or perhaps wind propulsion? He asked, still rubbing his chin with a childlike twinkle in his eyes. Or is it all natural? If so then I'm impressed. What a weird guy, now I'm preferring the serious hero persona from before, I thought, wiping away my sweat with the back of my hand. I'm quirkless, I revealed. I've been training ever since I remember, so you could say it's all natural. Oh wow. He shouted with sparks in his eyes. This guy is too much. To think someone without a quirk could achieve so much by training alone, and you mastered a way to stop your momentum in an instant too. That's amazing. Thank you so much sir, this guy was getting on my nerves. Why was he treating me like something special? Are quirkless people treated like they're disabled or something? Not wanting to stay here and find out, I decided to use one of my escape plans, which is just to give an excuse and run away. Well, I'm burning daylight, I should keep up my training. I want to be a hero after all. Hee. As I took a few steps away I noticed that the guy was trotting along with me, making me sigh. A hero hey? Do you admire heroes? I hear him say as we maintain a relatively normal speed as we keep moving along. I nod in response, not really caring about the conversation, but since I can't shake him without making a scandal I decided to just pay half attention to whatever he says. Anyone in particular? I used to admire the high-speed hero, a clock, he retired a few years ago last time I heard. I really don't care. But I couldn't leave the guy hanging after sharing something like that. Resuming my breathing pattern I gave him a response. I haven't given it much thought before. People started to appear sporadically in the previously deserted street I was using to run around, ending my original plan to run at top speed on this street once I ran away from this guy. I guess I admire the types of heroes that are there for you whenever you need it. Like All Might or Or Smiley? The guy with arrows for eyebrows asked with a smile on his face. I guess. I answered, trying not to bite my own tongue in the process. I was trying to remember the names from the guide and he goes and throws Smiley's name out of nowhere. Gah, time to make shit up. Now that you mention it. Ever since Smiley started to patrol where I live, crime went down, so I guess I owe him one. You don't say, 10-something said jovially as we both kept speeding up little by little. We stayed in silence as we basically ran through the street, until finally. Hey, I know this is quite sudden, but what do you think being a hero is all about? You told me you want to be a hero, right? What's with these questions? What does he want with me? Is this the older brother of the protagonist of this world? And why is he asking me of all people? What's with all these questions? I asked back while sporting a forced smile, should I call for my lawyer? Hee. Ha. That's a good one. I appreciate the silence but the fact he's been looking at me for a while is making me feel uncomfortable. Ugh, might as well. Saving people, not just from disasters or villain attacks. But to truly save them, from hunger, from poverty, from depression maybe. I finally responded to his question, still trying to find the proper words to express my beliefs. I wish, no. I want to be a hero who could one day end poverty in Japan. That way my friends in the shelter won't have to starve again. I don't know why I admitted it like that, but it felt nice to do so. In a way, it feels incredible to finally decide on a goal for me to follow, even though I don't know how I'm going to accomplish it. The man keeping up with me at my side tried to say, but words didn't come up. Then his eyes regained a bit of his previous childlike shine to them. Wow! So much passion! And what an astounding goal! I'm rooting for you, kid. Now I regret even speaking to this guy. Man, I'm so pumped. Hey, let's have a race to the next vending machine. Drinks are on me, what do you say? He asked me while he started to use his propulsions from his elbows to speed up as we started to move faster and faster, no longer caring about the speed limit. And no thank you. I wanna keep training. And later I have a dentist appointment I tried to say but was cut off immediately. Nonsense. I insist. He replied with a big goofy smile, slapping my back to drive me forward, let me buy you a drink. Ha ha ha. That's it, I'm taking his wallet. Did I lose my wallet somewhere? Tensei Ida murmured once his hand reached his back pocket and found nothing there. Searching his other pockets he managed to find his keys, cell phone and his hands-free earphone, but no wallet. Must have dropped it next to the vending machine. Before he could make his way back to search for it, his cell phone began to vibrate, indicating an incoming phone call. Quickly putting on his earphone, Tensei answered. Click. Good day Mr. Ida, sir. How was your morning run? It was good. I had a meeting with a really inspiring person, he replied with a smile as he put his sunglasses back on and decided to forget about his fetch quest. Once he was at a relatively far distance from his previous spot he spoke again. It's safe to talk. Did the target match the description we provided? Yeah, he really looks like the forum post described, he said while calmly walking through the street back to the van owned by his company Dayton. But unkempt white hair, yellow eyes, face covered in scars. Spotted several times by city cameras all over Narahata, the same city the vigilante Smiley has been speculated to end his nightly patrols. Seems to be between 15 and 18. Did the target match those parameters, sir? It's quite a stretch, but it does match with Eraserhead's findings about Smiley's whereabouts, he responded with a wince. Still painfully aware how he was attentive to the reports from his colleague but quickly dismissed the threat of the vigilante until his popularity started to grow. It didn't help that he was one of the few heroes who had a more positive view towards vigilantism. But I don't think that's him. Sir? How should I put this? The hero said as he took another turn, his van already in sight. This wasn't the first time someone brought up the forum post. It was some sort of inside joke between a few of his colleagues. Wouldn't it be funny if this kid actually found out Smiley's identity and posted it in a forum that is under constant surveillance from the Hero Commission for all to see? It didn't help that Eraserhead took it seriously. It could have been a cosplayer for all they knew. But lo and behold, less than a week later he managed to find someone with the same characteristics. Normally everyone would just roll their eyes at the paranoid attitude their hero colleague was displaying, but he brought up evidence this time. Video feed from city cameras, viral videos, and previously shown feed of the vigilante for comparison. What a tense atmosphere that was. Everybody in the room was on edge, even the members more prone to joke around were silent. The person in the feed looked young, very young. He couldn't be older than 18. That meant they were trying to catch a teen all these years. Sir? Ha ha ha, sorry. I was lost in thought, he said after a while. The claims were bold, nobody wanted to accept it and everyone had something to say that day. Especially because the date of the feeds indicated that Smiley was stopping a robbery a few cities away at the same time. It was a complete mess. But Eraserhead wasn't one to back away from unpopular claims. There was a reason why he was known as an underground hero. Multiple quirks, a help from outside sources, a double. But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter was that nobody wanted to initiate a search on a teen. At least, not officially. Eraserhead was keeping his distance while trying to get enough evidence. Some dropped the matter entirely and decided to put more force into capturing Smiley by their own means, and him. There was a lead and he decided to use his day off to see if he could have a little chat with the kid from the feed. Nothing else, nothing more. It's just a kid. Not older than 15. If the date of Smiley's debut is to be believed, then the kid would have been 8 years old when he started, Tensei finally let out, getting a gasp of surprise in return. He also claims to be quirkless and training to be a hero like Smiley. I don't think that's him, he sounds like a fan though. Oh. The line was silent for a while until finally the member of Idaten from the other side spoke again. Could the teen perhaps be a relative of the Vigilante? The feed provided by Eraserhead shows similarities to the style of fighting Smiley uses, even if it's just a glimpse. I'm sorry, that was out of the line. Oh ho. That would be really interesting. In that case let's keep an eye on him. He jovially replied. Good thing the card he gave the kid had a tracker in it, just in case. He sounded like a nice kid too, maybe they should eat something together. Oh on it sir, I'll let the team know. Once inside the van, Tensei smiled at the person waiting for him in the driver's seat. Thanks for the wait Koichi. He whispered after removing the earpiece for a moment. Sorry for taking you away from your daily patrol. No problem sir, no problem at all, hehe, his intern, soon to be an official member of Idaten, responded while rubbing the back of his neck. This was the perfect opportunity to use my driver's license. Ha ha ha. Let me drive you around the next time then. Tensei laughed as they started to move away from the neighborhood into the Idaten headquarters a few districts away. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said once he attached the earpiece back to his ear. Not a problem at all. Anything else sir? Oh. I almost forgot. Can you get in contact with the banks and tell them to freeze my cards? I think I lost my wallet again. Right away sir. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for coming again, said the energetic voice of a pink-haired teenager dressed in what appeared to be a skimpy black costume with small devil wings attached to the back. Let's step right in with the show. Pop. 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 This street again, hey. I mutter after swallowing a mouthful of the takoyaki I bought from around the corner. Perched at the top of a building in my suit while eating lunch, I watched with mild interest as the pink-haired street idol began to jump high in the air and sing into her wireless microphone to a standard street audience. Third time this week. And her singing improved too. Pop. Shine. Step. Dropping another ball of dough to my mouth, I kept watching the show developing in front of me. At this point this show became part of my routine whenever I'm actually patrolling the streets. It reminded me of when I had lunch in my room and put on YouTube videos to keep me entertained. It made me wonder if my clones ever did the same thing whenever they patrolled for me. They sweat and feel hunger like me, but because they live on borrowed time I doubt they would stop to grab a bite. I know I wouldn't if I knew I was a clone. Maximize the time I have to conduct justice, be a hero and take care of my people. Yet, I guess my clones wouldn't stop for entertainment. Hop. Step. All the way. The girl sang, adopting a sexy pose in the air and flashing me her panties in the process. Man, that sure is a risky costume. I'm glad I have proper control over my body or this could be a really awkward situation, I said, before checking downstairs just in case. Yep, all good. Jin has been talking my ear off about idols the last couple of days after I asked about his latest interest. Maybe I should ask if he wants to come to one of her shows one of these days, I lazily thought while mushing the last of the few deep-fried balls of dough covered in teriyaki sauce and green onions. I hummed at the lack of sound from my walkie-talkie. Guess the clones had it all under control. One more step. Shine and hop until you pop. The small-time idol sang. She really loves referencing her own idol name. It kinda reminds me of my puns, hat. Once I was done with my lunch I began cleaning the sides of my mouth with a napkin and putting everything in a paper bag. I'd search for the recycle bins once I started moving to the next district. So far, Narahata seemed to be pretty chill today. My eyes met with Pop Step as one of her jumps took her into my direct line of sight. One of her legs was high in the air, pointed at the sky, while the other was bent downwards, giving me a full view of her barely covered crotch. She didn't even stop her singing or anything. She kept on going and then... Did she just wink at me? A small pressure in my lower regions doused my mood with cold water and filled me with dread. Directing my gaze downwards confirmed my worst fears. I have a boner. I thought I was over this. It's been what? Years since the last time I had one of these. I thought before directing my gaze towards the still singing idol who continued winking and flashing me every time her jumps reached the same height as me. It was more humiliating considering I was doing fine until we exchanged looks. Man, that's a really distracting costume. My eyes drifted towards her crotch again before I quickly shook my head. Letting out an annoyed huff, I checked my right hand just to discover the crumpled paper bag who suffered because of my lapse of concentration. I guess I'm going to have to patrol another city, after the show of course. My ears perk at the sounds of sirens and gunshots at the distance. Talk about convenient, I heard myself say while crumpling the paper bag again and pocketing it in the frontal pocket of my blaze. Air filled my lungs as I got on my feet and tried to move the blood away from my lower muscle with life return. If I wasn't in so much of a hurry, I would give a snide remark about the use of the 6 powers for something so mundane and stupid as a boner. Taking one step forward from the building, I began to fall. In less than a second I kicked the air more than 20 times with both of my feet, generating enough force to send me in the general direction of the sirens. As I ran away from the show, I heard the pink-haired minx stop in the middle of her song to send me a cute message for watching her show, quickly followed by claps from her audience. She was doing it on purpose, I thought, while increasing the speed of each kick as the familiar sounds of sirens and gunshots drew closer. I let out a sigh of relief I didn't know I was holding as soon as I felt my heart go down, just in time for a speedy chase across the town. Bank robbers again. Life kept moving as usual, now with returning developments I thought I left behind. Stupid hormones. A/N, writing this one almost at the end of September. This chapter is the proper start of the events of the Vigilante's arc. So if you are unfamiliar with it, I recommend you to read it, cause it's really good. It also introduces the characters that are going to form part of Guru's daily life from now on. No gonna lie, I really thought a lot of people were going to get mad at Manamai Aba, La Brava, for outing Guru in the previous chapter, especially considering her actions are going to have everlasting consequences. I was so ready to explain her actions in detail in one of these author notes, but I guess I don't have to do that anymore, lol, simp. Man, the interrogation scene was kicking my ass so hard. This happens when you want to write a cool fight scene but don't think of the consequences and aftermath of it. I had to rewrite a few scenes I did beforehand and restructure the chapter because surprise surprise, the interrogation scene influenced the whole chapter and the future of the FIC. I hope I did all the canon characters in this FIC, justice. I never know if I'm actually doing it right or not. Moving on, the original idea for the end of this chapter was for Guru to stop another rampaging person who was going to interrupt Pop Step's street concert. But I thought the premise was getting repetitive, so I decided against the idea. Yeah, Guru stops villains every day of the week, but I felt that the beginning of the Vigilantes arc starting off with Guru going through puberty to be an extremely funny concept, so I ran with it. Issue number 9, Stepping In. Air slowly left my lungs after I casually dropped the large rock I was holding onto my back during the usual late-night exercises in the woods. Normally I'd stay in the shelter with the rest, but I found an opportunity to get away and train in the wilderness once I discovered the old man who's been following me around decided to tail Smiley these past few days. I made my way to the pond next to my camp at a leisurely pace. I made sure to send one of my clones here from time to time to take care of the place and see if the crops and trees are ready for harvest. From the looks of it, the apple trees needed a few more days. And some wild animals had been getting real close to my crops. I guess I need to do another hunting round to drive the wildlife away from my territory. I found myself once again sitting on the old log stool I carved as a child, eating a not quite ready, yellow apple with red spots still forming, a vacant stare on my face as I reflected on my training, my friends and my life. It's hard to find the time to think, with the whole drug investigation thing going on, the hero shtick I keep delegating to Jin's clones, taking care of both shelters and training. Sometimes it feels like I barely leave time for myself. Not that I'd know how to use it. If it wasn't for the shelter, the only activities I'd be doing would be hunting my own food, patrolling the city and training until I fell asleep. Waking up 3 hours later to start again. Directing my gaze towards my left hand, filled with scars and calluses, I began to wonder. How many years has it been since I started this path? How many years did I invest into training my ass off so I could become a hero? How many years has it been since I woke up all alone in that dark alley? I didn't have an answer. I don't even recall my old birthday, or the birthday from this world for that matter. I know I am a teenager. But what's my real age? Sometimes I can recall mundane details of my old life, such as the porn I used to watch before sleeping or the type of YouTube videos I'd put in the background while I ate dinner. But, important memories such as faces of friends I used to hang out with or family members began to slowly fade with each passing day. Forming a fist, I let out a sigh after swallowing another bite of the sweet apple in my right hand. I guess it didn't really matter anymore. My old life wasn't something I felt particularly proud of. Even with all the mistakes I've made, I felt like I've done more good this month than anything I've ever done in my old life. My old self would never put up the energy or the time to help people on the streets or cook for anyone else but himself for that matter. I was a selfish person, with no real goal in mind besides self-indulgence. It took me a long time for me to stop yearning for that life back. What was the point of enjoying the pleasures in life if I didn't have anyone to share them with? I had a family, a real family, but I never truly connected with any of them. I don't think they truly knew me. Why did I yearn for that life back? Was I really that happy back then? I didn't have an answer. Once done with the apple, I take the seeds off and throw the remains in the opposite direction of the garden. The bugs or animals close by will take care of the rest. Falling back into my habitual breathing pattern, I shift my gaze towards the moon reflected into the unperturbed lake. I breathe in and then out as I admire in silence the beauty of this world. I always wondered what could have been of my life if I was reborn in the body of someone with living parents instead of me. Probably the same boring dude with no ambitions, going to school and trying to land a girlfriend, with no thought of entertaining the possibility of becoming a hero and make a difference. What a depressing thought. That's it. I'm not staying here any longer. I stood up from my seat, giving up on sightseeing. I needed to relax, and the only place I know that I felt truly at ease besides the shelter is the waterfall a few miles up the stream. Giving one last look towards the almost abandoned camp, I made my way towards my relaxation spot. As I walked, my gaze lingered on trees close to the camp filled with finger-sized holes. Some old, some new. The older puncture wounds I gave to those trees became home for wild mushrooms to grow while others started to grow green moss. To this day, I silently questioned the reasoning for conditioning my body for years to learn killing moves, or as martial artists in anime call them, forbidden techniques. The enthusiasm of harnessing moves that can only exist in fiction triggered a chain reaction, from utilizing training methods taken straight out from anime and manga as a joke, to seriously focusing my training sessions around the methods I didn't take seriously to begin with. As comical as the beginning of my training was, I didn't see the errors of my way until that fateful day when my actions potentially killed a man. I wanted to say I've learned my lesson after the events of that day and ceased all physical training of those techniques so I could never use them on people again. But my gaze shifts to a rock formation with carvings of spirals, ovals and circles next to a few rough chunks of trees and rocks lying around on the grass. Further proving the slow refining of the same forbidden techniques I decided to acknowledge as too dangerous to use as a hero. I still thought those techniques were unsafe to use. If I were to utilize them now on a rampaging quirk user, they would surely die by my hand. Even to this day I wince at the carvings I've done to some people with metal hardening quirk when nothing else worked. The knowledge that most of them were just victims of experiments or were under the influence of a drug made everything worse. Yet I pursued improvement on what I've learned and continue to do so. Even if they're dangerous, lethal combat skills can still be used for good. The characters of Bang and his brother Bomb from One Punch Man utilized their prowess and techniques with the intention of saving lives. It's not what those techniques can do, but how I use them. Water flow remained my go-to for martial arts, while Whirlwind Storm was delegated for tougher opponents and debris control. Same goes for Storm Leg. That just left finger pistol as a training method for a better grip on surfaces. Well, it's not like I'm going to be using those techniques soon or whatever. Once at my destination, I began to undress myself, leaving my clothes in a neat pile on top of a rock. Any other place I'd swim to the end of the waterfall, but this stream is known for its shallow waters, an interesting contrast to the lake I decided to live close to and other waterfalls spread out through the forest. As I laid there under the strong current of water crashing onto my naked back, I remained motionless while tensing and relaxing my muscles as a way to squeeze more training into my routine. I inhaled and then exhaled. The sound of my thoughts were replaced by the loud splashing sound of the water hitting the rocks at my sides. It's been a while since the last time I've been here. It feels nice. Hey, I said, trying to shift my face into a smile, but it ended up becoming an awkward expression. Sorry for the wait, last time we got interrupted, remember? Yeah. No need to remind me. Hehe, my expression fell a little bit at the lack of response. I remained silent for a few minutes and then I decided to initiate a conversation again. Where did we leave off? A boy. No older than 4 is in front of me. Unkempt and dirty whitish hair, bloodshot green eyes, greasy skin filled with grime and filth. Dressed in only an oversized and worn all-might t-shirt. We sat in the cold ground looking at each other, dim lights illuminating an alleyway. A familiar sight. And this old man keeps following me and my family around. I think he's onto something. Is my secret identity truly safe? I don't know. Last time Jin almost blew our cover, I said after recalling recent events I haven't shared before. The boy blinked in response. Sometimes I wonder why I care so much about secret identities. It only serves me to buy groceries and drive noisy people away. It's not that I hate this face, but sometimes it feels weird not to cover it with a mask. I continued ruffling my messy whitish hair. You know what I mean. Of course you do. I said, laughing awkwardly. It would be kinda disrespectful to insult this, our face, wouldn't it? My expression fell as well as my mood. Why do I even try to pretend the kid can understand anything I say? I thought as my face contorted into a sad frown. He's supposed to be dead. There's no way he'd be here with me right now. I'm dreaming. This was a somewhat normal occurrence for me. A dream of a kid who was sitting in front of me, looking me straight in the eyes. No words, just watching me as he remained completely still. The only reason I know I wasn't talking to a corpse was because the kid would often blink a few times through the dream. There was a time I used to sleep for 8 hours straight, sometimes more than that on weekends, and every time I would dream of something different, imaginary worlds, possible or impossible scenarios, nightmares even. Some of them I would eventually forget once I woke up and others I'd recall perfectly to the very last detail. But that was before I inhabited this body. Now my sleeping schedule goes from 2 hours to 3, some other times less than an hour. Living in the woods permanently hindered the way I rested. An extra minute of rest was another minute wasted. Truth be told, I would barely sleep if it wasn't for Jin's help. I sighed. Sorry. I began, but words got stuck on the back of my throat. This was supposed to be you. Not me. You were supposed to train hard and become the hero you wanted to be. Not me. I told him, feeling tears fall down from my cheeks. You were supposed to find these people and call them your friends. Not me. I stood up. Why am I the lucky one? Why did you have to die for me to live? What makes me so fucking special? As I screamed and cried I felt a wet sensation run through my entire body, like tears flowing from each pore of my skin. I was a loser. I had no goals. I had no dreams. I had a family. Why do I get another opportunity in life over you? My hands met my face as I openly cried. It's not fair. The boy never moved. He just stood there and watched me break down with a blank expression on his dirty face. Until he wasn't. His mouth began to move, but no words left his lips. I blinked in surprise. But by the time I took notice, my vision was bathed in darkness. My ears perked at the explosive sound of water falling down and crashing against the rocks around me. Water fell on my back as I remained in the same position I was before falling asleep. I let out a long sigh. The feeling of comfort I felt before falling asleep was gone. I didn't know you had so much money on you, boss. Not like you're rich or anything, dumbass, I heard Jin say as we took a slightly longer route through a heavily populated street of Narahata towards the shelter after a visit to the grocery shop. Bags full of meat, noodles, rice, spices, and other special goodies filled the bags we carried. We managed to get our hands on a working fridge. It was thrown into the trash because of an easily fixable malfunction in the main electric cord, and the interior was covered in mold. Nothing like a cord replacement, duct tape, and cleaning to get a nice place to keep leftovers, vegetables and raw meat cold. Thank goodness we have so many wealthy heroes ready to help their local homeless shelter, I graciously lied. At this point almost everyone in the shelter knew I took the wallet of heroes away after a scuffle or encounter. There were a few who didn't see my actions in a good light, but they immediately quieted down as soon as I offered the alternative of everyone pitching in for the weekly grocery shopping. If it wasn't for their service, we would have to resort to searching in the trash again. I continued, paying close attention to the sounds of the street. Jin blinked. But I thought you stole from them, boss. Cheap ass bastard. Jin said, giving me a small heart attack in the process. Let's use our internal voices from now on, okay? I responded, sporting a strained smile. Okay, boss. As if. His companion half shouted, half whispered. My eyes shift from side to side, then I let out a sigh of relief. One of the good things of living in a self-centered society prone to ignoring people less fortunate, is that they're more likely to not pay attention to anything unless it involves them directly. Such as villain encounters. Good thing today I was taking a day off with the intention of doing chores, cooking, practicing my fist against the steel pillar, and taking a nap afterwards. While my clones took care of crime in the streets. That only leaves the old man following me and Jin around. My ears perk at the faint but familiar sound of a chant in the distance. Which brings me to the reason why I decided to take a detour instead of returning to the shelter straight away. The chant only became stronger as we kept moving towards it, making me smile slightly. Pop. 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 Pop Step, a small-time street idol of Narahata who often did shows at noon, really close to sunset in different streets, but for some reason her shows are becoming a regular sight in this street specifically. I wouldn't call myself a fan, but I truly enjoyed her, revealing performance. So I decided to take a blind shot and see if she was in the vicinity. Not like we had anything better to do than restock on groceries and cleaning utensils. There's shows I've missed because of training or taking care of the shelter, and I wasn't sure if our path would cross with the idol. But as the chant became stronger, I gave Jin a look as soon as the view of a jumping girl with pink hair appeared in the distance. "Hey boss! It's a street idol doing a live performance." "Ow!" Jin shouted, his eyes comically bulging at what he saw, almost dropping the bags he was carrying. "How can someone showcase so much emotion behind a mask?" "Yeah, last time you talked about how much you like idols, and it reminded me of this particular show I watch from time to time on this street," I replied while shifting the bags in my hands. I wasn't sure if she would be here, so I didn't say anything earlier. Pop. 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 More people than last time, but the same amount of guys chanting her name. So that means they're like her super fans or something. I don't get idol culture. "You're the best boss ever." "Like hell you are." Jin shouted before he started to speed walk directly to the show. "Now people are watching us, what a pain." Sighing. I slowly made my way to the back of the crowd watching the show, a little away from the people chanting her name, but it didn't matter anyway because Jin joined soon after at my side, making me wince at the volume of his voice. Not even 5 minutes and he became a super fan too. Pop. 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 Well, whatever. At least he's happy, I hummed in amusement as I saw Jin go with the flow. He's been feeling a little down lately because of his lack of involvement in actions he considers dangerous. I've tried to assure him constantly that the help he does around the shelter and at the stand is enough, but for some reason it isn't enough for Jin. A smile crept up on my face as I saw him forget about his daily troubles, chant the idol's name and appreciate the view with me. Hat. Talking about the view, yeah, her costume is definitely better from up close. No wonder her shows amass such a large following considering her slightly above average singing. I guess the flashy superpower of knockoff moonwalk also helps in her favor. I felt my pants get slightly tighter as the idol hops and flashes me and the audience her barely covered rear. I let out an annoyed grunt while I tried to concentrate my breathing and blood flow from my lower region in an attempt to avoid public embarrassment. Is this going to become a common occurrence every time I see a cute girl? I questioned myself, folding my arms and shifting my gaze towards my covered friend who's shamelessly screaming at the top of his lungs in tandem with the idol's superfans. Before I could attempt to resume my respectful observation, the faint sounds of screaming reached my ears. How annoying, and just when the show was getting good. I thought with a grimace, guiding my gaze towards a few people at the end of the street who began to rapidly move away from what appears to be a large man dressed in a white no-sleeves t-shirt and grey sweatpants while holding a large bike and eating it. What a pickle, no heroes on sight. 2 of my clones are in different cities and I left my walkie-talkie charging in the shelter. Once I had the situation figured out, I bumped my right arm with Jin, who was in his own little world. He gave me a side glance and pointed out the commotion a few streets away. "Boss, is that trouble yet? Did you bring your walkie-talkie?" I asked while shuffling the groceries in my hand and made a gesture for Jin to follow me, which he did, not before glancing one more way to Pop Step. "We need to call the shelter and let them know we need help." "Oh. I'm so sorry boss. I left it with Cream. She wanted to use the batteries on the TV you bought for us." "Cheap ass fucker," he replied with a frown, making me sigh in the process. I knew I shouldn't have brought that TV to the shelter to begin with. Jin alternated his view from Pop Step, who was still singing unaware of the commotion slowly approaching, to me. He made a sound, similar to a whine, then blinked. "Wait, why can't the boss go all smiley and take care of it?" he said, making me panic a little. "Jin. I told you." I directed my face towards the man in front of us who was giving us a side glance, but quickly shifted his face towards the show. Suppressing a snarl, I turned back to Jin, who looked like he was about to apologize. "Jin. You promised to keep quiet, remember?" "Boss. I'm so sorry It's fine man, don't worry about it," I said, patting Jin's back. The sound of people's startled screams began to increase with each passing second, until I made up my mind. "But, you're right. I need to do something." Air filled my lungs as I visualized my options. The old man is close by, hidden a street away, probably noticed the commotion before me and is trying to estimate if I'm going to do anything about it. I could jump in and deal with the problem, but that would just put a big target on my head. Especially with the old man and the Ingenium guy snooping around really close to the shelter. I could run really fast to the shelter, contact one of the clones or change into my hero costume and hurry here. But that option would leave everyone here defenseless. Jin could. I looked at Jin, who was in the middle of a panic attack. I offered him a reassuring smile. "Jin, I need you to do me a big favor," I said, while offering him my bags. You want me to hold the groceries?" "Not gonna do it, asshole." He took them regardless. "I need you to go to the shelter and try calling for backup." "I'm going to distract him until a hero arrives," I winked. It only took him a second before he got my message. With a nod and a right away boss, he ran towards the shelter as fast as he could. I sighed watching him go. Then my expression hardened. Before I could go towards the problem, I directed my gaze to the singing street idol. Better let her know to guide these people away from danger. Hey Pop! A villain! I screamed. The pink-haired idol immediately directed her eyes towards me while still in the air. A villain is on his way here. Evacuate the civilians. A villain? But I was in the middle of my song. She whined to her mic, but quickly realized the implication of what she just said. Wait, what? A villain. Right here. Where? Ah. I see it. Oh man, this is bad. And just when the show was getting to the good part too. Everybody. Remain calm. The idol swiftly gained some semblance of control, considering she had the only tool to get the attention of the people and get them away from trouble. Please follow this direction to get to safety. Quick. Well, that's a way to do it. I thought with a deadpan, watching people start to scramble and push their way to safety, making a mess in the process. At this point the rampaging quirk user is going to be here before they know it. My ears perked at the whistling sound of something approaching at the people running away. My feet moved on their own, kicking the ground 10 times in less than a second and moving my body just in time to intercept with my hand a tire that was about to hit the back of one of Pop Step's superfans. What a pain, he's already here. GHRK. Look at my teeth. Aren't they sparkly and perfect? The weirdo said once he was in my vicinity, almost 3 times my size. In one swift motion, he took a bite of the bike he was holding in his arms, motor oil and scraps of metal falling from his chin. The crunching noises being drowned by the screams of civilians. They're so strong and powerful. These are the teeth humans should strive for. Don't you think so? Gah. That was my bike. Run. Run. He's gone berserk. Someone, call a hero, quick. Move it, asshole. Before the big dude could bite another chunk of the vehicle in his hands, I threw the tire I was holding onto, crashing into his face, bouncing once it hit the floor. Isn't it a bit rude to take other people's things without asking first? I said, face stoic, trying really hard not to fall back into the smiley persona I've crafted and perfect with time. Dental hygiene is really important, but come on man. I tsked as I heard the people in the street idol guiding them quiet down at my quip. Weren't they trying to run away a few seconds ago? Why is it so quiet all of the sudden? You mocking my teeth? You make fun of them. The hulking guy shouted, slowly approaching my direction. Teeth are life. Anyone who mocks them. They don't look that special to me, I replied, carefully watching all of his movements as I slowly circled around him. For someone who prides themselves on their teeth, it doesn't look like you clean them often. The man in front of me sneered, but didn't take any actions besides following me with his eyes and glaring holes into my being. Good, my intention wasn't to instigate a confrontation, but to get his attention, distract him or talk things out, unless of course he gets violent, in which case one of my clones will take care of the problem. Eventually. There's another reason why I would immediately use my words before jumping to action, and that is the small glimpse I saw when he opened his mouth to talk, and it was a pink tongue. The man in front of me is just a weirdo with no common sense. My nose perceived the stench of the stalker old man a few meters to my right. Got close during the commotion. I mean, from this distance, I can see some green stuck in your upper teeth. Right here, I lazily said, pointing to the same general direction. Did you ever clean them before coming here? Normally, in any serious situation involving a violent individual, this method of misdirection I was using wouldn't be a viable option. Especially because the guy who was standing in front of me had motor oil all over his face. But that's one of the interesting aspects this world has over the world I'm used to. Which is why I'm not at all surprised as the hulking man with huge teeth directed his left hand to imitate the place I pointed out to be dirty. Yeah, that's the place, big guy. Yep, keep scratching, you almost get it, I drawled while inspecting the people surrounding us, looking at the spectacle like they weren't just running away a few seconds ago. Why are they still here? Shouldn't they be 3 streets away by now? Why is he cleaning his teeth? What about the oil? Doesn't it bother him? That worked. Did someone called for a hero yet? I'm worried for the kid he fell for that. What an idiot. Why yet? The man in front of me quietly slowed down until he became completely still. A second later I was in front of a group of frightened civilians, muscles tensed, hand in the air while holding onto a piece of metal junk that used to be a bike. Can't these people take a hint? I hate this world so much. Why are you mad all of the sudden? We were just talking a few seconds ago. I asked, sporting a small frown on my face. Quick calculations flew through my mind as I let the scrap metal fall to the concrete. It seemed he had superhuman strength, but it was pretty average for my usual encounters. The only distinct feature seems to be his teeth, but even if they're stronger than steel, they should be connected to slightly less strong jaws. A good iron body enhanced kick would do. That would be the plan if I could change into Smiley to begin with, sadly that wasn't the case. Which means I needed to improvise to buy Jin more time. No martial arts. I won't forgive anyone who mocks my perfect teeth. Man, woman, or even kids. GRK. The man screamed before charging toward me specifically. Air filled my lungs as the world slowed down around me. My eyes landed on the junk on the floor. 4 pellet-sized metal scraps, 5 bolts, 3 nuts, and the remains of the bike. As the man was about to take another step, I quickly kicked the crumbled piece of metal to the space his foot was going to land. Just as I predicted, the metal junk met his foot, tripping him down, which gave me a small window to gather my ammunition and make my way towards the tire that laid on the ground a few meters away. I jumped over the dude with strong teeth. A big hand flew towards me, almost catching my foot in the process but missing at the last second. Landing next to the tire, I directed my sight to the man who slowly stood up and sneered at me, grinding his teeth so hard it almost looked like they were releasing sparks. My foot slid, got a hold of the tire and immediately threw it to the man's face as soon as he took a step in my direction. His head was knocked back while the tire flew in the air, spinning in place. Before the man could recover, I threw one of the bolts at his forehead, making him flinch back, putting him in the ideal position. I threw 4 projectiles, which ricocheted against the spinning tire, landing on the weirdo's face and chest, 2 of them hitting on the same tooth, but to no clear result. Not that I threw them with the intention of causing some serious damage, but to measure the man's toughness. Which appears to be pretty high, considering he seemed more annoyed than hurt. My attack ended with the tire smashing the dude's face against the pavement, bouncing once and wheeling away. Air left my lungs as the world returned to normal. 3 minutes. 2.5 of them were spent on just talking, I thought without leaving my eyes of the disoriented man sprawled on the asphalt. A frown marred my face as I heard the people around us, talking among themselves, taking pictures and recording me with their cameras or cell phones. What a pain, if they weren't here I think I could have de-escalate the situation by talking to the guy. At the speed Jin was running, it's going to take him 4 to 5 more minutes before he arrives at the shelter. Which means I need to slow down and wait for a miracle. I let out a sigh as I bent down to pick up one of the scattered bolts on the ground. Hey! Look out! Without missing a beat, my feet moved and stomped the head of the guy obsessed with his teeth, who tried to tackle me to the ground. Jumping over him I throw another projectile to his head with more strength, making him face plant into the pavement. 4 minutes now. I took 2 steps away from my position and retrieved the tire from the ground. As the man started to stand up my eyes briefly met the surprised stare of the pop idol who tried to warn me about the approach of my assailant. Didn't I tell her to evacuate everyone? What is she still doing here? Not important, I thought before lightly throwing the tire I was holding onto at the guy's teeth. A smile crept up to my face as soon as he caught it with his right hand. My feet moved and this time the man followed me with his eyes. Before he could react, I threw the 3 remaining pellets, who ricocheted against the tire and landed directly against his teeth and nose, drawing a few droplets of blood. But it wasn't enough to knock him down. Not if I do something about it, I thought, letting a great amount of oxygen fill my lungs. My foot kicked the ground 20 times in less than a second and while in the air towards my intended destination I relaxed and contracted every muscle of my leg. In one fluid motion, similar to a wave, my foot struck the leg of the hulking guy, tripping him over. Water flow, shaving rock. I said in my mind once I landed a few meters away. I had to bite my own tongue to not outright say the technique out loud, especially after all the times I practiced it while doing so. The application of the martial arts I developed, water flow and shave from the 6 skills. Which consists of performing a parry with my foot as soon as I move at high speeds. I winced after I put pressure on my right foot. It felt like I had tiny needles all over my leg. Water flow was a technique I've been practicing and using for a while, but it wasn't until recently that I decided to try it with my other 2 extremities just in case. To anyone watching me perform it, they would just think I ran and tripped the guy before he could retaliate. That would give me a minute and a half. Wincing, I made my way to the discarded pieces of junk on the floor without taking my eyes away from the teeth guy who was trying to burn holes into my head while struggling to stand up. I heard people making fun of him from my back, but as I quietly moved out of the way to see his reaction, this time, his anger was directed to me. Something I was grateful for. You know, you talked a lot of smack about your teeth, but I'm starting to think those teeth ain't that special. You barely used them, I said to him after picking up a bolt I threw earlier. Are they even real? His only response was to shake in anger. Until finally he quickly stood up and sprinted towards me. My body tensed in anticipation, ready to use his size to my advantage. GRK. Stop mocking my teeth, you little piece of. I am. It happened in an instant. One moment the weirdo, who I'd been trying to stale before one of my clones made their way here, was running towards me with murderous intent. And then a large figure impacted his body from behind, driving him to the asphalt, creating a huge crater. Here. Wah. Teeth, spit, and blood mixed with motor oil flew from his mouth. I winced in sympathy. The poor guy won't be able to eat again, not with half of his teeth removed. With the sound of cracking I heard during the impact, his lower jaw must be shattered. Whoa. It's All Might. Amazing. Oh, thank God. Done in one hit. That's All Might for you. He looks better in person. I was rooting for the kid, but thank goodness All Might is here. My expression remained unfazed just as I pocketed the remaining projectiles on my hoodie, so I could throw them away later. But internally it was another story. I barely saw his movements. I didn't notice him until the last second, and the only reason he stopped his momentum was to land a punch to knock him out. I thought, sporting a blank face. A single bead of sweat made its way across my face and fell down from my chin, staining my clothes. I tried to remain unbothered, but as I replayed the event in my head my expression only hardened. So that's the number one hero, hey? That's the wall I need to climb, I thought with a dark expression, tightening my fists. As people got more loud and the hero started to ask questions to the audience about their safety, I turned around and silently made my way to the shelter. Mood soured. It seems I've been taking my training lightly. I've become content with my current state. That only means I need to increase the intensity of my training again. I'll use All Might's presence to get away. My job here is due. Young man. A large hand landed on my shoulder. It took everything from me to not lash out immediately. I was so bothered by his sudden appearance that I didn't pay attention to my surroundings. I don't condone your actions here today. But if you hadn't stepped in, more people would have been hurt before my arrival. And for that, you have my thanks. All Might laughed. With a pat in the back and a quick scribble on my hoodie, he jumped away. Thank you for your support. A frown marred my face once I was a few streets away. My ears caught the swift explosions of air generated by Moonwalk. The clone arrived a minute late. My gaze landed on the figure on the rooftops, our eyes met for a second, but I kept walking and disappeared through the crowd. Hoping my clone would take a hint and move on. So much for waiting. He's taking the route to the second warehouse, he thought, sporting a small frown. Iwao Oguro observed as his target took a turn a few streets away from his position and disappeared through the sea of people. It's been a few weeks since he decided to kickstart this so-called investigation. In any other situation he wouldn't waste his time on tracking people down and jotting down their routines for future use. He retired from that lifestyle a long time ago. But, recent developments brought him back to the game, unwillingly. The recent loss of his wife, and now his daughter is missing. All because of his carelessness. His hand found its way to the front pocket of his green trench coat, stopping as soon as his hand landed on one of the handmade brass knuckles. With a grunt he immediately squashed the thoughts regarding the weapon he requested a long time ago just in case. His hand found the lighter and lit the cigarette perched on his mouth. His lungs burned as he took a long drag. At a slow pace, the retired hero chose to follow his target to what he initially thought to be Smiley's secret hideout. He would later find out it was just an illegal homeless shelter that Smiley visited quite often. Once every few streets he would hide or take an alternative route to keep his target unaware of his tailing. Not that it matters, the kid has sharp senses. He probably knows that I've been following around, Iwao thought as he saw his target move his head slightly to the side to appreciate a street cat feeding on a leftover takeover close to the trash and then kept walking without a care in the world. So far he was the easiest to follow around. His routine seems to be feeding the people at the shelter, train in the park with a few kids, buy groceries once a week and an almost daily run through the streets, alone. Smiley is another story. He often soars through the skies, going from villain encounter to the next, never stopping to take a break. It almost seemed like he would be at two places at once. The other two from the interrogation that took place a month ago, didn't leave the shelter all that often, which made him believe they weren't vigilantes to begin with. Especially the guy in a grey mask that usually helps the kid with the cooking on the stand next to the first warehouse. He took another drag from his cigarette and decided to take another route to the warehouse his target was aiming for. At this point, he didn't need to follow every step his target made. Once he was 2 streets away from the warehouse. Iwao noticed a shadow move. It was as if a shadow crossed from one street to another. He quickly directed his gaze up just in time to see a brief glimpse of a pink-haired girl. It was the same girl who was just performing a song in front of an audience. The same performance his target was attending a few minutes ago before a villain interrupted. So, I'm not the only one tailing the kid, hey, he thought, amused. A small smile crept across his face. A dark thought crossed his mind, but he snorted as he exhaled a small smoke cloud that quickly dispersed in the wind. He ignored the possibility of any other parties or associations actually doing the same as he or the girl he just saw. Going by the investigation he's been undergoing since that fateful encounter with the Vigilante, nobody knows who these people are. Any other organization like the Hero Public Safety Commission would be too busy trying to pin down Smiley's location because the Vigilante moves erratically through cities helping people or taking down villains. They wouldn't waste resources on some kid from the streets. But the illegal shelter could pose a problem down the line. He might have to pull some strings to keep the lawmen away from here. Is that guy still the head detective? Gotta pay him a visit soon, he mused once he arrived at his usual spot, just a few meters away from the warehouse. From his vantage point he saw the pink-haired girl jump from rooftop to rooftop, probably trying to find a nice place to watch from. He took another drag from his cigarette, threw it to the floor and stomped it. A young boy filled with passion to do good in a world that shuns him, and has connections with the vigilante Smiley who is doing his own investigation on the same drug that ruined my life, Iwao thought with a grimace. Decisions. Decisions. I'm confident they'll eventually stumble upon the drug trade with the intention of dismantling it. But I can't in good conscience let them approach that man. A brief memory of a disfigured man dressed in a suit shape-shifting into an abomination of bones, muscles and flesh, flashed through his eyes. He stayed there in complete silence, observing his target talk with a few of the residents of the warehouse sporting an easygoing smile. His hand hovered over a piece of cloth hidden in his breast pocket. A mask. His mask. Decision made, Iwao Oguro took another cigarette from his pocket and lit it as he settled into his spot. He watched the warehouse, his mind cycling through different plans on how to approach the boy. Salt decided to be a dick like always and sent me back to the store the same day I went to buy groceries. A few cans of cheap beer, a few smokes and toilet paper all crammed in a bag. Worst part of all is that I can't be mad at the guy because he put some of his own money to pay for it. He probably had to beg for it on the streets again, even after I told him to keep his distance because of the kidnappings. As I exited the store and turned down a corner, a familiar face graced me. Bright pink hair tied into twin tails, pink-colored eyes, pink lipstick, tons of makeup and a black eye mask made of cloth. Dressed in an oversized hoodie to hide her distinct outfit. I would have been delighted to meet the idol in person, even after what happened when I brought Jin to enjoy her show. If it wasn't for this small detail. And that is... Ah, your pop step, I said with a straight face, trying not to outright show the annoyance I felt. She has been following me around after the encounter with the weirdo from this morning. What are you doing here all of the sudden? Isn't it a bit too late for a street concert? 2. Now I have two weirdos following every step I make. An idol and a dirty old man. Joy. She smiled and winked at me. Yup. The one and only. The street idol said, striking a pose and holding a peace sign. And you're the weirdo who told me to guide those people and held off that villain in my concert before All Might showed up. I'm considered a weirdo for helping others? At least it's better than being labeled as a hero and getting some lame name like White Hood or whatever, I thought, a bit of amusement at the thought of a hero name centered only on what I look like. You're also the guy who picks up the litter and serves free food next to the abandoned warehouse a few streets away. As soon as those words left her mouth I felt my left brow twitch. I knew she was tailing me, but she also knows what I do and where I live now. Is she? And you also protected a few of my fans during the attack. So I wanted to step in and say thanks. I let out a long sigh, feeling my negative emotions go away. I'm overthinking this, she's just an teen idol. There's no way she's involved in any of that crap. You were following me the whole time just to say thanks? I asked, a bit unnerved by the commitment she took of chasing me to my home, watching me cook for 2 hours, serving people and then following me to the store just to create this scenario. Who does that? Yup. After the attack I got curious and followed you around. You work in an underground homeless shelter, right? How lame. But I won't tell anyone, hee. Thanks. I breathe in and then out. If she wasn't so cute we wouldn't be having this conversation to begin with. This girl is too much. Your secret is safe with me as long as you play your part as my bodyguard, what do you say? Popstep continued, sporting a dangerous glint in her eyes. The nerve of this girl. Come again. I said while making a gesture of cleaning my right ear with my pinky. Now you're blackmailing me into a job position? I thought you were thanking me. Well. I am thanking you, but after I saw you keep the villain at bay while keeping my fanbase safe, I thought you could be perfect for the job. She said with a not-so-innocent smile, before she got into my personal space. It's not a hard job. I just need someone reliable to protect me, and keep my webpage updated, set up venues and sell merchandise. So, not only am I being hired as a bodyguard, she wants me to fill in as a manager too. What a pain in the ass. At my blank expression she batted her eyelashes and her lips got really close to mine. There are a lot of benefits of working for me too, she whispered. My nose picked the scent of the strawberry flavor of her lipstick and strawberry shortcake she probably had a few hours ago. Such as? I asked, small droplets of sweat forming at the top of my forehead at her close proximity. You get to spend a lot of time with yours truly. And a 20% off from any purchase of the Pop Step merch, hehe. So what is it going to be? The idol said, clapping her hands and smiling sweetly as soon as she took a few steps away. Gut, there's no benefits to this partnership whatsoever. And why am I even considering it to begin with? Because she's hot? Come on man. I felt my entire spirit leave my body as I sighed. No fucking way. Be a man and just tell her you're not interested. In any other situation I'd be delighted to help you, I began, hoping to God that I wasn't blushing when I said that. But you see. A faint gunshot interrupted my response, making me go completely still. It came from 4 streets away. The same place I got my grocery. Oh come on. I promise I'll allow you to hold my hand as she started to banter, but I immediately shut her up by covering her mouth. Her expression went from surprised, to alarm, to panic. She tried to say something but her muffled protests and exclamations were the least of my problems. They're getting closer. The hurried sounds of footsteps and the smell of gunpowder put me on edge. I turned back just in time to see 3 people running straight to us. It took Pop Step 2 seconds to understand the situation we were in. Villains? Oh why is this happening again? She loudly whispered. So much for keeping quiet. My lungs expanded with air. The world slowed down to a crawl. Why are they coming directly to us? Is this their escape route? What should I do? Should I jump in and stop them? What about Pop Step? I thought, analyzing the situation and thinking of possible actions. 2 guns. An amphibian-looking dude, a reptilian man, and the last one is the muscle of the group, seems to be a power enhancer quirk by the looks of it. Shit, they're almost here, I need to make a decision now. Get behind me, I whispered to the idol. I didn't even give her the time to think and put myself in front of her just in case. Eek. Get away from our car, you stupid fuck. The fucker called the cops. Just shoot them. The street was bathed in light. My ear rang by the sound of 2 loud explosions. 2 projectiles directed to my left cheek and my right lung. Ah! The groceries fell from my grasp as my right and left hand flew at unison and positioned on the trajectory of the fast bullets approaching. Water flow, catching flies, it took so much from me to not outright say it. My right hand captured the projectile, while my left hand only managed to grasp it. In a panic, my entire body hardened, the bullet bounced against my skin and ricocheted against the nearby wall. If it wasn't for Iron Body. What the? Holy shit! More air filled my lungs and my vision sharpened. I let the bullet in my hand fall to the ground. Their movements were slow, so that meant they were likely just common thieves. Before anyone could react, my hand blurred towards the remaining pieces of junk I decided to keep, hidden in the front pocket of my hoodie, and quickly threw 2 of them to the armed robbers. This time, without restraint. Both of them hit the mark. The first one went to the index finger holding the trigger of the gun that shot me, exploding in blood, bone, and cartilage on contact. The other went in the direction of the other gun on sight, destroying it before they could use it, hurting the user's hand. The man in front of me screamed in pain. My feet blurred, pushing me forward. A long appendage came straight at my face. I directed my gaze to the culprit, who had his mouth open, tongue extended, a surprised but enraged expression on his face. And the last person of the group was moving forward to intercept me. Unfortunately for them, they were far too slow. As soon as I was in range, the palm of my right hand met the torso of the man who shot at us. His body flew away from me, spit and blood shooting from his open mouth. The slimy appendage was swiftly parried with a fluid motion to the side. 10 quick kicks in a row and I was in front of the reptilian-looking person. My hand was already moving. At the last second I changed the position of my fingers to land a less lethal strike than what I intended to. Water flow, stream, I thought, striking once, twice, thrice. My expression remained calm and collected as multiple hits landed on the assailant's body, pushing him back. It felt extremely satisfying to hear them contort and scream in pain at my attacks. But I still held back. I almost used finger pistol on them. Water flow, smash, a small opening presented itself and my hardened fingers immediately struck the reptilian's lower jaw, teeth, and blood flew from his mouth. His unmoving body fell a few meters away from us. My ears perked at the voice of Pop Step coming from the building above me. Meaning she was safe. That leaves. You white-haired bitch. I'll stomp you flat. Air left my lungs, the world returned to its original speed as I saw the last of the bunch run towards me, fist raised. But before he could get 2 feet in, another voice interrupted his charge. Followed by a fast-approaching figure falling through the night sky. Good timing. Thanks for the distraction, kid. And directly followed by a fist colliding with the face of the last standing assailant, sending him sprawling to the asphalt. My eyes landed on the newcomer, who swiftly got up and struck a combat pose while inspecting the downed combatants. He was dressed in a green trench coat, grey cargo pants, a tight black t-shirt, black fingerless gloves and a black banded headscarf. My gaze shifted to his weapons, which consisted of plain brass knuckles, probably made of steel. Then to his belt. I picked the scent of gunpowder and the familiar smell of the same oil I used to treat the ropes I utilized to capture quirk users. Our gazes briefly met. I tried. I really did try to keep a neutral expression. But my face morphed into an unimpressed frown instead. This asshole stalker has been following me around for so long, and now he's trying to act like a hero all of the sudden? If it wasn't for the fact that I owe him for taking away one of his teeth and putting him through one of the most embarrassing moments of my life, I would have flipped the fuck out. Who is that? Pop Step screamed from the roof above us. HRNG. Who am I? I'll answer that gladly. The old man in costume responded, tightening his fist. If you could ever call that a costume to begin with. Name's Knuckle Duster, the janitor these streets need. Oh my god, that was so corny, I thought with a grimace while remembering every one-liner I came up with for Smiley back in the day. Someone is paying him to mess up with me, there's no way this man is saying things like that unprompted. Humph. I had my own questions too, but it seems they're all out cold, the man said while relaxing his muscles and calmly walking to the downed robbers. Just like me, he immediately came to the same conclusion that nobody here was on the drug. Tisk, another dead end, so much work for nothing. Hey kid, work with me. Hey? What? My mouth said before my mind could catch up to that statement. You've got promise, kid. And I'm in search of an assistant to help me on the job, the man told me. He stood up from his position and directed his gaze towards mine. I'll make a hero out of you. This guy has gone completely insane. What's with all these job offers? I responded, picking up my ear while sporting a bored expression. Trying desperately to hold onto my sanity. Where does this even come from? What does that have anything to do with me? Why yet? I came here first. Pop Step made herself known, still perched at the rooftop above us. She blushed and looked the other way as soon as I directed my unamused expression towards her. Real smooth Pop. You hold a lot of respect for Smiley, you volunteer at a homeless shelter and you try to do good deeds in your spare time. Am I wrong? The man questioned me with a sneer. My fists tightened in response. Do you expect me to believe you ain't interested in hero work? Don't we both share the same goals towards true justice? And what goals do we share? My face hardened at the mention of Smiley and the common goal. I'm starting to figure out the full picture. It all started when we shared our common goal with this specific problem affecting us both that day. And that is the drug that plagues this city, of course. Knuckle whatever said while flexing his muscles. You know that feeling very well, Don Cha? When the situation looks bleak and you know what needs to be done, do you take action or not? That's the spirit of a hero, and you, my boy, have the qualities of a true hero. So, what do you say? I stayed in silence, at least for what it felt like a minute. Not out of respect but of bafflement. Any other day before today I would have been interested in the possibility of any help in the drug investigation, even if it came from the man in front of me. Unfortunately for him, I was annoyed that day, and my mind was more preoccupied with a more pressing matter. Was that the reason why you've been following me and my family around lately? As in for the last 3 weeks? I questioned him as I began to slowly pick up the discarded groceries from the ground and put them back on the paper bags. Good thing I didn't pick any liquids besides the beer this time. Fat, how did you know it was me? I didn't know if I should be relieved or mad that he didn't try to hide it. I could recognize the smell of that knockoff cigarette brand anywhere, I responded once I had all the groceries back in my arms. I just bought a pack for a friend of mine. The old man blinked in surprise then grunted. Hey. I knew that salesman was ripping me off, the hero wannabe said while scratching his head. Is it safe to come down now? Pop Step asked from the same position from before, taking small peeks at the downed assailants. She's still here? Not yet. One of them is still conscious, I said, switching my gaze from Pop to my groceries, but I stayed alert regardless. He's trying to get up as we speak. How could you tell? The old man grunted then directed his gaze to the man in question who was struggling to move but failing at it. I can hear them from here. No wait. Another one of them just woke up. I elevated my gaze just in time for the big guy of the group to stand up and run toward us sporting a crazed expression across his face. Look out. When the situation looks bleak and you know what needs to be done. Do you take action or not? Man, get the fuck out of my head, I thought as my hand found the last bolt at my disposal and threw it to his feet, tripping him in the process. First Salt with his dumb speech and now this dude's lame hero pitch. I'm getting pissed off. The man began to fall, but I was already moving, positioning myself underneath him. Iron stamp. I thought as my body contorted into a perfect split, months of workout and stretching finally paying off, into keeping my groceries from harm. My foot met the muscle head chin, sending him upwards, just in time for the old man to jump over me, a hungry smile plastered through his face, fist cocked back. Brass knuckles impacted the assailant's head, creating a strong and meaty sound that resonated through the deserted street. Without missing a beat, my foot kicked the man's body, sending him flying at his accomplices, who were trying to get up and escape, sending them all to the ground. We both admired our work. It felt so weird. As soon as I saw his muscles flex in anticipation, I knew where I needed to be and what I should be doing to get the end result. It felt like my brain created the perfect path for that setup and delivery. The old man with the mask directed his attention to me, interrupting my thought process. Felt good, didn't it? Come on, kid. Starting today I'm going to teach you what it takes to be a hero. Knuckle Duster said, a bloodthirsty grin splattered across his face, fist raised high, small droplets of blood staining the custom-made brass knuckles. And how good it feels to pound villains to the ground. You can't be serious. Good? Did I hear that right? Does he enjoy this? My frown deepened. I was about to tell him off but I stopped as my ears caught the faint sound of police sirens from a distance. The perfect opportunity to get as far away from here as possible without explanation. The sound of the approaching sirens drowned whatever Popstep tried to say as they both took notice of the flashing lights at the distance. Before any of them could move a muscle I directed my attention to the masked man. I refuse. Stop following me around, old man, I told him with a sneer, before jumping to the rooftops, surprising Popstep in the process. And stay away from my family. As I jumped away from rooftop to rooftop, one single thought crossed my mind, souring my mood further. He's going to follow me until I agree, isn't he? I twitched as my nose catched the familiar but foreign smell of tobacco and beer coming from the warehouse in front of me. My eyes widened. No. It can't be. The bag of pork buns I was holding onto fell to the floor as soon as I passed through the door of the shelter. There was no way to prepare me for the image of the same old man from yesterday who tried to play hero to impress me and recruit me as his assistant, sitting on a chair sharing a beer with Salt of all people while they talked like nothing. No fucking way. Oh, Gur is here. Did you bring me the buns? Someone clogged the toilet again. Sorry but we're out of dish soap, can you buy some next time? Since when do we get family visits? I ignored every single word around me and walked in a straight line to my surrogate shithead uncle and the person who has become a thorn on my side for the past month. I felt a huge relief when the day after we took care of the armed robbers the old dude stopped following my early routine. It was like a huge pressure from my shoulders disappeared all of the sudden. Now he's here at late noon, that means he slipped and seen after Jin and I cooked lunch together, and I went for a quick patrol before calling it off. No wonder I got 2 clicks when I tried to call back. After an incident with one of the clones on the job, we decided to implement a clicking system. It was extra important for everyone in charge of the walkie-talkies to learn it. Especially because there's been a suspicious man snooping around the shelters. 1 click meant it was safe to call. 2 clicks meant it wasn't safe to call. And 3 clicks meant danger from any side. Hey brat! Did you get the packs I asked for? I heard Salt ask me as I calmly made my way to them, an irritated expression plastered across my face. Straight away Salt took notice and lowered his drink a little. What? Did something happen? What are you doing here? I questioned the man next to Salt, who simply grunted in response, making my frown deepen. Salt released a small burp and looked between me and the man next to him. A look of realization appeared on his face, but was immediately replaced by an expression that clearly showed the smug feeling of told ya so brat. Humph. What does it look like? I have no home kid. The man responded after he took a swig from his beer. After the death of my wife I lost everything, so I decided to crash here until I'm back on my feet. I'm mad that I don't know if this guy is telling me the truth or not. And who let him in anyway? A small movement from the peripheral of my vision garnered my attention. In the distance Jin was trying to look smaller than what he already was. Ah. HRN. Fine. Stay if you want, see if I care, I gave up, throwing the cigarette pack to Salt, who almost dropped his beer in the process. But, if you put any of these people in danger, I'm killing you myself. I didn't even give him time to respond before I stormed as far away from that man as possible. I passed a few people while giving away a few pork buns, but leaving a few for the people that requested them. Speaking of which, didn't you tell us to be careful around strangers? What happened? The sarcastic teen questioned with a smile as I approached them after my talk with the old man. I quickly gave each kid and teen a pork bun and gave a bag filled with bread for Cream to distribute around the shelter. Now the same guy from the interrogation is here in the shelter. What should we do? Cream snorted and the kids giggled between bites. A sigh escaped from my mouth as I saw Khan's smile grow slightly larger. What a drag. I can still salvage this. Yes, I did tell you that. Now listen to me while I say this, I replied, completely calm. Everyone in the training program is going to add 20 more reps to every exercise and 2 extra kilometers to their run. I feel you guys are ready for the real training to begin. The kids immediately stopped laughing and Khan's smile dropped. See you guys tomorrow, 6 in the morning. Don't be late, or I'll be mad. My grin only increased as I saw their faces slowly pale. I waved at them and walked towards Jin. I am so sorry boss. No I'm not you bastard. Jin exclaimed me as soon as I stood next to him. He told me he was homeless and he was seeking shelter and... It's fine Jin. I'm not mad. I'm furious, but I knew it wasn't his fault. It was mine. I should have broken one of the old man kneecaps to leave us alone. Next time, if someone suspicious tries to approach the shelter, contact me. Or make a clone of me and let him take charge, okay? I whispered, knowing full well that the old man still talking with Salt was trying to hear me from his position. I'll do that, thank you boss. Already knew that dumbass. Jin half spoke, half whispered, bringing a tired smile to my face. And stop calling me boss, I said, my smile dropping at the mention of that title. Okay boss. Ugh, whatever. I tried to give him a reassuring smile but I could tell it wasn't convincing. Regardless, I gave him the last pork bun from the bag, which he accepted. With a sigh, I made my way to the last person who slept close to the communal bathroom. You look tired, boyo. Too much time in the streets isn't good for your health, an old woman said as soon as I got close. There she was, still reading a book from the comfort of her own bed, one of the nicest ones too considering a few of the beds in the shelter were still made of recycled parts, while her own was almost brand new. Hello to you too, ENA, I tiredly said, slipping onto her bed a small container of the coffee she specifically told me to get. Thank God it was an American brand, because I wouldn't be able to distinguish the Japanese ones. Brought you what you asked me for. It was very expensive, 2 weeks of meat by the way. Our patrons will have to settle for veggie soup and veggie stew until we get the funds back. Not that I actually cared about the meat shortage. Meat or not, they would eat whatever I cooked for them. Besides, I was getting something out of this deal. It's not the New England's coffee but this will do, she responded dismissively, adjusting her glasses to read the contents labeled on the container. I just know it's not the same. If you didn't want it to begin with, why did you ask me to get it? I thought, sporting an expression of defeat. There was a huge sale on meat products too, we could have pork, chicken and meat bones for stock. Thank you for the coffee brat, I heard the old woman say after smelling the inside of the container, giving a sigh of satisfaction. Be a dear and bring me a cup of hot water. Yes ma'am, I replied. Oh, before I forget, I stopped right on my tracks as soon as I heard the old woman speak. There was a reason why I would entertain random requests from ENA for free. Humph. Your new clothes, if you can even call them that, are ready. I don't know why you asked me for such a dreadful design, but it's done. It took her less time than the last one. The special suit I secretly requested for Red Dragon is ready. This time the design was all me. I really liked ENA designs, but all of them had this old school feel. ENA was really fond of patterns, so when she showed me the ideas she had for the new costume I was a little concerned with the similarities with the smiley one, even though the colors were completely different. In the end I decided to shift the idea into something more modern. Something from my time. Clothes I would want to wear if I went out at night to serve justice. She reluctantly agreed. Thank you for your hard work ENA. I'll repay you one of these days. I turned back and gave her a slight bow before returning to my original task. Don't even mention it boyo. Humph. Huff. My popularity skyrocketed again, she thought with a shit-eating grin as she did her usual reps of weightlifting. She'd been on an emotional high ever since she saw the updated hero billboard chart ranking that morning in the news, her name nearing the top 10. It's only a matter of time until my name is in the top 10. Huff. HNG. Hat. Her left ear twitched in annoyance. Her phone was vibrating again, she could hear it even from where she left it in the changing room, meters away from her personal gym. It was the third time this morning too. I could swear. I told those fuckers, from the mobile company shit. I'll hunt them down, if they ever call me again. The female hero said through gritted teeth, adding reps to the original count for each vibration. She ignored it like the other 2 times before, there's no reason for her to talk to anybody. What's even the point anyway? It's a waste of her time. Time wasted on people is time wasted on the streets. The phone suddenly stopped, and so did her annoyance. HRNG. Huff. Once she arrived at the last of her reps, with the grunt of exertion Rumi Usagiyama threw the barbell away, which fell right onto the floor, cracking it again. Fat. I think I'm getting used to the new added weight, Rumi said after getting up from the bench, using the back of her hand to wipe the excess sweat from her face. I'm gonna be needing a heavier set soon enough. The heroine got up from her seat and made her way to the showers, taking a towel from a rack nearby. But before she could enter the shower her phone rang again. Her annoyance came back full force as both of her ears twitched. The phone only rang a third time before she forcefully picked it up and kept it away from her head. Click. Good afternoon, miss. Listen to me, fucker. You've been calling all morning, well you have my attention now. You got 5 seconds to explain why you decided to ruin my morning before I break this piece of trash phone and then you. She immediately interrupted the man on the other line. She heard the man inhale sharply and try to apologize, but once again she cut him off. 1. You I'm calling from the Hero Public Safety Commission HQ, as the 14th ranked heroine as of day. 2. Yes. The Hero Commission is offering you the beneficial job opportunity of working with us. 3. Capture. I mean. It has come to our attention the illegal activities of a vigilante that seems to be causing trouble. Alright, stop. You're pissing me off, she interrupted, this time of distaste. There's nothing worse in the eyes of Mirko than weaklings, and this conversation was getting on her nerves like no end. Get to the fucking point. Why yes. Right. I'm sorry. Have you heard of the Vigilante smiley, Miss Mirko? The fleeting memory of an average-sized, yellow-masked man knocking out a villain with a kick before she could even make her entrance was still fresh in her memory. The Vigilante didn't really leave the best impression on her eyes. He sounded young when he directed his attention to the public, but experienced at the same time for his age, as if it wasn't his first time on the streets. But all of those traits were pushed back by the irritation she felt back then, which surged again tenfold at the mere mention of his name. Yet. What about him? She asked, sporting a forced smile trying, to not grind her teeth. It wasn't their only meeting either. 2 weeks ago he beat her to the punch again. The worst part was that he was long gone before her arrival. Speak up, damn it. The Hero Public Safety Commission is issuing a call for the capture of the Vigilante smiley due to, and I quote, illegal quirk use in public on numerous occasions, vigilantism, brutal use of force on public, threaten the SAF. Wait, hold up. Are you telling me you're paying me to capture Smiley? She asked with a serious expression, her free hand tightening in response. Is that a problem, Miss Mirko? Her frown was replaced by a shit-eating smirk. When do I start? A/N, I am now writing this at the beginning of November. With luck I'll be posting this the same month instead of taking more than what I anticipate and moving the schedule for December, edit, LMAO, edit 2022, LMAO. Writing in a language you barely grasp is really hard, but I recommend it, it becomes a really interesting experience. I hope more people will give it a try. Some of these scenes I had to come up on the spot and some others were planned since the conception of the FIC. But like any plan they never turn out like you first envisioned them to be. My notes for Iwao Oguro, aka, Knuckle Duster, were totally different from what I'm currently developing in this FIC. My original plan was for them to meet in the street and then later keep meeting from time to time, instead Gur fought a drunk Iwao Oguro, fucked up an interrogation and now he has his complete attention. This brings up my favorite part of the FIC, which is pop step inclusion. I love her character and I hope I managed to get her character right. The idea of the bounty was created with 2 scenarios in mind, Mirko chasing Gur like some Looney Tunes / Tom and Jerry cartoons and a future encounter with a particular hero who has a reputation for their ruthlessness. Looking up to that LOL. Last edit. So this chapter was supposed to be released by the end of November, early December. But I've been getting bad news one after another. Depression ain't pretty. Worst part is that the chapter had to be revised multiple times. Earlier scenes I had for encounters and moving the plot forward went from too slow to too quick. So I had to scrap scenes and move a few of them for the next chapter, which has 4 scenes planned. Either way, thank you so much for your continuous support. Issue number 10, The Smell of Honey. So, your name is Gur, no last name. No ID either. I'm going to call you Gur then. Don't let the lawmen catch you loitering around, brat, or you're going to be in a lot of trouble. An annoyed expression marred my face, which was hidden by my mask, as I remembered the talk I had with the old man later the same night he decided to crash down on the shelter. The drug we're searching for is called Trigger. You and that vigilante friend of yours know some of the side effects of the drug already, so I won't bore you with the details. We gotta do something about it. My foot came down with impressive speed and generated an explosion of air, pushing me upwards. Wind flowed around me as I jumped through the night sky while I looked down on the district of Narahata. I decided to exchange places with one of my clones as soon as the old man went for a bathroom break at noon and extended my original patrol to calm my nerves. So far I've stopped 2 robberies and 1 quirk rampage. No black tongue this time. Villains can pop out anywhere with this drug, so the cops and heroes are always playing catch up. That's where we come in. We? As in you and me? Damn straight. We're gonna go out next thing tomorrow morning and stop any suspicious looking characters and check their tongues. Don't lump me into your delusions, you crazy old fart. I swear to God, it's like having another salt in the shelter, I thought as I soared through the sky, double-checking every corner of the city. It was getting close to midnight, which means I would have to call it a night soon, unless I get an unexpected message from Jin, Khan, or the remaining clones. Don't feel like training either. Another hour of patrol would do and I'll try to meditate this time. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. For the first time in a while I felt a great amount of restlessness. I couldn't relax now that I had more information on the drug, but searching blindly wouldn't do me good either. It was better to relay information and leave it to the clones for a while. I didn't want to take any chances with the old man in the vicinity and a certain someone still lurking and watching my civilian persona from the rooftops. Pop's step. Unsurprisingly, the nice-looking amateur idol was stalking me from afar, keeping her distance but not losing sight of me. My guess was that she was trying to find the perfect opportunity to jump in and make her pitch again. She can try as many times as she desires, the outcome would always be the same. Even though I would reconsider the offer through the night. Ugh, why did she have to dress like that? I thought with exasperation, trying no, hoping the images that immediately flooded my mind would just go away. My feet touched the edge of a tall building. I decided to stop for a moment, just to catch my breath. Not that I needed it or anything, I could practically fly around cities all day if I so desired. Now that I think about it. It's been a while since the last time I felt physically tired. Each day I would sleep less and less. Minute by minute. It almost felt like my body needed less time resting as my life went on. I didn't know how to properly explain it. But something was going on with my body. And I didn't know what. My eyes admired the tight gloves I wore on my left hand, made by the skillful hands of ENA, and how it showcased every line of my hardened appendages and every calluses created through intense training. My hand slowly closed and tightened into a fist. Was this a response to the drug cartel? Or was it the lack of training I did on a daily basis? Was this a natural response? Or by an external source? So many questions. I breathed in, and then I let it out. My hot breath slowly dissipated in the cold wind from the edges of my plastic mask. It was almost natural, breathing that is. The breathing pattern I developed long ago, inspired by the memories of an anime I used to watch, became easier by the day. There were times it would get disrupted whenever I lost concentration, but my body was adapting to do it unconsciously. What was the next step again? My thoughts lingered as I tried to remember the following steps to increase the capacity of my lungs. I've been able to maintain it while patrolling and capturing bad guys. But I think I'm missing something. Something related to gourds. My gaze dropped to the ground below me as my ears caught the sound of cutting wind, immediately followed by a sudden impact against asphalt. I could see two individuals, fighting. One had a katana on its hands, evading the other one who was throwing punches recklessly. Should I intervene? I asked myself, while staring impassively. It was hard to tell who of them was the instigator of the confrontation. I shook my head in surprise. What am I thinking? I never hesitated like this before. I flexed my muscles as my foot inched forward, ready to intervene. But the faint scent of blood in the air stopped me right on my tracks. Not important. I'll deal with it later. My feet blurred. My vision sharpened as my lungs expanded with air. First step was to disarm the only armed person in the conflict, then ask questions. Just as the masked man dressed in black and red gear holding a blade was about to deliver a lethal strike, I positioned myself between them, my hand blurring at high speeds. Water flow, my gloved fingers met the cold steel of a katana, and with one swift motion I parried it away from me and the big guy behind me. The eyes of the masked man slowly widened before stepping away from me straight away. My gaze shifted from the guy with the blade to the man I saved, just in time to witness him raise a fist that was slowly increasing in size to squash me like a bug. My eyes zero in on the black tongue that was hanging out from the corner of the guy's mouth. In that instant, I knew who the enemy was. Air began to flow through my lungs rapidly. The asphalt below my feet cracked as I kicked the ground 30 times in less than a second. Razor, iron smash, before the big guy under the influence of the drug could initiate his attack, my hardened fist met his stomach. Blood and spit flew from his mouth, splattering the walls and a third of my mask. The man staggered back a few steps, before falling down with a groan. Unconscious. I breathed out, feeling the tension of my calves leave. A loud click grabbed my attention. 2 meters behind me. I gave the remaining man a side glance as I slowly took the rope I had hidden beforehand in one of my pockets and began the process of restraining another victim of trigger. I couldn't see his expression. But I could hear him evening his breathing pattern and regain a steady heartbeat. As well as any small movement he did to recover his composure. I didn't need to see his face to know that his eyes were directly fixed on my back as I went on with my job. Once done, I had to put the big guy on my shoulder and made my way to the exit of the alleyway. Smiley, I heard the man say while adjusting the glove of his left hand as I was about to pass him. Then he crossed his arms and relaxed his stance. It's a pleasure to see you in action again, but I had everything under control. Stopping on my tracks, I directed my gaze to my fellow masked man who had sheathed his own weapon. I blinked. I didn't notice it when I first arrived, but not only does this guy carry a katana around, but he also had multiple knives strapped to his chest. It reminded me of those weirdos I used to watch on YouTube who would sharpen their weapons to try them on water bottles. Shifting the weight of the big guy comfortably laid on my shoulder, I responded. "Hat. You say that," I said while noticing that a side of his mask was being lit by one of the dim lights from the entrance of the alleyway, slightly illuminating his face. Regardless, I didn't actually care about the identity of the person in front of me. I barely even knew who he was. But that katana looks awfully sharp, and those knives strapped to you don't appear to be family friendly. Were you perhaps trying to kill this man? Those who walk the path of villainy will eventually be put down by the might of justice, the man said, instead of actually answering my question. I, Stendhal, am but a tool for that purpose. What the hell is this guy talking about? That's not what I asked, I thought, while I tried to suppress the need to scratch my head in confusion. Who is this guy? A tool of justice, you say? It took me a while to fall back into the smiley persona. The way he phrased the word justice rubbed me the wrong way for some reason. Is there a tool with less pointy ends in that workbench? A wrench maybe? Haha. I felt a small gust of air leaving his nose. Meaning? He snorted. He found my lame joke hilarious. Hat. As amusing as your quips are, Smiley. I request for you to stand aside. The man in your possession is a criminal who lacks focus and, most important of all, holds no conviction, the masked man said while partially unsheathing his blade. The time for his reckoning has arrived. Because he's going to face judgment. My expression hardened as well as every muscle in my body, but I relaxed them immediately. After all, word of the drug isn't public knowledge, yet. Even if I shared what I knew with a few heroes here and there, like Eraserhead, I don't think they would spread the knowledge between themselves or the masses. So, any hero operating alone in the streets, no matter their ideals, would think every victim to be a villain no matter what. I'm afraid I cannot entertain such a request, I replied smoothly. My eyes caught the slow movement of his barely illuminated face muscles contort into an unreadable expression. Probably contempt or anger. I didn't know what. Because you see, the person you were trying to turn into a grade A steak is a victim of a bigger problem. The man in front of me sheathed his blade again and nodded once, prodding me to keep going. Have you heard about Trigger? It seems to be a real problem lately in the area. Narahata appears to be the epicenter of most cases, I said, recalling that time I had a similar conversation with Eraserhead. I wondered if he ever shared the information I provided to his colleagues from the Hero Guide. I won't bore you with the details, but what we are dealing with is a drug, and not one of the funny ones, I'm afraid. I really tried to stay serious, even if the setups for jokes kept coming out of nowhere. Anyone that is supplied with the drug gets a quirk boost and an increment in strength, but at the cost of their common sense, I continued while adjusting the still dazed big guy on my shoulder. But the key word here is anyone. Anyone could be supplied with Trigger, a villain, a member of the Yakuza, a small-time robber, or what about a homeless person? Maybe a child playing with their friends? Or maybe any person minding their own business on the street. Humph, as expected of someone of your high caliber. Very well then, I'll trust you, Stendhal said after another period of time that felt like an eternity. I'll let you know if I find any clues. The roof of this alley should pose as a meeting point. I nodded, glad that the small standoff was over without an ounce of violence. But there was one last piece I had to get out of my chest before I had to let the man in front of me go. Oh yeah, before I forget. Stendhal, was it? I said before the man could begin his exit. It appears I caught him off guard, considering he was just contracting his muscles to make his escape. I could clearly see his next movement by the way his muscles began to contract. It felt like a silhouette that was moving before the body could even take a step. Weird. But not important. A word of advice. Try to keep the pointy end of that stick of yours only to the most despicable villains, I said, not fully endorsing or opposing his way of enforcing justice in the streets. But nevertheless I tried to be careful without fully antagonizing him. Even their type could become useful in gathering intelligence. Heroes are meant to keep their hands clean, lest they become what they're trying to stop. I'll keep that in mind. Farewell, Smiley. Without another word, Stendhal tensed his muscles, jumped from building to another, then to a street sign and ran away from roof through roof, disappearing into the night sky. Hey! For a second I could swear I saw all his movements before he could make them. I wonder what was that all about? Well, who cares? I said to myself. That encounter just reminded me of why I took the job of a hero. I can't just give up just because I got frustrated with the drug thing. Let's get you all wrapped up. What do you say, big guy? Ugh. That's what I wanted to hear. Haha. It seems business is dying down for the night. Better hurry up to the store and buy the missing groceries the guys were asking for. I thought, my mask laid on one of my hands while the other wiped the grime and blood off with one of the handkerchief Jin gave me. I ended up ditching the big guy next to a heroine with a weird fixation with cats, at least that's what I got from looking at her costume. The way she looked at me when we exchanged stares as I flew by unnerved me. It felt like she could dissect me with only a look. The feeling went away immediately. It only lasted a second. But it was enough to put me on edge. Enough so, that I decided to extend my patrol for a while so I could shake that feeling off, encountering 2 more black tongues in the process and leaving them with a reluctant Eraserhead, who was in the area. Once on the rooftop I left my backpack with civilian clothes. I began to undress while checking with the walkie-talkie from time to time, sending clicks and receiving 2 back every time. Meaning the old man won't leave anyone alone in the shelter for me to call back. What a pain in the ass. I dropped down from the rooftop, angling myself so I could approach and kick the next building to another to ease my fall. I made the mistake of using the abilities of Smiley in front of a civilian once. After that incident I'd rather avoid repeating the same mistake again. My feet touched the asphalt, creating a splash from a small puddle of liquid. I better not think about it. The guys in the shelter were talking about dish soap and cleaning supplies. How well are we stocked in noodles and rice for the upcoming weeks? I thought, making sure everything was in place as I made my way towards the exit of the alleyway. I could see the faint lights of the lamps and 1 or 2 stores that looked like they were about to close. I bought the coffee ENA asked for already, so that means I gotta find a place selling on a bargain. Meaning, no sweets this time. Not like anyone in the training program is gonna need them for the foreseeable future. I could swear I saw a 30% sign a few streets back. If I go at a normal pace I think I can arrive before they CLO. My train of thought was interrupted by a trio of dudes who crashed into me, distracted by talking between themselves while drinking beer without a care in the world. I was so into my own thoughts that my body reacted on instinct, tensing all my muscles into iron body and crashing into the trio, who all immediately fell onto the floor, as if they crashed against a wall, dropping their drinks and smokes in the process. Gah. Gra. What the hell? I remained standing there, blinking almost owlishly. Not only was I slightly wet with beer as the dudes on the floor, but I almost felt ashamed for not paying attention and ending in this situation. If any of the guys at the shelter heard about this they would have laughed their asses off. I breathed in and then out through my nose. This time, it was my fault. There's no reason to be angry about this. Apologize and be done with it. I gave them a side glance as I prepared to begin my apology. 3 young adults that looked like the typical hooligans that would drink beer and loiter around on the less busy parts of the streets. I could go as far and said that they looked like they ran from home recently. The group consisted of a normal-looking young adult with spiky aqua-green hair and sharp teeth, a small person who possessed a lizard/reptilian type of quirk, and a large man who had a dark and stony appearance, no pupils, and a small flame on top of his head. Sorry about that, I immediately said, once I realized I was staring for too long. I tried to ease my stoic expression into something more apologetic, but it only ended up looking condescending. I wasn't looking where I was going. I'll try to be more careful next time. Phew. What the hell was that for, asshole? Said the green-haired dude, who appeared to be the leader of the group. They stood up and towered over me, the man addressing me in the front while the others positioned themselves at his sides. Yet. I didn't even get to drink mine. Was the response of the reptilian man, quickly followed by the reply from the largest of the group. And now we're all wet, you think this is funny? My head moved to the side to evade a slowly moving swipe from a fist with spikes growing from it. Hey, this ability reminds me of that dude from the comics, which was his name again? I thought while evading more slow swipes. I noticed from the corner of my eyes as the 2 others began to corner me with the intention of attacking me from all sides. But my mind was still distracted with who this person reminded me of, so I just ignored the attempts on my life. Magnesio. No, that's not it. Biclops? No, that was the person with the red eyes. Ack, this is going to bother me all night. It was by the 8th swipe that I grew tired of the charade. The stores were closing and I didn't have time to waste trying to act like a civilian in front of these 3, especially with people around us doing their best to ignore us. That type of attitude pisses me off. I'm sorry for everything, but I have places to be, by now. I muttered, uncaring if they heard me or not. Air began to fill my lungs as I prepared to deliver a quick strike to take down those 3 at once. You're not getting away with a beating, you asshole. I'm going to mess you up REA. Water flow, current. My hand flew at high speeds in the form of a wave, hitting the chin of every single member of the group who were all about to rush me, to take me down so the leader could have his way with me. The end result was instantaneous, their movements diminished in strength and began to fall to the ground, unconscious. I breathed out, grunting at the smell of piss and putrid trash that people threw on the alleyway. My gaze took notice that there were less people on the street than before and fewer stores were open by now. Disgruntled, I hide the unconscious bodies of the hooligans I crashed into and hide them on the alleyway next to a few trash bags. This day can't get any worse. I began my trek back to the 30% store I saw a few streets back, hoping it was still open. While trying to recall what I was thinking before being rudely interrupted. Something about gourds? I knew it had some significance to a training method, but I barely remember what. It wasn't a simple strengthening technique method of carrying heavy gourds, because I'd carry rock slabs and tree logs on a daily basis. I need to get my hands on a few to experiment. As if God himself was listening to my thoughts, my gaze landed on a small old lady with a butterfly hairpin struggling to close her store due to her small frame. Around her store I could visualize gourds and Japanese decoratives for tourists. I blinked. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about this. I made my way to the store and greeted the old woman with a small wave. Excuse me, lady, I know it's a little late, but how much for the gourds? And do you need help closing the store? You know. I'm the last person to speak about politeness, but I feel it's really impolite for you to act like we know each other just because we use the same route for jogging, I calmly said to the person who was right next to me, as I ran through the deserted streets of Narahata. Nonsense. Eyebrows replied while sporting a big and punchable smile. We shared names already, that makes us buddies. Jogging buddies, haha. Actually, you only shared yours. I never told you mine, I thought, exasperated but still maintaining the calm and collected look I've been giving this guy ever since we met a few streets ago. Normally I would find it weird that our encounters had steadily increased ever since our first meeting a few weeks ago. But recently I've noticed new presences snooping around the shelter and the food stand. Besides the old man and that little idle minx. I had an enlightening conversation with one of them too. A young and terrible actor, but paid generously for the food I served him, so I didn't see a need to pressure him further with my questioning during our talk. Not that it mattered. I managed to catch a glimpse of his ID and ID and business card when the guy forgot his wallet on his stool. Took him 30 minutes to realize he lost his wallet and came rushing back on all fours asking for it. But by that time I already read the contents, and by read I meant I asked Jin to read them for me. I also took a few bills, just in case. It wasn't until my shift was over that I realized that Idaten was the name of the agency the guy running next to me owned. The agency of the Turbo Hero, Ingenium to be more precise. Meaning, he's been keeping tabs on me. There's multiple reasons why he would do something like that. An unsupervised teen who runs through the streets at high speeds at dawn would be considered extremely suspicious. Or maybe he's onto my secret identity, but that's quite unlikely, because the clones have been taking shifts as Smiley while I train and serve food. Or maybe, he wants to inspect the shelter and close it. If that were the case, his career as a hero would be over as fast as his special power. Now that I think about it. I forgot your name, buddy. Can you remind me? Haha. The guy said after a few minutes of silence in which he acted as if he tried to recall my name. Nice save there. He knew my name, that's a given. But he remembered I never shared it with him during our runs. He probably got them from the guy that floats on the ground on all fours. It's Gur, no last name. I replied, already drained from social interactions for the day. I wanted to split up already from this guy and go supervise the training the kids and teens were going through. Ah yes. Of course, how could I forget? Ha ha ha. The hero replied, small beds of sweat began to appear on his forehead as we increased our speed again. As a hero, one gets to meet a lot of people and tends to forget a few names, I'm sorry about that Gur. Can this guy shut up already? What is he trying to accomplish here? I just wanted to run in one of the quietest parts of the town without bothering anybody and now I have to deal with this person and his goons. I thought, letting out a grunt of anger, which of course, was taken out of context. Oh? Are you starting to get tired? The person with the most ridiculous eyebrows I've met, asked. And I tried to reply but I was interrupted. Because the next vending machine is a minute away, half if we increase the speed. I know we can go faster. Haha. I grunted again, holding back a sneer. Weren't you telling me that I shouldn't speed through the streets or he will have to catch me in the future? I thought as we started to shift to the left, then right as we moved along the streets towards our destination. Tisk, whatever. Next chance I get, I'm taking his wallet again. After a small talk over the vending machine, the hero in his civilian persona invited me to eat at a ramen stand that I used to visit before I had to open my own stand to feed people with money to feed themselves. The smell of the broth brought back memories as we ate in silence, exchanging a few words from time to time. It's been a while since the last time we've relaxed like this, hasn't it? My gaze turned towards the nicely dressed eyebrow man. The noodles in my mouth hung tear for a few seconds before I slurped them all. How have you been? Are your relatives all right? My right eyelid began to twitch at the mention of relatives. This guy knew about me, why do so much if he already knew the answer? Was he making fun of me? I have no parents. I live in a shelter, I replied, taking a few calming breaths with the intention of keeping my cool and not lash out. Sometimes I cook dinner there. Ah. My apologies. Let me invite you to another bowl, the hero said, sporting an apologetic look. This time I ignored him completely. After all, free food is free food. We ate in silence for a few minutes. The taste of pork, noodles, green onions, and broth made me almost forget all the things I had to do today. I haven't relaxed like this in forever. I don't remember even taking some time off to eat like this ever since I fought that bronze dude. Finishing the last bit of my bowl, I decided right then and there that I would take a day off from time to time to relax. Can't be training 24/7, right? One can dream. I'm sorry I have to ask, but as a hero I need to make sure. The easygoing feeling in my gut instantly evaporated as those words left Tensei's mouth. Are they okay with letting you run around so early in the morning without a proper guardian to look after you? My expression hardened. So did my entire body. I gripped the chopsticks with so much strength that they broke on my own hands like they were toothpicks, an action that took the hero by surprise. Why do you ask? I asked, tense. I couldn't understand how a person can be so tame but make me mad so easily. Without even looking at him I continued, so you can get a statement, report the shelter, close it down and put all of us in the street again. Eyebrows tried to retort but I interrupted him in the same way he does with me. It took a while, but that's our home, no hero or policeman have helped us, I kept up, almost hitting the counter in anger, remembering all those times heroes would tell us they would search for help only to call the cops on us. We did it all on our own. I am just trying to help, Tensei said, a sad expression marred his face as he tried to reach for me to comfort me. You know it's not like that, Gur. Yeah well, we don't need your help. I replied, slapping his hand away, restraining my strength as much as possible. I dropped down from my seat and began making my way towards my next destination. I didn't look back. Whoa there, old man. Have you gone insane? I screamed, holding firmly onto his left arm with one of my own. When you told me you wanted to check people's tongues I thought you had a better way than beating them up. HRMPH. Like you're innocent yourself, kid, the crazy old man in a costume grunted, trying still to get away from my grasp. Now let go. Hey. You. Show me your tongue. Those other guys had guns. I replied back. I saw the hooligans, that the old man to my side tried to pummel to the ground, ran off while giving us the finger but still showing us their tongues, probably in mockery. Not even 10 minutes on the job of taking care of the old fart, and I want to end myself. The life of a clone is tough, I thought, letting out a sigh as I adjusted my mask. There was no freaking way that I'd just follow this guy without a costume. I didn't want people at the store I normally frequent to recognize me. Gah. I wish I was born a snail. There's not much change in my appearance besides sporting a black face mask and old clothes that were patched up by Jin himself, an old hoodie, black pants, and worn-out shoes. I wasn't really going with a motif there, I was just a regular citizen in ragged clothes trying to stop a lunatic old person from punching civilians, that's all. My nose perked up as the fragrance of perfume became more prominent from a few meters behind us. Adding to that the bouncy sound of steps every 2 or 3 seconds slowly getting louder until... Palm. Hey? What is the fuss all about? My stare immediately went up just to see Pop Step standing on top of a lamppost above me. She was perfectly placed to allow me to see under her miniskirt and admire her crotch. I take it back, being a clone is awesome. Ah, Pop Step. Still following me around? I said while letting go of the old man who huffed and began to fetch for a cig and slowly walk away from me, with the intention to go and relax at the park. I followed and felt Pop Step jumping down and landing a few steps behind me. She walked slightly faster so both of us could walk side by side. Aren't you supposed to be in one of your concerts? One of my friends was interested in going. We ended up walking up to the old man, whose hero name I refused to remember, was calmly smoking on a bench. He threw me a drink, which I caught without even looking. I ended up spilling some of the beans regarding my situation as a guardian for this dude so he doesn't get in trouble while occasionally taking sips of my drink. I didn't really want to be here but at the same time I was interested in the result of his investigation. So in a way I was reluctantly following him around. Ah. I almost forgot. Thank you for saving me the other day. That was very brave of you, the pink-haired idol said, her cheeks beginning to color with a faint blush. She then put her hands on her hips and sent me a wink. The offer still stands, handsome. My answer is N. And another thing. She exclaimed before I could refuse. Little minx won't hear a no for an answer. You guys are doing all of this wrong. Going around smacking people around is not going to work. I winced internally, because that's exactly what I've been doing for years at this point. She then fetched a phone from somewhere, not like I was looking or something. Whenever a villain shows up, someone is going to take a picture or a video. Let's search for villains or instant villains. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've seen one of those. Sniff sniff. My expression immediately turned serious as the faint smell of the drug got caught in my range, from two separated directions too. Hey, what are you smelling all of the sudden? Popstep exclaimed once she noticed me trying to pinpoint the location of the smell of the drug. Silently I moved one of my fingers towards my lips and directed my gaze towards the idol, then to the old guy in costume. Both of the scents were approaching our direction. Old man, too. Hey you there! Stick out your tongue! Interrupted again. I felt like trying to pluck my hairs out. If it wasn't for the fact that I would immediately die from any physical attack, I'd do it in an instant. The old man directed his attention to what appeared to be a salaryman holding onto a briefcase. Were you even listening, Gramps? Popstep exclaimed. Then directed her gaze towards me straight away with a sneer. And why were you smelling me, pervert? Sigh. What a drag. One of them is here already, but why does he look so normal? I thought, narrowing my eyes, trying to pinpoint the location of the smell. It's all over him, it's faint, but it's there. What should I do? I don't really want to cause a scene in these clothes, but I can't leave these two alone either. Old man Knuckles grabbed the salaryman by the collar and shook him a little, making him drop his briefcase, which was filled with what appeared to be action dolls of heroes. I could even distinguish one made to look like Smiley in between them. See? Who carries dolls to work? Only a weirdo does that, I heard the old man speak as I took one of the dolls from the floor. I ignored Popstep screaming at Knuckles about tons of people owning them. So, cooperate or things are going to get ugly. Don't rough him up, old man, I said, expression hardened as I took another whiff from up close. I could smell it. Not only the salaryman was on the drug, but he also carried it as well. I could also feel another scent that was approaching us at high speed, at least high in human terms. The scent was of grease, coffee, and cheap food, mixed with the sterile ones of plastic and paper. Of all people, he had to be here. I had to suppress the instinct of moving my head to the side to evade the usual special grey scarf that passed by my left side and connected and wrapped itself around the arm of the old man. Acts of violence in public. You must be one of the instant villains I've been hearing about, Eraserhead, the lame-ass hero who made the mission to capture me. The real me. A Smiley. Yeah, that's it. It didn't even surprise me that the old man knew who this guy was. From what I gathered, people barely know who he is. Maybe because his only power was controlling a scarf? I only knew him because I stole his wallet that one time. Dude had so little cash that I felt sorry for him. Once again I ignored my surroundings as the old man and Eraser Dude traded blows between each other and the pink-haired idol screamed about not being involved with us. I noticed the salaryman get extremely anxious by the presence of Eraserhead and my stare and immediately began to pick up his dolls and began to make a run for it. Wait, that guy, I think I've seen it before, Popstep muttered to herself. I wanted to listen to her, I really did, but I really didn't want to lose the guy just because I wanted to hide my powers. So I got down and my fingers stabbed the ground with the intention of getting a good-sized chunk. I positioned it between my thumb and my index finger. I aimed and my projectile flew at high speeds and landed just as the man was about to get another step in and the idol finished her explanation, which I barely paid attention to. The salaryman fell down, dropping his briefcase once again. Popstep and I began to make our way towards the dude I just sniped, but I suddenly had to evade a swipe from a reptilian wing, then a tail. The idol just kept jumping, leaving me behind. I grunted in displeasure as the smell of the drug got closer. No wonder the other scent never got too close, they were watching and waiting from above. I directed my gaze just in time to see a human-sized Drake, a large Hulk-like fire rock dude, and that dude that tried to stab me the other night. Yo! Remember me? The green-haired man said, sporting a dark expression on his face. I could smell the drug on both of his companions, but I could only smell the drug on his right hand for some reason. I immediately directed my gaze, just to see a tube-like pen in his hand. Gya ha ha ha. Was that your girlfriend? How about we have some fun with her once we're done with you? The Drake person asked. I noticed how his long tongue was blackened too. I could stop them. I really could. It would be so easy for me to destroy the tube before he used it. But I wanted to see it in action. I wanted to learn how the process worked. Is it just one, or do you need more than one? Is it instantaneous or does it take time? How much time then? Do they have an extra for us to investigate? Is it the same as the one I'm holding onto? And most important of all, what would happen if I used it on myself? I'm sick of people looking down on me. The effect of the drug is instantaneous was my first thought as I saw the leader of the group stab himself in the arm and start to grow spines all over his body until he looked like an ugly porcupine. And now? Time for payback. Yeah, I'm not dealing with this one. Not with Eraser Dude in close proximity, I thought, before making a run for it in the direction Pop Step was jumping towards. They're 4 times faster than before, so that means that they're 4 times stronger than before, or that only applies to speed. I evaded one punch, one swipe, and rocks falling from the sky as the leader jumped and dropped into the asphalt with the intention of crushing me. My body jumped and catched 3 fist-sized chunks, maneuvered my body in the air and threw 2 at the feet of the giant one, who began to fall, just in time for the old man to appear and knock him out with a brick. The last of my projectile I threw it to the face of the porcupine, who put his hand to protect himself. The rock exploded on contact, approving my early theory of improving the overall strength. "You're not getting away!" I heard him scream, but I didn't really care as I kept on moving at the same speed without looking at him or his companion, who flew high and past me with the intention of cutting me off. Before I could get my hands on more projectiles to deal with them, the porcupine dropped down to the asphalt, unmobile. "What the? Well, that takes care of 2 of my problems," I thought as I began to speed up towards Pop and the Drake, who abandoned the plan of getting me and was fast approaching the idol with the intention of taking her away. 2 more to go. "Where's the girl?" I heard the old man ask a few meters behind me as I kept a steady speed but began to increase slightly in small intervals. "She went ahead after the Solariman," I replied back. As we drew nearer, I noticed the smell grew stronger and familiar once the dolls dropped and one of them broke down on the floor. "Wait! Pop Step, get away from there!" I screamed, forgetting to hold back and increasing my speed 2-fold just to get there in time, only to meet a fast-growing purple shadow of 4 arms who quickly took the idol with one of his hands and the Drake quirk user with the other. Kaya! Gah! Rumble! Oh no! A giant supervillain! It's huge! Run! Oh damn, better take a pic. You idiot, call a hero. Old Man Knuckles didn't hesitate to use his grappling hook and position himself to follow and land a blow. I could smell the scent of Eraserhead a few streets away, but not coming here, probably calling reinforcements. I winced as I felt my stupidity leading me to leaving my walkie-talkie with Jin. Without stopping to think, I began to take different sizes of chunks of asphalt and began speed through towards the giant as I threw them with the hopes of making him fall down. But that only made him pause, and turn towards me. In any other situation I wouldn't be nervous. After all, I could easily take this guy. But with so many people watching my every move, I couldn't showcase too much strength or too much weakness, lest I die here. Thankfully the old man was waiting for an opening and threw himself from a building using momentum and his grappling hook, hitting the giant right in the face. The action itself caused the giant quirk user to let go of Pop Step, who began to fall down. Same as the old man. This time, my body began to move on its own. A path formed in front of me as I ran towards a building, surprising people who were still around. I didn't calculate it or plan it. I just moved. My feet touched the building wall, then the one in front of it. My hand held onto the coat of the old man and then threw him towards the trash bags next to an open alleyway. I jumped again towards the next building and opened my hands to catch Pop Step, who was watching me with an expression of fear and surprise. As soon as I was in close proximity though, she jumped off me and landed on the next building. My expression of dissatisfaction didn't leave my face as I jumped again until I landed in the same building as her. If my momentum was any slower I would have missed the building and fallen to my death, I thought sourly as Pop Step began to apologize profusely, while using my real name too. Before me or Knuckles could do anything else we heard the familiar laugh of myself approaching. The head of the giant was violently pushed from the back, like someone just gave a little kid a smack without restraint on the back of the head. Then the head and body fell down at a huge speed towards the ground. The only thing that was still in place was the well-dressed hero with the leg extended in the same direction towards the fallen giant, who began to shrink in size. It wasn't even a contest. It's that Smiley. Oh thank goodness. Smiley is here. Whoa. Better take another picture then. I was expecting All Might. The masked and well-dressed hero dropped down from the sky and began to wrap the dude we were chasing, only to jump away from a scarf and banter with Eraserhead. Hey thanks for saving me again, Gur, the idol said, while sporting a small blush, then looked away from me. But I won't forget that you were acting all weird before. I blinked. I began, completely lost. Don't mention it. I saw myself, another clone or probably the original, fly away after dealing with Eraserhead, while laughing. Probably having the time of his life. My expression soured. Why do I have to be stuck here while the original does the fun stuff? My hand went back to my frontal pockets and found one of the dolls I took from the Solariman. Pop Step looked interested in it as well. I guess this wasn't entirely pointless. I got another lead. The solace of her feet met the torso of another bulky villain who tried to get a hold of her from behind. Holding back a bit of her strength, she sent him to his compatriots, crashing into them and sending them all to the floor. Her smile widened as her ears caught the praises that were thrown her way. She noticed from the corner of her eye the authorities approaching to arrest the idiots who thought they had a chance against her. What a bunch of weaklings, she thought, observing the cops do their jobs at a slow pace. An irritated frown marred her features as she saw one of the downed villains move, but she relaxed as the guy began to loudly cough before he was cuffed. It's been a few days since she accepted the job of capturing the elusive smiling vigilante on a whim. Not that she regretted her decision she made on an angry fit. After all, any vigilante is 2 steps away from becoming a villain in her eyes. Both of the names begin with the letter V, that's just common sense. Once every villain she defeated was in cuffs, the media and a few of her fans approached her. Fists nested on her hips, she began to answer questions and retold the events leading to the encounter. She tried to keep her emotions in check when one of the reporters requested her opinion on vigilantism. She ignored the question in favor of giving her measurements to a perverted interviewer while sporting a forced smile. That was enough to sidetrack the interview into gossip, which annoyed her to no end. This constant interest in that asshole vigilante is getting on her nerve. Her ears twitched. Her rabbit-like sharp senses caught the sounds of a fast-approaching individual from the southwest. As it got closer, she heard a very peculiar sound following right behind. It sounded like small explosions. She directed her gaze upwards just in time to see a masked man dressed in black and white flying through the air at high speed. A smile slowly began to form on her lips. Her expression twitched at the impressed crowd, who also directed their attention to the vigilante which passed by them. A few reporters tried to gain her attention to comment on what they just saw, but her mind was elsewhere. Without saying another word, she identified the best route and vantage point to follow her prey, flexed her powerful rabbit-like legs, and jumped away. A few rooftops later she managed to catch up to the target. Her bloodthirsty grin only widened as she saw the vigilante stop a few streets in the middle of the air overseeing the street below, his leg moving at high speed every so often to keep himself in the air. Somehow, she stealthily approached the man who had a big and fat reward over his head. As she got closer to the building next to him, her ears twitched again. This time her rabbit ears caught the murmurs of the vigilante, as well as the commotion currently happening below them. A gang war, she heard her target say under his breath as his leg swiftly moved constantly, creating more air explosions, keeping him in the air. It seems everyone has a quirk. Better watch out before jumping in. So that's how he flies? She thought while looking at his legs moving at high speed. She began to scratch her chin deep in thought until she realized. No. Wait, he said something about a gang war. A gang war means villains. And that means the smiley prick is going to one-up her again, isn't he? Humph. Like hell, I'm going to let you do as you please, she thought as she positioned herself so she could quickly descend on him, take him out and have enough time to go down on those baddies below them. I can't let you keep all the attention to yourself, can I? Without hesitation she flexed her lower muscles in preparation and shot herself at high speed straight to her prey. Her body spun in place and delivered a kick directly to his face. That's what would have happened if it wasn't for Smiley to slightly move his head towards her and laugh. I'm sorry, but I don't have time for fans today. Hat. Smiley said offhandedly, while moving his hand at high speed to redirect her kick away from him. Her body was effortlessly parried towards a building at his other side, which was currently in construction. She landed on a steel beam and hopped to another to stop her momentum. A sneer replaced her usual heroic smile. Maybe you should try to stop thinking out loud next time. I could hear you from here, dummy. And put some pants on. That outfit is quite distracting. Ha. Smiley laughed, irritating her to no end. The vigilante immediately redirected his gaze below them, just in time for the sounds of screams, shouts, and explosions to increase. I'm sorry, it appears our greet and meet is gonna have to wait. Bye-bye. Without further ado, his leg stopped moving and he began rapidly descending while waving at her. Oh no, you don't! She screamed, following right after him. Her legs propulsed her body towards the next building and she angled herself downward. Her feet impacted the skull of the largest guy of the group fighting among themselves, nailing it to the asphalt. You're not upstaging me again, asshole. Good instincts, but always aim for the quiet one from the back, she heard the vigilante say as he kicked a Yakuza-looking dude in the air, followed by hitting 2 guys in the chin that tried to get him from behind. Size alteration, heat manipulation, behind you. Her senses perked at the same time she heard him speak and she threw a strong kick to the whistling sound coming from behind. Her foot impacted the chest of a villain holding onto a katana, sending him flying and crashing against another villain from the back. That's wind manipulation and fire breathing, the illegal hero murmured before jumping over a villain that was trying to aim a gun made out of his own flesh. Before the villain could even change his target, the vigilante immediately knocked him out by a quick blow to the back of the head. Some weird gun guy or something. Actually, I had a really good pun for this one, but I forgot already. To your rig. I don't need your shitty help, idiot. Mirko was already moving before the vigilante could even utter another word. Her leg blurred at top speed, sending another criminal crashing into his partners or subordinates or whatever. Why don't you take your stupid puns and shove them up your... Oh. It's not the same pun, but I think I have the next best thing. Hat. It was at that moment that Smiley decided to open his mouth again, wiping the smile that was starting to form on her face. What do you tell a decent arms dealer? That the world doesn't. BZZH. KSHH. Con here. We just got a tip about a situation from Hosu. Smiley just grunted at the sudden sound coming from his frontal pocket. Without stopping his momentum, he jumped over her while fishing for what appeared to be a walkie-talkie and immediately delivered 3 targeted kicks to 3 similar-looking villains that turned out to be clones of the same man hiding between them. Hat. I'm in the middle of something here, the vigilante spoke to the device in an almost exasperated tone as he jumped around hitting and kicking people up at the same speed as her. Don't we have a smiling friend doing rounds nearby? He's busy in Chiba, so wrap it up. Another giant, sporting what appears to be a black tongue. Hurry up. KSHH. Smiley let out a long and loud sigh. He jumped in the air and began to rapidly kick the air, floating in place. Sorry folks. But it seems something just came up, said the smiling vigilante, loud enough for everyone to hear, meaning that all this time he was murmuring with the intention of speaking directly with her. I forgot the joke I came up with, so let's wrap up this party real quick. Hehe. Mirko's ears twitched by the loud sound of air rushing through the mouth of the vigilante, followed by the explosive sound his leg made every time it kicked the air. This was the first time she heard someone breathe this loud before. Just as the responses from the crowd began to be known, she heard the vigilante murmur a few words. Water flow, shaving whirlpool, attacks rained upon the vigilante, but before they could land, Smiley's body disappeared. His speed, she thought, alarmed as her eyes managed to get a glimpse of a black and white trail moving at blinding speeds through everyone on the street in a circular motion. I can barely follow his moves. What the hell? Was he holding back this entire time? Her eyes widened, and she clearly saw him deliver not one, but multiple strikes to every single villain in the vicinity while moving in a circular motion towards the center of the conflict. The rabbit hero didn't even have time to deliver a comeback or retaliate, because by the time her eyes adapted to the vigilante's speed, every single one of the villains in the street were already falling to the ground. I'm not done yet, het. Mirko heard him say as he began to move again counterwise. This time he was tying everyone up while they were still falling or in the air. I didn't bring enough rope for everybody. So, some of you will have to share. Cold sweat began to form on the back of her neck just as he passed by her position. She found herself unable to move. She felt outclassed. This wasn't her first time either. So, why did it bother her so much? Was it because he was her target and he showcased speeds far beyond her expectations? She blinked. It took her less than a second, but her eyes finally caught up to the rope that was connecting every single villain that Smiley tied. Which meant, that asshole. Mirko's legs flexed and immediately jumped away from her position. Just in time for every single tied criminal to be brought to the center into a big pile of bodies and rope. Meaning that if she stayed put, she would be in the pile as well. Water flow, shaving capture. The asshole vigilante said while holding onto the end of the rope. She caught the sound of air slowly escaping his mouth. It reminded her of the sound of an old American kettle she used to own. Immediately, civilians began to flock the streets, shouting praises and thanking them for defeating the villains, some of them even calling them a team considering they both worked together side by side. Like hell they did. Her frown deepened. Regardless, her lower muscles flexed as she prepared to jump in and deliver another kick to that smiling asshole. Hehe. Thank you. Thank you. But I'm sorry, I must part ways soon, Smiley said before jumping in the air and started to levitate while giving them a lame salute. But worry not. I'm leaving the details to my amazing sidekick, take it away. Hehe. Without further ado, the vigilante raced across the skies until he was no longer visible. It took her only 2 seconds for her brain to catch up and connect the dots, which was a second too late, because the people were already flocking her from all sides with questions and screams of disbelief. Hey! Who are you calling sidekick, you asshole? She screamed at the top of her lungs. But the vigilante didn't hear her. Crash! My hand met the back of the head of a beefy quirk user covered in moss and drove it to the ground, creating a small crater. I didn't have any intention of killing him, just knocking him out. I was feeling restless again. Another homeless person from the area went missing. He was one of the few that refused any help, and paid for his food whenever he visited the stand. He liked his privacy, maybe because he enjoyed the night activities or because of shame, I really didn't know. Salt simply told me to forget it and let him be. I grunted as I moved the big guy away from the asphalt and started to wrap him up against a lamppost. The cases of quirk users who were unable to control their quirks have steadily grown day by day. Some days I've even found more than 4 on the same street. Some of them were villains, some others were innocent people. Going by the word of Standal or whatever his name was, even a few Yakuza members are on the drug, mostly small fries trying to close the gap during conflict or fights. What a mess. No new leads, and the old man just wants to fight strong people. I thought while sporting a sneer. The fact that he barely cared for the lives of people on the street just rubbed me in the wrong way. Makes me want to give him a piece of my mind. Once done wrapping up the present, I began to leave with another hilarious remark to the only few people on the street late in the night, but I stopped before I could open my mouth, as a slowly approaching smell began to make its way to my position. A buzzing sound appeared to accompany the smell. In any given situation I would ignore it and just continue as if nothing is happening. The thing was, I knew that smell. Without thinking, my hand immediately blurred, and between my fingers, I caught a small something. It exploded as soon as it made contact with my fingers. Maybe I used too much strength on this one. An insect maybe? My nose flared as the insides of the bug I just squashed released the smell of the drug I've been searching for. But how? Why? It felt stronger even. Normally I would catch the smell from a few meters away, and whenever I would get closer it would only get stronger, but that was it. This time, it took me until it got close to me for my nose to catch it, not counting that once it exploded, the fluid and innards of this insect was overwhelming my sense of smell. I winced in discomfort. I looked around, trying to find the source of the bug. It could be a villain weaponizing its quirk, or a natural animal of this anime world. But I could only see the people clapping, enjoying Smiley kick ass once again. I blinked. Completely lost. What the hell is going on? A/N, roomy content for those who were asking about it. Initially the Mirko scene was going to be pushed for the next chapter, but then I felt it worked on this chapter rather than the next one. After a few words with my friend and Beta Shifty, I decided to move the other complementary scene to the next chapter. You'll understand when you get there. Writing this one as soon as the last chapter was posted. Decided to start writing the author notes first because I felt the progress was quite slow and needed something to unwind and let the words flow more easily. Is it working? It didn't work. It feels so surreal that I've been doing this for a year, well, almost a year. Unless of course this gets posted in April, then is going to be a year for me. Yeah, uneasy face. Being completely sincere with you guys, I never thought I would get this far. I always felt I was going to write up to chapter 4 and then stop. My old FICS never went that far ahead, so I felt this one wasn't going to be any different. But here we are, still writing this one. Slower than how I began, but I've been told it's normal for someone who doesn't quite grasp the English language, so it no longer bothers me as much as before. I do wish I could write faster though. To this day I still have to research synonyms and words so I don't repeat myself. To be quite frank, I hate FICS that do that he said, she said, he said, she said constantly without rest. Feels like a chore to read. Hope my FIC doesn't become that by chapter 20 something, fingers crossed so I can eventually arrive at chap 20 lol. A lot of the scenes of this chapter were planned since the first issue. Some others were rewritten so many times that they don't even resemble the original planning. I knew I wanted Stendhal and Gur to interact. Maybe work together, considering the positive influence of Gur's actions in the world. But after revisiting Stendhal chapters in Vigilantes I realized he barely used non-lethal attacks while dealing with villains. So a few words from Smiley, even if he respects him, won't do much to change his view on the world. He saw himself as a tool of justice, but was he really? Smiley actions gave confidence to people who didn't particularly have it before, such as Gentle, who is a small-time vigilante now and assists in rescues. But to someone like Stendhal, someone who sees criminals and villains as the scum of society, he only saw the approval of his actions. Issue number 11, buzzing around. No. It's all wrong. It was another morning before she had to go to school again. Just a few more months until she can decide what to do with her life as an adult in the real world. She immediately shook her head and ignored every dark thought that started to come up whenever she thought about her near future. Her plan had to work, it had to, she just needed a miracle and for her beloved to stop changing routes and for those hussies pestering him to back off. Ugh. If only he could see me. She began typing and changing her cameras once again. It seemed that her savior decided against visiting the shopping area. She scanned for possible parts of the city with cameras on that would pinpoint the possible location of her hero. He was in Narahata, in the mornings at least, then when she'd be at school she would search for any new activity related to Smiley on the news or her video feed, then go back home, repeat between the two while adjusting her plans for interception. As she furiously typed, in the background in a small TV there was a news report about a giant villain being defeated by Smiley from last night. Manami completely missed how one of the civilians on the site looked exactly like the person she was searching for on the cameras. It's not like she thought too much about her plan. It could easily fail if her savior had someone else in his heart already. But as the inspiration, the symbol of happiness and love that is Smiley, she had to try. Love will win at the end. And by love I mean me. If only he didn't change the there he is, she gasped as she saw her beloved run in a park with tree logs strapped to his back through rope. It took less than a second before she began to take screenshots of the white-haired teen. Oh my gosh! No wonder he's so strong. Kaya, and so manly too. She watched him and captured a few more frames for her, fun nighttime adventures. But she had to leave the feed, just for a few minutes, so she could write the new location into a post-it and stick it into a map that was glued to her wall with locations of interest, usual routes, shops her target frequents and unexplored places due to lack of cameras. Once she declared the park as a new location of interest and possible route, she went back to her seat and readied herself. She still had a few more minutes before she had to take a shower, eat her breakfast and go to school. As she changed from camera, to see if her savior was still in the park, she stumbled onto the image of the white-haired teen that saved her, on what appeared to be talking to a few kids, another teen of black hair and a blonde girl with big boobs, while they were doing exercises. Ugh! Why are bimbos flocking him all of the sudden? Manami thought while closing her eyes and moving both of her arms wildly in frustration. It's not like she was jealous of them, she just wanted some of that too. Leave him alone. You don't even know him like I do. The conversation didn't take too long, because her savior immediately took off the log strapped to his back and began to jog away from them. But this time, she was ready for it and immediately began to hack and follow her target, who was moving at a normal jogging speed towards a certain location. It wasn't that she couldn't follow him fast enough, but that the camera feed ended on a certain street with only one restaurant, a tea shop and a shoe store in between closed or abandoned stores and shops. She sighed, disappointed. She almost had him. Taking a pen and another post-it, she marked the new location on her map. Today she managed to get 2 new locations, maybe these were more frequent than the shopping district. She winced as the alarm on her desk alerted her upcoming appointment with more disappointment at school. At least the new information she obtained and the new feed of smiley videos during and after school are going to keep her entertained. Discarding her clothes on the ground, she began to make way towards her bathroom while thinking of her white-haired beloved. Wouldn't it be magical? To meet for the first time and reveal it. She reveals she knows his darkest secret, but he doesn't need to hide it anymore. Manami Aba could only daydream her plans as she felt the lukewarm water start to pour down on her body. You know? I shouldn't be this surprised that you guys are this shameless, I said, sporting a disappointed look while holding a broom on my shoulder. Jin was on my side looking between awe and annoyance. You never know with him until he speaks. Khan and the rest of the kids are still painting the remaining walls outside. But to barge in while we're repairing a homeless shelter, eat the food and use the water? You guys have gone too far. Why yet, but I told you I was going to give a big donation once I'm famous, the pink-haired girl said, huffing, then she looked to the side and crossed her arms in mild anger. I'm an idol, once I start getting deals I will be able to buy a skyscraper so everyone lives in luxury instead of this dump. Dump? I thought, blinking foolishly. The place was a dump before we began fixing it. What does she know? I looked around the place, then directed my gaze back to her. I deadpanned. Until then, you're just another freeloader, like that old man over there. I offhandedly pointed towards the old man Knuckles, who was getting out of the bathroom while brushing his teeth, his only clothing being his briefs and a towel wrapped around his shoulders. Oh my god, boss! Pop Step is in our shelter. Like I care about that. Jin couldn't handle it anymore and let out a scream of happiness at meeting the idol who he has only seen less than 5 times, but for some reason became a big fan in just one showing. When were you going to let me meet her, you bastard? Thank you so much, boss. I gave a look of bewilderment towards my friend, considering this was the first time he inverted the script, meaning he was actually angry at me for keeping quiet about following these two so they don't get into trouble. No, Jin, just... I sighed, feeling drained already, and morning just barely started. Not now, Jin, go back to the kids and help them finish the painting. Like hell I will. Okay, boss. My masked friend said, before taking his equipment and made his way towards the door while fuming. Okay, maybe I don't know how to identify his true feelings when he's mad. What a drag. Whatever word Pop Step tried to get out, it remained in her throat for a few seconds as she saw Jin go. Is there a reason why he calls you boss? Ignore that. Hey kid, tell Salt there's no more beers in the fridge, said Ueo with his eternal frown, while brushing his teeth, and then after closing the fridge he spat on the ground. He immediately noticed my animosity. I'll clean it later, kid, you worry too much. Breathe in. Breathe out. Why don't you go and tell him yourself then? I asked, already done with the conversation. Because unless you don't have anything to do today here, I'll appreciate if you visited the other shelter where everyone is. Without further ado, I took the broom off my shoulder and started to use it for its intended purpose, cleaning the shelter. It's been a few days since I started to follow these two, and they already made the shelter their home. At least the old man did. Pop Step just kept following me around so I'd become her manager and made friends along the way. If speaking with Cream once and screaming pervert at Khan and the kids could be considered being friends. Finishing the sweeping from the side of the shelter I was on, I directed my gaze towards the problem children I have to deal with on a daily basis. Only to see them arguing about whatever. Gah, I don't know if watching Pop Step's tight suit is actually worth it anymore, I thought, sighing in contempt. Oh ho! Today there's a sale on kombu and cabbage. I have a few dish ideas for these ones, I thought, arriving at the vegetables section of the mom and pop shop I decided to go to. It's a good thing they use English words for sales or I wouldn't know what they even say. A week has gone by since my clone was seen with the old man and Pop Step. I had to get the details through the original source to understand what the hell was going on. So now one of my own was delegated as a babysitter for those two while I trained and my other clone did my work as a hero. At least until I managed to destroy the gourds with my breath. It wasn't until I held them in my hands and heard the tale the old lady told me about Japanese legends of old that I remembered that was the last training I've seen from that anime I got the breathing pattern from. There were different breathing techniques too, but I only knew to train in one form. The training wasn't as spectacular as I believed. Instead of using wind from the palm of my hands or fingers to break them, I had to blow air from my mouth on them until they exploded. That and normalizing my breathing techniques to such a degree I could use them while sleeping. This type of training would be useful once I could manipulate my pathways to maintain my breathing constantly during a fight or while flying. I'd noticed the way my speed increased every time I used them in battle. Being able to use them all the time could prove to be useful. It didn't take long for me to get my shopping cart full of items for the next couple of weeks, and considering the other two are sticking around, I might as well stock up on things I can freeze over in my totally not stolen and new freezer. As I stayed in line to get my things charged, I began to think about how my life has changed. I'm Gur. But who was I, before Gur? Checking out of the store with massive bags around my hands I pondered. The memories of my past life kept disappearing. That brought up a real problem for me. Were our minds merging? Are certain memories being forgotten to fit this brain? Who was really who here? Am I the kid? Or the adult? In my dreams I only saw the same kid, but I never saw myself. Who am I? My musings were rudely interrupted by Pop Step running away from something. Didn't give it a proper look as my lungs expanded with air and my foot met its slippery skin and sent it away until it hit a pole and stayed down, before transforming into a kid. I took a look at my groceries, just in case something was amiss, only to hear one of the worst insults in my whole career as a hero. Ah! It's Hooded Hobo. My left eye twitched as the familiar faces of the actual Biclops and Marine from this world arrived at the scene, probably following Pop Step with the intention of helping her. If you want to keep your arms and legs intact you'll stop calling me that, I warned them. I showed them I was serious by creating popping sounds coming from my neck without moving a single inch. The trick was just increasing the pressure in my neck area and then releasing immediately. The two fans winced slightly, more in discomfort at the sound than at the threat. My nose flared in response to the new presence, making me sigh. There you are, old man. My gaze shifted from the two high schoolers, to Knuckles, wearing his usual frown. Hey, he grunted. Gahh. It's the fist geezer. I cannot believe that these guys are more afraid of the old man than me. I thought I can kill them just as painfully. Tisk, you took care of him already. Knuckles said. He took a cigarette and fetched for his lighter, while taking a look at the scene, then a Pop Step, who was watching us from the rooftops. He was pretty weak. Figures, he hummed, taking a long drag from his cig. It seems that most of them appear without clothes because their clothes get ripped off. So we gotta... What? Take them down before they transform. I finished his statement before he could finish, he just grunted in response, meaning that I was right in the center. Ain't that just your original plan of beating anyone suspicious? We went through this one already, old man, your memory is slipping. Oh, that was a good one, too bad nobody can hear my thoughts. Guys, it's the cops. Yeah, let's scatter. Ah. I can see them from here. As the sound of police cars began to approach we decided to split up to cover more ground. As for me, I just went to the shelter. I still had groceries on my hands. I gave up. If she didn't want to pay for the food, then I won't even bother with her. Those were my thoughts as I saw Pop Step in her school uniform eat the meat stew I made with one hand, while in the other she browsed the web on her phone. An object that I missed, but at the same time, I didn't. For one, everything was in Japanese, so there went my initial enthusiasm. Secondly, at this point they would distract me from the real importance, taking care of the shelter and the people in it, my work as a hero and training. I gave another side glance at the idle wannabe in front of me as I cut another batch of meat into slices for the upcoming rush hour in a few hours. Even in her civilian clothes she looked stunning. There was something about it that made some heat rush to my cheeks. I sighed and soldiered on. Must be the hormones of a teenager. Right? I kept cutting at a slow pace, there wasn't any need to rush, I had a lot of vegetables in the freezer, as well as the rice already cooked and ready. I just needed to finish here and I would pass the work to a clone and Jin. "Goor, I've got an email," said Popstep out of nowhere. But I never stopped working on slicing the beef in front of me. I was almost in trance, besides the mild annoyance I felt for being called just because someone got spam mail. "Is it that important?" "I'm in the middle of something here," I replied. After I finished with the piece of meat, I went for another and sliced in the same way. "Rude," came the quick response of the pink-haired girl. "Remember those fans from my concert? Those school kids?" My hand stopped in the middle of a cut, before continuing like nothing happened. "Oh yeah, those kids that kept calling me hooded hobo even after I told them not to do that, and now everyone calls me that because of them." I began as I kept cutting slightly faster, then stopped again once the piece was over and placed my knife to the side, and directed my piercing glance towards Popstep. "Those kids? Why yeah," the idol stuttered a bit bashfully. After all, she didn't even try to correct her own fans for spreading that ridiculous name. Well, do you remember the other day when you saved me from that slimy villain?" "I don't," I replied, getting back to work. "Let me finish," she screamed, startling a few customers who were eating peacefully around the food stand. They met up with him and became friends. They said somebody tricked him into using the drug. That piqued my interest. "Do you know who gave it to him?" I noticed how my fingers slightly twitched. Seemed I was more interested than I expected, considering how I almost jumped at the opportunity to change into my smiley outfit and go there immediately. "Not yet. They told me he might talk to me about it," Popstep replied with a frown, looking back to her cell phone one more time. I nodded once, and with that I stopped everything I was doing and made my way back to the shelter. What are you doing?" "I'm going to tell the old man. He's still in the shelter, so might as well take him for his regular walk," I said, continuing my walk. Hang on. He might start swinging those fists of his if he meets the kid." Pop stopped me again, this time by placing her hand on my shoulder. I looked back just to see an expression of panic, like she just imagined the old man actually killing the kid. "I don't want to be responsible for something like that." "Alright then, let's go. Get in costume." "Wait. I don't want him to get scared and run," the pink-haired girl told me, both hands turned into fist as she got close. "He might think we brought the geezer. So, we're walking there." I slowly blinked, baffled at the way she put that scenario through her head. "Please don't tell me that's what we're doing." We ended up walking there. In hero costumes no less. It's not like I was bothered with walking while Popstep stumbled slightly because of her big boots, but the matter of fact was that this little guy's only defense were those two kids and I was moving at a snail pace because my companion felt we needed to take the slow route. Might as well enjoy it. As Pop stumbled one more time I offered my arm with a slight smile. "Here," I said. I noticed how her face went slightly red as she finally took my offer and got closer too so we could lower the speed. "Those boots weren't made for walking, hey." "That's because I usually leap on these shoes," she responded, while shifting her glance from side to side, nervous. "HMGN, this could lead to a scandal. What if someone sees me hugging a hobo all of the sudden?" "I can drop you if you want," I told her, amusement gone. No, I'll be good, I swear," she replied, now used to the walking pace. It's Popstep." "Kaya." She immediately released my arm and started to flail her own while staring at the person who called her name. Honestly, I'm not even surprised she got spotted while we were making our way to the meeting spot in the way she was dressed, in just a big hoodie and her idol costume. I was surprised that nobody recognized her until this point really. "Wow. It's really you. Lucky me." I directed my gaze just to see a brown-haired girl dressed in a school outfit, grey skirt, white blouse, green ribbon, striped socks, and a green school blazer. She had an white eye patch on her left eye. "Is there an event today that I missed?" I began to drown out the conversation. There was something amiss here, but I didn't know why. The girl's scent was all wrong. She smelled bad, really bad. She smelled like garbage, rotten food, piss, blood, and shit, like she lived inside of a dumpster, but she was dressed too nicely to smell like that. Was she a homeless person? Did she run off from home? Was she a hickey something? I must have been too lost, because I just caught up by the time they were asking me to take a picture of them. Before I could return her cell phone, the last thing I could do was offer the shelter as a possible place for sleeping. "Oh? Who is this? Is this your boyfriend?" the mysterious girl that smelled horrible said, while pointing at me once she retrieved her phone. It's not like that. Don't think so. Don't deny it so quickly." Popstep screamed, startling me. "He's just my manager. My assistant, nothing else. Why would you get mad at me if you're going to deny it too?" "Whatever." As the girl got close to retrieve her cell phone, I heard the familiar buzzing sound of that insect with the substance similar to the drug from the other night. That sound, I thought, slightly wincing as I sniffed the area to see if I could pinpoint the smell of the insect myself, but all I could smell was that putrid smell. Shit, that smell is making me dizzy. We ended up walking at a leisure pace, looking at the stores and people who walked past by living their own lives. Barely nobody knew or recognized Pop Step during the rest of the trail towards the meeting place. My nose flared at two presences close by. I sighed. Before the Pop Step fan could utter any words from his mouth, I stopped his speech. If you call me hooded hobo one more time, your buddy's swords are gonna end in places you don't want them to be. The kid quickly nodded, before I directed my glance towards my right. Right there, sitting on a chair in the terrace of a coffee place holding a newspaper. Hey old man, did you follow us? Don't lie. Eek. Gah. The old man grunted, meaning that he indeed was hearing us and decided to tag along. How he managed to stay out of my range, I don't know. Then again, considering the speed at which we had been traveling, I wasn't surprised. I looked at the old man once again, who was trying to read the newspaper but seemed impatient, like he was expecting something was going to happen soon. My train of thought was interrupted by a buzzing sound, immediately reminding me of the night I encountered one of them. Without a second thought, I jumped 2 meters in the air, startling Pop and her fan and piquing the attention of the old man, and caught the insect between its wings, this time without destroying it. It thrashed and tried to prick me, but I didn't let go. I landed a few meters away from the old man Knuckles, who also got up when he saw the bug fly by. My enhanced hearing could discern people beginning to scream from the other side of the buildings. "Coor?" asked Pop Step once I landed, worried. "Old man, what do you know about this?" I dropped the pretense that this man was someone who didn't know what was going on beyond helping the needy. If he was going to interfere in my work as a hero, he was going to be dealt with just like last time. Breathe in. I tried to drown out the sound of the air explosions as I flew by the night sky towards my next target. Some asshole on the drug speeding through the streets. Not exactly my problem as a hero, but from the report I got from the old man's radio, the dude was sane and playing with the police forces. Meaning I could get a better lead if I interrogated him before the police apprehended him. Breathe out. I tried not to sneer as I felt multiple sources of rage coursing through my veins. The thing was bigger than I thought. A B user, someone that can administer the drug without people noticing. For what purpose? Just to get a kick out of it. It doesn't make any sense, but at the same time it does. Breathe in. Was that girl that smelled terrible the culprit? The scent I was perceiving, maybe it wasn't trash, but something else, something worse. Were the people disappearing all this time, dying? Was she killing them? Breathe out. I can't think straight. I really hope she isn't, because if she is, I'm killing her myself. I decided against telling the old man about my theories about the girl at the moment. There was a lot going on, too many emotions. He was furious at the B user, but he didn't know who they were, so he sulked after exchanging information. Pop Step tried her best to calm us down, but knowing that we missed the kid with the information only soured the mood. As I approached the highway, my hands tightened in preparation. I needed answers, and I needed them now. The sooner the problem was resolved, the sooner I could relax and go back to my routine and save more lives instead of losing them. There it is, I muttered. I could barely hear my own voice at the speed I was going. One of my fingers stood up while the others stayed in a fist formation. It would be so easy. There, no more problem. But that wasn't the real reason why I needed to capture him before others got to him. My hand went back into a fist, abandoning the position of finger pistol. I slowly blinked as I saw a big truck approaching at high speed and releasing a man covered from head to toe in armor-like suit, who immediately began to speed through the street, almost catching up to the quirk user on the drug. A man that had a black visor, long animal-like legs and messy black hair, wrapped in skin-like clothings. I added 3 more kicks to the 15 I was doing in less than a second, and I got close enough for me to hear them from the distance I was in the air. Too slow, turbo hero. The drug user said, evading a swipe from the hero. You gotta stake your life on the line if you wanna run. Razor, iron body, I muttered, kicking the air 30 times in less than a second with both feet and then immediately toughening every single muscle of my body. Flesh met flesh in an instant, generating an explosion of asphalt and a splatter of spit and blood, ruining part of my mask suit. It's too bad that I'm here then, isn't it? Eyebrows kept going because of limitations of his quirk. But I paid him no mind. The guy under me was still alive and awake, just disoriented from my initial attack. He was going to be fine, if he talked, that is. Hello, I'm Smiley. End of presentation. You can begin with who's distributing the drug, I said to the groaning druggie while taking a handkerchief and cleaning the blood staining my mask. Once done, I positioned my foot on his torso and stared at him. Any answer I don't like means a toe goes missing. Sounds good? Good. Start? Ugh. Was the only reply I got from him. That's too bad. Let's go with one of the smaller ones and we go from there. My feet pressed the spot I struck a moment ago, making the man groan in pain. Smiley. Wait. Tensei said, arriving at the nick of time before I could remove the toes of the person under me. My glance went towards the hero who was standing above the crater, but not making any provocation or movements that could be interpreted as aggressive. This isn't like you. What are you talking about? His total lack of knowledge made me lose my footing on the user of the drug. Has Eraserhead ever said anything about the drug to you guys? Have you been sleeping under a rock all this time? I screamed, it almost sounded like the scream of an older teenager. My rage from before came back twofold. Homeless people are missing now, they could be dead already. That might be true, but you need to trust us too, Smiley, Ingenium said, sounding almost sad that he had to admit such a thing. If something is going on, then you need to communicate it with us so we can help. Breaking people fingers for answers isn't the way you do it. It appeared that it was enough of a distraction that the druggie needed because he jumped high up and began to unfurl bat-like wings from his shoulders. But I didn't give him a chance to get away from me. I told you, didn't I? I replied, less furious, but still angry. Razor, iron body, smash. My fist impacted the back of the villain, making him scream in pain. Air began to flow my lungs, my gaze sharpened as well as my senses. I felt the world move in slow motion as I began to strike, not once, not twice, but 10 times in different points of one wing in fluid motions, similar to waves hitting the rocks of a shore. Water flow, first wave. I fell down next to my prey, who began to spin in place at the lack of mobility from one wing. Before he could hit the floor, I grabbed one of his feet and threw him at the fence of the highway hard enough to almost break it. I'll trust your judgment. Once I noticed that the quirk user was down for good, I directed my gaze to the turbo hero. I forgot to hold back anyway. Without another word, I left the scene. I wanted to go home. A/N, hello. Didn't expect an update so close after the last one, didn't ya? Well, that was the good news. The bad news is that the chapter is now half of what I used to write, mostly so I have a more consistent schedule. Hoping it stays that way. It has come to my attention that people found Gur detached in the last update. Normally I'd respond by PM, but I felt I should address a few concerns here, including this one. Gur's feeling of detachment comes from his restless involvement as a vigilante and owner of the homeless shelter, plus the external forces that are slowly getting close from all sides. Gur barely has time for himself and his sleep schedule is close to nothing. Manami's plan of action had some difficulty considering my original plan was for them to meet in this very chapter, but since I decided to shorten the chapters, she will be introduced in the next chapter. Hope to see you guys soon. Issue number 12, Queen of Bees. Huff. He grunted as he punched the gloved hands of the kid and waved through his strikes. In less than a day both became aware of certain secrets the other held. Faster. Strike back. Iwao felt another rush of faster movements and began to parry and wave through them. They were nothing compared to the ones from that night, but they were getting somewhat close each time he demanded to increase the intensity. They were on the roof of a warehouse that was under construction while the rest of the homeless were in the other one for the time being. Ever since the kid found out news about the bee user, Iwao had been feeling restless. Memories flooded his mind of him holding onto his dead wife as he cried. His fists met the mitts of the kid at a faster and faster pace. He ignored the cries of concern from the kid's girlfriend as he focused into drawing out the kid's fighting spirit he saw once. He was drunk but he was aware and still remembered everything until this day. Aim better. Raise the speed. Iwao said as he began to strike harder and move as it was fighting against a villain again. Shouldn't I be holding onto the boxing gloves then, old man? The kid asked as he met his strikes with difficulty when in reality there was a certain ease of his movements. He could have fooled anyone, but not him. Even after losing his quirk, he retained some semblance of it, as small as it was. Just do it, kid. Regardless of what the kid said, he began to do just that. His movements flowed much faster and he intercepted his fist with practical ease, but didn't meet him with the intention of striking back at full force, making him grunt in the process. Iwao had to lie to get into his life, because that was the only way he could get close to him. If acting as a hero figure didn't impress him, then as another person to take care of worked perfectly. He needed help to find the bee user as quickly as possible, he needed Smiley. You're doing good, but not good enough. Faster. Oguro's frown deepened as he kept meeting his own with no problem whatsoever. Show me what you did that night. What night? There was a small time in which the kid lost focus as Iwao fist almost hit his face but he parried it at the last second. There was a sense of realization in his eyes as they kept going like nothing happened. I think you're going senile, did you forget what happened that night? Gee guys, aren't you taking it a bit too far? Said the pink-haired girl as she looked between the kid and Iwao from her top spot. Show me. It was like a switch was flipped on the kid. All his movements became sharper, faster, and harder. There was a fluidity to his movements that reminded him of a dance as the kid parried and redirected all his fists without even moving from his spot. He noticed how every time he redirected a fist, it left him open for an attack, but the kid refused to act upon it. He wasn't mocking him, but actually sending a message: if I wanted to end it, it would have been over. Iwao Oguro was no longer in charge of the spar, which suited him just fine. Deep down, over his hardened exterior, he loved a good fight. Win or lose, he loved them. And this kid was offering it to him. They exchanged blows, or at least Iwao did, as the kid parried, waved, and evaded all his punches with almost ease. Even after he stopped the pretense of holding back, the kid was holding on. No, the kid outclassed his strength. Must have some type of quirk, he thought as he threw a right jab only to be parried to the left, leaving him open for a strike to his face and stomach. Even if he's Smiley's apprentice, there's so much what physical condition could do for a homeless quirkless kid. Iwao Oguro grunted, then smiled as he felt the soft texture of the mitt on his face, ending the spar. Thank you, kid. I feel quite refreshed now, he said, while walking towards his towel and wrapped it up around his neck. He redirected his gaze towards the pink-haired girl who jumped from her position and landed next to the kid, who looked mildly annoyed at him. Please, don't say weird stuff like that to me, the kid said, getting the mitts off his hands. Yet. Pervy old man, the kid's girlfriend said while pointing at him as he returned to his position. Both of them threw their gloves at the same time at each other. Pop, don't make it worse, the kid sighed as he put the gloves on and resumed his previous stance. Old man, you seem quite interested in the way I fight. Is there a reason for it? Iwao grunted as he positioned himself in the same position as before. This time he adopted a more defensive form. Nothing special, he said, giving a small glance towards the pink-haired girl, then back to the kid, something he noticed straight away. Just wondering how you learned martial arts. They seem useful to combat strong enemies. The kid remained silent for almost a minute, the same time it took the girl by his side to make her way towards her previous position. This time she took a drink with her. They are. I developed them by watching the rivers, the white-haired kid finally said after a few more seconds of silence. They were created to use the strength of others against them. The rivers? You hike? Oguro asked, fishing for information. They couldn't outright speak about his apprenticeship, not with the girl around. Sometimes, the kid replied, taking a more refined stance, that called his attention straight away. It almost resembled the one he saw Smiley use in one of his videos. What's with the questions anyway? Let's just call it a mild curiosity, Iwao said, then his usual frown slowly wrapped into a smile. Now let's go from the top. You're going to replicate what I did, same speed and strength. You got it? Yeah, I got it. I sighed as I let go of the log strapped against my back and said my goodbyes to the kids and left them in the care of Cream and Khan. The only thing they had to do was finish their stretches and then they would be free for the morning, until they had to come back to the shelter and help with the construction. Normally I would accompany them in their morning routine and say some parting words before we all went our separate ways. But today it felt a little different. After the events with Ingenium and the bat-like quirk user, I felt some of my anger reside in. Even if Ibrow's lack of knowledge and snooping around pissed me off, he had some truth to his words. We were all heroes working for the same purpose, saving people, helping the needy. Some worked in different areas, so it was normal that the drug issue wouldn't be a well-known fact. I needed to remain calm and relax a little bit. As I made my way towards the usual street towards the place I left my suit hidden, I heard a small and squeaky voice calling for me. "Aya! There you are." I turned back just to see the street. Then I lowered my gaze to appreciate a small girl with red hair done in big and luscious pigtails, dressed in a frilly blouse and modest high school skirt, looking at me with a small blush. Can I help you?" I asked, blinking almost owlishly. This is the first time someone stops me in the middle of a street. Did I forget to take the stupid mask I used to accompany the old man and pop step? And no, I mean, yes, the girl said, while fidgeting with her fingers a little bit as her blush grew stronger. There was a sense of foreboding, that something bad was going to happen. But I took it the wrong way. I thought a quirk user, or a villain, or this girl was going to strike at any second. So I tensed my entire body in anticipation. "I admire you a lot, Smiley. Please let me help you by bringing smiles to the world." Nothing prepared me for those words to strike me as hard as they did. What the hell? How does she know? How did she find out? What the hell is happening here? Is this a nightmare? My horrified expression was immediately replaced by my stoic mask, like nothing out of the ordinary just happened. "I don't know what you are talking about. Last time I heard Smiley was helping in a burning building a city away from here." That might be true, but I know it's you." "I saw you," the red-haired girl said, glancing down then back to me, interconnecting her hands. "You saved me." "I know it." My gaze flew by the street, Few people were walking by and the ones that were looking at us with mild curiosity. I hated being in the spotlight like this. If I was going to embarrass myself, at least I preferred it to be on my terms. Think. Ah. That's it. Ha ha ha. That was good. But next time with more conviction. I lied through my teeth. Better let people know we're just a bunch of weirdos larping on the street than just straight up outing myself. I could see someone with a phone out already. Why don't we practice in a private place instead? That place seems pretty quiet. An alleyway, what a perfect place for the job, I thought, planning multiple solutions to get rid of the problem. I can just kill her, knock her unconscious and leave her on one of the building's rooftops. The girl looked between hurt and confused, then her blush came back full force and nodded meekly. Oh okay. Saying this, she began walking in the same direction I pointed, making me feel somewhat displaced. I was expecting her to refuse or outright make a scene, instead she made her way towards the dark place I just pointed. My elation didn't last, however, as she entered the restaurant that was next to it, sporting a nervous smile across her face. I felt my world collapse around me as she entered a more public place than before. What the fuck is she doing? Why would he laugh? Why would he say that? She thought, a little disheartened as her savior laughed and asked her to put more conviction to her words. Was her resolve not enough? Did he want her to repeat herself with more conviction? She tried to discern the message, but it just reminded her how her first crush made fun of her love confession, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Why don't we practice in a private place instead? That place seems pretty quiet. The white-haired boy that gave her countless days of happiness said, pointing towards a restaurant next to an alleyway called Ginza Lounge, a Western restaurant, inspired by the all-you-can-eat buffet of America. In an instant, everything made sense in her head. Of course, he couldn't accept her offer right away. She didn't offer anything to begin with. Of course, he would point to a random place to talk. She almost out him as Smiley again. How could she be so stupid? She blushed and nodded. The least she could do is show initiative and walk there herself. As she made her trek there, her blush deepened. Wasn't this like a D-date? Alright, think. First plan didn't work, what now? She's going for the restaurant instead. What other options do you have? I could abandon her, her back is turned, it would be so easy to run away and never use this street again. I thought as I took a step back, but my feet refused to move, or that was what I told myself as I saw the girl open the door and look directly at me, a blush adorning her face. Damn this teenage body. Reluctantly I made my way there, not because I felt bad for the girl or anything, but because I wanted something to eat, and this place was one of the few restaurants from this street that I haven't tried yet. And for a good reason too. Because it was expensive as hell. We sat in a corner of the restaurant in front of each other. She tried to speak, but no words came out of her mouth, then she closed it and began to squirm while poking her fingers together. Cut. Not cute. Not cute. Don't fall for the cutesy act. She knows my identity. I need to find a way to let her know I'm not Smiley. I thought, sporting a strained smile as we sat in an uncomfortable silence. But what if she thinks I'm Smiley either way? As I thought of plans for me to implement, I ended up asking for a huge meal for the both of us. Meat, rice, legumes, potatoes, and a jar of water for me. I wasn't going to think with an empty stomach. What makes you believe I'm Smiley? Where's your proof? I whispered as I began eating a great portion of the food on the table. The red-haired girl in front of me just looked at me as I ate, not even touching the few chunks of meat and potatoes I left for her to take. Last time I checked, Smiley works as a hero all day. What makes you think I'm him? IWH. You saved me. She whispered once her shock at seeing me eat wore off. It was a year ago, a giant villain almost squashed me and you saved me. Smiley saves many people, I don't think he would remember, I whispered back, before almost dying by a chunk of meat getting stuck in my throat. Thankfully I pushed it down by drinking the jar of water until there was nothing left. If I was Smiley, which I'm not, I wouldn't remember either. Her lower lip quivered, she looked like some sort of bubble had popped. Please, just hate me. I'm going through a lot right now. I don't want to deal with this. After you saved me, I saw you change into your costume. She finally said, making me drop my knife which clattered on the floor. Some heads turned but they immediately went back to eat. Since then I've been looking for you all over, and today I finally found you. My shoulders lowered, my head went to the side, my expression went from blank to completely stunned. Cold beads of sweat ran from my scalp to my back. The way you're making this sound, like you've been spying on me before we met or something. Like you knew I was going to come here. I said, trying not to sound too scared at the possibility of more people doing the exact same thing. This was a big problem. Were there agencies doing the same thing? Should I be looking for hidden cameras throughout the whole city? What about technologies? Should I ask Popstep to drop her phone? Is there a quirk that lets you see the future here? I thought, mad at the possibilities with that power. That's so unfair, everyone gets powers and I get nothing in return. I did. Ow. I'm so sorry, the girl sobbed, making me panic as I noticed how the whole establishment was looking directly at our table. They were going to get the wrong idea. Especially now that the girl in front of me began to full-blown cry. No, it's all right. Please stop crying, I said, both hands up to try to comfort her, but she hiccuped, making me jump. My ears perked at the sound of people bad-mouthing me, stressing me more. People are staring at us, please. What a scum. Making his girlfriend cry. Trash. And now he's telling her to be quiet. The worst. Please, look. I'm not mad. I whispered. I dreaded the moment I entered this public space for this conversation. It would have been so much better if I said the park instead, but now I have to deal with this situation. The worst part was that I felt bad about it. I'm serious, I don't care if you did that to meet me. Really? The red-haired girl asked, a hopeful look adorned her cute little face as she began to use some napkins to clean her tears and runny nose. You don't mind? I sighed, already regretting my decision. Did I indirectly admit being smiley to this girl? God, I hope not. Yes, really. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. This is like a date, she thought as she saw her savior sit in front of her at the corner of the restaurant as far away from people as possible. That was really smart, that way if they speak about Smiley, nobody is going to hear them. She tried to initiate the conversation and ask if he wanted to order, but no words came out from her mouth, so instead she began to poke her fingers together and shift her gaze from him to the table, to their hands, then back to him. He's so manly in person. Manamai was in awe as he ordered seared steaks, mashed potatoes, 3 different types of rice, salads, and a jug full of water, enough for the 2 of them. It was like a romantic dinner for 2. At least that's what she thought at first, before she saw him eat at a speed she never saw a human do before. Was that part of his quirk? It felt almost hypnotic, she was almost in a trance at seeing him eat, so much so, that she forgot to eat herself. What makes you believe I'm Smiley? Where's your proof? She blinked as she heard the white-haired boy in front of her say. He continued eating and she watched him do that, now more aware of the conversation. Last time I checked, Smiley works as a hero all day, what makes you think I'm him? She recalled how a year ago she almost lost her life to a giant villain. The feeling of hopelessness, dread, and fear coursing through her veins as she felt the villain coming closer. Until IWH. You saved me. Manamai said, recalling every single detail of that day, but she took the decision of keeping it short. It was a year ago, a giant villain almost squashed me and you saved me. She smiled, as she remembered the same eyes that she looked at her right now, looking at her back then in concern and worry. Smiley saves many people, I don't think he would remember. Before the white-haired boy could go any further he began to choke with a piece of leftover meat he tried to swallow. He immediately took the jar and chugged it down until there was nothing left. Regardless, he kept on talking like nothing had happened. If I was Smiley, which I'm not, I wouldn't remember either. She wished she could outright deny it, but deep down she knew it was true. There was no way that after a year of search, Smiley would outright remember her appearance and... No. She wanted this. This was her decision. She wanted for him to see her, to work together. She's not going to back off just because he doesn't remember her. After you saved me, I saw you change into your costume. She heard someone drop a knife, but that might be the baby from a few tables away from them. Since then I've been looking for you all over, and today I finally found you. She shifted her glance from her hands to her savior, only to see him with a stunned look. Did she say something wrong? The way you're making this sound, like you've been spying on me before we met or something. Like you knew I was going to come here. His words made her freeze. All that watching, all that planning, they were, I did. Ow. She sobbed, as memories of the cruel words people in school said about her behind her back, how her way of dealing with her love was considered unnatural and unwanted. I'm so sorry. Manamai Aba began to full-blown cry as more memories of her watching him, building her free time on just that. Was there any future for someone like her? No, it's all right. Please stop crying. And now she was starting to embarrass her savior in the middle of a restaurant. She was the worst human being in the entire world. People are staring at us, please. She wanted to stand up and tell off all the people that were insulting the boy she loved, but she could only sob in impotence as more tears welled on the border of her eyes. Please, look. I'm not mad. He said, making her pause slightly, but she could barely see him. I'm serious, I don't care if you did that to meet me. She took a few napkins and began to clean herself, going from her eyes to her nose. She couldn't believe the white-haired boy saw her like this. Really? Manamai asked, hope began to well on her entire being. Years of self-hatred and doubt leaving her mind. You, don't mind. Was this really happening? Is he really going to accept her? Yes, really. He said, making her smile from ear to ear. Until. By the way, do you have any money? I think I forgot to bring my wallet. Against my best efforts, my gentleman side of my brain ended up winning and let another person into my circle. The only comfort I could take away from all of that encounter was that I didn't have to hide that I was Smiley to another person with a secret identity. I took a seat in my hut. A feeling of nostalgia washed over me as I saw myself in the same hut shivering while sucking my thumb, wondering if I was going to live another day or not. Ah, memories, I sighed, somewhat content. Not at the current developments, but at the feeling of nature against my skin again. We ended up bolting from the restaurant. It turned out that neither of us had enough money to pay for the food. So I decided it was the best idea to get out of there as fast as possible. It's not like I was going to return there anytime soon. It was almost cathartic, like returning to my childhood. Ready to dine and dash at a moment's notice, stealing food and resources to survive, using my techniques to escape heroes. Takes me back. It was a decision of the moment, but after we had a more intimate conversation I decided to integrate her as part of the little team with the old man and Pop Step, the only stipulation being, that she should never disclose the information with anyone. Not like someone would believe her anyway. I decided to get out of my hut and appreciate the trees I planted from seeds. I admired the growth some of them went through, a few even interconnecting with each other. I contemplated taking one of the apples as I kept on walking through my orchard, but somehow today I was no longer hungry. I made my way towards the clearing and plopped myself on the grass. There was this tension that I didn't know I was holding onto that was now gone for some reason. As if, someone else knowing I was Smiley returned some semblance of peace in my being. I began to contemplate my life as I saw the stars and the stars looked back at me. For the first time in a while I felt excited, content, at ease. Why do I feel this way? I blinked again, feeling my eyelids heavy. And then for the first time in my life here, I slept at ease. Manamai was a godsend. If it wasn't for her, I don't think I would have found it so fast. Popstep and her expertise in social media was one thing, but Manamai's way of searching and finding was on another level. With just a description, she was able to search for someone I've been trying to pinpoint by scent alone in less than a day. Found you. I said, making my target turn around to meet the black soulless eyes of my mask as I dropped from the sky just to land a few meters away on the same building. Her smile began to reside until it came back in full force, getting a sneer out of me. Took me a while to find you. That buzzing sound, that scent of death, that fake smile, were burned into my memory. There was no way I would forget her. Oh? No puns? No laugh? You're not like the videos at all. The brown-haired girl laughed as she took a step back. I saw a few bugs leaving from her patch, but remained really close to her. So lame. I only laugh when I'm having a good time. I replied, positioning myself to use shave in a moment's notice. And I'll have a good time once I've dealt with you. Permanently. Oh, that's too bad. And I prepared a special specimen for you, Smiley. She said before jumping away a swarm of bees leaving from her left eye socket. I wonder what would you turn into if they fill you full of trigger. Kaya haha. Too slow. I didn't even give them time to approach as I jumped and threw multiple wind blades from my feet to the approaching swarm without hitting my target, who jumped as one of the wind blades passed through a pipe, cutting it clean. The remaining bees dispersed, the other few that tried to approach me were dealt with water flow. I flinched as one of them exploded on my face, making me take a few steps back. She has explosive bees? That was new information to rely on the others, if I were to capture her. The key word was if. Even though the girl looked cornered and dripping in blood, her smile never left her face, making my blood boil. All these deaths and disappearances and she just took it with stride, like it was another day at the park. I stopped as I heard screams of panic and anger below us. More than 2 giant quirk users could be seen from a distance. Do you think I didn't foresee that we would eventually meet? She said, slowly edging away from me, drops of blood dripping from her eye socket. I know you're kind, you would rather save people than stop me here right now. She screamed, a crazed look plastered across her face. So long, Smiley. Haha. A sneer of pure rage was plastered across my face as she began to run away and I ran in the opposite direction. I jumped over the railing. My fingers touched one of the buttons of my suit, ripped it off and threw it as hard as I could towards the running girl. It pierced her shoulder, getting a painful cry, but regardless she kept running until she was out of my sight. Shit, I missed, I said, as I fell and started to quickly kick the air until explosions of air formed behind me. I was aiming for her heart. That night, I couldn't sleep. She was right. I wanted to capture her for interrogation, even if my feelings told me she needed to die. Because of my instinct of putting the people first, she escaped me, meaning she will do fewer appearances in public. I just fucked everyone over. Issue number 13, Judgment. That was dangerous, Hachisuka. You were lucky that he prioritized the people over your capture. To think he got this close. Heh, too close for comfort, she said, as the buzzing sound from her hive drowned the sound of running water and the boring voice from her right earphone. Kun looked at herself with an unreadable expression in the mirror of the house she was currently staying at and began the process of wrapping the wound of her shoulder. Little ol Smiley didn't hold back. You were too careless, the trigger you've been entrusted with is yours for you to distribute at your own pace. But your rashness almost got you captured. We're wondering if you're up to the job as coordinator to begin with. Already trying to cut me off? No fair, said Kun, who didn't show any sort of discomfort as she took more gauze and bandaged her wound, then smirked. How am I supposed to deal with the Vigilante when there's more of them sniffing around? Especially that old man, he gets on my nerves. The Vigilante's presence grants us a great source of battle data without involving actual heroes to the mix. As long as you collect data in a controlled manner without alerting heroes or the police, we can benefit from this ordeal. Benefit, hey. She said as she looked over her work in the mirror, before she began to dress up, leaving behind her school uniform. She went for a more plain-looking dress and black stockings. Should I try to pump one of them with trigger? I wonder what Smiley would look like if he was injected 3 times the regular doses. The possibility of seeing the results of the data from Smiley is tempting, but refrain from doing so. Smiley has proven to be quite perceptive of your whereabouts and your underhanded tactics. He was the first one to clue into the drug before anyone else. Don't antagonize him. What a shame, the brown-haired girl replied, looking disinterested at best at the whole ordeal as she kept admiring her looks in the mirror. She then took the rest of the med kit and threw it in the trash. I was so looking forward to that. Kun began her trek back towards the living room, ending the call as soon as she felt comfortable with her new look. She took a seat close to the TV and turned it on. The brown-haired girl changed between the news, showing her work on display. She could even see herself in a few of the shots hidden in a sea of people. Was that how Smiley found me? The buzzing sound in the background and the static sound of the TV was her only response. She remained in complete silence, even slouching on the couch as she admired her work and how little a few of the stations reported the involvement of Smiley in the news. Her nose flared slightly at the strong odor of the 2 rotting corpses behind her. I think it's time for me to find a new place to stay. Kun smiled. Water flow, constant stream. Water flow, first wave. Air filled my lungs in small but refined intervals as the world began to move at a slower pace. Even my clone, which was created months ago with the intention of acting as Smiley or as myself at a moment's notice, was moving at a slower speed than me. Meaning the training I was undergoing was proving to be effective. My palms connected and redirected every single attack of the water flow, first wave, leaving my clone open for an immediate attack, but I decided to abstain myself from doing so. Because that would end the training session early. And I didn't want that to happen. Shave. Moonwalk. My clone muttered, before kicking the ground 40 times in half of a second and exploding in a burst of speed, that my eyes strained to follow, but I followed him nonetheless. Razor. Iron smash. Without changing my breathing pattern, I immediately focused on the spot where my clone was moving to and redirected his attack away from me. The ground shook as my clone fist made contact with the ground, forming a huge spider web of pure destruction. I relaxed every muscle of my being and tilted my entire body. Using paper arts, I evaded the upcoming wind blade that came from the smoke screen of dust. I wondered if I was ready to deflect that deadly attack now instead of evading and responding with my own. Storm leg. I jumped away and threw one of my own just as another wind blade came from the dust. Both blades collided, creating a huge explosion of wind that blew the cover of my clone, who had both hands on the floor while stabbing his fingers on a hard surface and was about to storm leg, rampage, my clone said as he began to throw wind blade after wind blade in quick succession in my direction. In any other situation I would have escaped from the onslaught with shave, but that wasn't the point of the exercise here. My body contorted and moved away from the blades while keeping my footing in place. If I escaped from every single problem that came to me, then I wouldn't be able to call myself a hero. Steadily I began to take steps towards my clone that kept sending fast-paced wind blades in my direction while I evaded every single one. It was when I got halfway that my clone gave up on the strategy and escaped again, this time with Razor. Behind. Razor. Whirlwind Storm, 3, my perfect reflection said, appearing in front of me, 3 fingers raised, spinning with the intention of cutting me in 3 perfect slices. I guessed that he found the possibility of attacking me from behind too dangerous to enact. Whirlwind Storm, 3 counter. My foot stomped the ground, hard, and my left hand mimicked the movement. Our fingers met in perfect symphony, the surrounding ground exploding as debris flew away from us. Even with the boost of Razor, my clone proved to be slower and weaker than me when we used the same technique. Maybe it was time to pay a visit to Jin and have me measured. Not only did I grow a few centimeters, but I had improved since the last time I saw All Might. But it wasn't enough. Water flow, smash. In an instant my body contracted and I hoped the blow wasn't enough to take me out as the hand of my clone connected with my chin. Even with iron body I felt the muted pain of my chin being hit by one of my blows at full force. My clone blinked and then jumped away from me. Is something wrong? You could have evaded that blow easily, he asked, rubbing his chin as well even though he didn't suffer any blow himself. Then his expression became serious. Is this about the investigation? How is it going by your side? Short answer? Bad. I haven't relayed the information to the rest of the team or Manamai yet. I just went back to training after the events of that night. My clones were less prone to action considering their main function was information gathering, their bodies being more squishy than mine, dying after being hit once. It's no wonder that the weaker clone was remade from time to time after a few weeks of use. But because they were clones it didn't mean they had every information like I did. They had glimpses, they acquired new information and relayed it to me. That's how I was up to date with everything going on. Not good. I winced as I rubbed my chin, a small phantom pain surrounded the area I was hit. With the help of the new girl I found the B user, now I know her scent. But she escaped. My clone ended for me. Yeah, and now she's going to be harder to find than before. I said, tightening my fists. Shit, that's not good. My clone grimaced, his upper lip trembled, almost developing a sneer. Meaning that my hatred was mutual between clones even if they haven't gone through the same experiences. Do you have a plan? Not yet. I replied while cleaning the remaining beads of sweat from my forehead. I was thinking of telling the girl about it and see if we can find the target again. What about Pop Step and Knuckles? My replica said. He moved to a tree and then relaxed against it while folding his arms. Should we tell them? I don't know if that's a good idea either. That would mean revealing we're Smiley and all our operations. A small glimpse of those two appeared in my head, and how I slowly began to warm up to them, quirks and all. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that yet. They're not that bad, my clone mentioned offhandedly, a small but noticeable smile plastered across his face. You get used to their antics with time. You say that because you've been spending too much time with them, I deadpanned, remembering the few times I interacted with Pop and how she would ask for food intended for the homeless I was supposed to feed. Of course I have, I'm stuck on babysitting duty. Asterisk click asterisk. Our conversation was interrupted by my walkie-talkie which was next to a tree a few meters away from us. My clone didn't hesitate to use shave and appeared right next to it and clicked once. BZZH. KSHH. Con here. The clone went with the old man and the idol to deal with a black tongue in Narahata. But there's another one in Yokohama that needs your attention. Over. Well, that's my cue to leave, my clone replied before he approached his own duffel bag and began to dress into our hero costume. Think about it. My clone gave me a salute and as soon as his mask was on he left at fast speed towards the indicated location, leaving me alone with my thoughts on the clearing we were training. I sighed as I made my way to the camp with the intention of having something to eat, maybe a few grilled fish would calm me down. I had been training like crazy these past few months, but it seemed the improvements had gone down as the equipment and training partners only went so far. Even the training of breathing techniques only seemed to improve my reflexes slightly. At the rate I was going, I was afraid I would never reach All Might's level of strength. The knowledge I had regarding anime told me that the prime of a character in an anime was always before they reached 18. Every single anime character that opposed the main villain were always teenagers, besides a few exceptions, but I felt this anime was as generic as the ones he knew of. As I made my way to the camp I reflected on his memories. Training regimes, ideas I could implement. But a lot of them required a source of power I didn't possess. His memories. Wait, aren't those supposed to be my memories? Apart from the breathing training I had been undergoing, the only thing left was improving my musculature through lifting, punching the steel beam, fighting my clones and dropping myself from bigger and bigger heights. What other training methods did he have that I could use? But those are my memories, my experiences, my hopes, my dreams, they're all mine, right? I suddenly stopped and looked around, feeling lost. I turned my gaze to my hands and spent a bit too much looking at them feeling the rough surface of each other as my thumbs rubbed the calluses and scars I developed through the years. These memories, they're mine, right? Hi Pop. How was school? She heard him say as she took a seat in front of him. A plate of warm food was already displayed in front of her. This was the third time he served her before she arrived. The first few times she had to demand he give her food, but it wasn't because she liked his food or anything. The first time, she forgot to eat breakfast that morning, and naturally she was starving all day. So she sorta asked if he could share some of the food he was preparing with her, while thinking nothing of it. He seemed reluctant at first, but served her food regardless. That's so much like him. Him, hey? Boring. It was so boring that I was counting the minutes until they let me out. Kazuho Hanyama responded, admiring the stew over rice that Gur prepared for her. It was way past lunch, so he was preparing the food for the shelter at night. And you came to hang out with us? He replied, chopping the vegetables with precision while looking at his side from time to time. Not having that many friends must suck, hey? Yeah, I mean. What's that supposed to mean? She exclaimed, about to use her chopsticks to eat but dropping them back at her stew with an angry, but not that angry, sneer. The white-haired boy said, looking somewhat lost even though they were having a conversation and nobody else was in sight, not even that fan who had a double personality. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought the feeling was mutual. Not having friends and all. Oh. Stupid. Stupid Gur. It's not like that. I mean, that's not what I meant ga. She tried to rectify her previous outburst but ended up just repeating herself. Kazuho needed a reason to drop the subject immediately. I'm thirsty. Bring me something to drink. Sheesh, I said I was sorry, he said without raising his gaze from his work as he took a few more carrots and began to dice them with expertise. Once done, he took a glass and filled it with water from a jar he kept in the cooler under the stand. Here you go. I need to find something else besides water and beer. Any cheap brands you know? How I'm supposed to know? The pink-haired beauty said while drinking from the offered glass. It's not like his statement was wrong or anything. She was a loner too. There was a reason why she liked to bathe in the attention she garnered by being an idol. She loved being the center of attention, there was a reason why her costume was, like that. Her musings were interrupted by a sound. The sound of cloth tearing was heard as Gur went down to fetch a large pot to put the diced vegetables in. Ah, the tear got bigger. Man, now I need to ask Jin to mend it for me again. Why would you mend every single tear of that lame hoodie? She said, her cheeks began to redden at the prospect of him actually buying something to look good at. Why not simply get a new one? Her statement was met with the tired expression of Gur who looked at her directly to her eyes, making her blush and avert her eyes. Right. He's homeless. It wasn't like Kazuho didn't know that small tidbit, but the white-haired boy in front of her showcased such maturity and took care of 2 shelters at the same time plus a food stand that it made her forget that the boy was another person who used to live on the streets. Don't worry about it, the boy said, smiling slightly. He cleaned his hands with a rag after the work was done and then crossed his hands over his chest. Truth be told, I used to have a few of them, but I've outgrown or torn them beyond repair. Except for one I think. She perked at the last part. What happened? The pink-haired idol asked, inching forward. I gave it to some kid that I saved from a river when I was training nearby. When I was younger I wanted to be a hero, you see, so I trained whenever I could. I guess destiny drew us together. She blushed. Hard. Drew us together? But he wasn't Smee, She wasn't in the right state of mind to draw conclusions. She needed to get out of there as fast as possible. I need to go, the idol said, leaving her bowl half-eaten. Sure. Gur said, looking at her strangely. Then he perked at as she began to run away. Don't forget that there's a meeting tonight. She leaped, and the stand was gone from her view. For the longest time she thought she knew who her target was, she was hoping with her shows and her quirk she would be able to see him again. Then once she noticed him in her shows she was dead set on approaching him, until she found another person who reminded her of him so she approached him instead, at least for a little while. And now? She jumped from building to building, she felt the air rush through her hair as she leaped minding the distances and how far she could go. Arriving at her house, she immediately went to her room, walked to her closet and took an item she had long mended with the help of her mom. A grey hoodie. It looked almost new. She took the hanger and hoodie and held it against her chest. Memories flooded her mind of her as a kid trying to use her quirk to practice her leap and slipping into a river and seeing a hand reach for her from the sky. It was him. He was the one that saved her that day. She was so sure that it was Smiley the one that rescued her when she fell into the river, but in the end it was Gur, not him. Kazuho stared at the hoodie with fondness. A small memory of him making fun of her with a small smile flashed through her head. She scoffed as more blood began to accumulate on her cheeks. Then with a sneer, she took the hoodie off the hanger and put it on a bag. She then went to a store and bought another similar hoodie, a black one that would complement his white hair, that way he wouldn't complain about having a small wardrobe. On her way to the warehouse, she passed through a bakery and ordered 2 slices. No real reason whatsoever. Thank you. I'm sorry for always eating the food you make for homeless people. Thanks for saving me all those times. I'm sorry I'm such a burden. Could you forgive me? Oh, hey Pop. He said, the night sky plus the light from inside the warehouse made his eyes look like they were shining. Just in. Do you think we could talk? She asked, holding her bag closer to her chest. Sir, go ahead. What is it? Who is it, Gur? Her world stopped as she heard two distinctive voices. There next to a table inside the warehouse comfortably sat two other figures. One of them she knew, the other one she was unfamiliar with. Oh, right. Let me introduce you to our new partner. Manamai Aba. Her name is Manamai Aba. Normally I would prefer to keep the group small, considering our target. But Manamai here has something neither of us has, I said as everyone took a seat on the table I brought over from the new shelter. She was capable of hacking into the cameras of the city and searching for clues. HRNG, sounds suspicious, the old fart said while he took a swig from his beer, ending my lively speech right there. I sighed as I noticed the redhead girl began to shift nervously. She didn't even touch the cake Pop Step brought over for her initiation. The pink-haired girl on the other hand was looking at her with suspicion as she ate her portion of cake. I only had one question of this whole ordeal: who brings 2 slices of cake to a meeting of 4? The only suspicious person here would be you, old man, I said, taking an envelope I prepared in case old man Knuckles decided to ditch the meeting. Then without further ado I dropped it on the table in front of him. He curled an eyebrow and took another swig from his can of beer. Figures. She was able to track us down just by looking at the cameras. Our routes, our patterns, you get the idea. I told them, building the hype towards the contents of the envelope. Of course all the information I was providing was half-truth, she only figured out my routes, patterns and the like. What are we waiting for? The old man said, cracking his knuckles as he looked at the poor girl in a menacing way. Let's beat her senseless so she keeps quiet. Yet. I was actually surprised that Pop Step took the side of the lunatic old person in the room. Eek. That's enough. I shouted, taking the envelope from the table and threw the contents for everyone to see. I didn't bring her here to get harassed. We have a common enemy, and she's the key to finding her. Right there on the table, laid multiple photos, some of them were close UPS, some others were from a big multitude of people with a girl in the center. All of them featured the same girl. Brown hair done in a peculiar way to hide her left eye. I've seen her from the cameras whenever a villain attacked. I heard Manamai say her line almost to perfection. We decided to bring the news in a way that looked almost natural to the team without bringing up the fact that the redhead stalked me before entering my life. In almost every recent attack she seems to appear. My gaze went from the petite girl to Pop Step, who seemed surprised and looking at the photos with nervousness I haven't seen before. Then I glanced towards the old man. His expression was one of surprise, so much so he dropped his beer and began to rummage through the pictures himself. Which one is the most recent one? He asked. No, demanded as his expression went from surprise, to anger, to hardened. It was almost a surprise to witness his face morph with each reaction. She changed into new clothes, so it's been hard to find her, Manamai said before I could answer the question for her. She was a natural. Here. The old man grimaced as he took the picture. The petite redhead pointed and held it as it to figure something out. Wait, this girl. I know her, she approached me for a photo the other day, I thought she was a fan. Pop Step voiced alarmed, watching scared at one of the close-ups of the girl. You know her? I asked, familiarizing myself with her new appearance. A basic change of clothes for the moment, but what if she decided that wasn't enough? Any info you have on her could help us finally deal with the B user. Pop Step just nodded at my statement. It seemed that the fact she got really close to a villain frightened her. I have things I gotta take care of, the old man Knuckles finally said while folding the picture he was looking at and hiding it in one of his pockets. He got up and made his way towards the door. Thanks for the info, kid. He was soon followed by Pop Step, her excuse being that she needed to get home for dinner. She took her bag before I could even ask about it. I sighed again, feeling some fatigue. I need a vacation. What do you think? I asked the remaining person, who decided to stay, to review the meeting and future plan of action. I mean boss, Manamai squeaked, almost mentioning my hero name out loud, something I needed to correct, and soon. They didn't seem too interested in stopping the B user as you are. Figured that would be the case. I exhaled, running my hand through my white locks. Did you notice something wrong with the old man? He looked at one of the pictures with familiarity. She said, looking from the pictures to me, then back to the pictures. A small tint of red adorned her cheeks. Maybe he knows the B user. I didn't know if that was good or bad news. Hello. Mr. Gur sir, the teen that looks really similar to Bclops greeted me. Hey, you. I was half expecting them to call me by my infamous hero name, which by that point my dislike went down significantly. I felt slightly bad that I couldn't recall their names now. Sorry, I was supposed to say your name but I never remembered it. No problem Mr. Gur, I'm Ichinoko Samazu, the teen replied back. Yubei Namimaru, his friend provided. I'll just try to shorten their names so I don't forget. I found myself in this awkward situation, again, because Popstep received an email from her, special superfans regarding a senior fighter who was willing to join us. She wanted to check it out to amplify our operations, somehow. So she ended up bringing me to a coffee shop near the shopping district, meeting two of Popstep's superfans before we could enter. I didn't know what got into her, but she seemed adamant in meeting the guy. All this behavior came out of nowhere, like she was trying to prove something. Maybe meeting Manamai gave her the confidence to add more people to catch the B user? For my part, I didn't really care much. The life of a clone was too short to worry about such small details. We only needed the new girl to catch the B user again. And then she will be dealt with, captured or not. Smiley will not fail a second time. Once we all entered the coffee shop, I found myself meeting someone I had long forgotten. Where's the old man? A young man with spiky green hair, tight jeans, white shirt, and sleeveless open leather jacket was sitting in a booth. A glass of water was the only item on his table. Haven't seen you in a while, still getting into trouble. It took me a while to recognize him, but it was the leader of the punks we stopped a few weeks ago. I watched his expression shift from calm to slightly annoyed. The old man ain't here yet. TCH, so there's no point in talking to you, the green-haired man said, looking to the side. You wanna join, is that right? Then you're in, there's no reason to involve the old man on something so trivial. I said as we got close to his booth. As long as you don't try to get on that drug again, then all's good. Everything seemed like it was going to work out, but... Hey, wait a second. I know who he is. Didn't he try to kill you? Next thing I know, he's passing us by with an annoyed expression plastered across his face. Whatever, he said as he began his trek towards the door. I'm going. Wait, I said, my hand resting on top of his shoulder. There's no need to get mad over things of the past. Let's share information on the B user and plan ahead. Don't touch me. He raged while shaking his shoulder away from my hand. Spikes grew around his hands and body, but resided immediately. Your face pisses me off. My face? What the hell is this guy on? I have nothing to say, I didn't come here so you can make fun of me, the green-haired guy said before leaving the store. Just ignore him, Goor. In any other situation, I would do just that, ignore it and go back to my daily life, but something felt wrong. There was this feeling in my gut that was telling me that I should do something or else I would regret it for the rest of my life. So I went after him. Tailing someone from building to building gets boring after a while, especially when they move at a snail's pace. The green-haired teen would often look back to see if he was being followed, which he probably was considering. I caught the scent of the old man a few streets ago, but he didn't put enough effort into his searches to spot us. It wasn't the only one either. I could also smell the perfume brand Popstep uses coming from behind me 4 streets away. She was trying to keep her distance. It was almost cute. She thought I wouldn't notice her from that distance, especially with how high she would jump. I need to stop thinking about her while on the job, I thought, exasperated, as I jumped to another building and watched my target change directions. I decided to follow my instincts and made sure that my target didn't do anything stupid, like enter an alleyway all alone with a hardened expression. I sighed as he did just that. I gave him a few seconds alone before jumping the building across from me to get a better view. I was just in time to see my target roar and transform into a monster of spikes while standing in front of a masked man dressed in black and red gear holding a katana, ready to strike. My lungs expanded with air, as I descended from my position at high speed and positioned myself between both hands in the air. Catching the storm. I always wondered if I could catch wind blades with my bare hands during my training with clones. But because it implied getting close and personal with the cutting power of Storm Leg, I never went beyond catching sticks to my face going at full speed. I decided to still name the technique after the intended use. Maybe in the future I would be able to catch or redirect those strikes, but today it only served the purpose of catching a real blade between the palm of my hands. Then I immediately broke it and threw the remains to the side. The spiked monster behind me made a surprised noise, as the man in dark gear leaped back, while throwing a knife towards my thigh. The back of my hand met the side of the blade, changing the direction of its flight and getting it stuck in the trash. Hooded hobo, you're in my way. Stand aside, the sinister man said, relaxing slightly, but I could hear his muscles contract, as if he was ready to put me down at a moment's notice. This villain is for me to slay. He's no villain, he's just a troubled teen, I said, trying to mitigate the situation. I heard my target give an annoyed hey in the background. I only had 6 projectiles on me compared to the remaining 7 the geared man had, not counting the hidden ones in his pouches. He doesn't deserve to die for something like hey. My speech was interrupted by the man speeding towards us, the remaining of his blade high up. Without thinking, I raised my leg and struck the handle of the sword in a perfect split, making the geared man let go of it and jump away while throwing 2 knives, one at me and the other at the monster behind me. 2 projectiles met the knives in the air, embedding them up on the walls. Don't get in my way, hobo, this is my last warning, the man said while fetching his sword from the ground then looking at it. Next time I won't hold back, so step aside. The monster growled, but stayed put, arms raised, just in case he needed to step in. Same goes for you, if you try to hunt teenagers on drugs then you're no better than a villain. I exclaimed. I could smell the scent of cigarettes and perfume approaching from 2 different directions toward our location. Should I stall? Or should I end this before they arrive? During our days as heroes I hadn't showcased much of my superhuman strength besides my running speed, martial arts, and throwing capacity. The only reason people even recognize me is because of that name. Pop Steps fans began to address me on social media. What a drag. I see, even an act of goodwill can become wicked in the aid of evil, the man in red finally replied before taking 3 knives between his fingers. I'll stop taking you lightly now, hooded hobo. 3 bladed projectiles flew toward us. My hands blurred to my pocket and positioned 2 projectiles between my fingers. I breathed in as time began to slow down, my brain calculated the trajectory of the 3 blades and shot. Clank clank clank. It only took 1 projectile to deflect them all. It was almost cathartic to see. My body moved to the side as I evaded a swipe of the katana and delivered a kick to the hand holding it. This time he maintained his grip, but he let go of one of the hands and took 2 knives and threw them at me point blank. Another projectile met the knives mid-air, shifting their trajectory and embedding them in the walls behind me. The man in dark gear jumped away as I took another breath. I could see him slowly move from wall to wall throwing knives at either of us, making me groan as I sped towards the only sitting duck in the alleyway and threw the remaining projectiles I had on me to mitigate the damage. You're out of projectiles, hobo, pointed out the threatening man as he pointed what remained of the katana towards me. I only need to get closer, and you will be judged by the might of my sword. You might have caught me by surprise before, but it won't happen again. Judge? Where's your wig then? I asked as I tensed my legs. Screw taking it easy, this guy is going for the kill here. Humph, I misjudged you hobo, I heard him say as he slowly approached until he was almost a few steps away from us. I thought of you as a good Samaritan, but it turns out yo. I kicked the ground 20 times in a row, positioning myself in front of him as I kicked his torso, sending him flying through the air. Stop calling me hobo, asshole. I screamed. Nice pass kid. I heard Old Man Knuckles say as he descended and delivered a strong punch towards the man in black gear, breaking his mask and sending him away, ending sprawling on the floor. As the old man regained his footing, he made way towards the mask and grabbed it so he could inspect it. Humph, this guy wears a mask to get into a role, he really is a mad slasher after all, huh? You run into people like that. I wish I had a few examples in my head, but as a clone I only have this example apparently. By putting on a disguise or costume they convince themselves that they're invincible. Those type of people are nothing but trouble since they charge in, ignoring common sense and safety, but I didn't ask for a lesson on heroism from someone who beats up people on the streets for fun. When someone steps up to them, they turn out to be fragile. In the end, they aren't determined enough. They're just human after all, the old man explained as he made way towards the monster that started to turn back into a teen again. I see. I understand now. My gaze sharpened as I sped towards one of my projectiles on the ground and threw it towards the man on the floor only to jump away from building to building and come back, this time towards the old man, both arms raised, holding onto 2 blades. The old man exchanged fists against the knives, getting hurt in the process. I threw another projectile I got from the ground, making the sinister man leap away. There are people more sinful than villains. I see, those who lack determination and conviction yet still applaud themselves. Said the man as he stood on top of an air conditioner against the wall. He licked the blade he was holding onto. Fake heroes. My eyes widened as the old man went rigid and stayed put. Old man? I asked. Yes. I see now. I am so happy for the lesson you gave me, the man said as he held his face to stop the bleeding while sporting a deranged smile. Then without prompt he jumped away, leaving splashes of blood on the ground. I made sure not to relax until his scent faded away. But there was something else, a scent that felt almost familiar, yet unnatural. She was here. Coor. Are you okay? Popstep asked as she landed next to me while holding onto a first aid kit in her hands. Everything is fine Pop, no need to worry. I replied, after all, if I were cut during the fight, my life would have ended a while ago. I looked back. And you? Are you okay man? I asked the teenager who I had been protecting until now, looking at me with an unreadable expression. TCH. He said, making my expression sour. I guess saving his life wasn't enough for him. I took a look around as I helped the old man move again, it seemed the man's quirk was something related to licking blood to paralyze them. I better tell the boss just in case he encounters anyone like that ever again. And relay the information about the B user. She was on the move again. A/N, I have no real explanation for the lackluster last chapter. I guess people actually were expecting Gur to lash out at Manamai, which considering the state he's in he would normally do so, but people are forgetting he's a teenager and a major simp. Of course he's going to treat them differently. His own body reacted differently when he tried to kill Quinn. There was also the double POV, which was something people liked and people disliked. I got mixed reviews on the matter considering I changed as much as I could from one point to the other. I'll try to do better in the future, so bear with me, smiley face. I got a few complaints about following certain aspects of canon from Vigilantes, and believe me, there's a few things that go the same way while others go in a different direction altogether. I feel once Captain Celebrity is introduced, the rails of Vigilantes canon gets thrown out the window. There's another reason for me to follow canon Vigilantes a bit, and that's it, that a great part of people reading my FIC appears to not have read the manga, or don't plan to for that reason, so that means I need to carefully explain everything in a way people can understand and read as if they're reading the manga for themselves, not that every event is going to be the same. I hope you like this chapter, there's more interesting stuff happening in the future, I hope I can deliver. CA. Issue number 14, Our Masks. It was a trap, the old man grunted as we all sat on the old furniture I asked Jin to bring over from the other shelter. She wanted to see us fight to the death, said Soga, the leader of the band of hooligans we stopped a few nights ago, who seemed to know me beforehand thanks to the boss. There's no way, I couldn't see her or smell her from where I was, I thought. Possibilities began to form in my head. I get that she can manipulate quirk users from a distance with her bugs, but how would she watch us? Does she have another quirk? Maybe she's working with someone? A camera. How? I asked. Everyone directed their gazes towards me as I adopted a serious expression. My cloth mask was put to the side, since we were going to be working together from now on. I was the first to arrive and it was just you and the slasher. She tricked me. She told me she was going to be there to offer me a new deal, he responded. A dark expression flashed through his eyes before he looked directly at me, raising a fist as 3 spikes were released from his knuckles. I was going to show her I'm not someone to mess around with. Yeah, but to cut ties like that? And how was she supposed to watch it develop? I pondered, as I looked from Soga to Pop Step, then my gaze drifted to the hardened expression of the old man. Look how that worked up for you, said Pop Step, gaining a TCH from the green-haired teen, before she sighed and directed those pink eyes towards me. What are we gonna do now, Gur? Old man, you know something. I finally said after a few seconds of silence. We've been pretty lax about his lack of words regarding the B user, sometimes he knows as much as me but other times he showcases this emotion of familiarity that almost pisses me off. If you're hiding something about the B user it will be harder for us to catch her. I felt his gaze on me then move towards the only member who wouldn't hold their weight around in a fight, then back to me. A grunt was heard, then he sighed as he fetched a cigarette and lit it up. I've encountered a B user before, very similar to the one we're searching for, he said as he took a drag from his cig and then exhaled a long trail of smoke. It's not a person controlling the bees, but a hive controlling the user. A queen bee more specifically. That bit of information made me pause. Did that mean that the user was another victim? More importantly, the old man mentioned that he encountered one before. Why didn't I hear about it until now? Was that the reason we have been dealing with black tongues for so long? So many questions. How do we stop her? I found myself asking, if there's more than one lurking around then he might as well be wasting his time here instead of being on the streets. Don't worry yourself with that. The old man grunted as he took another drag and glanced at Pop Step again, who looked angry, almost ready to retaliate. We need to find her first. If you do, report it to me immediately. But why? Wouldn't it be better if we all gang up on her before she tries anything? Asked the green-haired teen, followed by Pop Step's enthusiastic yet. Too dangerous. After today's events, it's clear that she's too dangerous for you kids to handle alone, Old Man Knuckles said before taking one last drag, dropping the rest of the cigarette to the floor and taking it out with his shoe. I shouldn't let you participate in the first place. Soga growled but remained quiet. Pop Step looked to the side. And me. I was pissed. Not because the old man wanted to keep everyone safe, but because of the lack of details and useful information. I had intel on the B user but it brought the problem of how would I take her down should the original or I encountered her. I sighed. That uneasy feeling creeped out on me again. What a mess. We decided to end the meeting there. After that everyone went home. I stayed alone for minutes pondering on what I should do. I went towards my backpack which was resting to the side of the warehouse, fetched inside the bag for my walkie-talkie and clicked once. Click. Boss? There's something you need to know. Of course there was more than one B user, I thought as I oversaw the training the group of teens and kids were undergoing. Their progress had been steadily increasing in small increments compared to me, but I felt they were almost ready to learn their first technique from the 6 skills. But I could barely care that the people I've been training for the past months were going to take their first steps into their future as heroes. I was vexed. Once my clone relayed all the information he managed to get on the B user, I felt a mirage of emotions. Anger, frustration, disappointment, defeat, and regret. I should have been there. All that time training in isolation while talking with Manamai from time to time about any sightings took me away from that encounter. Not only that, I was disappointed in myself. I was so blinded with rage that I never thought of the possibility of the B user being a victim in this whole ordeal. I almost killed an innocent person. My face hardened. I tried to keep that thought hidden. After all, I didn't know all the details at the moment of our standoff, but it kept resurfacing after being told of the events of that night. Gur. I heard one of the kids, Imiko, say. I felt my features relax slightly at the visage of the kids and teens approaching me. We're done with training for today, said Khan, cleaning the sweat that accumulated during his last couple of reps. Are you feeling all right? You haven't spoken since the beginning. And you've been standing there all this time doing nothing, Kaya haha. Cream supplied next. Small sparks of electricity formed around her body. She must have pulled a muscle. I then realized that I was standing there with tree logs strapped to my back, deep in my thoughts for minutes, maybe hours. I shouldn't burden them with my troubles. I thought as I began to formulate my reply. I brought my hand to my neck and began to rub it as I smiled. The less they know the better. I don't want them to involve themselves and get in danger. I was thinking it's time to finally teach you the first technique I promised to teach you when all of you became strong enough, I said while pondering if I should show them with or without the logs strapped to my back. In the end, I decided to leave them on. Really? Yes. Whoa. Quiet down. I told them as I began to walk a few steps away from them but made sure that everyone followed me with their eyes. First of all, I don't expect any of you to get this technique down by the end of the day or tomorrow or in a month. It took me months to narrow it down. I'm just telling you the secret on how to do it, then I'm going to do it a few times, so look carefully, I said, as I put my feet on the ground and decided to just go with the small amount instead of the usual I'm used to by now. Sounds good. A series of nods and alone yeah was the only response I got. I sighed. Let's get this over with. After every training session, I want you guys to start with this exercise and do it as many times as you can, so pay close attention. I motioned to my legs while getting in position to use shave. For this technique to work you will need to kick the ground like this. For demonstration I began to lightly kick the ground in the same way I would do so when using the technique, but I did it so slowly that it might as well be the very first attempt I did when I began training all those years ago. You will have to do so 10 times in a row, I mentioned offhandedly as I kept kicking the ground to match the number, then begin again. Is that it? Asked Khan. I noticed how everyone looked kinda disappointed at the explanation. They expected something else, a trick that would help them go fast. The thing was, that the only trick there was is more hard training. In less than a second, I revealed, making them gawk. Wait, what? WO. It wasn't a surprise that the only one that remained quiet was Khan, who was looking directly at me, expecting me to reveal anything else. But sadly that was it. Like I said before. No quirk involved, think of it like kicking the ground to start running, but you do it 10 times before a second passes. Just as I finished that statement I did just that, and in less than a second I was in front of them, startling them in the process. It's that easy. My smile grew at their dumbfounded expressions. Of course, who in their right of mind would believe that you could do that just by kicking the ground really fast? Interacting with these kids almost made me forget about my problems, almost. How long did it take you to get it right? Asked Khan as he stared at me with a new sense of wonder I'd never seen before. I don't know, a year maybe. I asked, trying to recall the hellish training I went through and how I would usually cry as I tried to alleviate the pain by rubbing my sore muscles in the middle of the night. I pulled a few muscles attempting it, so be careful. And make sure you're not facing a tree while you're at it, I warned, recalling the first time I successfully pulled shave, only to hit a tree and break my nose. Or you'll be in a world of hurt. From you or? Joked Khan with an amused smile as he crossed his arms. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Well, since you asked, let's add more reps to each leg exercise from now on, 10 daily should work, how does that sound? I voiced. The groans of displeasure were music to my ears. Thank you, Jin. Don't mention it, boss. Like I care, asshole. My friend with personality problems responded as he held a sewing kit and carefully stitched my shoes with patches for me. Normally he would stay away from anything sharp, be it furniture, nails, or knives, but it seemed that he finally took the first step into recovery and began to learn how to sew so he could stitch my clothes back together. It was a beautiful gesture, but I couldn't help but feel a tad disappointed that the only person who would even put the effort into helping me by mending my clothes would be Jin of all people. Even Ena, who I often paid for special suits and stitching my hero suits, would straight up refuse my civilian clothes and money, often telling me that I should throw them into the trash. I didn't want to resort to borrowing clothes from shops like I used to, so I was stuck with just the few outfits I had, which would get torn in a few places during training or whenever I went with Old Man Knuckles and Pop Step. It was a hard decision, but it was for my best interest that I should stay more often with Pop Step and the Old Man, at least until we deal with the B user. I would be switching with clones whenever I need to go as Smiley or get bored. Once that was dealt with, I felt I could relax and go back to training my ass off. Be careful Jin, you don't want to prick yourself, do you? I said, as I noticed Jin trying to pick up the speed. His eyes met mine for a brief moment, then nodded before going back to stitching. I just want to be useful to you boss. As if. Mentioned Jin, while deep on his work. His eyes met mine again. My gaze drifted towards his scar that ran from his scalp to his forehead, a remainder of his emotional trauma. You've done so much for me. I have friends, a family, a place to stay and excellent food to eat. It tastes disgusting. Bleeg. Getting mixed feelings here Jin, I thought with a deadpan. You don't have to be useful in any way Jin, we've been over this haven't we? This conversation brought back some deep memories. I smiled as I remembered fondly the first time I saw this man walking with a bottle of alcohol in his hand while talking to himself. Remember the first time we met? My friend stopped what he was doing then put one of his hands to his chin and began to rub it with his eyes closed. Nope. I don't remember anything, I remember being really happy to meet you boss. Lies. I hate you guts. Said Jin, first having the realization then immediately crossed his hands in the form of an X. Well, I do remember. And I remember someone who was drunk and in need of help. The only thing I had on hand was a paper bag and money for ramen I said, remembering fondly our first meal and how we talked for hours. Remember now? Jin's eyes widened. Nope. Not a clue boss, said Jin happily before he went back to stitching my shoes. This time it was one of the last patches and it seemed he had chosen the heart-shaped one. I sighed. Whatever, I forgot where I was going with all of this anyway, I replied, slightly relaxing and dangling my feet as I looked at the clouds. We were on the roof of the warehouse, having decided to take a breather from cleaning and repairing the place. Jin noticed my shoes were in a state of disrepair again so he took them to mend them for me. Ow! Just as I was relaxing I heard Jin scream in pain. My eyes opened just in time to see Jin shaking his hand while looking at the border of a panic attack. Jin, are you alright? I asked. Getting close I directed my gaze towards his hands and noticed small droplets of blood coming from his index finger. Jin blinked, then he directed his eyes to me and after a minute of silence he nodded. I think so boss he said, directing his gaze towards his finger again, he looked at it almost in a trance. Let's go inside and get you a band-aid, I said after another minute of silence. The fact that Jin just stayed like that in silence while watching his finger bleed creeped me out for some reason. And stop calling me boss. Okay boss, Jin said, still looking at his finger. I sighed, again. Normal. I am normal. I am a normal high school girl. It was another day of school and Himiko Toga was already bored out of her mind as she calmly ate the food her mom carefully prepared for her. Fried shrimp, plain white rice and steamed carrots. No meat this time. She and a couple of her friends ate next to each other by uniting their tables together. While she ate, her friends were more preoccupied with their phones, something she wasn't allowed to have. I don't need it. They were watching clips of heroes, video tutorials, exchanging pictures, and the like. Not that she was particularly excluded, more often than not they would show her what they were doing out of sympathy. Like Hitomi who liked to show her cute pictures of her cat during recess. A small glimpse of the image of a cat bleeding to death in the middle of the street flashed between her eyes. She was there but refused to look further. Because she was a normal girl. Then it happened. I'm sorry, I guess I got carried away, heh. Oh. Look. Oh. Smiley. There's so much of it. Her friends would usually have this reaction whenever they spoke about heroes and boys they liked, something she didn't have any interest in. Because she was a well-behaved and normal girl. Why bother with boys when it was more normal to maintain her grades? So she kept on eating without a care in the world. Himiko here, look! Exclaimed one of her friends, the one who sat in front of her. She was pushing her phone towards Himiko's face. It took her a few seconds to register, but she could clearly see a hero beat a villain 3 times his size with only the palms of his hands. She was about to question what was so important about the clip, until it happened. A spray of blood left the mouth of the villain, and splattered on the mask of the hero. Who in a slow motion began to slide his fingers across his mask, leaving more trails of blood. Her mouth went dry. Oh yeah, right. You don't like Smiley, do you? Her friend said, lowering her phone, but Himiko couldn't concentrate on anything else as her eyes began to lose focus. You're more of an All Might fan, right? Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. Himiko. Oh okay, Hurry up, recess is about to end. Beads of sweat ran down her face as she made her way towards the bathroom. Miraculously, there were few girls there once she entered. She went straight to the sink and washed her face. Himiko looked at herself in the mirror, but could barely focus. The image of the hero with blood sprayed on his mask was latent on her mind. She couldn't get that image out of her head, even as the bell to initiate classes was heard and girls passed by to return to their classes. She entered one of the stalls and opened her lips, before burying her long fangs into her hand. Blood rushed to her lips. She blushed. It was delicious. Hey guys, I said, entering through the front door of the warehouse where everyone was currently residing. I could pinpoint familiar faces in the crowd and there weren't any signs of the idol or the old man Fist. Gur is here. Hi Gur. Took you long enough. Bark. Once inside the warehouse I dropped the basket in which I had fruits and vegetables for the upcoming days, fresh from the garden in the forest. Cream immediately made her way towards the fruit side and took an apple. The others decided to stay where they were, some were mending their own clothes or resting, or watching TV. Speaking of. Right there almost as close as he could to the TV was Salt, watching the latest news while taking sips from his cheap favorite brand of beer. As I got close, I could hear his usual style of complaining whenever he would tune up the TV, but this time it was directed to some guy. A hero more specifically. Captain Celebrity? Bah. What do they know? I barely know him. He said as he took another swig from his can. Right there on the TV I saw a man with blonde hair sporting some kind of shield sunglasses, dressed in cyan and yellow, a red cape flowing from his shoulders. It reminded me of a lame version of All Might. Or maybe it is the other way around. I stayed in silence as the news showcased some of his accomplishments. Turns out the guy was from the States, and won the lottery in the power scale of this world. Some people have it easy, hey. I said, folding my arms while looking at the guy flying up and holding a cruise ship with only his right hand. Salt saw me from the corner of his eyes but didn't say anything. The footage changed to the hero stopping a few petty crimes in the city while taking girls for a fly. I wonder if Pop Step wow. Nope, stop that thought right there, I thought, trying to eliminate the image of me holding onto Pop Step while walking in the air. That's just the horny side of your brain talking. Besides, if she trained like I told her to, she would be able to do it by herself. Her quirk let her leap in the air, which was pretty similar to the concept of shave without the training. If she trained her legs and flexibility she could hold her own against criminals instead of getting in the way. The footage changed again, this time to me and the Captain Celebrity guy. A clone as Smiley fought side by side with the hero against a giant Godzilla knockoff. It was in that moment that my eyes stayed glued to the screen as the news showcased some people running away, or giving interviews. I tried to pinpoint the location of her, but to no avail. I sighed, an expression of disappointment was plastered across my face. Maybe Manamai was able to find something. Hey kid, I heard Salt say. He had an expression of utter boredom while watching the TV, his cheeks were colored red by the alcohol. Sit with me. As on cue, the person who was sitting next to him got up and found a seat elsewhere. I sighed as I dragged my feet towards the seat and plopped my ass next to the man I've been helping for years. You seem tired, Salt spoke as he took another sip from his beverage. I am tired, I responded. Frankly it was almost unbearable being the one here instead of the streets or training, I wanted to do something else. No wonder my clone was ecstatic to switch with me. And you can't relax because of the tongue problem, can't you? I nodded. Salt was always the wise one. Stupid and often childish, but wise. There's always going to be a new issue in this city. Relax a little. I can't relax. The B user has been nothing but trouble. People have gone missing on the streets, how long until one of us disappears? I asked, my eyes were fixed on the TV, but I wasn't actually watching it. At this point I just let the images of the hero fly through my eyes. Then go outside and follow everyone in the city, Salt said before downing the rest of his beer and loudly burp. See how that works up for you. My fists tightened and my expression hardened. I breathed in then out. He was right. I can't stress about every single detail. But I couldn't stay in one place for long either. I needed to move away from this place. So I began my trek towards the basket and stashed everything on crates for later use or consumption. As I was about to leave the warehouse I stopped next to Salt, before continuing my walk towards the exit. Thanks for the tip, Salt. You're welcome brat. Tensei Ida sighed as worry crept up on him. He was in the police headquarters for a conference on the instant surge of villains, that turned out to be civilians who were forcibly drugged by a quirk-boosting drug. During the conference, Tensei couldn't shake the words he received from Smiley that night, so he decided to approach his colleague Izawa with the hopes to discuss what he knew. After all, nobody knew more about Smiley than Eraserhead. It's been a few months since their last conference and his opinion on the underground hero has changed considerably. Some of his ideas of the Vigilante might still be wrong in the eyes of Tensei, but they were coming from a hero that really cared for the safety of others. Eraserhead, right? A moment of your time. Tensei asked as he approached the underground hero who was in the middle of a conversation with Midnight, the R-rated heroine. Aizawa immediately took the opportunity to leave his colleague while giving her a mocking salute, clearly amused, but the turbo hero wasn't close enough to hear it. Ingenium. Eraserhead addressed him, nodding as he got close. It's rare for you to speak to me. You must have a reason. I do. Walk with me for a bit, the turbo hero said as they both began to walk in the opposite direction towards the exit. They made their way past a few policemen and heroes in their civilian personas, leaving the conference room until they were alone next to an open window. I spoke with Smiley a few nights ago. It wasn't an immediate reaction like he hoped for, but Eraserhead interest perked as he curled one of his eyebrows. Smiley, hey? What did he say? He asked. He sounded truly interested in what Smiley said, but there was a hint of cynicism in his voice, like he was expecting ridicule. Must have been something important for you to seek me out. Did Smiley send me his regards? I've not come here to make fun of you, Eraserhead, Tensei said, frowning as he tried to think of any hero that would approach Aizawa with the intention of taunting him. You know I wouldn't address you in private for something so petty. Oh? Then what is this about? Eraserhead asked as he approached the window while fetching a cigarette from his back pocket and lighting it up. You smoke? I started to. Helps me relax, he replied before taking a drag from his cig. So. Right. The drug they were talking about during the conference. Smiley knew about it before it was even addressed. Tensei noted how his colleague didn't alter his posture or his view, meaning he also knew beforehand. During our encounter Smiley mentioned you by name. I'm not accusing you of anything, but have you known of the drug before the police? Aizawa remained silent for a few minutes. The only sound he made was whenever he would take a drag from his cigarette. I did. Might I ask why didn't you say anything during the conference? Tensei asked as he approached the window himself and admired the sunset over the city. A worried expression marred his face. No point to it. Now everybody knows about the drug, the black-haired hero replied. Their eyes met as he took another drag, before releasing it to the air. But I imagine your real question is why didn't I speak about it before? Yeah, that's right. I didn't want to take his word for it. I spoke about it with 2 other heroes, but there were too many variants. So we decided to let the police investigate the matter. He shrugged, then went back to watching the sunset while sporting a bored expression. I didn't expect them to take this long to figure it out. What about Tensei began but was immediately interrupted. Disappearances of people in poor neighborhoods from different cities? I've also shared my own findings with the police. They told me to keep investigating. Aizawa said, once finished with his white stick he put it out on the window's frame. They said they would share what they know with me if anything were to happen. Was the blue-haired hero's only response as he shifted his gaze from the underground hero towards the sunset. I can tell it wasn't a pleasant experience, Eraserhead pointed out, straightening up then directing his gaze towards him. Something in your mind? He has become more violent with criminals, said the blue-haired hero. Last report I read mentioned broken bones and internal bleeding. I fear that he might end up killing somebody. Another reason to catch him. Aizawa remarked before taking his leave, leaving Tensei alone. Tensei remained silent, watching his colleague go. If Smiley was right about the drug, what would be the fate of the people missing? Tensei's stomach turned at the implications. Like this. Kinda. Here, let's move your arm this way, then your hips. I instructed my new pupil, Pop Step. It took some doing, but I had convinced her to train with us from time to time, mostly so she could put her own weight in a fight or at least take a villain by surprise. Add more force to your legs too, yes that's it. Don't forget to push your weight into each blow, added the old man as he took a swing from his beer while he kept messing with his radio. A pair of headphones rested comfortably on top of his head in such a way so he could hear the radio transmission but also us at the same time. She nodded, sporting a small blush at my instructions, only to blow a raspberry to old man Knuckles. We were on the top of the warehouse again, waiting until there were any sightings of quirk users on the drug with the hope of finding the B user again. Soga and his 2 followers were on a separate mission the old man gave them. If everything went according to the plan we would be able to learn her new appearance and pattern so we could capture her when she least expected it. We don't need another blunder. As I instructed Pop Step into another kata, I couldn't shake the smell of her perfume, or how her eyes kept looking at me, or how plump those lips looked, or how her barely covered posterior kept slightly grinding against my. Concentrate kid, I heard the old man say as he kept changing from station to station without even looking at us. We both separated at the same time. Right, I thought, trying to remain calm. I breathed in and then out, letting my stress move out from my body and blood move away from that specific area. Life return, reduced to erasing boners. If only my past self could see me now. Once done with the katas, I signaled Popstep to come at me with everything she had. Her only protections were the knuckle gloves the old man gave us and the boxing pads I used to reduce the damage to the minimum. She went at it while using the tips we gave her. Her form was sloppy and her blows weren't strong enough to be considered punches. They felt more like taps. Add more strength to your legs and put more force into your shoulders when you punch, the old man added before focusing back on his radio. She nodded before coming at me again. Hiya. This time I felt something. It wasn't a big change compared to the old man when he stopped holding back, but there was a difference from before. I breathed in and out, feeling the world slow down and resume as she moved at a slower pace than normal. I wondered if there was a way for me to see the world slower than I would normally do. Maybe the boss figured it out. The original was currently visiting the other warehouse by now, delivering food for the week or training the kids again. It would be a matter of time before they'd need to exchange places with each other. Speaking of the kids, they were taking their sweet time to arrive here. There was still a great portion of the warehouse that needed to be fixed and cleaned before the others could move back here. Salt mentioned he was going to help with the electric installations once everything else was ready. As we kept sparring, I noticed the scent of forest, water, sweat, and blood approaching. The boss was approaching our direction at great speed. Oh, I guess my time is up. I just needed to wait for the walkie-talkie to click once and then I'd have to make an excuse before changing places with the real. Wait. Why isn't he stopping? Hiya. Ow. I was so caught up in my own thoughts that I forgot to catch one of Popstep punches, and my body reacted on instinct and contracted all my muscles into iron body. Ah. I punched you. Why does it hurt? Oh, I'm sorry Pop, I said with both hands up, trying to comfort her even though I didn't know how. There was also the fact that the original body was approaching fast and it seemed like he forgot to send a clicking sound, so he needed to improvise. That's why we were using the gloves. Wait here, I'm going to get you some ice. No need, the original said, making my eyes widen in shock. I turned around just in time to see everyone do the same and admire myself looking back at them. Boss W, wait. I heard Jin say before he entered through the door leading to the roof just to look at all of us. Oh, too late, I'll be going now. Like hell I will. Once the door closed, I felt Popstep and the old man's eyes on me again, then back to the original, then back to me. I needed to think something fast. My long-lost brother. Shut up, the original said. It was at that moment that I noticed that the place the original had landed was filled with cracks, that his muscles were hardened, and his fists were trembling with rage as his eyes looked at me with such a strong coldness that I could almost feel it. Kid. The old man said, standing up while he looked between us, trying to discern what he should do. Jigur? What's going on? The original sighed and then took a step forward. I'm Smiley, he said, making me gape. I was trying to figure out ways to get us out of this and he just came out and said it. The one behind you is a clone of me intended to protect you when I'm working as a hero. Boss, I don't think. More importantly, he interrupted me. The reason I'm revealing all of this is because one of my people has gone missing. A little girl named Emiko. And I won't sleep until she's safe and sound. A/N, whelp, can't please everybody. At first I felt really bad that the chapter had mixed reviews after my betas told me it was pretty good, but then I thought about it, read them again and decided to learn from them. Either way I will still write slow chapters with character interactions and conversations, because even if I want and like flashy fights, they will mostly be over in an instant if Gur decides to stop messing around. That's why I decided to introduce Hooded Hobo as a way for Gur or his clones to limit themselves. It also is part of the problem Gur has with his own identity. He's the person before Gur, he's the kid, he's Smiley, he's Hooded Hobo, he's a caretaker. And he's a mess for it, nobody can't shoulder what he does alone. Himiko's introduction came a lot earlier than I wanted her to appear. She was supposed to appear after the Sky Egg arc, but here we are. Hope you guys liked this chapter. Next we are going to move along the story. And one last thing for the people that feel that the story moves slower than before, you need to remember that each chapter is 5k 6k compared to the 10k 13k I used to write. And I'm writing them faster too. Hope I can maintain this type of writing speed. See ya on the next update. Issue number 15, Divide and Conquer. It was my fault. I left them by themselves while we were buying ice cream. I tried to remain calm, but everything I saw was red. Even my breathing couldn't help me relax as I stared at my clone go through the same emotions I went through when I first heard the news. And no, it was my fault. It was my idea to begin with. Worst part was that I was close by when it happened. A quirk user gone rogue with purple skin, pinkish lips, hard skin. It wasn't a big deal to defeat, but during the commotion someone kidnapped Emiko. And the only possible suspect was the B user who I had been trying to catch for months. Please Gur, save Emiko. Wait. So all this time we have been talking to a clone? Was the only reply I got. My eyes met the irritated ones of Popstep, small droplets of tears were beginning to form from the border of her eyes. I can't believe this. You can believe what you want. I'd often switch with a clone from time to time to take care of my business as a hero, I responded as I hopped from where I was towards my clone. Calm yourself. We're going to find her, I told my clone as I noticed his fists shaking with anger. He looked back at me and nodded. How is that fair? Do you even trust us? No. I don't trust you, I replied immediately while directing my gaze to Popstep, who looked hurt by my words. You all came to my life from out of nowhere expecting something from me, by becoming your disciple or your manager. So, that's your quirk then? The old man grunted. It didn't surprise me that he was the first one to believe me. Doesn't explain the flying. I won't explain any further until you explain yourself, I said as I calmly walked towards the old man. You have information on the B user and so far I let it slide because you've cooperated with the investigation, but not anymore. What makes you believe I'm going to spill the beans? Like I said, this doesn't concern you, kid, the old man's eyes hardened as he stared me down. It's going to take a ga. My hand moved at high speed and closed around his neck, stopping whatever the old man was about to say. His feet left the ground as he tried to break free from my grasp. I've been quite patient with the way you approach this issue, I uttered as calmly as I could be. But I haven't seen any of the missing people in months. So unless you don't give me a good reason, I'm killing the B user the next time I see her. Jigur. She's my daughter. Managed to exclaim the old man before punching my cheek to let him go. Instead his hand met my hardened skin, making us both grunt in mild annoyance. So is Emiko to me, and now she's missing, I said, before sighing and letting him go. No wonder he kept everything to himself. I was mad that it made sense for him to not involve us beyond what we already knew. My fists tightened in response. What was your original plan? Search for her by yourself, I said, watching him rub his sore throat. Cough, pretty much, the man coughed, then popped the bones of his neck. The lead I sent Soga to investigate was real, but it's mostly intel gathering. That lone wolf thing, we're not going to do that. Manami's going to search for her through the camera of the city while all of us search for the B user individually, I motioned while taking a long look at them. We are also going to communicate from now on. I don't care how small the lead is, I want to know it. Is that understood? The old man remained silent, his expression flat. What about me? Asked Popstep, making me blink. Kazuho Hanyama sighed as she watched the person of her affection cook like nothing had happened in the past 24 hours. Due to fear of being approached by the B user, it was decided, against her own wishes, that one of the clones would watch over her while the others continued the plan set by Gur. The original. That Gur. Ugh, this is too confusing, she thought, watching the clone slice a cut of meat into small chunks then throw them into a pot full of vegetables and spices and water. He acted so differently before, why is he so carefree now? Anything in your mind, Pop? Asked the white-haired duplicate, making her frown. It almost felt like the clone barely knew anything about the operation. Wasn't he there when Gur revealed the news? Why are you so calm? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, mad or something? She asked as she adjusted herself in her seat. The news shocked her greatly. Anyone who heard about a child gone missing would have the same reaction as her, and she was just a bystander. Gur was furious, and so was his clone, but why is this one so calm? What made him different? Oh, the clone said as he blinked, then stopped stirring the stew he was currently making. The boss told me to not concern myself with whatever is happening. But... Please don't tell me what it was, it's better to keep me in the dark, he said, getting back to stirring while looking at her sporting a serene smile. Besides, I get to enjoy the view for a little while longer. She blushed, but not because she liked him or anything like that. Why did you never tell me? She felt her lips dry up slightly as all the dots in her head began to unite and made sense in her head. Tell you what? That you're Smiley. He paused for a few seconds, before he resumed his task. I don't know why the original never did, but from my perspective, we might be complete strangers, he said, making her frown. You know my name, but did you ever tell me yours? She blushed again, this time out of shame. All this time she called him by his name and he only knew her by her stage name. My name is Kazuho Hanyama, she replied, trying to amend for her lack of tact even though it was meaningless, considering the person in front of her was a clone after all. The white-haired boy nodded, then directed his piercing yellow eyes towards hers. What about likes and dislikes? Do you have a favorite food? What are your hopes for the future? We barely know each other, he said before he took a sip of the stew and then he moved the pot away from the heat. She opened her mouth to respond but immediately closed it. A look of frustration and pain flashed between her eyes. Don't take it in a bad way. This is just me talking. I bet the other clone or the boss knows you much better than me, the white-haired teen told her while he began to clean the food stand. Once he finished he began to walk away, stopped, then monitored her to follow him. What makes you say that? She said as soon as she catched up. It's just a hunch. He said as he directed her towards the roof of the warehouse. A hunch? You're basing all of that on just a hunch? She exclaimed, almost feeling the need to pull her fluffy pigtails. Yet, he laughed as they both plopped themselves on the same seat she used to take whenever she watched the old fart and gur train. The white-haired boy looked at her directly in the eyes, then his eyes roamed her entire body, from top to bottom. I'm starting to see the appeal of having you around. Pervert. She screamed, raising a fist, but she knew better to not actually hit him. Not after last time. I'm kidding. Gur said as he raised his hands in surrender while laughing slightly. After that they both fell into silence. Kazuho stole small glances towards the white-haired boy, expecting him to keep ogling her figure through her school uniform, but he was just looking at the clouds with a relaxed expression. It took her a few minutes to notice that she had been staring at him the whole time. Sorry about that, it's just that I've spent so much of my time working as Smiley that I've forgotten to relax and enjoy myself, my real self. His voice caught her by surprise, making her turn around and look away from him. Ah, this must be really boring for you. His words resonated in her mind. Real self? And not at all. They fell into another slightly awkward silence. This time, Kazuho decided to check her phone to distract herself. Earlier she received a notice about a job opportunity through her blog, but ever since the reveal of Gura's secret identity as Smiley she forgot all about it. Earlier she felt extremely excited for the opportunity, but her self-doubt would emerge and talk her down. Now she didn't know what to do. Oh, what do you have there? He asked as he peered over her shoulder. It's nothing. Stop staring over a lady's phone. In the end she ended up accepting the job once the white-haired boy learned of the offer. The clone's job was to protect her at all times. Gur never said they couldn't go out or continue her career as a pop idol. Especially with an opportunity like that. It wasn't like the B user was going to target her anytime soon. Right? No. Wrong again. I thought as the scent of Emiko kept meshing with the thousands of smells across the streets as I stealthily moved between rooftops. 100 types of different delicious foods, different types of people and animals, as well as the smell of corners, the skyscrapers, houses, signs, and the like. My feet blurred as I jumped and flew through the sky. I couldn't even enjoy the feeling of wind that was flowing through my body, my only thought was on finding my apprentice. My ear caught the sounds of gunshots and crazy laughter down below. Tisk. A robbery. Without stopping my momentum I kicked the sky 30 times in less than a second and I was right in front of the thieves. My hands moved in fluid motions and with quick taps on their chins, they began to drop to the ground. Normally I'd use rope and contain them, but I didn't have the time to waste in menial details, especially not when there were police cars approaching the scene. So I jumped back into the air and resumed my search. As I kept my breathing pattern I noticed how the scent of Emiko was all over the place, it felt like she disappeared and reappeared all over the city, it didn't make any sense at all. My head immediately whipped to the side in the middle of the air. Is that? My feet touched the roof of a department store as I looked towards an apartment complex in the distance. I was already in the air before I even noticed. The roof I was at cracked by the strength of my kick. It took less than a few seconds, but I landed on the rail of the apartment on the 3rd floor in front of a door with the number of 305. Emiko isn't here. In fact, the remains of her scent and possible trail were in the opposite direction. But she was here. The putrid smell only increased once I took another whiff from my nose. The off-putting smell came from the other side of the door I was in front of. I was 99% sure of it. The scent of the B user lingered behind this door. My fists tightened around the railing, deforming until it took form around my hand. My eyes narrowed and my frown deepened. I exhaled silently as I took a step forward, my right hand left the railing and went directly for the doorknob and rotated it. It didn't surprise me that the door was in fact open. What did surprise me, was finding the decomposed corpses of 2 adults, a man and a woman seated in front of a TV still on. My eyes were drawn to the splatters of dried blood on the floor and around the corpses. My hand went towards my smiling mask as I stared mutely. So this is where she was staying at, I thought while entering the place and observing the crime scene. No bees or any sign of the user either. It appeared she left the place in a hurry. How many other places are in the same state as this one? I sighed as I took my walkie-talkie and sent a click. Better let the boss know. I tried to calm myself as I passed by another big promotional digital sign of some Captain Celebrity event promoting an indie local singer in both English and Japanese. I jumped from building to building while maintaining my breathing pattern, in hopes to calm me down, but with almost little success. Breathe in. Breathe out. As I soared through the sky I could hear the clicking sound of the keyboard keys being pressed at high speed and the light breathing of Manamai. It's been a few days and the only thing we've found so far were 2 corpses and routes that took us to complete dead ends. Breathe in. Breathe out. At the rate we were going, finding Emiko had become an impossible task. I hadn't slept in days. Breathe in. But there was a small highlight to this day so far. Breathe out. The keyboard smashing stopped and then Manamai spoke. *F5 blocks ahead, B-boss. Close to the shopping district. She's dressed in a blue school uniform, no patch this time *. We found her. Thank you, keep me updated, I said through my brand new earpiece Manamai bought for me, while listening to my clothes flap through the wind. I righted myself in the air so I could quietly land on one of the rooftops then jump to the other next to it. I can see you boss. She's moving northwest from your direction, she seems to be accompanied by a civilian *. As soon as I landed I knew right away where she was. I memorized her scent by now, and as she walked by a sea of people I sneered. I could end her life right away, it would only take one projectile from this distance and all would be over. But that would lead to the colony escaping, growing, and attacking who knows where and when. The old man could piss me off sometimes but at least he was smart about it. Bringing my hand to my earpiece and pressing it lightly I said. Manamai, put me in line with the old man. Tell him we found her, I said, admiring her features and how she smiled at the girl dressed in the same uniform as her. That kid, Iwao thought once he received the news about the whereabouts of his daughter. Smiley, hey? So one of my theories was correct, their voices were too similar not to notice. His initial conjectures about the boy revolved around the relationship with the vigilante that night when he was caught by the kid while drunk. Most of them were shots in the dark with no real connection at first. As he began to follow him for approach and then spent time with the boy he got the impression that Smiley might be related to the kid in some way. Turns out his most wild idea of the kid being Smiley somehow, was correct. Figures. Once the teen finished the transmission with the objective of taking down his little girl the same night, he stopped his search through his binoculars, changed to his civilian clothes and made his way towards one of the warehouses he decided against showing to the kid. Just in case an opportunity striked. A smile warmed up towards his wrinkled face as he opened the warehouse and noticed the package he recently ordered from a shady source just to deal with his daughter's little tantrum. His smile became feral as he noticed the contents were exactly as the ones he specified. His hand found its way to the handle of the device and turned it on. Sparks flew as expected. A powerful taser of high voltage and a defibrillator at the same time. With the help of the kid he would be one step closer to reuniting with his baby girl. Don't worry Taimao, Daddy's coming. I sighed silently. She took her damn time but she ended up all alone. The schoolgirl that was pestering her went away after an hour, then she went to a cafe where she stayed for hours. Once done she took a route towards the less visited area of Narahata. It almost felt wrong as I watched a high school girl walk without a care in the world on the same street with druggies and alcoholics. But I knew better. She was no normal high schooler. I remained silent while I listened to Manamai give my position away every 5 minutes to the others. I stood put as the girl took another turn. If memory didn't fail me, then she was on her way to the storage units at the edge of Narahata. My body moved and I was over the next building, watching her like a hawk. I could feel the sense of my clone dressed as my hero persona Smiley who landed on the next building over, and the old man who calmly tailed the brown-haired girl from the shadows. I extended my hand and gave 2 clicks through my walkie-talkie, a low-effort signal we thought to stop everyone's advances at a moment's notice. I decided to scan the area for possible interferences, then decided to listen to her as she began to speak while opening a storage unit. Say if there's going to be surprise heroes involved, how about we bring a surprise villain as well? Just as those words left her mouth I gave the signal. And both me and my clone were behind her. Who? She managed to say before my clone rushed her and brought her head to the pavement with little effort. It was over in less than a second. Why you again? She screamed while looking at my clone, then back to me. Trap her colony, I calmly said, making her only eye to widen. The clone immediately followed my order and hardened his muscles. We don't want any sudden surprises. She tried to swipe at my clone's throat, but before she could even get her hand halfway, I used my foot to meet her wrist and drive it to the floor. My clone followed my lead and did the same with her other hand. GRHK. She managed to let out as she struggled to get out of the hold. Don't just stand there. Help me. Just as those words were uttered I noticed a shadow slowly began to grow until it towered over us. A huge muscled monster of many eyes and of aquatic nature met my eyes. PPP it tried to say as it began to struggle against its bindings, breaking them in the process. Kaye haha. What's it gonna be, hero? Which is more important? She screamed maniacally at my clone specifically, my expression hardened as it reminded me of the time I let her escape. I would have laughed at her attempt to tempt my clone into jumping into action, if not for the fact that I was tired. Tired of following this back and forth with this being, tired of days without sleeping, tired of finding no leads to Emiko. I realized. I didn't give a shit about this monster. As the monster started to groan and rush towards us, my leg blurred. Storm leg, I calmly muttered, watching impassively as the head of the monster fell from its shoulders. Blood sprayed us. The bee user's laughter died on her throat. Old man, end this so I can go back to my search. You don't hold back when you're mad. I need to remember that, the old man said, smiling while he slowly approached us holding a taser-like device in his right hand. Glad you finally met my buddies, they can be a handful but I'm glad I've met them. Once he was behind my clone, he peered over his shoulder. You're coming home Tamao, whether you like it or not. Arg. The girl cried as she tried to free herself with more vigor this time now that she saw the old man. I've been trying to pump you full of trigger this entire time. Why the hell is not working? Iron body, my clone replied, blood covering a great portion of its mask. All my muscles are hardened, your little bees are giving me tickles right as we speak. My eyes then landed on the old man. We had spent countless days together, even though my clone was the one that shared more time with him and Pop Step than me. We sparred against each other and worked together as heroes. But just because I've trusted him with my real name and secret identity, it didn't mean I trusted him. You've done well, kid, my expression just remained stoic as I kept my foot down on the girl's wrist. If the old man tried something funny then he would end up on the same fate as his daughter. But I need you to step aside. What I'm about to do with this baby, it's going to deal with the bee user, permanently. Is he going to kill her? Then what was the point of containing her? Boss. The clone questioned as he directed his attention towards me. It seemed that we had the same thought process. I could feel the eye of the girl beneath us move from smiley to me, then sneer with a hateful expression. I let out a sigh. I didn't want to trust the old man, but I really wanted this to be over with. Strike your daughter, we'll move at the last second. Humph, fine by me. The old man said, a feral expression was plastered all over his face. Without a second of delay he brought the device to his face then directed it towards his daughter's chest at high speed. We jumped to the side just as the taser-like device was about to strike her chest. Damn you, you pieces of sh. The girl's scream was interrupted as she was struck by the old man's tool. Her body convulsed then laid there while spasming every 2 seconds. GHKK. Shit. Damn. You. I began to circle the bee user as the old man started to explain about the purpose of the taser. I wondered if it was a bluff, but as the girl kept convulsing and later rolled her eye to the back of the head I knew the man to my side wasn't bluffing at all. You've lost control, meaning. Old Man Knuckles said, before a large swarm of bees fled the eye socket of the high schooler who gave a silent scream in response. The swarm's gonna abandon the dying hive on instinct. I paid attention as the old man explained the rest of the process, while he extracted the queen from the eye with a special type of tweezers. It seemed that the extra company made him more talkative than usual, considering his lack of response back when I needed it. My expression soured once the queen was out. A maggot, as big as a brain, covered in blood. The old man immediately threw it away, and then took what appeared to be a gas can strapped to a bomb with tape. But don't worry, I'm a nice guy, so I'm calling your swarm back to you. Once he said that, he threw the bomb towards the maggot on the ground. Gas began to fill the air, it smelled sweet. It dawned on me what was the point when the bees began to fly back towards the queen with a nice pheromone cocktail. Boom. A big explosion engulfed the swarm, blowing them to smithereens. And a candlelight vigil to take care of it. You can be a badass when you want to, old man, my clone commented. I could hear the mirth in his voice. Now you only need to apply that same energy to the streets. The old man didn't pay attention to us after that. He took his mask away and used it to clean the eye socket of the girl, then opened a compartment from the taser he brought. I watched as the man I've spent a great part of the last couple of months with, restarted the heart of a dead girl through the device on his hand and common CPR. While my clone accompanied the old man to the hospital I stayed put next to the corpse of the giant monster I killed. I exhaled. I felt no regret or shame for what I did. I knew there was a better way to deal with the problem but I just couldn't care less. I inhaled. Just as I was about to leave the scene the familiar scent of roses, grass, old cloth, and blood rushed through my nose. My head whipped to my right. 10 store units away. The pavement exploded as I kicked the ground 50 times in less than a second. I was in front of it. A foreboding feeling rushed through my body. I wanted to blow the door from its hinges, but the smell behind it only got stronger as I stood there. Something was telling me to not open the door, because I would not like what I would find behind it. But I couldn't just ignore it either. Because, Emiko's scent was coming from the other side. My hands found their way into the store unit's door and broke it open. Hat. I laughed as my eyes adjusted to the dark interior. Blood was splattered on every wall, corpses of adults and children were on the ground or against the walls of the storage unit. And in the middle of it was a hat Emiko used to wear, splattered on her own blood. She was nowhere on sight. Ha hee hee. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Ah! I screamed, Tears ran through my cheeks as my fist found its way towards the ground, cracking the pavement and my surroundings. I took my cloth mask away and vomited. Issue number 16, What's Left Behind. Hachisuka has failed us as a coordinator. A figure could be seen matching his fists against a heavy punching bag. His fists flew at high speeds almost in the blink of an eye, striking the bag once, twice, thrice. She underestimated the local vigilantes and was easily defeated. 5 times. The punching bag flew high before coming back down. Time slowed down to a crawl and the figure began to assault the punching bag as many times as he could, until in less than a second 8 consecutive punches resonated with an explosion of power. What's more, her beehive has been exterminated as well, meaning all the current data she gathered has been lost. The figure sighed, his scar, a diagonal one that marked his entire face, glowed in the dark as he smiled. So you want me to pick up the pieces from where she left it, right boss? He asked, his smile growing. Manami watched the news with a grim expression for the 3rd time that day. She was still in her pajamas, holding onto her legs, having not moved since she sat down on her chair. The first time she saw the report she was horrified, but it only took her a few minutes for everything to click in her head. A report about corpses piled up in a storage unit which was torn open. A storage unit that was awfully close to the one Goose Smiley and Knuckle Duster were last night. Last night. She had tried to call for him, to get a response, but she only heard him scream and cry until the connection disappeared. Her heart clenched as tears began to form at the edge of her eyes. Did her savior find the girl he was trying to rescue there? Oh, grr. She said, as tears began to slowly run down through her cheeks. If only she could do something to make his pain go away. Those screams still resonated in her mind as she tried to get a hold of him from the other side of the line. She covered her face as she stayed there, slowly crying. She needed to do something. But she didn't know what. Manami wondered the possibilities. If only she was faster to catch that scoundrel, nothing would have happened to that poor girl. Her fists tightened. She needed to see him again. The sun was beginning to rise, bathing the sky in light, as Tensei Ida huffed while he ran through the deserted and dimly lit streets of the shopping district of Narahata. After the altercation he had with the kid he used to jog in the mornings, he began to seek him again every morning to no avail. Name's Gur, no last name. No relatives either. Lives in a crowded shelter he seemed to maintain with the help of a few teens and an adult who appeared to have severe mental problems. It wasn't a place for a growing teen to be, but the words of the teen resonated in his mind. We did it all on our own, no hero or policeman have helped us. The least he could do without approaching him directly again was to send a few of his workers to deliver a generous tip after each meal and read the reports on the state of the shelter from time to time. It wasn't a real priority in the great scheme of things. Until recent events threw his caution over the window. He knew that the ward of Narahata was a dangerous one. It was one of the reasons why he wanted to know about his situation at first, but yesterday's news proved to him that this ward was way more dangerous and terrifying than he previously thought. Storage units. 2 in particular. As soon as it was reported by a civilian, every single storage unit in the area was forcibly opened in case there were similar cases to be found. The only similarity between both storages were that both contained corpses. One had what appeared to be the corpse of an instant villain without its head around broken chains, while the other was filled to the brim with corpses of adults, teens, and children. Some of them were recognized as missing people reported months or even years ago. It didn't help that the same civilian that contacted the police also contacted the press. Which brought another problem to the heroes and police present and made the whole ordeal public. He's not here either, Tensei muttered once he reached the vending machines, the place where the roads split. He took a few coins from his back pocket and got himself a can of coffee. What a mess. The last report mentioned that the kid was helping at the shelter last weekend, but since then he hadn't been seen on the premises. Instead, the only responsible adult, the one with a split personality disorder, was the only one there trying to fill the void. Going by the report he received, the food wasn't as good. He would have laughed if the situation wasn't as dire. What should I do? He wondered while slurping from his can. There were a few options he could try, such as contacting his agency to mobilize and locate the boy. It wouldn't be the first time they did that. A few cases of missing or found kids came to mind. There was also his own approach to find the teen himself by running through the whole city, but that would exhaust him and take away time he could invest in working as a hero. Last option was. Smiling, Tensei began to make his way towards the van parked a few meters away from his running route. Once inside, he started the car and pulled onto the street, headed towards the edge of Narahata. As he drove, Tensei made a call to his agency through his earpiece. Click. Good day Mr. Ida, sir. How was your morning run? Not good, he muttered, clearly displeased with the results. He idly went through the motions as he began to leave the shopping district. It's safe to talk. Maybe the teen doesn't want to cross paths with us, sir? It's a possibility, Tensei agreed, remembering the way slapped his hand that day. But I can't shake this feeling that I need to do something. And the recent case? The storage unit killer? They're giving a name to the ones responsible for the storage unit killings. It's one of the most popular theories on the internet, it seems the media thinks so too. Forget it, he said, taking another turn towards the highway. Oh, by the way, put me in line with Koichi, tell him I need a favor. Appreciate the help, go take a rest, Iwao said to the teen with spiky hair who remained seated in front of his daughter. While sporting a somewhat tired smile, he delivered a can of juice which Soga took after a few seconds of silence. Where's he? He finally asked, still seated on the same spot while sporting an annoyed expression. An expression he was almost familiar with at that point. The life of a badass is often a tired one, you sometimes find yourself working without rest 24/7, the retired hero said, fetching a can of coffee from the plastic bag he brought over. The kid might return for the night shift, but I doubt it. I had a few questions to ask him, Soga replied, his expression souring. We all do, kid, get in line, Iwao muttered as he watched the teen get up and make his way towards the couch. The retired hero took a few baby wipes and began to clean the arms of his girl. He hadn't slept since the kid brought his daughter to the hospital last night. But his stamina was going to run out soon, so he might not be able to see his baby girl wake up. In the end he decided to keep the Soga kid in the dark of the whole ordeal. He only knew the tip of the iceberg and it should stay that way. He's just a kid. But so is Gur, he thought once he was done with the arms, then he took another baby wipe and began to lightly clean her neck and face. Boy, how could everything go so wrong? The problem wasn't that the kid was smiley or that he helped save his little girl. But that darkness he managed to see creeped up on the kid every time he was overcome with rage, he could still feel the experience he got firsthand, and now the kid might be responsible for the death of an innocent victim. Worst part was that the voice of the victim sounded young, too young for comfort. Once finished with his task, he took the used wipes and threw them in the trash, then took the yogurts he bought from the store and put them in the nightstand beside the bed. Iwao stared at the coffee he brought and opened it up before taking a sip. He needed to have some serious words with the kid. It seemed that it's time to stop hiding the past and warn him of what he was getting into. I wonder how the boss is doing. I thought, considering the possibilities that would lead to the boss and the other clone to abandon their responsibilities so they could leave me as a guardian. I watched with a calm expression as Pop Step practiced the lyrics of the Maru Make Whatever store on the roof of the almost finished warehouse. And speaking of the warehouse, shouldn't the kids be here already to paint what's left of it? I wondered while keeping a watchful eye on Pop, but not because she began to jump around to the rhythm of the music, giving me a show to what was below her skirt. What a bunch of slowpokes. It had been a few days since I last got a hold of the boss, and lately it had started becoming worrying, especially since I was stuck here as a babysitter instead of doing my job and work as a hero. No, wrong. Calm yourself, that's just your concerns blinding you, I squashed that thought before it could grow out of proportion. I began to play with one of the projectiles the boss left me with. They were just some regular rubber balls, from what I deduced he would get them from the old man. They were tied to a different costume and it made me wonder if I should go with a different motif instead of smiley. Come on. Come on. Pop Step sang to her heart's content as he jumped again, flashing me a large smile. I smiled back. Funny, I've never seen her this happy before. In fact, I could say I have never seen anyone this happy before. A clone's life is often short, my existence has only been for a few months, and my only job had been on the streets. That might have been the first time I've met Pop Step, or Kazuho if I was correct, but it felt like I had known her for longer. Immediately after she finished her practice we made our way over the rooftops towards the department store. Once at our destination we walked in to find the rest of the assembly that the store owner put together with the help of someone who worked under some hero called Captain Something. I really didn't care. What I did care about was that there was an invitation for local heroes to make an appearance. And I really hoped that Eraser Dude wouldn't make an appearance. As I drowned out the talks about their strategy, drills and the like, my mind began to wander towards the shelter. I hope Jin is doing all right, I thought, remembering his aversion to sharp objects. At least he got the kids to help him. I smiled at Pop as she threw a look towards my direction, she smiled back. Just a few more days until the event. I screamed as my fist met trees with so much force that they exploded in bark, dust, and leaves. I couldn't contain my rage as I zipped through the forest decimating trees and rock formations with my fists and legs without stop. I have not slept since the day I found Emiko's hat. Covered, in her own blood. Days ago. My legs moved in perfect sync to perform razor towards a rock formation. An instant before impact, every muscle in my body reflexively tensed. An explosion of debris destroyed the elevation in its entirety. Small droplets of blood began to fall from small cuts around my body. But I didn't care. I huffed before performing the move again, shooting towards the sky until I was above the clouds, then dropping downwards while kicking the air as many times as possible. Cool. You can kick the ground so many times, it's not fair. I sneered as I heard her voice on the back of my head. My hand formed a fist before it met the ground. Another huge explosion of rubble, rocks, and debris followed suit, destroying what was left of the rock formation and creating a huge crater where it used to be. I laid there in the middle, resting against the terrain, rage and sorrow warring within me. Yuck. Coor. I don't want veggies in my soup again. My body exploded into motion. I began to regulate my ragged breath and zipped again towards the trees. I screamed as I extended my arm. In an incredible feat of strength I started to destroy everything on my path again. My fingers extended and everything in front of me was cut in perfectly cut circles. In harmony with Iron Body I decimated a great portion of the forest, until I couldn't anymore. But deep down I felt that was a lie. I laid down on the cold floor. Trees were torn open and destroyed from all sides. I looked at the stars and the stars looked back at me. I am a sham of a hero. All that time, training, improving myself, fighting for justice. And I couldn't save a single girl. My name is Emiko. My brother says I shouldn't talk to you. Tears welled on the side of my eyes as I remembered the poor little girl I lost. I grinned my teeth as I tried not to cry. This world was no different then. Why must this world remind me of his previous life? A lone tear descended from my cut cheek. I wanted to stand up. I wanted to get up, to do something. But I felt so tired. Another tear fell from my left eye as more warm memories filled my mind. When was the last time I cried? When was the last time that I felt so lost? Why do I feel like I don't belong? I thought as I watched everyone get ready for the show. Pop Step seemed to be having a mental breakdown as every few minutes someone screamed the time before the show. Like any good bodyguard, I stayed by her side and gave her a look whenever I felt her gaze. She extended her hand and I held it without thinking. We smiled at each other, but the moment was ruined by someone mentioning the time again. The door of the backstage was thrown open and my eyes immediately shot towards the heroes who began to walk in. Some of them had to present themselves considering their obscurity. I could recognize a few important faces but not everyone. Janice, or whatever his name was. Death Arms, and that woman who smells like cheap perfume, I thought as I noticed the only ones with big names around. What was her name again? Midnight, the R-rated hero. That was it. They started talking among themselves and with the organizers of the event for their appearance at the end of the show. It seemed that the top-rated heroes weren't going to be able to make it for one reason or another, and there were talks about some Aizawa dude not making it either. Not like I really cared. I was here to protect Pop so she could deliver her performance, enjoy our time together, and then go home, easy peasy. 10 minutes before the show. Pop Step tightened her grip. Then the ambience was interrupted again by the door being opened by what appeared to be a hero in a mix of armor and civilian clothes. He had a mask that hid half of his face and a head protector with 2 antennas. Sorry. Ingenium couldn't make it. So he sent me in his stead. I used to live in Narahata too hehe. Who are you? The woman who worked under Captain Something asked. I'm the mysterious hero who sticks to walls, the crawler. Once his piece was said, the man stuck to a wall on all fours. His costume and the way he stuck out reminded me of a cockroach. Then he looked at the coordinator with a sheepish expression. I also work under Ingenium, he told me to come. Not important, we can work with this, she said before she took a stroll towards our area to deliver the last nail to Pop's nervousness. 10 more minutes guys. Oh, is she alright? I think so. I wondered if I was right on that one, especially with Pop Step still trying to hype herself up in a chair while looking at the wall. Pop, it's going to be alright. Don't tell me what I want to hear, idiot, she said, still holding onto my hand. Well whatever. See? She's fine. The lady just nodded and moved towards the hero's side to tune up the final details. We stayed in relative silence as Pop Step kept stealing looks towards me while we held hands. She murmured the lyrics of the song, at that point I believed she knew them by heart. I didn't know why she would experience so much panic just for less than 300 people. Missing your lines in front of people while fighting a villain? Now that's embarrassing. It's you. I heard, my head whipped just in time to see the cockroach guy pointing directly at me from across the room. I knew your face was familiar. Who is this person? I thought as my face was assaulted by the last hero to arrive. He looked at me with a face of recognition, but for me this was the first time we had crossed paths. Did the boss meet this guy before? You probably don't remember me, but my name is Koichi. I've eaten at your restaurant a few times hehe. This person really liked to talk. He also revealed a tidbit of information I didn't know. Meaning that the boss or the other clone knew of this Koichi character. By the way, where have you been? I haven't seen you there all week. All week? He visited every single day? My eyes sharpened, something's up. Oh, just following Pop Step. I'm her manager for the time being, haha. Who's Pop Step? He asked, showcasing one of the most plain-looking faces I've ever seen. He knows me but doesn't know Pop. I've stuck to her for days, she barely seems to leave our side. How does he not know her? I pondered while keeping a straight face. I'm confused, should I be alarmed or not? This guy radiates nothing to me, it's like he's barely here. 5 more minutes. Before I could answer, or calm Pop by the look of rage she had on her face, one person from the Pop Step group approached us with the news of the time remaining. Get in position, last call. Pop, I said, ignoring the hero, who looked confused at my action. Are you ready? It's almost time. Why yet? She muttered, face flushed as she stared at our connection one last time before she stood up and began to make her way towards the stage with me in tow. I think I am. I held Emiko's hat tightly in my hand. It wasn't that I was scared of dropping it, but because it was all I had. I had nothing else to hold onto. And as I approached the shelter sporting a grim expression, I decided to finally stop what I was doing and reveal the truth, even if it was a painful one. I wasn't sure if that was what Emiko would have wanted, but it was something I wanted to get off of my chest before it burst out like it did in the forest. Gur. Oh, it's Gur. Thank God. We can finally eat good food. Hey, be quiet, you idiot. It took a few seconds before everyone started to make their way towards me, but stopped midway once they noticed the item in my hands. I tried to contain the tears that welled on the side of my eyes as Daisuke, Emiko's brother, began to slowly walk until he was in front of me. I stopped, words wouldn't come out of my mouth. He looked at me then back at the hat. I needed to say something. I'm sorry. He took the hat between his hands and hugged it to his chest like his life depended on it. Kid, Salt said, a can of beer still in his hand, but he sported a grim expression as he took a few steps towards us. We saw the news, is she? He shut up when Daisuke directed his gaze to him, then back at me. I remained silent. I didn't know. I didn't want to find out. My instincts told me that she was as good as dead, her hat was in a massive pile of corpses. All hope I had died the moment the scent of her blood was confirmed that day. And even if giving them hope would alleviate their state of mind, I didn't want to give them that. It would only be more painful at the end of the day. I'm sorry, I repeated, looking to the side. Oh kid. Salt said, approaching me. I could smell his breath, it seemed this was his second beer on the day. It's going to be all right. I appreciate the feeling of comfort. But, I wasn't the one that lost a sibling here. Daisuke was. Who immediately began to shake and release small tears as the news of the death of her sister finally set in. Others tried to give him hope, to calm him down, but Daisuke's only concern was staring at the ground while tears ran down through his cheeks. It was at that moment that the door of the warehouse was opened by Pop Step. She and my clone both entered the shelter while sporting content smiles. My tired eyes connected with my clone and he immediately clued in that something's up. Because the next action he took was to hold onto Pop Step from her shoulder and silently told her to keep quiet. Emiko was dead, and my life was worse for it. Issue number 17, back to normal. After the events of a few days ago, everyone had started to move on in their own way. Daisuke closed up, not wanting to share how he felt with anyone, but he still showed up for training, something we started doing inside the shelter. The teens did their best, but they weren't able to communicate with the kids besides some awkward words of encouragement, so they moved on as well. And the rest, well, they were used to being seen as less, so they didn't bother. It was just business as usual for them, one faceless person less in a world that didn't want them in the first place. The other exception who tried would be Salt, who sometimes offered the kid a beer. One time I heard the phrase, people move on. It was pretty commonly used for breakups or when a loved one passed away. The thing was that I underestimated how quickly others would move on. Or maybe the keyword here was, want. How quickly they wanted to move on. Emiko's death hit everyone differently, but only the adult portion of the shelter was already past the grieving part while the younger part was still stuck on processing her death, myself included. It made me extremely mad. Even the marginalized suffered from lack of empathy, but I couldn't really fault them, could I? After all, I was trying to do the same. Once it became apparent Daisuke wanted to continue training, I decided to do the same. We began by circling the shelter, doing the exercises there and sparring against each other as a start. I, on the other hand, would go back to my previous routine, one step at a time. I went back to running early in the morning through the shopping district of Narahata. I knew I could go back to the forest again, but there was something about these streets that kept me in a state of alert that the forest couldn't provide for some reason. I admired, while sporting a bored expression, the clouds that drifted through the sky as light began to bathe my surroundings. The sun was beginning to rise again. My expression remained stoic as I heard the familiar sound of propulsions from a few streets back beginning to approach my direction. I changed my speed and moved slightly to the side so the person closing on me would catch up and have the necessary space to speak to me. Ah. Cool. It's been a while. Haha, I heard the hero Ingenium say as soon as he was next to me. His expression remained almost jovial in contrast to my own, even though I couldn't catch a glimpse of it. I was almost thinking you were going to abandon these routes. Then I would lose my jogging buddy. I knew the moment he was going to appear too, it felt planned as well. Like he had a device with my general direction. I remained in silence as we kept running through the streets, changing routes in a blink of an eye while maintaining the same speed. Not much of a talker today, huh buddy? Tense something asked after a long pause. That's fine. If you don't want to talk to me today it's okay. I'll figure out a way to make you talk, haha. The way those words left his mouth pissed me off. But I ignored him and focused on my breathing pattern as we both ran through the deserted streets. As I kept training my body I left behind one of the aspects that gave me a semblance of calm. One of the most important aspects of my improvement was because of my breathing pattern, and between the rage and apathy I've been feeling it had slowly started to stagnate. Even the gourds I bought were left behind as I concentrated in stopping the issue of the black tongues. No time like the present I guess. Once I leave this guy behind I'll put some of my time into them. It took us less than a minute to reach the usual vending machine where we normally stop to grab a drink or go our separate ways. It didn't surprise me that Ingenium offered a meal in the ramen stand from the other time where I left him behind. The smell of broth and spices brought back memories but they were immediately squashed as the memory of all those bodies hidden behind that door flashed before my eyes. My left eye trembled. I could only feel rage and disappointment on myself. But I needed to move on. Salt was right. If I despair as a hero, who's going to protect the city? I didn't know how long I sat there in silence, but I was brought back from my thoughts by the annoying voice of the hero pretending to be my friend. Segur, a colleague of mine told me you were having tons of fun at a concert a few days ago, he said before he began to awkwardly laugh, probably because he remembered the reason why he didn't go himself. What a shame I wasn't there to see it for myself. I wasn't there either. That was a clone of me. I still debated the decision of ending his life after we had our talk on the roof of the shelter. But in the end Jin needed to measure me again after those days of training in the forest. They were just clones. Maybe you should have, I said before bringing a great amount of noodles into my mouth. Haha. Maybe I should have, Ingenium repeated before he too went back to his food. I contemplated leaving the hero to pay for the food and see each other when he sends another of his goons to spy on me, but I decided to stay. Even though I was still shaken by the recent events, I was curious about what he really wanted this time. So instead I finished my food and asked for another bowl. Just as the ramen arrived in front of me I saw the hero shift slightly and direct a sad smile towards me. Hey, I'm sorry for what happened last time, he apologized. But you need to know that I'm just concerned about your situation as anyone would be, Gur, that's all. Just as his hands were about to touch my shoulder, on instinct my hand shot over and held his wrist in a tight grasp. I'm getting tired of these games we're playing, I said as I let out a small growl. What's your aim? This play you're trying to do is pissing me off. He gasped in discomfort. Ingenium tried to pull out but my grip was as hard as steel so we remained in the same position until he spoke. I am just trying to make sure you're safe. Doesn't look like it. People were found. I know, I replied. His eyes widened before they softened. His discomfort, almost forgotten. A good friend of mine is now dead because nobody was there to help us. Because I was too slow to help her. The image of Emiko's smiling face flashed before my eyes. A gasp brought me back to reality. I'd put more pressure on Ingenium's wrist without thinking. Tell me you're sorry, I said as I regulated the pressure output. I was so used to training that I forgot to control my own strength. I'm sorry, he managed to gasp as he closed one of his eyes and tried to keep what was left of his composure. Tell me everything is going to be alright, I muttered as I added more pressure. Everything is going to be alright, Ingenium managed to gasp out. How can it be alright when one of my friends is dead? Let me help you. How can you offer me help when you weren't there to help me before? I bared my teeth as those words left my mouth, I could only see red. I wanted someone to pay and Ingenium was the poor sod to be another annoyance I needed to rip off the bud. The image of Emiko practicing with her brother and falling to the ground flashed through my eyes. How can I help you if you won't let me Gur? The guy managed to say before my grip lessened and stopped altogether. The image of Emiko watching me cook while telling me to give her some flashed through my mind as my lip trembled. If Smiley despairs, who's going to save the city? I remained silent, my food untouched. Tensei held his own wrist, massaging it to alleviate the pain he was feeling. But even still looked at me with a comforting gaze. I'm sorry I said something to set you off. I'll try to be more careful next time, okay? He said, smiling. Okay, I repeated. It pissed me off how weak I sounded. Pop Step. Originally an eye candy I used to admire whenever I had lunch in the general area, she sang, then an annoyance who tried to make me her assistant, and now an acquaintance. Whenever I shared my thoughts about the old man and Pop with my clones, they seemed adamant on making sure to let me know that Pop Step was a nice girl who just needed a friend. Our opinions were completely different on the girl, and it showed. The clone who didn't know about the mission had a fantastic time with Pop and seemed eager to let me know the details of the event. While the clone that has been working with her as a hero in the streets spoke about her performance as a helper even though her combat skills were lacking. Then there was me. I've saved her a couple of times and even interacted with her, but it was always on a small scale. She already knew about me because of my clones, so we haven't exchanged names, ambitions, likes and dislikes. To me she was a familiar stranger who formed part of the circle of people I knew. Nothing against the girl, we hadn't had the time to know each other. Which led me to admiring the city from the roof of the warehouse. There wasn't much to see besides the clouds and the concrete structures in the distance, but it certainly kept my thoughts in check. That conversation I had with that hero left me with a sour taste in my mouth, not because he was wrong, but because he was right. If I had trusted him, would Emiko still be with us right now? Jigor, the shy voice of Pop Step, broke me off my musings. I directed my gaze towards the pop idol who was staring at me while sporting a concerned expression. Did something happen? You haven't talked to me since the event, you're the real one, right? I nodded before turning back to watching the clouds creeping out on the horizon through the buildings. Yeah, something did happen. And I'm the original, why do you ask? Already missing my clone? I asked, but there was no mirth in my voice, just pure boredom. He was a lot nicer to talk to, she muttered, but I was able to hear it through my sharp senses. What did he tell you about the event? He told me he enjoyed it. It was one of the happiest moments he ever had. Really? Pop said. There was a hint of hope in her eyes, a slight blush marred her face. I could perceive her hand getting close to mine. So that means you saw it? Not really, I replied with a straight face. Her face deflated at my words, and retracted her hand from where it was. I can't see what my clones see, nor do their memories flow back to me when they disappear. They're me, but our experiences might be totally different. But. She started to say but then stopped. A shame too, it sounded like a beautiful experience, I said while keeping my gaze on the clouds. A hat covered in blood appeared. I immediately closed my eyes, then opened again, the image now forgotten in the back of my mind. My left eye trembled slightly before going back to normal. Did he even tell you my name? My real name? Pop Step finally asked after a moment of silence. She looked defeated, like all the air inside left her body. I'm sorry, but we were preoccupied with another matter. I remembered how his content expression went through the motions of surprise, disbelief, anger, rage, and regret. Until I felt sorry enough and decided to deliver the blow to end his life. Will I ever see him again? She asked while directing her gaze towards the horizon. I'm sorry. I started to enjoy his company, you know, she sighed in disappointment, there was a hint of sadness in her voice. It's still me, I said, closing my eyes and letting the breeze hit my face. We can talk and know each other if you want to. She began but stopped midway. Then she directed her eyes to me, alarmed. Gur, did someone from the shelter? She asked as her eyes began to widen in realization. Was someone from the shelter in that storage unit? The only response she got was my tired eyes meeting hers. It appeared she was smarter than what she looked, because she clued in immediately. Oh Gur. I appreciate the effort, Pop, but there's nothing we can't do right now but keep working as heroes so it doesn't happen ever again, I said, using the words of salt as a mantra. I got up and took a look at the remaining rubber balls I had in my pockets. I put my mask on and took a look at the idol one last time, who looked at the border of tears. Suit up, we're burning daylight. The last thing I wanted to think about right now was what happened to Emiko. I didn't fault Pop Step for bringing it up, but being constantly reminded about it didn't help things either. So instead of spending more quality time with Pop, I decided to go back to the streets. The old man hadn't shown his face since he regained his daughter, so it was time for me to take the lead. I walked from the rooftop of a building as I saw Pop Step in disguise. It seemed she wanted to implement her plan to trap the weirdos that kept stealing underwear in the middle of the street. Her plan sounded solid, so we went with that. My lips tugged upwards as I looked at her disguise herself to catch the thieves. Only to disappear as another memory of Emiko resurfaced. Cool. I sighed in annoyance. That was my cue. I took 3 pellets from my front pocket and launched them towards the 3 perverts who were about to direct their attention to me. Chin. Shoulder. Leg. Once destabilized, they fell to the floor, giving enough time for an angry mob to close in and reclaim their stolen items. I directed my gaze back to Pop Step, just to see someone next to her in a trench coat. I could only see red as my body was already in motion. Kicking the ground 30 times in less than a second, I was already in front of the person and pop step. Before he could do anything, I punched him right in the stomach, sending him back while spitting saliva mixed with blood. I took a look back to Pop Step, who was looking at me with her eyes wide open before she nodded uncertainty. I approached the guy on the ground, who was muttering nonsense laced with heavy breathing before he succumbed to his injuries and fell unconscious. On close inspection by his lack of clothes under his trench coat, and once I checked his tongue, I realized that he might be just some random guy, with a strange fetish. But just to be sure, I took the decision to tie him up. I had spare rope. No black tongue, sorry I overreacted, I said to Pop as soon as we got down from the building and finished tying up the dude in a trench coat to a pole. Don't worry Gur, the idol told me after making sure to call the proper authorities. I understand. She didn't. She really didn't understand. She knew nothing. How many hours did that poor girl wait for me? Did she convince herself that I was going to rescue her soon? Did she mutter my name before her life was snuffed? But I didn't want to tell her that. The mere act of thinking it was enough to make my blood boil. NWA ha ha ha. Just when my anger was at its breaking point, I heard a man laugh. A blond man of big stature, dressed in white pants, light brown sweatshirt and arm warmers of the same color. He was moving his hands in a way that looked like they were moving in slow motion. Women were trying to escape his approach. Excellent, excellent. My lip trembled in annoyance again. My fists tightened. Just as the man was boasting about his lust for battle, I stepped in. Lust for battle? Let me see if I can do it as well, I said, mimicking his stance perfectly up to the last detail. Then I applied the refined movement of water flow, and lastly, I took a deep breath. His eyes widened. Before the man knew it, my hand met his arms, his stomach, his chest, his crotch, and his face. It was to such a degree that I could see the swelling happen in real time as soon as I hit. On a last-ditch effort, he tried to punch my face, but he only injured it as his iron body protected me. I grabbed him by the face and drove him to the ground with all my might. I brought up a fist into the air, but I felt a hand reach for it and held myself there. Kid, that's enough, the voice of the old man stopped me right in my tracks. I was so mad, so focused on bringing the man down that I forgot I was in front of people, displaying strength beyond what I've shown before. I was so distracted that the old man got behind me without me noticing it. I wasn't done, I finally said after a few moments of silence, but even though I said that I relaxed my muscles, there was no reason for me to fight anymore. My eyes caught the man who had his mouth wide open and his eyes were rolled back his skull. No black tongue, just another weirdo. Well, now you are, the old man spoke while bringing a cigarette to his lips and lighting it up. Kid, we need to talk. Right now? I asked, getting up and looking around me. People were in total silence. We still need to finish our patrol. HRM, too many people here. Meet me in the hospital, you know the one. I'm going to be on the rooftops, he instructed, then he took a turn and entered an alleyway. Tisk, I'll be there once our patrol is over, I uttered as I began to make my way towards a small building before jumping to the rooftop. Come on, Pop. Alright. She said before jumping after me. About time you showed up, old man, the kid said to Ueo while leaning on the railing of the rooftop of the hospital of Narahata. He was wearing his smiley outfit without a care of the world. Why hurry me if you are going to keep me waiting anyway? The old man grunted as he got close, contemplating lighting a cig to calm his nerves but deciding against it. He didn't want his baby girl to wake up to him smelling like that. That and it was illegal to smoke in or near a hospital. Sorry to keep you waiting, kid, he said without directing his gaze to the kid, but instead admiring the jungle of buildings of the ward of Narahata. But it's important. Where is the girl? At her house, she had homework to do. Good, it's better if she doesn't know. Know what? Ueo kept looking at the horizon for a few seconds in total silence, then he sighed and directed his gaze back to the kid who was waiting for a response. Better to rip off the band-aid immediately. Kid, the day we saved my daughter, you killed someone, Ueo revealed, his expression stoic but firm. What? The teen said, unfurling his arms and directing his full attention to him. It was another victim of Trigger. Oguro added, feeling the anger rising up from Gur. A kid going by its voice. The teen posing as a vigilante had a moment of realization as he slowly brought up one of his hands to his mask, then to his head. Then he sighed with disappointment. A part of me knew that was the case. Gur's voice sounded tired. It reminded him of his defeat at the hands of that monster. I was so mad. So angry that I didn't care who it was, I wanted it gone. Another beat of silence followed next. I wish I could understand where you are coming from, kid. But the fact is that at the end of the day your actions have consequences, Ueo said, putting a hand on the railing and looking below. Learn from that so the next time it doesn't happen again. Is that why you made me come here? He asked, sounding defeated as he too directed his visage to the horizon and put his hand on the railing, deforming it with his strength. I didn't make you come here to listen to a sermon, especially with something troubling you right now, the retired hero grunted, taking his hand away from the railing and directing his gaze to Smiley. There are more important matters we need to discuss. Such as? I have a few questions and answers for you, the masked vigilante faced him. Oguro could feel the murderous intent the kid was displaying. Don't look at me like that, this is important. The teen sighed. What do you have for me? I've seen you move and the way you fight, adding the clones makes one wonder. What's your quirk? Ueo said, starting to see the similarities with the quirks of a few current heroes. Do you perhaps have more than one? Nothing of the sort. I'm quirkless. Gur revealed. Bullshit. There was no way that the kid in front of him was a quirkless nobody. He had seen Smiley move at incredible speeds, he had seen him fight with the strength of 100 men, he had seen him fly through the skies, and he had seen him have clones of himself. It didn't make any sense. Well, it's the truth, the teen now sounded annoyed. Was this the reason why you wanted to talk? I'm on patrol today. That can't be right. How do you explain the flying? The super strength? The cloning? I trained really hard since I was a kid. I've been lifting rocks and trees since I could remember. Smiley responded as he put a finger up and started to tap his mask. And I don't really fly, I just kick the air with enough strength and as many times as I possibly can. To prove a point he jumped in the air and started to levitate, but Ueo saw how small air explosions formed as he kicked the air. It took him a few seconds to notice the fact that Gur was kicking the air more times than he thought he saw. He stopped doing it after a few more seconds, falling back to the rooftop while adjusting his black gloves. About the cloning, a good friend of mine is able to clone other people. He's only able to create 2 clones. So that meant it was probably Salt or the person with personality disorder. HRMPH, that's really hard to believe, but I'll take your word for it. Ueo really wished he could get a cig right then and there. However, this complicates things. How so? Listen kid. Have you ever heard of a man capable of stealing quirks? I left the hospital as soon as our conversation was over. A man able to steal quirks, who not only stole the old man's quirk but is probably behind the whole ordeal with the Black Tongue's fiasco. The distribution of trigger might be connected, as well as what happened to that victim that I killed. I stopped on the rooftop of one small skyscraper surrounded by taller ones. My fists tightened as hard as I could. That man. He made me kill. That man. Was responsible for what happened to Emiko. He's dead. I didn't care how unapproachable it was, how impossible it was, how powerful he was. I vowed that I wouldn't rest until he was dead by my own hands. He's fucking dead. I looked at the sky as slowly but surely it began to rain. Normally my sense of smell wouldn't work under these conditions, but for some reason today they felt enhanced. So it didn't surprise me when the familiar scent of a woman in her early 20s approached and landed on the same rooftop behind me. Found ye. Slowly I directed my gaze to the rabbit hero who had been hunting me down a few times as Smiley. She was smiling from ear to ear. I've been searching for you all day, and I finally found ye. I could feel my face deform into a sneer. I wasn't mad with this woman in particular. But I really didn't want to deal with her either. Not right now. I'm not in the mood, I said, tensing all my muscles in anticipation. Get lost. Nah. I'm good, she said, her smile becoming predatory. She tensed her leg muscles and jumped towards me at high speed. You're not getting away from me. The heroine extended her leg up high and delivered a powerful kick. But I positioned myself slightly to the left and moved both of my hands in perfect fluid motions. Water flow, I said, redirecting the kick and the lady away from me. She landed next to the railing of the rooftop and stayed there. I told you I don't have time to waste on you. Leave me alone. And I said I'm not going to let you go, idiot. She screamed, jumping towards me again, but this time she changed tactics and threw a diagonal kick. I leaped over it, but it seemed to be a mistake, because she used the momentum of her initial kick to throw another one at my torso. My hand shot up and caught the kick, but instead of stopping it I managed to use it to springboard me away from the rabbit hero. As soon as I landed I watched how the woman in front of me kicked the ground with such intensity, that it almost broke it to pieces. My eyes widened as her speed increased. Luna Rush! She screamed as soon as she was at close proximity. In an instant she threw multiple kicks towards me. Water flow, constant stream, I muttered as I parried and evaded every single kick that came my way. But as the test of strength continued, I noticed that her kicks started to become more refined and harder to parry. At the last second I kicked the ground 10 times in less than a second and got away from her. But I was once again surprised when she kicked the ground 4 times at the same time and was a few feet away from me, leg raised. I already know that trick, asshole. Try this on for her size. I refined my breathing and I raised my leg with the intention to meet her in the middle. Crack. I winced as I heard a cracking sound coming from my leg. We exchanged another strike between our legs, and I could feel how each time my left leg was going numb. It hurt, but I ignored the pain. She jumped forward and extended her legs to catch my head. I jumped over it and extended my hand. Water flow, smash. My hand formed into half a fist and shot at great speeds towards Mirko's chin, only for her to quickly try to evade the move. The attack struck true and we both landed a few steps behind each other. I looked back just in time to see her spit blood and smile again. You attacked me, that makes you a villain, she said as more droplets of blood began to fall from her left lip. If I wasn't so angry, I would have had an entire conversation about that logic. Last warning. Leave me alone, I repeated, my lungs expanded and my vision sharpened. I wasn't going to hold back anymore. So you finally show me your true colors, villain. She screamed while kicking the ground 4 times as she emulated Shave, at least the incomplete version of it, to appear above me. Let's see you dodge this. Luna Fall. Water flow, first wave. I evaded the attack at the last second and delivered half of the attacks of the first wave. I struck the leg, thigh, abdomen, shoulder, and chin. Her kick struck the rooftop with great force, almost breaking it, but halfway her body sagged a little as she began to feel the strikes I delivered in quick succession. "Okay. Is that all you got?" she said after checking her own body. It seemed I held back at the last second. Why? Because she was a woman? Don't make me laugh. Luna Ring. While I was distracted, she rushed once again and spun in a circle at fast speed. I raised both of my hands in the air and with fluid motions I redirected her spin away from me. Water flow, counter spin. She flew away from me at high speeds and then landed with an expression of discomfort. She wasn't the only one. She had more strength in her legs than me. If it wasn't for water flow, it would have been over on the first kick. I told you, I'm not in the mood, I spoke before she could attempt another attack. Leave me alone. She flinched at my last words. That was all I said before kicking the ground 30 times in less than a second and flying away from there. As I flew, I noticed how the strength of my left leg began to dwindle. I needed medical attention. Gur, I heard the news. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Manamai said as soon as she saw me. She didn't even seem concerned that I was on her window in need of help. Can I come in? I asked. By then my leg was completely numb, but I still felt some jolts of pain from time to time whenever I willed it to perform moonwalk, keeping me in the air. Why yes. I mean, yes sure, come in. I let out a sigh of relief as I entered. I immediately took off my mask and admired the small studio apartment. There was a small TV, an expensive computer, some furniture spread around and one of those futons wrapped at the edge of the room. Sorry for the clutter, I forgot to clean up. This is not the first time I've been here, Manamai, don't worry yourself, I said while removing my blazer jacket and dropping it on the floor. I was about to remove the rest of my costume when the girl ran up to me and hugged me, making me wince as her body collided with my leg. Is there something wrong? Oh Gur, the red-haired girl said as her arms tightened around my clothes. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. It wasn't fine. I was not fine. The image of Emiko running with his brother Daisuke in tow flashed before my eyes. I will not be fine until that man is dead. But all those thoughts were squashed as I heard the poor girl cry, for me. I breathed in then out. It's fine. There's a reason why I came here again. And you're the only one that can help me, that was a lie. My first 2 options were Salt and Pop Step, both of them knew basic first aid and had helped me before. But Pop was at her house right now and Salt. I really didn't want them to see me hurt again. So I was here instead. My last option. But I'm not telling her that. What is it? She asked, her eyes met mine, she was still crying. First let me show you. Can you stop hugging me please? Oh, I'm so sorry. As soon as she said those words she stopped hugging me and took a few steps back. I began to unbuckle my pants in front of her without a care of the world. Immediately her response was to put her hands on her face and elevate her voice. Gee Gur. I'm not mentally prepared for this. She screamed while looking through her fingers. Hey. I uttered as I dropped my pants and threw them to the side, showcasing my swollen leg. What are you talking about? I need first aid. Oh. I'm sorry. She said, going to one of her cabinets to fetch her first aid kit I made her buy just in case a situation like this occurred. I thought, forget it. What did she mean by that? As I took a seat on the floor and she began to administer the proper bandages on my leg, we started to talk about recent topics, how we were going to communicate now after losing the earpiece and what our future plans were. I ended up sharing the information of the man who could steal quirks just in case she knew something about it. It turned out she did not. After I was all wrapped up, we stayed in silence. Manamai took a seat next to me. Thank you Manamai. You're a lifesaver, I muttered as my eyes began to drop ever so slightly. I'm happy to help you Gur, she said, before hugging me again. I relaxed my muscles as we stayed there in complete silence. Maybe I'll stay like this for a little longer. I oversaw the training of the teens one more time as I kept punching the steel beam until it began to deform. So far I've made great progress on my training, now that my leg has healed and all. My eyes met the visage of Daisuke, who had an expression of anger mixed with sadness as he quietly made the same drills as the teens. I gritted my teeth, before going back to the steel beam. I wondered if I was making the right call as the kids passed from where I was punching away at a steel object without the use of iron body to protect my skin. Everyone wanted to go out and have their lives again, but I wanted them to stay inside and be safe. I knew I couldn't keep them inside forever. Deep down I hated how everything turned out. I wanted to go back in time to when everything was fine, when I was having fun as Smiley, when everything made sense. But I couldn't. I had to move on. I sighed. It took some time to adjust to the feeling of sadness and anger that always creeped up on me whenever I thought of Emiko or the quirk-stealing man. But I slowly regained some semblance of calmness. Maybe it was because I had more people besides me. Maybe it was because of the conversations I had with Pop, or Kazuho. Or the help I often received from Manamai. Or the usual visits I got from Pop Step fans. But somehow, everything went back to normal. There were still some black tongues for me to deal with, but never on the same scale as before. It seemed that with Queen Bee gone, I could finally relax. And without me noticing, a year went by. Issue number 18, Time Keeps Moving. It broke. It took me a long time but it finally broke. My gaze drifted to all the broken pieces of the gourd on the ground that I'd been trying to brute force my way into breaking with my breathing alone. At this point in my life I could barely remember all the steps of the breathing training I had gone through, nor did I remember the next steps besides breaking bigger and bigger gourds. With each passing day it got harder to remember. I breathed in, trying to regain some of the oxygen I lost from my training, then I breathed out, exhaling a great amount. It made a sound similar to a kettle with boiling water. I stood up and threw what was remaining of the gourd to the ground. It was no longer needed. I made my way towards the towel I had hanging from a branch of a tree and cleaned some of the sweat that formed during my training. It was a few hours before dawn, meaning it was time for me to clean up and make my way to the shelter. As I walked to my orchard so I could get more vegetables for cooking, I stopped next to a few trees with holes in them. Slowly I brought up my hand in the air and aimed at one of the trees, then I held my index finger under my thumb and at great speed I let it go. Twunk! A hole of the size of my finger appeared on the tree. It extended longer than my index finger, but didn't go beyond that. There wasn't an actual reason for me to learn the flying finger pistol besides augmenting the speed of my fingers, accuracy, and grip. But I felt there was something missing from the abilities of the 6 powers after trying everything and failing to learn 6 King Gun, a technique that would target organs and such. The only possible explanation for it to not work, would be that it didn't work on this world. It didn't mean the technique couldn't be replicated. My hands formed into fists and I raced at high speeds to the same tree. Then I aligned both of my fists and stopped my momentum just as my fists touched the bark of the tree. What followed was an explosion of dust and splinters as the tree in front of me gained a hole as big as both of my hands. The tree began to fall soon after. There was a moment of silence in which I appreciated what my fists just did. I'd been training ever since he woke up and now my fists are strong enough to drive trees to splinters, punch holes in concrete and dent steel. I shook my head as I walked through the orchard and began to collect some fruits and vegetables. Forgetting all about my nightly training in order to concentrate. I still had time to drop it by the shelter and do my daily run. Once I finished I tied all together and made my way towards the rest of my clothes, passing a small shrine I had made for Emiko inside of a tree. It had been a year since her death. I sighed, before putting on a t-shirt then my hoodie. The people at the shelter were getting more restless as time went on. They wanted to get out of the shelter so they could make money, or bring materials for development. But I couldn't let them out, not with disappearances of people still ongoing, even if the numbers were dwindling. I took one last look at my home before I jumped in the air and started to descend the forest towards the shelter. Shota Izawa ate a burger in silence as he quietly saw the beginning of the event at Marukame department store. It had been a rough couple of months as a hero, with Smiley moving at faster and faster speeds leaving him with barely anything to do. It was like his quirk was developing as time moved on. Something to add to the file. Talking about files. An expression of regret flashed through his visage as he remembered the storage unit findings and how it led to nothing. People who disappeared and were later found in a pile of dead bodies. The mere thought of it made his stomach turn. Regardless, he took another bite of his burger, and downed it with a sip of his drink. What's more, the knowledge of the people missing was available to him before anyone else. But because of his pride he only delegated the information to the police as a possible lead with no thought whatsoever if it was possible, instead of taking it more seriously and sharing the information with his fellow heroes. I wish I could have a smoke right now, he thought while grabbing a few fries. Just as he was about to give another bite to his burger, he heard the voice of his annoying friend, Nemuri. Aizawa? I wasn't expecting to see you here, she said as she put down her latte on the table. Just passing by for lunch, I'm on patrol. In search of Smiley again, I'm sure, Nemuri Kayama said as she took a seat next to him. She smiled at his annoyed expression. You're so predictable. TCH, like you're one to talk, weren't you mad at him for calling you a smelly old woman? Shota asked as he took another sip from his drink. Humph, what does he know? She said with a sour expression, then taking a sip from her latte. She directed her gaze towards him. And you promised to not say that out loud. Whoops. I forgot. Of course he hadn't forgotten, he just enjoyed teasing her considering that was the only entertainment he had. By the way, what brings you here, Kayama? Purposely coming to nonsense like this on your day off no less. I happen to enjoy this kind of thing. Ah, it's just so lovely, Nemuri exclaimed as she stood up from her chair and put her hands on her rosy cheeks. When little fruits glisten like jewels for a brief moment in their lives. Smiley was right, you really are some smelly old lady. Don't say that. Their conversation was interrupted however by the appearance of a man dressed in a trench coat and fedora hat. Eraserhead, sorry to keep you waiting. Detective Tsukachi, one of the few detectives from the force that arrived at the scene of the storage units. They met during their own investigations at the crime, but was one of the few that was relegated to the information of Smiley's findings. The test results on the corpse took longer than we anticipated. Corpse? Nemuri asked, alarmed. I'm sorry, that would be confidential information, forget I've said anything, the detective said with a sheepish expression. Oh no, it's me, Midnight. We've met before, Detective Tsukachi. There was a look of realization on the face of the man as they both took each other's hand on a handshake. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you without your costume, the detective said as all took a seat on the same table Aizawa was seated, drinking from his cup with disinterest. Everything changed however when the detective began to bring up the findings from the forensics team that underwent the task of dissecting and examining the body of Teruo Nagasawa, which was apprehended before but was found dead without his head in the second storage unit a year ago. Once again I clicked my walkie-talkie 2 times in a row, signifying that it wasn't safe to call me. The shelter needed to address my clones, after all I had already agreed to be Pop Step's bodyguard, I owed her that much after the last few times I sent her alone or with a clone. Our relationship was a little better than a year ago, I knew her name, her ambitions, her likes and dislikes. She was a simple girl with a dream she wanted to fulfill. As I stayed there I admired her and the people she was interacting with. It seemed that they were integrating a band of 3 little girls to the team they had. It all came crashing down though when one of the singers lecturing the 3 girls said that an important pro-hero was coming. Turns out from what I could hear from my little corner as the singer and Pop Step began to whisper with each other, Kazuho tried to get Captain Celebrity to come but was in the middle of a commercial. I wondered if that weren't the case he would have come to some small event like this. It took me a while to notice but I felt the stare of Miu the singer and Pop who was looking at me with pleading eyes. I hoped they weren't thinking what I was thinking. Aizawa ate another fry as he listened to the report of Tsukachi with a tired but firm expression. It seemed there was more to it than what Smiley shared with him from that one time. Someone or possibly an organization was experimenting with quirk users and releasing the results onto the streets. But for what purpose? And how did it relate to the storage unit a few meters away from the one where they found the corpse? And our break is over. It's time to introduce the special guest of the evening. Pop something said as she returned back to the stage. Shota paid little attention to it but had an eye open just in case someone embarrassed themselves. It's Naruhodo's hero who shoots evildoers down. The Hood. I told you to not call me that, a teen of white hair quietly said as he entered the stage, wearing a hoodie with patches all across, a mask covering his mouth, baggy black pants and worn-out shoes. He almost thought a homeless teen walked up to the stage. The Hood? The detective asked as he took a small notepad from the front pocket of his trench coat and flashed through the pages. It reminds me of one of those vigilantes of Naruhodo. Wait, no. The name I got is Hooded Hobo. Oh. It's the bodyguard of Pop. Nemuri added. Now that Aizawa thought about it, he had seen the teen before, hadn't he? Was he the real deal? Oh whatever. Since I was called on short notice I'll do a special trick I've learned. Nobody was paying much attention, and the ones close on the stage were in total silence, all that enthusiasm, gone. Look at the ball on my hand. Shota was about to move on and ate his food in silence, but then it happened. The teen threw it to the side, then he appeared just in time to catch it, then up, he appeared there to catch it and throw it again and repeated the process so much that it looked like there was more than one person throwing the ball on stage, gaining a few ah and eh from the crowd. Aizawa blinked. That speed, the use of rubber balls, those clothes, that hair. He was the real deal. Annoyed, he began to stand up, better stop the illegal use of quirk before anyone got any ideas. But his attempt was stopped by Nemuri, who put a hand on his shoulder and sat him down. Hey, let them enjoy the show, then you can talk to him. Midnight smiled as she took another look at the vigilante moving at high speeds. TCH, whatever. He grumbled, sitting back down. As I was saying, we believe the body of Qtaro or the next level villains were remodeled and heavily dosed with trigger before letting them go rampant. Essentially they were groomed to be villains. The detective informed him. It would take an organization for this kind of criminal activity. Figured as much. If it's an organization, the question would be, what are they after? Perhaps people with quirks? The instant villains lose their senses and aren't capable of criminal activities, while the next level villains we know little, but going by what information you provided they're prone to do the same as the instant villains, Aizawa provided, taking one last bite from what was left of his burger. Meaning, they're just disposable pawns, there's something missing. That's right, Eraserhead, that's why Detective Tsukachi said, but the voice of the teen on stage cut him midway. Excuse me 1 second, the teen on the stage said as soon as he stopped in the middle of the stage, looking at the sky. He took a rubber pellet from the frontal pocket of his hoodie and threw it at high speed into the sky. Just as Aizawa was about to retaliate, the teen appeared on their table. Excuse me, coming through, the teen apologized before jumping at great speeds towards the place he threw the pellet. Aizawa then directed his eyes towards the teen's destination, with the intention of shooting down his quirk, only to see him kick something or someone in the air. A man of great size with large bat wings and a black tongue. A next-level villain. Thanks for the pass, kid. A voice was heard. Then the visage of Captain Celebrity appeared before all, delivering a punch towards the villain. He grabbed him and the vigilante in the middle of the air, before descending. Thanks for serving as bait, kid, for that I applaud you. Say that one more time and see if your face remains the same, the teen muttered, but Aizawa was able to hear it just fine. Ha ha ha, the hero laughed as he descended, dropping both the villain and the teen on stage while directing his attention to the crowd. Greetings, ladies and gents. Who's your man? As people chanted Captain Celebrity's name, Aizawa really wished he had a smoke right about then. But you told me you were going to accompany me this time. Kazuho said as we both stayed at the entrance of the train station. Pop managed to land the opportunity to participate in an idol collaboration show in Osaka. Normally I would have accompanied her myself, there was a possibility of hostile activities in that area after all, but I was also needed at the shelter and on the streets as Smiley. I'm sorry Pop, but I'm needed at the shelter today, I informed her as I folded my arms and put my weight on one of the pillars of the station. I've also been receiving signals through the walkie-talkie all week, so I'll remain here just to be sure. But... The pink-haired girl tried to protest, but I interrupted her before she could continue. Hey, don't worry. You know that if anything goes wrong I'm a call away, I said as I gave a signal to a familiar face that was making his way to us. Besides, do you really think I'll let you go all by yourself? Wait, are you seriously sending a clone with me? Again? Kazuho asked with an irritated expression. My clone, who was dressed in civilian clothes, a t-shirt, worn-out pants and the same shoes I was using, finally appeared on Pop's step visage while sporting a strained smile. I on the other hand was dressed in my hero costume, a hoodie, black pants, same worn-out shoes and my mask covering my mouth. Bad time to show up? He asked while scratching the back of his neck. No, you got here just in time, I replied, sending Pop step a look for her to keep quiet for a moment. She looked discouraged. What took you so long? While I was getting here there was a quirk user going rampant, I had to stop it. Did you use my face or are you taking Smiley's costume? Nah, I just shot him down with rocks I found. I sighed. Then I directed my gaze towards the pop idol who looked like she grew a second head while listening to us. As I was saying. I'm sorry but I can't go with you this time Pop, I told the pink-haired girl as I unfurled my hands and signaled them to start walking or they would lose their train. But I'll make it up to you, I promise. Ugh. Whatever, I don't care. Come on Gur, Kazuho said, grasping my clone's hand and walking slightly faster than me. I saw them both go, a smile creeped out on my face which was hidden by my mask. I really wanted to accompany them, but I was needed elsewhere. It was at that moment that Manamai decided to call me through my new earpiece. Gur, there's an emergency at the shopping district of Narahata. I'm on my way. Right, so once you finish cutting the onions, you rinse them with salt so they can be the source of saltiness in the stew, I informed Jin as he followed my instructions to AT, even though he took way too long compared to my usual speed. Everyone else was at the shelter as me and Jin decided to cook a vegetable stew for them. Yeah, like that, now put it aside in a bowl and next should be the carrots, that's it, don't forget to peel them first. Okay boss, he quietly said as he went back to doing his tasks in complete silence. I closed my eyes and sighed. Jin was one of the few that took the news of Emiko's death as bad as Daisuke. He blamed himself the same way I did. The only difference between us is that I had to move on even if it cost me countless nights of sleep and training my body until I couldn't move or think anymore. I opened my eyes again, and began to guide Jin through the next few steps he needed to complete the stew. It wasn't quick, but after a while we had the stew almost ready to serve. It only needed to simmer for a few minutes. Ah, here goes nothing. But before I could say anything, Jin spoke. Boss? It's been a while, right? My friend said while stirring the stew with a wooden spoon. So why do I still feel so sad? Jin. I began, but I didn't know how to quite respond. I could speak about how I managed to keep going through training, but that would shift the conversation to me instead of helping Jin to overcome his grief. I don't know, Jin. I still feel sad, we all do. I know, boss, I wish I had done something to stop it. Jin replied, touching the place where his scar should be. I wish I had the strength, if only I blinked as I finally caught what was bothering him. Jin, we talked about this. You don't need to feel guilty for what happened, it was my fault, I was too slow to stop it. But I couldn't say that. It wasn't your fault. But if I wasn't afraid of it. She. It took me a few seconds, but it dawned on me that Jin began to speak without contradicting himself. Your quirk has helped me a lot so far, having more clones would have helped me a lot before, I said as I saw my friend stir the stew. But, I'm not so sure now. A few discussions I had with Pop Step came to mind, as did a few reports of my clones that made sense to them, but they felt alien to me. What do you mean, boss? I was so focused on finding the B user, that I would have used all the clones to search the area to find and trap her. It didn't do me any favors that I almost did just that. Had Pop Step kept quiet that day, all of us would have been on the streets, leaving her defenseless. There's also the possibility that we would have found the corpse of Emiko much faster too. Man, I would be the world's shittiest therapist, I thought with a grimace, watching Jin go back to cooking. He lowered his head in what I thought to be disappointment. Oh Jin, I'm so. Before I could apologize, a young adult in casual clothes and light armor slided in all fours and jumped to the wall next to the food stand. I'm the hero that sticks to the walls and makes kids laugh, the crawler, the man said while looking at us with a dopey smile. I resisted the urge to get there and kick the man in the balls for interrupting me. Man, I'm starving, is the food ready? The guy continued as soon as he unstuck himself from the wall and made his way towards the stand. Read the room, asshole. Shut up, you're bothering the customers, I said while sporting an annoyed expression. What customers? The young man questioned. He was right, of course, because there were no customers on site, they wouldn't be here for an hour or so. Exactly, I answered, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a proper answer. You're annoying, go away. I don't get it. Oh, whatever. Just, forget it. Now that I looked at the man in front of me, I recognized some of his plain features, but most importantly his costume. Wasn't this dude an agent of Ingenium? I haven't seen him in so long that I forgot all about it. Take a seat, the food is going to be ready in a minute. Thanks. He replied as he took a seat in front of us. Jin remained focused on his task. I couldn't even offer comfort to Jin because of this asshole's presence. I sighed. Once done with the stew, I tasted it and gave my friend a thumbs up, who nodded and made his way to the shelter to inform everybody that the stew was ready. Before the man in front of me could speak, I served him a plate of stew. He looked to the plate then back to me with a dopey smile. Thanks for the food. He said before digging in. This isn't a charity crawler, you'll pay once you finish, I informed him. I took the handles of the pot holding the stew and put it aside. I should start on the rice before everyone starts to fill the stand ready to eat. Actually, my hero name is. Don't care. Yikes. He said before going back to his food. As I waited for the rice to cook and listened to my only patron, who pays for my food, eat, I wondered how to approach the issue of Emiko with Jin without involving his quirk. Even though I'd tried to tell him countless times that it wasn't his fault, he would still blame himself for not being a better uncle and be there for them. It was funny. The similarities to how we view Emiko's death are there, but how do I let someone know it wasn't their fault when I can't do the same? It's not as good as before, but the stew sure is good, and there goes my line of thought. Okay, you finished, pay and go away. We poor folks need to eat too. I said, sporting an expression that promised a quick death if he said anything else. Ha ha ha, mean as ever, he laughed as he fetched a few bills from his wallet and put them on the counter. Oh, that reminds me, where's the girl that hangs around with you? Pop Step. Who's Pop Step? Out. I said, already tired of this guy's presence. Okay, I'm going, sorry, he apologized as he slowly began to get in position to slide back on all fours. Before he could move though, I inhaled great amounts of air and the world began to move at a slower pace until it looked almost frozen. I walked towards the young man and fetched his wallet, then hid it in my hoodie. I walked back to the stand and exhaled. The world returned back to normal. After years of practicing the breathing techniques, it got to a point that my perception of time was beyond that of a normal human. It got to a point that I could freeze time for a few seconds whenever I concentrated my breathing. I saw the hero speed through the pavement, none the wiser with a frown. There are less and less heroes that travel with money in their pockets lately, better get everything I can before it's too late. I wonder what the reason for that might be. Himiko Toga swiped another video of her current hyperfixation as she kept searching for more content to see. She calmly walked the streets aimlessly while watching videos of Smiley on the phone she bought with her allowance money, while humming a tune that had been stuck on her mind since the moment her friends had shared it with her. Ever since she saw him, she had this urge, this hunger, to see him up close. Was it infatuation? She didn't know. She needed to see him. There was something, like a primal calling, telling her to see him. But she was always too late to the scene. She tried to follow leads from live video feeds of villains, but by the time she arrived, Smiley was already gone. She tried to wait for him to appear once in one villain attack, but was stopped by a local hero. So here she was, visiting his home turf with no real aim besides walking the streets and enjoying her day. It was funny really, ever since she saw him covered in blood, there was this peace she found in herself. Like something clicked in the back of her mind. Was that why she wanted to see him? Grow a. I'm the strongest. A voice was heard, breaking Himiko of her musings. She elevated her gaze from her phone just in time to see people running away from a bronze-colored villain who was raising his fists in the air. Bring me Smiley. Without saying anything else, the villain started to throw cars in the air and punch concrete, creating huge fist-sized craters. A smile creeped up on Himiko's face as she saw the villain create chaos and mayhem to everyone's horror. If there was a villain, there was a hero bound to stop him. Meaning, Smiley would be here any moment now. She clutched her phone and brought it to her chest as she looked at the sky without a care in the world. Her only goal being to catch a glimpse of the hero in action. He's coming, I know he will, she thought, feeling her blood rushing to her cheeks. She felt the tremors getting closer to her position, but she was adamant on staying in place. Not moving even though people began to run past her. Ah, she thought as she shifted her gaze from one place to another. He's taking his time, I see, hee hee. It wasn't long before her eyes landed on the villain, which was a few steps away from her, who was running in her direction. If Smiley is so afraid of me, I'm taking a hostage. The bronze villain screamed, his hand open wide ready to take her. She found herself looking forward to it. She flushed at the thought of being rescued by Smiley. But before her fantasy could become a reality, Himiko finally heard his voice. Haha. Excuse me, coming through. A familiar visage said as the man she was waiting to meet appeared in front of her and used the back of his hand to push the hand of the villain away. Water flow. Grah. Smiley. That's my name, buddy, don't wear it out. Iron. Smash. The hero replied before he punched the villain at a speed she could barely follow. The bronze villain was blown away, spitting blood over the hero's face and clothes, while a few droplets landed on her cheek. Now please, let's leave the pretty ladies alone. Without saying another word, Smile disappeared again and reappeared above the villain, fist raised. Iron crash. The head of the villain dropped significantly, but before it could reach the floor the hero appeared in front of him, arms already in motion. Water flow, second wave. What followed was strike after strike hitting every part of the body of the villain, which continued for 20 seconds straight before and finished it with two fists directly to the stomach. King Gun. She watched in amazement as more blood left the mouth of the bronze villain, who slid away from Smiley and dropped to the floor, defeated. It was at that moment that people began to cheer, breaking her out of her trance. She watched him deliver a joke before he began to wrap the villain in rope. Her smile widened. She finally saw him. He was here. She saw him fight. He saved her. And as she touched the place where the small droplets of blood had landed on her face, she wondered how Smiley would look with even more blood covering his body. It has been 2 days since I saw Kazuho and my clone go to the event in Osaka. Since then I'd taken care of a few rampant quirk users who were and were not on Trigger. It was a complete mess. Especially now because Trigger had so many more distributors compared to the one we encountered last year, going by the words of the old man, who I have not seen in a while. Ever since his daughter was released from the hospital I haven't had the opportunity to talk directly with him. Sometimes I'd get his messages through Salt whenever I'm out of the shelter, or get a direct call to my walkie-talkie, but not in person. It made me wonder if he was keeping the whole hero thing from her daughter. I closed my eyes and inhaled. Not my problem. There were bigger things to care about. Such as the quirk users I've dealt with so far. There was something off lately. Quirk users who I'd had bouts with before would return stronger than ever. Of course, their upgrades didn't amount to much of anything, considering I would still mop the floor with them, but the thing was that they were already on Trigger before the second time I would beat them. Was there a new drug I didn't know about? Were the distributors of Trigger experimenting with new formulas for their clients? Were the quirk users experimented on? So many questions. I opened my eyes and exhaled. There was nothing I could do but wait and see. There were so many variants to this issue that it felt like I was barely grasping the tip of the iceberg. I should probably bring up my findings with the old man the next time he calls me. I blinked as far in the distance, I could hear a small rumbling sound. They were getting close. It took an extra 15 minutes for the bullet train to finally stop. I inhaled again. I could smell the scent of Kazuho and my clone who left the train with a bunch of people who began to disperse in different directions. Popstep stood up from the crowd, she looked tired. I guessed that the life of an idol wasn't just fun and games as I thought. I gave a signal to my clone who immediately spotted me and signaled the pink-haired girl into my direction. Her face went from happiness to sadness to anger. She began to stomp her way towards me until she was standing a step away from me. Everything moved at snail pace as she raised her hand and decided she wanted to hit my left cheek. I relaxed all my muscles and moved my face in the same direction as soon as her palm made contact. Smack. Ah. Ow. She reeled back, holding her hand in pain. She directed her gaze from her hand which was beginning to redden to me. She glared. When you told me you were going to do that, I didn't know you were serious about it, my clone said from behind Kazuho, scratching his neck awkwardly. If I knew, I would have talked you out of it, I'm sorry. It's fine. I wanted to do this, Popstep muttered, still holding onto her hand and looking directly into my eyes. Is there something wrong? I asked, completely lost. What did I do? Something wrong? She asked in return, her eyebrows knitting together. I almost died. I blinked shocked, then directed my sight to my clone who looked sheepishly to the side. What happened? Before the pink-haired idol could go on a tirade my clone put a hand on her shoulder and smiled at her. It was then that I learned what was going on from the words of my clone. There was a commotion at the event. While Popstep had a good time during the beginning of her presentation, she later was put in a dangerous situation involving a bomb. She decided to help a fellow idol with their presentation in a crab-like suit, but it went haywire and began to cause chaos and mayhem. It would later detonate, but not before my clone got her out of her restraints and helped her escape in time. If it wasn't for my clone she wouldn't have been here. I could have died. Kazuho repeated, tears beginning to fall from her cheeks. Why did you send a clone instead of coming? I swallowed. But, wouldn't everything be the same if I was there? The words left my mouth before my brain could catch up to what I was saying. The girl known as Pop Ste just stared at me with an angry look before looking down. You. She managed to say before dropping both of her hands. Whatever. She made her way towards my clone and took his hand. Let's go, Kazuho muttered as she passed right next to me, my clone following her orders. My eyes caught the pink-haired girl looking back, before she turned her eyes to the road. But. I'm right here, I said, feeling a weird sensation bubbling on my chest as I saw them go. Issue number 19, An Explosive Encounter. Kazuho Hanyama sniffed, tears still fresh were falling from her cheeks. From the comfort of her home, the girl known as Popstep silently cried in her bedroom so she couldn't alert her parents. Stupid. Stupid Gur. Stupid, stupid Gur. She was dressed in her pajamas and the hoodie Gur gave her as a kid, she decided to keep it instead of giving it back. It was always like this with him. Every time she wanted to spend time with him a clone was already there for her. She appreciated the protection he offered to her and all, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted Gur to talk to her more often. She wanted Gur to spend more time with her. She wanted Gur to be there for her. She wanted Gur to hug her. She wanted Gur to kiss her. But she couldn't get that, could she? She shakily sighed. Kazuho knew of his passion for vigilantism, after all he revealed to them he was Smiley. She hadn't believed it at first, but after he showcased the clones before her eyes, his speed, his techniques, and costume, it all made sense to her. She learned of his passion, his calling, but at the same time a little part of her wished she hadn't. It made her feelings for him hard to recall. Especially in situations when he sent a clone to protect her. She sniffed again. She wished she could tell him how she felt. But their relationship was based on fake memories. Gur got the gist of it going by what the clones told him, but he wasn't there, was he? Should she start again? Or forget about him? She didn't know how to respond to those questions. Kazuho felt her eyes drop and lay there on her bed, her last thought was the smiling face of the white-haired boy as he taught her how to defend herself. I jumped from building to building while holding a huge basket with less fruit and vegetables than I anticipated while sporting a frown on my face. The supplies were dwindling in size each time I brought them to the shelter. The abundance we previously had was vanishing before my eyes. It didn't help that the money we used to have was slowly diminishing as days went by. It won't be long before the only thing available for me to bring would be fish from the rivers, which would diminish my training time. As I approached the shelter, I wondered if I was making the right decisions. Not only for my family but for everyone around me. My feet touched the ground silently in front of the doors of the warehouse we used as a shelter. Someone was there to greet me. Salt. Hey brat, the old man said. There was no beer or cigarette on site. I could smell his stench from here, but the usual smell of tobacco and alcohol were nowhere to be seen. The man in front of me was sober. We need to talk. I had to hold back a groan as I took the basket and put it on the ground. Salt was never sober or this serious unless he had something important to say. What is it? I need to deliver the goods and be off to training, old man, I replied, wondering if the old man was going to put a 180 degree and send me to buy him beer and cigs. Please tell me you don't want me to buy you alcohol right now. I'm not in the mood to be on delivery duty. Well, there goes my first request, Salt joked, I thought. No, I wanted to request just a simple thing and I believe you are capable of doing it. My face must have shown my confusion because Salt spoke soon after. My request is that let us go outside again. My eyes widened as those words left Salt's mouth. You've been doing a terrific job so far, but the people at the shelter need to make money. Not only for themselves but for everybody's sake. What do you mean? Are you implying I don't take good care of the shelter? I said as I picked the basket and showed the contents to the old man. What about the vegetables and fish I bring? Isn't that enough? But I knew that was just an excuse. I knew that there was going to be one day when the vegetables won't be there to feed us unless I did something about it, but with my job as a caretaker of the shelter, my job as a hero and training my body constantly, that there was almost no time to take care of the orchard to grow our supplies, even if a few of them were low maintenance. Brat, you know exactly what I mean, the old man responded, slowly walking towards me. Everyone in the shelter wants to go out, even if it's to shake their legs. But I tried to say but my words kept failing me. I looked to the ground for a few seconds, then I directed my eyes to Salt's tired ones. I can take care of you guys, why are you so adamant to going out? Don't you remember what happened to? We do, brat. We really do, the old man said as soon as he was in front of me, slowly he put his hand on my shoulder. But we can't let it trap us forever. I remained silent, I didn't want to accept his words. Please Gur. Think about it. You never called me Gur before. I said without thinking. Yeah well, there's a first time for everything. Manamai, can you open your window, please? I muttered from my earpiece while watching the window leading to Manamai's apartment. There was a small balcony for plants and the like she wasn't using at the moment. Maybe I should teach her how to garden so we could have more supplies for the shelter. I sighed. I waited for a few seconds before I got a response. Sorry Gur, I was in the shower, can you wait a little while? Sure, I replied back before sitting down on the rooftop that was in front of Manamai's apartment. I looked at it intently before directing my eyes on the setting sun. Normally it would relax me to appreciate the sunset and bask under the warmth of the sun, but today it felt different. I felt off. Sad could be one of the possible words to describe how I was feeling. After another day of training, spending time with the teens while I trained my fists against steel again, cooking, and a lengthy patrol, I found myself here in front of Manamai's apartment. I didn't visit often, but this time there was a reason. Salt's words held some truth in them. We won't last forever as we are. I needed to speak with Manamai, she was one of the few people I was close enough to speak about these matters. It also helped that she was super smart. I'm already Gur. You can come in. Without much fanfare I jumped from the rooftop where I was standing and jumped again in the air 3 more times to arrive at Manamai's balcony just in time for her to open the window. She flinched at my sudden appearance. I guess she was expecting for me to appear in my hero costume instead of my civilian clothes. Ah. You startled me, she said while she moved one of her locks behind her ear. She was dressed in her pajamas already, a plain white t-shirt and pink sweatpants. This wasn't the first time I saw her like that. Quite frankly, besides the one time we've met at the restaurant, I've never seen her wear regular clothes. Please come in. As soon as I entered the small studio apartment I removed my hoodie and folded it, putting it on the floor next to me before I took a seat. It's been a while since the last time I visited, it really was, maybe a month and a half if my calculations were correct. Time flew by so fast that I barely notice nowadays. Being a hero gives me no time for meetups, I'm sorry if I forgot about coming sooner. It's alright Gur. I know what you have to go through, she replied, looking at me then back at her thumbs as she played with them. I'm just happy to help you in any way I can. That's so. I said with a small smile while keeping my posture. Don't stand there, have a seat with me. We need to talk. About what? Regardless, she took a seat right next to me. I noticed how her cheeks began to turn pink. We are friends, right? I asked, feeling a bit nervous for some reason. I had tons of friends at the shelter, right? Yet. I mean, yes. Sure. She muttered at first with an almost disappointed expression that turned frantic when she directed her gaze back at me. We are friends, of course we are. Haha. Yeah, I have friends. Of course I have. And friends share secrets, right? I timidly asked, scratching the back of my head. You can tell me anything you want, Gur, I'll keep the secret, Manamai said, putting a hand on her chest which was starting to develop. Not important. I sighed again. I wanted something to drink, a glass of water would be nice. Things are not going so well at the shelter. I finally let out. What? The red-haired girl asked me while looking at me, confused. Why? What do you mean? Did something happen? Well, for starters, the crops I've planted and keep maintaining from time to time are giving me less and less vegetables each harvest. It was a steady decline, but even I could notice the moment it would run out and the only source of food would be gone unless I planted more and took care of it. The funds we used to have are slowly disappearing as days go by, and the people at the shelter want to help but I can't let them go out. I ran my hand through my white locks, then directed my gaze back to Manamai, who looked concerned. You're the only person that knows what's happening, I revealed as I put my hands behind, closer to my rear, changing my seating position. If things go as they are, I don't think we could survive another year. Manamai blinked a few times, then she spoke. Why can't people at the shelter go out? She asked, putting one of her fingers to her chin. You know why, I said, my smile drooping slightly until it disappeared. I don't want anything to happen to them. But they don't want that, do they? No. Salt told me everyone in the shelter wants to get out, I mentioned as my expression soured at the words of the old man. Why are they so adamant to get out? I'll find a way, I just need time. And money I don't have. They want to go outside for a reason. Manamai gave me a warm smile as she snaked one of her arms and hugged my arm. They want to help you too, Gur. I can fix the problem myself. Sometimes people need help, Gur, she chastised me before smiling again, making my blood rush towards my cheeks. You can't do it all by yourself. I wish I could, I said with a sigh. We remained in silence for a while. I admired her apartment in silence, then went back to looking at her features, her clothes, her che. Her expensive computer. I noticed she had been looking at my face for a while too. What's up with that? Manamai. Yes, Gur. Do you think I'm doing the right thing by not wanting to let them go? Oh Gur. I think you should let them out and do what they're asking you, I heard her say, my eyes widened. They have the right to choose if they want to stay with you or go out and work, don't they? But if they know the risks and still decide to go out, you don't have the power to stop them. At my curled eyebrow she waved her free hand. We're not talking physically. A memory resurfaced of me asking people to join the shelter only for them to refuse and live by themselves even though the winter was approaching. Why? Why are people like this? I sighed. I felt drained already. Manamai. I asked again, she hadn't really stopped staring at me the entire time. Do you think I'm doing a good job as a hero? Of course you do, Gur. If it weren't for you I would be dead, she told me as she told me one more time how I saved her life and the moment she saw me change into my costume and changed her life forever. I smiled. What a cute friend I have. My friend. I pulled my arm out from Manamai's embrace and hugged her with my left arm instead. She began to stutter her words as she kept retelling her story. I decided to stay for a while longer before doing my nightly patrol as Smiley. I guess I wanted to hear the story again. I jumped from building to building in my less than stellar hero costume, the one I used whenever I went with Pop Step and the old man to the streets, an old hoodie, a mask that covered my mouth, hakama pants and worn down shoes. I was basically dressed in my civilian clothes with a half mask. The fact that heroes or cops hadn't recognized me on the streets yet was insane. Kazuho contacted Manamai and told me she wasn't able to come, apparently she was stuck with homework because she didn't get entrance exams. It had been a few days since she slapped me, and things were going back to normal for the most part, but I guessed I should apologize, even though I didn't know exactly why. Maybe she just doesn't like clones? Run. A villain run. Run. Ah. Immediately I dropped to the street as soon as I heard the screams of civilians below me. People were running away from an octopus-like quirk user with 6 arms and powerful legs as he began to destroy everything on his path. I took a few pellets from my hoodie and threw them at great speeds towards the quirk user's face. It seemed that it only made him annoyed because he began to run in my direction. I jumped away from him, one of his fists impacted where I was and a crater of the size of his fist was formed. I kept jumping away from him while telling people to run away or hide. I grabbed another pellet and threw it with more strength. This time the impact was more powerful but it only pissed him off. At the time we're going I'm going to run out of pellets before I can reach the strength necessary to knock him out. I thought, evading another fast-coming fists then jumping over him and planting a kick on his face, staggering him a little. I don't want to kill him either. Annoyed, the quirk user began to punch concrete and then throw his own projectiles at me. Without blinking, I caught every single one in the air and threw them back at him, trying to equal his own strength. They all exploded at contact. The quirk user staggered but began to run towards my direction with more vigor. What a chore, I muttered, speeding up and doing acrobatics to evade more of his punches. While doing somersaults and getting close to the ground, I plucked out concrete pellets of my own that I kept throwing out while slightly increasing my strength. Worst part of the whole ordeal is that I couldn't goof around like I normally did whenever I went out as Smiley. He threw more projectiles that went past me as I caught one that was going directly to a few girls that were cowering against a wall. Before he could come to our direction, I jumped to the side to the middle of the street and threw it back at its face. I ran ahead, alerting more people to get out and run, just in time to see a familiar face get out from a destroyed sliding door. Eraserhead. Ugh, not this guy again, I thought as I took more pellets from my hoodie, 4 more if I was correct. Isn't he the hooded hobo? One of the people besides Eraserhead that got out of the store said. He looked exactly to the man at his side, probably brothers. I think I've seen him around. The black-haired hero said as he looked at me with a hardened expression. Aren't you? Look out. I pushed the hero to the side just in time for the quirk user to punch where we were. I jumped back and picked one of the pellets and threw it with more force than before. The octopus-like face was turned back by the blow, but it seemed it wasn't enough to take him out completely. TCH, we'll talk later, Eraserhead said before running to the quirk user. It seemed something went wrong because the black-haired hero tried to hold the quirk user with his scarf while using his quirk, only for the octopus-like scoundrel to pick his scarf and throw a punch that was coming directly to the hero's face. Before I could run to him, the hero evaded every single attack and began to jump from place to place, entangling the arms of the quirk user until all his arms were behind his back, trapping him. It didn't seem to last for long, because 2 arms began to form his torso and punch Eraserhead against a wall. Air rushed to my lungs as I dropped my pellets. They began to fall in slow motion as I ran past them, past the other 2 people that left the store with Eraserhead, towards the slowly, almost unmoving quirk user. I positioned myself and began to move my hands at high speeds. I moved every single fist coming towards us through water flow until they were all aiming at the face of the quirk user. Then I prepared myself to deliver the last blow. And exhaled. My fist met the stomach of the octopus dude with great force, almost forgetting to hold back at the same time his fists punched his face. Spit mixed with blood flew from the mouth of the quirk user. He took a few steps back before dropping to the floor. Alive, hopefully. Whoa. Did you see that? One of the brothers said. And we almost got to use it to help him. Hey, are you okay? I asked Eraserhead without taking my eyes away from the quirk user on the ground, who was still breathing but at uneven pace, probably still awake but too weakened to move, or at least I hoped. Before the hero could respond, I felt the octopus-like man on the ground throw a rock at my face. I grabbed it in mid-air and threw it with more strength than before. The rock impacted the quirk user's temple, then he collapsed completely. You, said the black-haired hero behind me. I turned back just in time to see the man approach me while he bandaged his arm with his scarf. He narrowed his eyes. Eraser. That was legit self-defense. One of the brothers said, jumping on my defense. Yeah dude, not everyone that uses their quirk is a villain. Said the other one as they approached us. As they came in close contact, I could swear I smelled trigger for some reason, but it was a faint mix, like a watered-down version of it, but then again I could have been wrong and the saturated smell of trigger from the downed quirk user is probably messing with my senses. TCH, I never said he was a villain, but the way he moved reminded me of someone, that's all, Eraserhead spoke. My gaze lingered on his bloodshot eyes, then his facial expression, he was frowning. I've been searching for you for a while now, I have a few questions to ask you and I need you to make a statement for the police. Am I being detained? I asked, my worry for the hero, gone. These kinds of interactions were why I liked to go out as Smiley and have my fun while I saved people, others took care of the rest such as calling the police for detainment or an ambulance, speaking of which. Shouldn't we be calling an ambulance for our friend over there? You're not being detained, but that doesn't. So that means that I am free to leave. Not yet, the black-haired man said before directing his gaze towards the 2 brothers. Hey, you 2. Call an ambulance and the authorities. How about we start with thanks for helping me hobo? What he said. Stop calling me hobo. At this point being called the hood was a better option than whatever these people were calling me. As Eraserhead kept getting interrupted by the 2 brothers like they knew each other, I returned my visage to the downed quirk user who hasn't moved since I shot him down. Good. That was what? 30? 40%. I thought, trying to decipher the output I used against the octopus man. It was really hard to tell. I directed my gaze back to Eraserhead. As soon as the ambulance gets here I'm leaving. Feeling a presence looking directly at my back, I rapidly turned my head back towards an alleyway just to see a person move at an incredible speed and disappear further into the alley. How very interesting, said a shadowy figure as he replayed what he saw in his mind. Little hobo can surely move. A pity, he thought. I might not have enough time to get a sample for the boss, not with Eraserhead and Hobo around. Can't have myself captured now, can I? He began to make his way through alleyways towards his apartment with the intention of training his body. The fact that he barely saw Hobo move before the octopus villain was defeated sent shivers down his spine. As he approached his home, there was one thing plaguing the man's thoughts. I wonder who's the fastest one? He asked himself. A predatory smile was plastered all over his face. What? Squawked the girl known as Popstep. They wanted someone to accompany them to a mixer or something, so I agreed, Gur said as he looked between his clean clothes. Most of them looked old, with some tears here and there. To Kazuho, most of them looked like they deserved to be thrown into the trash, but considering Gura's actual monetary situation, he didn't really have money for new clothes, so the pink-haired girl kept quiet. Humph, why are you even going? Why not send a clone instead? She asked with a huff, her cheeks coloring slightly. Normally you would be correct, I would send a clone and just concentrate on doing hero work, but today is different, he said, finally picking a shirt that was stitched together in certain places, and looked kind of stylish, especially combined with the pants Gur was wearing. What's so different about it? They were offering me free food, said the white-haired teen as he gave her thumbs up, much to Kazuho's dismay. What kind of idiot accepts going to a mixer just for the food? She muttered while looking to the side. Gur just blinked at her comment. Without much thought, the teen stood up and took off his hoodie and shirt and put the new t-shirt on. What kind of moron undress in front of ALA? She screamed, sporting a blush on her face, only for her speech to die at the last second as she noticed with muted horror the white-haired boy's scars around his entire body. She was used to the scars on his face and hands, having seen them before, but she never had seen them all. It was as if wild animals maimed his body all over. The teen of her affection just stared at her for a while before scratching the back of his head. Sorry about that, I'm used to doing it at the shelter all the time, but I forgot this is the first time I've done it in front of you, he said while sporting an apologetic expression, something that made her frown as she walked to him and took his hand. He let her, but curled a brow in response. What are you doing? What happened to you, Gur? She asked as she stared at his hand with marks around the knuckles, then his arms which were filled with healed gashes and tears. Oh. You meant my scars. As he stared at them and then back to her. I got them through my training. They aren't pretty, but they're proof of my strength. Kazuho Hanyama only stared at him with concern. How can a person be so nonchalant about being scarred for life? Anyway, I gotta go before they decide to ditch me and eat everything by themselves, he said, taking his hand away from her grasp. She decided to follow him as she saw him go through the door of the warehouse. I'm Gur. I said plainly, being the last one to introduce myself while I held a glass of cold water with ice cubes on it. Why water? Because it was the only thing free on the menu. I decided to come in a hoodie after seeing Popstep's reaction to my scars. It didn't win me any points with the black-haired woman in front of me, especially because the hoodie in question was the one with stitches and a few tears that Jin wasn't able to fix yet. My eyes roamed the girls that came to meet us at the bar. My eyes narrowed as I took a sip from my drink. As soon as I took a seat next to the band members, I noticed three familiar and distinctive scents coming from the three ladies that were in front of me. That's Kazuho, right? She smells just like her, I thought as my gaze zeroed in on the girl that was seated on the other end of the table. She had black hair and was dressed in a pink skirt and a yellow sweater. Is she her sister? Does she use the same conditioner? This is going to bother me the whole night. Then my gaze shifted to the other two girls next to the Popstep-smelling girl. More importantly, the lady next to her smells just like the smelly hero Midnight, I think her name was. I grabbed my chopsticks again and took a gyoza and ate it in one bite. My eyes then landed on the last girl, who had bangs that obscured her eyes. She was holding her drink with both hands. She's clean, but her purse is a different story. That smell was unmistakable. After I had close encounters with it, I knew straight away that scent. She had trigger on her purse. I took another gyoza and devoured it without leaving my eyes from the girl with the bangs as she talked with the girl that smelled like Kazuho. From what I could hear, she was pretty close to the dark-haired woman in front of me, who was looking at me with what appeared to be annoyance as she drank her beer. My eyes shifted from the girl with bangs to the woman of black hair who stood up as she muttered she was going to the bathroom to puke. But before she could even take a few steps, she fell down. Without thinking, I came to her aid, only for her to puke all over my hoodie. I tried not to sigh. Of course. Hey, are you okay? I heard myself say as I tried to remain polite. The putrid smell of barf was assaulting my sensitive nostrils, giving me a hard time to keep me composed. Help her lie down, put a pillow on her head, said the woman who smelled like midnight, followed by the girl that smelled like pop step. I'll get help from the staff. Dude, what about the puke on your hoodie? The bass player of the band asked me. I'm throwing it in the trash as soon as I'm out of here. Don't worry, more importantly, I answered before my eyes landed back to the woman who puked on one of my only hoodies. I guess that was what I get for helping people. Take it easy, please lie down. As I helped the girl into the pillow I was using as a seat, I began to take off my hoodie. Goor, don't. I heard the girl who smelled like Kazuho say, my eyes darting immediately towards her, as soon as my name left her mouth. She memorized my name that quickly? I thought she was more interested in the girl with bangs instead of me. More importantly, why would she be so concerned about me taking my hoodie off? Whoa. Dude. Holy shit. As I noticed everyone staring at me in various expressions of concern and horror, it finally dawned on me that taking off my hoodie was a mistake. But before I could say something about it, the girl with bangs ran towards me and took my hoodie off my hands and ran off, much to the surprise of everyone. Well, that's a way to take the attention away from me. This is somehow worse. Now I wish they were concerned about my scars instead. Those were my thoughts as I sat in the middle of the table as the girl who smelled like Kazuho was seated at my side, while the woman who puked on me was seated on my other side, and lastly the woman who smelled like midnight was behind me talking some nonsense. The worst part of all, they were all talking to me at the same time. This is what I get for not sending a clone. I took a sip from what was left of my water as the girls kept talking and talking and talking like there was no tomorrow. Their previous concern for my appearance, gone. I tsked in annoyance, wondering where the girl with bangs ran off to with my hoodie. She took her purse with her, so that means I couldn't just steal it. If it weren't for this nonsense, everything would be over and I could go home. Just as I was to say something, the smell of trigger began to approach our private stall, only for a girl who looked completely different to the girl with bangs but smelled extremely similar, entered our stall. Her bangs were moved to the side making her eyes visible and she had red lipstick on her lips. It turned out, she was the same girl that ran off with my hoodie, which was nowhere in sight. She made a beeline towards us and seated between the woman who barfed on me and began to talk to me. But this was better than I anticipated. Because I pinpointed the smell of trigger on her, and it was in her right pocket, the one that was closer to me. I inhaled and the world began to slow down. Everyone began still until they weren't moving at all. My hand moved slowly towards the pocket of the girl who had bangs and took away a small tube containing the drug. It wasn't the first time I've seen it, but there was something different about it. No time to examine, I'm running out of time. I hid the tube under the table between my legs and I exhaled. The world went back to normal. It was at that moment that the girl that smelled like pop step approached the woman who smelled like midnight and pushed off of the stall/room we were staying at and began to talk. Thing was, I could hear them even with the noise of the two girls who were talking to me and the band members talking among themselves. What I heard was a little revealing. So I was right to identify the woman as Midnight. If she can arrest someone, she must have the authority to do so. Unless she's an undercover policewoman who smells just like her. I thought as I directed my chopsticks towards the last gyoza and ate it. And why are they talking about making moves on someone now? Just as they returned, a server came to our private room holding a round of beers and drinks. Just as I suspected, the girl who had bangs made way towards the server and told him she would take care of serving the drinks. As she put the table holding the beers on the floor, I noticed she tried to fetch the tube containing the drug, only to increasingly get desperate about it when she didn't find it. That's my cue. Looking for this, I said as I showcased the tube for everyone to see. Her head snapped back towards me, her expression morphed into one of horror as I saw me holding what she was searching for. That's mine. That's my medicine, please give it back. She lied, trying to make her way towards me and grab her drug. Only for me to move my hand holding the drug away from her grasp. I've seen this tube a few times before, you know. I told her, making her expression go from desperate to horror. Were you trying to drug us? Was that your aim? Everyone began to mutter as I played with the drug between my hands. Give it back. The girl screamed, her hand flying towards the drug, but before she could get close I crushed the tube on my hand, spilling the contents on the floor. Whoops, I said, not really apologetic about my action as I stared at the girl with contempt. Now, you're going to respond a few questions before I call the police, and you better not run off, because if you do, that's enough. My eyes widened as I heard the woman who smelled like midnight say. I slowly turned my eyes to her, who was now undressing, only for my nostrils to flare at the potent smell that came from her. Hey there boys, please look at me. My eyelids dropped, as I tried to stay awake, but it was useless. My head landed against the table and I could only see black. They tried to ask me questions but I left as soon as I could. I explained to Popstep, who was drinking cold water from the cooler at the stall as I prepared a soup for everyone to enjoy with as little ingredients as I could. How can you get caught in so many disasters by yourself? Kazuho said between sips, showing what appeared to be some concern in her eyes. I guess it is part of the job, I drawled, cutting vegetables into the soup, then adding meat bones I took from the freezer from the shelter. Regardless of that, what did you think of the mixer? Did you have fun before everything went haywire? The pink-haired girl asked while looking into my eyes. I hated every second of it, I said without taking my eyes away from the soup as I stirred it up from time to time. The food was bland, they tried to charge me for the drink I didn't order and the girls there were all talking to me at the same time, it was a mess. You hated everything? Wasn't there a charming and respectable girl from the bunch? I heard Kazuho ask as I went back to the cutting board and began to cut the coriander to put on the soup. Now that I think about it. They were all annoying, I simply said, adding the coriander to the soup and letting it on low heat. I directed my gaze towards Popstep who looked like something was bothering her. By the way, do you happen to have a sister of black hair? One of the girls there smelled just like you. Her expression turned into one of rage. Why are you smelling ladies, you pervert? It's just as I thought. They're trying to deduce possible candidates to be bioengineered into villains. Shota Aizawa said as he sat across the detective Tsukachi. As more information came to life, more pieces of the puzzle got revealed for him to piece together. It's been a few weeks of back and forth with the detective as more and more information about Trigger was revealed. It was almost nostalgic how his initial contact came from Smiley of all people, a vigilante concerned about villains of all people after defeating. The mere thought of halting his pursuit for the vigilante over the investigation of the drug gave a bad taste in his mouth, but at the end of the day it wasn't like anyone was going to help him catch him, not after the last time he tried. Aizawa took a sip from his coffee as he ignored whenever the Hada brothers chimed in on the conversation. They were two annoying characters he met before in the search of the drug route who ended up being two guys who made their own mix for personal use. Their store of operations was used as their met-ups with the detective. Mass-producing villains, yes. That's why the name Villain Factory. The detective regardless responded to one of the comments from the brothers about someone stepping in after the incident in Osaka, something the detective was involved in. Going by the testimony of our suspect in the mixer, the one distributing the new trigger we managed to get a small sample off, was the same as the man who destroyed the evidence of the crab root in Osaka. The guy with the acceleration quirk. Shota hummed at the mention of the individual. Someone who was capable of moving at high speeds without anyone noticing. It somehow reminded him of that kid who moved to save him the other day. He couldn't even have the time to say 2 words before he vanished at high speeds in front of him. Was him the culprit? Or maybe someone else with a similar quirk? He has seen the vigilante before, but to his knowledge he would only use projectiles at his disposal instead of moving at high speed and using strength beyond human standards. Was he another experiment? That's way too many questions for him to answer without a proper investigation. The hero known as Eraserhead fetched a cigarette from a pack he held in one of his pockets and lit it up. He took a long drag as they kept talking about a possible Asian market distributing the drug to Japan. He wondered if he could truly do a dent to what was behind it all after the last encounter with a bioengineered villain. I found myself once again accompanying Kazuho. She asked me to come so we could have some fun together, so I agreed. My clones on the other hand took care of the shelter and the streets. As the months passed by, without me noticing I found myself at the beginning of a Christmas party organized by Captain Celebrity's manager. It was not a surprise that I didn't even know what day it was. It has been so long since the last time he experienced Christmas. After training my ass off, took the mantle of a hero and made sure to help at the shelter, I never experienced the days like normal people in my life ever again. The only reason I know seasons are passing is because of Kazuho or Manamai at this point. I made my way towards the pink-haired girl and helped reach the place she was trying to put the decorations on. I smiled as I helped Popstep. I'm glad she's no longer mad at me, even though it's a little weird she keeps asking me if I was a clone every time we meet. Pizza's here. One of the idols from the group said as a delivery man holding onto 3 boxes walked in. What's up guys? Said Popstep's fans, Ichi and Yubei followed by the band members, walking in while holding food in packages and gifts. It wasn't long until the store manager made his way in to give everyone their Christmas gifts, probably some coupon I won't be able to use. Merry Christmas! Everyone exclaimed as they used their party poppers, much to Kazuho's dismay as she covered her ears. Holding onto a cup of soda my eyes roamed the room. People were talking among themselves while having a good time. They were eating pizza and drinking soda or tea. The store manager who was dressed as Santa was giving gift cards to everyone. The band members were talking with the dancers. Captain Celebrity was playing with the 3 singer little girls, juggling with the 3 of them as they all squealed in delight. The lead singer and the lead dancer were on the balcony while looking at the stars. And Kazuho. Kazuho was by my side as we quietly took turns to drink from our drinks. At that moment, it dawned on me that I didn't really like parties. I barely know the people here, if they introduced themselves to me it probably was to a clone. So all those experiences with them I didn't really have them for me to walk in and strike a conversation. Ugh. I wish I hadn't come at all. Before I could even attempt to ditch the party, I heard the pink-haired girl speak. Gur, are you having fun? Our eyes met. I wanted to tell her. I wanted to say I wasn't having a good time. I wanted to tell her that I'd rather be with my people at home or doing a patrol as the Hood or Smiley than being here. But I couldn't say that to her face, after accepting her invitation. So I lied. It's pleasant to see everyone having a good time, I said, shifting my gaze back to the people around us as they were preoccupied in their own worlds. I'm glad I came. Really? Yet. You don't seem like it, she said, while taking another sip from her drink. Our eyes met again, this time she was frowning, but there was a hint of something else. Maybe worry? There was an awkward silence between us before I broke eye contact and just spilled the truth. I think I don't like parties, I said while trying to remember the last time I or he was at a party. Which was none. It feels like I don't know anyone here. Like I don't belong. Oh Gur. The girl voiced, but I refused to stare at her. That was before I felt her hand hold onto mine. You know me. That's enough, right? I think so, I nodded at that logic. She was probably right. Then my gaze landed once more on our hands. Quick question, why are you holding my hand? That's because my hands were getting cold and wanted you to heat them up. She stammered, looking to the side. Pink dust covered her cheeks. Oh, that makes sense, I told her before taking a sip from my drink. Once it got dark I was standing outside with Popstep, Captain Celebrity, her managers, and the trio of little girls who were about to go on a taxi back home. Hearing some banter between the manager and CC was a little cathartic, especially because the hero has problems with words. No wonder people misunderstood him often. I saw them go with a smile, only to frown as my ears picked something coming from behind us. I looked back just in time for a large beast-like quirk user with large wings to pass through and go directly for the taxi. A villain. It's going for the taxi. Captain. I screamed, before kicking the ground 30 times in less than a second at the same time as the hero took flight. I landed on the roof of the taxi and kicked the beast away. Just before it lit up. Captain arrived in time as I felt something catch me and brought me closer. Then everything went white as the beast-like quirk user exploded. I felt myself fall as I noticed Captain Celebrity holding onto my hoodie while his other hands held tightly the trio of girls. He was severely wounded while I found myself spotless. Before hitting the ground I broke the fall by holding onto Captain so his back wouldn't be the first thing that touched the asphalt. Is everyone alright? You three, are you okay? I hope not. Captain Celebrity said as he fussed over us once we were on the ground, more importantly the trio of girls that wailed at their almost doom. That should be my line, I asked as I took a seat on the floor next to him. You took the explosion head on, are you alright? Before he could respond Popstep jumped forwards and landed a few steps away from us. Gur. Are you okay? Her voice was drowned out by the voice of people who were nearby or got out of their homes when they heard the commotion. What was that blast? Hey! Is that Captain Celebrity? C.CS hurt. People began to take photos of us, without our consent, so I stood up and made my way towards Kazuho. I'll thank Captain properly for saving my life there. Once I trained so that small mistake doesn't happen again. How very interesting, a dark figure muttered as he watched his phone containing the specs of the creature that almost killed Captain Celebrity and Hobo. It almost took Hobo too, I wonder if he would have survived the explosion by himself. Flight and explosion, a very nasty combination. It was strong enough to make a dent on Captain Celebrity, the figure said, before smiling again. Then again, it only scratched him, he seemed to put a barrier around the kids and Hobo, leaving him defenseless. The figure's smile became predatory as a scar appeared to glow on his face. That barrier is the key to his defense. He's only human after all. This gives me plenty to work with. He pocketed the device and looked at the people fussing over the hero. Let's say, what if I release more than one of those bombers? Would he survive? Issue number 20, The Sky Egg. I grunted slightly as I lifted the biggest rock I could find in the air. If I had to compare it, it would be as big as a small house. After that quirk beast took me by surprise I went back to training immediately, it was an eye-opener. But there was a problem whenever I trained. There was a wall I would push and push but it only moved ever so slightly. While my breathing exercises would improve, the rest of my physical capabilities would improve at a snail pace. It was almost infuriating. I could develop new techniques and improve the martial arts I knew, but they would depend on my raw strength. I felt like I needed new equipment or I wouldn't be able to progress. Not unless I found bigger rocks for me to lift and run around with. The sounds of explosions coming from the distance alerted me of my clone approaching. It had been a while since the last time I fought one, and what a good time one of them decided to drop by. I was starting to think of Popstep's reunion with her teammates and CC went haywire again like last time. I decided to send a clone for protection this time around. Mostly to serve as a disposable bodyguard. I had to make sure I notified her beforehand just so she wouldn't get mad at me. At least there she was a little more understanding than last time. My clone landed behind me as I kept my hold onto the rock, sweat began to run down from my brow. He whistled in amazement. That's one huge rock, he stated the obvious, approaching me while holding onto a piece of paper. How's the training going? Slow, there's not much progress when I train alone, I said, letting the rock fall to the ground at my side, generating small dust clouds. Anything to report? Is Pop okay? She's good, don't worry. More importantly, we have some news, I nodded, crossing my eyes as I listened to my clone. Captain Celebrity is going back to America in a month or so, depending on how much time it takes for them to be ready, they're going to throw him a party at the, let's see. He brought up the paper to his face and read it out loud. The Sky Egg. They're going to perform there and try to get a bunch of heroes so they can perform as well, my clone said before folding the paper and pocketing it. We know the place. It's the big tower in Tokyo with the word Sky Egg written on it. I guess I'm going, if only for Pop's sake, she was sad the last time I didn't see her show. I finally spoke, cleaning the sweat off my head with the back of my hand. Anything else? There's going to be some practice sessions for the team, so Pop is going to be busy for a while. Does she need someone to protect her? She told me it wasn't necessary. I'll drop by from time to time just to be sure. There was a small silence as I walked towards a towel I had hanging around a tree branch and used it to clean my face and hands. Orders? Inquired my clone, looking at me for indications or dismissal. I need more training, so you're going to be my training buddy for today, I said, walking to the center of the small clearing. I moved my hands from behind my back to the front, adopting the water flow interception position. Don't hold back. What's allowed? He asked as he took the same position as me, a serious expression was plastered over his face. Go for the kill. As soon as I inhaled, he kicked the ground 50 times in less than a second, cracking the terrain in the process. He was right in front of me, his fist moving towards my face at the same pace as I would normally do, if not for the fact that I was now faster than my clone. My hand shot forward and parried the fist, only to realize his other hand was moving in circular motion at the same time. Whirlwind storm. My hand shot forward and with more force than I've done before I parried the attack upwards. I felt my arm rattle as small cuts began to slowly appear around it. I kicked the ground at the same speed as my clone in one direction and then exhaled. My ears flared as my perfect copy inhaled before he disappeared. On instinct my hands flew and began to parry high-speed fists, but it was almost useless as 20 punches went past my defenses and struck true to my chest, face, abdomen, arms, and pelvis, almost throwing me away, but I remained there, standing as the ground beneath me broke down. It hurt. But not as badly as before, when I first tried it when I began training with clones. Iron Body became a staple of how much damage my body could take, even while moving. As we continued to exchange fists against each other while using everything at our disposal, I grinned. It was like a small fire was lit inside my stomach. There was no better sensation than fighting impossible odds, even if it was against a version of myself. Coor. Long time no see. I heard a voice coming from my back as I felt the hero who has been my running partner for a long time, Ingenium. I wasn't surprised by his sudden appearance, considering I could smell him before he decided to approach me. How's everything going at the shelter? There was a pause, the only sound being our feel touching the ground while running at great speeds and the propulsions that came from the hero's elbows. We're getting low on funds, but we can manage, I revealed, not like the hero would do anything about it at this point. It has been a year since I decided to trust the hero at my side enough to talk about the shelter, about how my training was going and the food stand. But that didn't mean I would share everything that was going on behind closed curtains. Our talks took a load off my shoulders that I didn't know I had. So it wasn't a surprise I kept talking with the hero whenever we met. The hero would give his input or help however he could on the matter. So it was better to let him know about the shelter's situation and see what he had to say. Low on funds, hey? He asked, looking to the sky like he was lost in thought but kept up with me as we ran through the streets of Narahata. How did you manage to get funds before they started to dwindle? Stole them from heroes and civilians. Sometimes from villains. The guys on the shelter would go out and gather funds by themselves and share it so we could survive, I said, feeling some sort of nostalgia at the early days in which Salt and I would bring money to the table so the kids would eat. Like a family would. I see, Ingenium replied. And your shelter is not funded by any organization or the government, correct? Where is this going? I asked, shifting my gaze towards the man by my side. I believe you already know the shelter is not a legit place. That guy that you keep sending to our stand is not really suited for stealth, you know. Koichi can be a handful sometimes. I'm sorry if he has given you trouble, he responded while sporting a sheepish expression. Well. Oh, right, my expression became stoic as I tried not to sigh at the hero's forgetfulness. Have you ever sought a sponsor or an organization that could support the shelter? A sponsorship? We don't want to get involved in legal affairs. It would be too controlling, I said, knowing full well how hypocritical I sounded. People at the shelter, they like their freedom, but recently, they don't want to go outside because of what happened a year ago. I lied, still on the fence if I should let them go. The warehouse incident. The hero said with a grimace but hid it immediately, then directed his eyes to me. I apologize for touching the subject. It's fine. We moved on, I lied again, knowing Jin and Daisuke's situation, not even counting mine. We still miss her. There was another awkward silence. Until Ingenium spoke again. Sorry if I ask, but if they want to stay inside, my left eye twitched. I didn't like where the conversation was going. Why do you want to go out? I stayed quiet for a few seconds, then I answered. I'm training to be a hero, I want to protect them in any way I can. Tensei smiled. That's very commendable, Gur, said the hero as we started to stop little by little once the end of the street was in sight. Once we stopped near a vending machine, the hero set his sight on me. But I think you gotta convince them they don't need to be afraid, they don't need to hide forever. But it's a hero's job to let people know they're safe, even when the odds are stacked against them, he said, putting his hand on my shoulder while looking directly into my eyes. You're doing a great job, Gur. I know you can do it. I stayed stunned as the hero smiled and went to the vending machine and got 2 drinks for us. Here, nice run there, you're improving, Gur. At the pace you're going I'll be out of job soon, haha. The hero laughed before taking a big gulp from his canned treat. I looked at mine for a few seconds before opening it, and drinking it all, enjoying the sweet taste of orange juice. That reminds me. I'm invited to an event at the Sky Egg in Tokyo as a hero and they gave me tickets for my family and friends, the hero known as Ingenium said to me as he took one ticket from his pocket and showed it to me. Do you want one? Tensei Ida watched the teen run away to the same direction he came from. It seemed he didn't want to stay too far away from the shelter. In the end the teen declined his offer to go, apparently he was a friend of one of the dancers so he's going to be backstage. He hoped the teen known as Gur wasn't lying to him just to get off of his offer, or he would be really sad. His hand found his chin and began to rub it. A shelter who had a food stand, with no aid or sponsors to keep it afloat was a spell for disaster. It won't be long before they run out of resources, especially if what Gur said was true and they were afraid to get out. They needed aid, and stat. But what would Gur say? Would he decline any offer he could provide? Tensei mulled over as he took another sip from his can of coffee. The teen wasn't a fan of gestures, that was for sure, but he enjoyed the tips Koichi would give him, even though he would complain of losing his wallet a few times. So what if he started from the bottom and went to the food stand and ate there from time to time, maybe add part of his team, so the funds could flow in without Gur noticing. Once he had his foot on the door, he could give him a better offer. Let's say, a sponsorship from Team Idaten. Aizawa sighed again as his arm was held by the undercover cop Kaneko who came from Osaka with the hero Fat Gum. Half a month ago they got info from an anonymous but credible source about clients from Hong Kong that matched some of the local villains of Narahata and drug importers, which they were tied to or had access to in some way to Onamura Pharmacorp, a mid-sized pharmaceutical company that could in theory be the villain factory or a front to it. The police were working in tandem with other bureaus to monitor the comings and goings of the people connected to the pharma and the 3 of them, Aizawa, Kaneko and Fat Gum were going to make contact with them. Kanishiki or Kaneko was a police officer who was on the trails of the drug for a while and came from Osaka to team up. While Kaneko did the talking during the investigation, Aizawa would be the fighter who would jump to protect her if something went haywire in case Fat Gum took too long to get there. It was a good plan, if not for the fact that Shota had to dress in ridiculous outfits to fit in during the investigation. It didn't help that it's been a while since the start of the investigation and so far he's gone through some embarrassing attire that would make him the laughingstock to his hero colleagues. If Nemuri saw him, he would never hear the end of it. Today was a little different. Today they were out as a couple while following their target. Kaneko was sporting some lovey-dovey stuff while he remained silent and from time to time gave a stoic response. Then he saw him. Looking up he saw hooded hobo jump from building to building while looking down, probably in search of villains. A frown appeared on his face as a few people pointed in awe. He could cancel his quirk mid-air for questioning, he has the resources and the investigation team to back him up, but decided against it. If he truly was in on the drug trade they would eventually cross paths again. So Aizawa kept walking with Kaneko as if nothing ever happened. I tried not to zone out as I watched everyone get ready for the show they were preparing for Captain Celebrity's goodbye. There were a lot of heroes in the room, a few were checking their equipment while others were applying their makeup. I stayed close to a wall as I tried to pinpoint Kazuho's location, it seemed she was getting her hair done by a hairdresser. So many heroes in one room, a few of them I've met before too. I thought, setting my eyes on Janice of all people, who was talking with another hero who wore ninja clothes of all things. Then my eyes went to Midnight, who was applying her makeup in one of the mirrors. The smelly old lady Midnight is here too. I recognized the guy who kept appearing in my food stand. He was talking with Ingenium, I could hear them from my position. They were supposed to jump through hoops and flames at the same time. My eyes then landed on two pairs of big fluffy ears from the crowd of people. Gah, she's here as well, I thought with a grimace. Come to think about it, if all of them came to me at the same time, would I be able to fend them off? It almost made me wonder if All Might was going to come as well, and how strong he truly was. Would I be able to put a dent on the best Japan has to offer? I closed my eyes, only to open them as I felt a gaze on me. I identified it immediately, it was from a green-haired woman who was dressed in a yellow, cat-themed costume. She was staring straight at me with an unreadable expression, then went back to talking to her teammates who were dressed just like her. A chill ran down through my spine. That feeling. The unnerving feeling of someone dissecting you with just a look. It felt familiar. Why did it feel familiar? After that feeling went away, I found myself watching the actual show from the sidelines backstage with a few others. For anyone else it would be an incredible experience to be able to see so many heroes in one place while they showcased their birth-given powers. But to me, it felt tacky, cheap, and unfair. I sighed. Don't let it get to you, I thought to myself as I saw Captain Celebrity make his appearance, followed by Pop Step and the team of cheerleaders singing and dancing. My eyes stayed on Pop as she jumped high in the air. I definitely didn't see anything under her skirt. He finished his introduction by taking the trio of girls he saved a month ago and juggled them in the air, before descending while they stood on each hand and shoulder. If it wasn't for the fact that he saved my life, I would find his introduction really tacky just like every other hero so far. As soon as Captain Celebrity showcased a photo of his newborn child I lost all interest in the show. The combined voices of people and the constant smells messed up with my senses. I needed to get out of here, and stat. Without much fanfare I walked towards the exit and made my way towards the observation deck with the intention of just passing the time before I got back. If I ever get back. My eyes landed on the duffel bag I brought with me, and there was my smiley costume. I decided to bring it just in case something happened on the streets. Manami has been sending more calls to my clones than me when I told her I needed time to train. But today I felt great, like I could take the world by myself. I went as far as I could, then I took a seat in one of the stools lined up to see the view. My lips tugged upwards as I heard a woman scream through the audio, apparently CC did another stupid thing and got himself in trouble with his wife again. I winced as my sensitive ears picked the scream of the woman as Captain revealed the number of people who saw a photo of her. I held my laugh. I guessed I was going to miss this man. It reminded me of the first time I saw him on TV with disdain. And now he's going back home. How time flies. My hand went towards my duffel bag and got my earpiece. I sent a signal hoping for Manami to return it, only to hear nothing. She must have been busy, I thought, before putting the earpiece back to where I got it from. That or she's ignoring my signals, she probably still thinks I'm in the forest. Before I could decide if I should go back or not to see the rest of Pop Step's cheerleading, my nose flared as the scent of Captain Celebrity approached the observation deck. He was talking to his wife. I was far away from him, so he won't be able to see me from that distance. Dude needed some privacy, it was too bad that I could hear everything he said. I guess I can stay for a minute or two. Shota Aizawa sighed as he read a novel while Fat Gum and Kaneko went back and forth about becoming a trio act for the event of Captain Celebrity, to which they were in fact not going. Too bad they were just about to bust the Onamura Pharma Corp. It seemed the info they got was correct and this was the place they were searching for, the villain factory. He pocketed the small novel as soon as they got confirmation from the other officers that were in position to storm the place. Putting his goggles on, he directed his gaze towards Kaneko, who got out of the van and went directly to the front door. As soon as the doors of the building opened, every single one of them ran towards the opening. Move. 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 Aizawa ran past a few officers who were arresting people, throwing them to the ground or showing their badge before putting cuffs on them. They got to the top floor into a large room where they found a large panda eating bamboo and an elephant, both of them standing on two legs, towering over them. The place was filled to the brim with big tubes with bioengineered villains in them. Before any of them could react, Aizawa and Fat Gum jumped in and brought those giants to the ground, only to widen their eyes at the sight of a huge villain. That's the villain that attacked on Christmas. You mean it's going to explode? Not if I say something about it, Aizawa said, erasing the quirk of the beast-like villain. Fat Gum, now. As Fat Gum began to pummel the beast to the ground, Shota realized with horror that it wasn't just one of them in the room was filled with them. I can't get them all in my line of sight quickly enough. The bellies of the multiple beasts began to glow. Only for the room to go white. That little invasion took me by surprise, said the shadowy figure dressed as a delivery man as he held onto one of the bomber's legs. He then let go once he lined himself with a truck which was going through the highway in the opposite direction from the facility. I knew they were coming, but this soon? Nope. His face twisted into a smile as he saw the building burn. Didn't give me time to help the researchers escape. Well, that's a good way to make sure hey don't squeal. His smile became more predatory. Such bad timing you guys have. I only had the intention of hurting Captain Celebrity a little for my next experiment, but now that the bomb factory is gone. Well, let's just say C.CS has his work cut out for him, the shadowy figure said as he took a seat on the truck and watched behind his back only to see the sky egg. And what do you know, today is his big day. It had been a few minutes and he was still getting an earful from his wife. As amusing as it was, I guess it was time for me to go back, so I could see the rest of the show, or whatever was left of it. But before I could get up and move I noticed smoke slowly rising through the air. I rose up and immediately went to the window, just to see a building in the distance on fire. Shit, I need to put on the costume, but Captain Celebrity is here, what if he sees me? I thought as I looked in the direction where the hero was speaking to his wife. The more I mulled the subject the more lives would be endangered. My expression became serious and began to strip and put on my costume. I ignored Koichi, the guy that often appeared on my food stand, who approached Captain Celebrity's location and began to talk to him about going back to the stage. Once ready I was about to open a window and jump, only to freeze as I saw flying beasts approaching towards us at high speed. The same beast-like creature that would have blown up in my face if it wasn't for Captain Celebrity's quick thinking. How didn't I notice? Before I could do anything, one of the beasts was upon us and exploded, breaking every single window in the observation deck. I almost flew away from the blast, but that wasn't the case for the guy from the Ingenium's agency, who fell from the tower. Kid! Screamed Captain Celebrity. Immediately I ran at high speeds and dropped down with the intention of catching him, only to see him stuck to one of the poles of the infrastructure while looking down in fright. You okay, kid? Asked Captain Celebrity, giving his attention to the guy stuck to the pole before directing his gaze towards me as I stayed in the air by fast kicks. Why yeah, somehow the intern said, shaking slightly. Giving me a look, before his expression went morphed into one horror. Look out! Another of those things are coming. I turned back my gaze just to see another beast-like quirk user flying towards us. Captain Celebrity flew over and took the blow head-on without much fanfare. These suicide attacks are nothing, I could take them all day. They are going to explode regardless, so it doesn't matter if I kill them, right? I thought as I flew at high speeds while using razor towards one of the beasts. As soon as I saw its belly glow up I struck. Whirlwind storm. The beast separated in circular chunks and began to fall. Look out! I saw another, the biggest of the bunch going directly to the tower. I raced towards it but I was knocked back by the explosion, as it detonated before it could reach the tower, but the damage was already done. If we didn't do something about it, the tower would fall. The sky egg began to tilt, but was immediately held by Captain Celebrity. You sure you can handle that, Captain? I asked, approaching the hero in the air as he tried to stabilize the building. Ha ha ha, this is nothing, Smiley. But it does leave my hands tied. Understood. I'll try to take every single one of them, I said without an ounce of my usual personality for the character of Smiley. Don't do it, kid. I inhaled and the world began to still. I started to kick the air as hard as I could and deliver strikes to destroy the bodies of as many beasts in the air that tried to approach the sky egg. As I exhaled, one passed me by. I threw a storm leg to one of its wings, but it immediately regenerated. But why was it the only one that regenerated and not the ones I struck with whirlwind storm? I saw more flying beasts approaching so I took the decision to leave Cap for a while, just so I could take care of the rest, before we got overwhelmed. I'm sorry Cap. Whirlwind storm, 3. Whirlwind storm, 3 counter. I screamed as I inhaled again. My hands flew at high speeds and the beasts separated in more chunks. Then I flew to another that was aiming for the top of the sky egg and moved my leg at high speed. Storm leg, line. A single line flew towards the beast bisecting it in 2 halves in the middle. This time it didn't regenerate and those halves began to fall. What's going on? They stop regenerating if I attack their bodies, but there's a place I'm aiming without thinking that kills them and stops the regeneration. I thought as I threw more storm legs to upcoming beasts only for them to regenerate too. Are they like zombies? Should I aim for their brains? I inhaled again and attacked one at the brain while the other to the chest, sending them as far away as possible, maybe 2 or 3 blocks. Only one of them began to fall. They're totally like zombies. I thought, throwing one last storm leg to the remaining beast, targeting the brain this time. Its head exploded into gore once my attack made contact. As needed to get there and help Cap. I kicked the air and aiming towards the hero who was shaking while holding onto the sky egg, and the guy from Idaten who was stuck upside down while shooting the hands of the one beast that escaped me. As I got close, I screamed. The head. Aim for the head. The beast turned one of his fists into a big ball and directed it towards Captain. Only for the punch to do nothing. The sound of a helicopter caught my attention. I turned back, to see Eraserhead looking directly at us. He erased its quirk, I thought as my eyes widened. Then my gaze landed on the beast that tried to fly away. Only to be caught in threads. Heroes began to flock the sidelines. What should I do? Should I tell them? There's more heroes here than before, I mulled over, staying put in the air. I noticed how a few of them turned their heads to me, but were more preoccupied with the remaining two beasts. The lives of the people are more important. Janice. You need to aim for the head or it will keep regenerating. I said as I got close to the hero. He gave me a side glance and just made the threads of the beast more tight. How do you know such information, Smiley? As he struck a pose while being held in the air by threads. And the name is Best Genist, don't you forget it. I just know. They're going to blow up if we don't do something about it. Have more faith in heroes, Smiley. We'll talk once this is over, he said before he dropped down by a thread towards the ground. As soon as Janice was on the floor, multiple cables that one could see on bridges began to go up and tie themselves to the sky egg, securing it in place. I blinked at the raw prowess of Janice's birth-given power. So his power to control any thread of any kind that was at his disposal, that being clothes or even carbon fiber cables. But just because the sky egg was safe didn't mean it was over. My eyes landed on one of the last surviving beasts. Another second passed as I stayed in the air, mulling over my decision, just to hear a scream. My gaze then went towards the guy working for Ingenium and Captain falling down. Shit. I fell down, angled myself and kicked the air to rescue them. As my hand approached them, both my ears picked the sound of explosions, followed by a bigger one where the threads of cable met. Boom. I grimaced once I held both Captain Celebrity and the guy that helped him and descended with the intention of finding a place to leave them. Whoa. Said the guy that Captain was holding in his arms. I jumped in the air and my feet landed at the top of a building. Thanks for the save, Smiley. I should have gone for the beast. Kazuho. I thought, looking at the building being barely held by the remaining threads as more and more began to break down and fall. That was beyond my strength. What could I do? What should I do? I would only be able to save one, maybe 3 people, leaving the rest to die. A single tear began to fall from my cheek as I could only stare at the scene playing in front of my eyes with impotence. Not again. Emiko, now Kazuho. Someone, please, someone save her. It was at that moment when I heard fast air explosions, followed by a voice. I am. A figure flew by at high speeds through the air using a technique so similar to mine that I would believe he stole it. And to my surprise he punched the lower half of the sky egg dome, blowing it up to smithereens. Here. Moving at speeds beyond what I would be able to replicate, the number 1 hero cleaned up the place of landing. Destroyed the rubble that fell from the sky. And caught the dome before depositing it in a park he drove people away from. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. My eyes got a little misty. Thank God. Whoa. It's All Might in the flesh. The voice from the intern broke my trance. And he saved everyone at the sky egg. Before they could say anything else I jumped away from the building and went towards the exit they made for the dome so people could get out. Once there I noticed the top hero was nowhere to be seen. I saw Kazuho leave with the trio of kids and the other cheerleaders in tow. I let out a sigh of relief at the sight of her safe and sound. Our eyes met, and nodded to her. She nodded back and kept walking. I decided to stick around, in case anything else happened. So that's his strength, that's the strength of the number 1 hero of Japan, I thought as I felt multiple eyes fall upon me. How will I ever climb that mountain he stands at the top of? I couldn't believe I was thankful to All Might of all people. The shadowy figure said while looking down from a small building. Smiley and now All Might? What's with this unfairness? An expression of pure rage was plastered over his face as he looked to the heroes tending the people down below and patting each other's backs. He even discovered the way to defeat them immediately. What is with this bullshit? His expression worsened as his scar began to glow. And what's with this good mood? Do you think it's over just because you defeat them? I was just taking you easy, maybe you'll get the point once you're all dead. I'll use the EMP blast bomber as a catalyst for the other parts to regenerate, combine, and grow. He said while pressing buttons on his device at high speeds. Once done, he saw a few of the cut parts made by Smiley began to rapidly go towards the capture bomber who began to grow and grow until it was as massive as a 2-story house. It's not just big, because Eraserhead could just turn this baby into a dud, or Smiley could cut his brain or All Might could smack it to the sky, he said as the belly of the monster began to expand and release 200 flying mini bombers. This one is a special mix, I call it cluster bomber. Even All Might could handle these little guys. If every pro hero fought at once, I bet they won't be able to take half of them. He smiled. Perish with the thought that every single person you saved, officers, rescue workers and civilians are dead. Only for his smile to falter as he saw not only Smiley move, but All Might appeared out of nowhere and both screamed at the same time. Nebraska. Smash. Whirlwind storm. 10 vortex. It was like a vortex of pure force and destruction was born from of each individual attacks, taking care of every single bomber at once. With a punch and a wave of his hands, a single bead of sweat fell down from his cheek towards his chin, creating a tornado that sucked in and triggered every single bomber. Ha 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 ha. This is too much. This is so unfair. He laughed hard, inclining his head to the sky. To think individuals like that exist in this world. Believe it, number 6. You might doubt your eyes, but what you saw was the cold and hard truth. The man named number 6 directed his eyes towards the direction of his earpiece. He was having so much fun that he forgot he had it on him the whole time. Men like them truly exist. True superhumans who are in another league compared to the rest of the heroes. Number 6 saw All Might walk with his fist raised and Smiley stand there with his hands raised, before dropping them. A deus ex machina who seems to defy the laws of physics and fate at every turn. Such is All Might, the pinnacle of what we hope to achieve. Hope to achieve, hey. There was a moment of silence in which number 6 kept watching the heroes look in amazement towards the combined action of both Smiley and All Might. Then his gaze stayed on the number 1 hero. Nah. I never wanted to be All Might to begin with. No, of course not. You continue as you see fit. Too bad I used every single bomber today though. He said, still not moving his sight away from the commotion down below. Time to call it a day. And with the factory gone, maybe I need to leave Tokyo behind and lay low for a while. It was at that moment that he felt a bullet pierce through his left shoulder. Issue number 21, Revelations. He missed the shot. A bird flew by at high speed and messed up his aim. After the investigation he had done and shared with the detective Izo, an old acquaintance and partner of his days as a hero, he figured out the person behind the factory of villains would try to watch his experiment from a distance. Using that information, he planned to use one of the abandoned buildings as a vantage point for sniping. Missed his head, but that should slow him down for a few seconds, he thought as he tried to take aim again, only for his target to disappear. In just a blink of an eye his target was behind him, sliding against the floor with a crack of electricity. Hi there. You're a quick one, and it seems your quirk has been tinkered with, hey. He grunted as he lowered his gun a little but held it to his chest. The man in front of him smiled, holding his bleeding left shoulder. You could say that, a little muscle training here and there, some endurance, it's a work in progress. His smile grew. And the quirk is called Overclock, a quirk once held by the high-speed hero O'Clock. I've been dying to meet you, Master. You've been in my sights for a while too. So, who are you? Iwao Oguro said, slowly pointing his rifle to the man's feet. I know you're the one who controls the remodeled villains, but besides that I don't know a damn thing about you, no identity or history or name. Except that you managed to get your hands on Overclock after it was stolen from me. Small gusts of winds passed by as both of them stared into each other's eyes. I've got plenty of questions, but let's start with your name. You're that interested in me? I'm so honored. The man in front of Oguro said as his smile widened. The thing is that I'm just a nobody. They call me number 6 but that's just a number not a real name. His eyes began to obscure as his scar glowed with power. But if you really want to know who I want to become? A clock, there's no other name for me, no sir. In hindsight, staying put in case something else happened was a mistake. I felt multiple eyes fall upon me, making me nervous. Not only was I in the vicinity of heroes, but also policemen, civilians, and reporters. Though, thankfully, a lot of them were more preoccupied with All Might's lack of presence than my own existence. If everything came down to a fight I don't know how it would end up, especially because I could smell the scent of All Might nearby, or at least what I think it was, considering it was behind a few boxes. There's no way All Might would hide at a time like this. Without much fanfare I made my way towards Ingenium and asked. Do you perhaps need any help? There was this feeling of sincerity that I've never experienced before, like I was using my true identity for the first time. I felt vulnerable, I felt seen. He blinked, not expecting me to approach him of all people. He shifted his gaze sideways towards the other heroes who were looking at us from the sidelines, ready to pounce should I move in a way they didn't like. His expression softened, before it turned serious. Yes, we need strong people to move Rebel around and help the injured. On it, I said, making my way towards the rescue workers and lifting Rebel the size of a person with no problem whatsoever, besides of course, getting my suit dirty in the process. I followed the instructions of the man in charge of the operation of Rebel removal, giving side glances from time to time to the heroes who were staring in my direction. I worked close to the hero Death Arms, who did his absolute best to ignore me as we passed by each other while holding onto concrete. I guessed he wasn't thrilled with the idea of working side by side with the guy that beat him a couple of times and stole his wallet, not that he had any proof of that last part ever happening. My eyes made contact with the orange ones of a woman wearing a leotard, thigh highs, and bunny ears. She was looking at me with an expression of annoyance, like she wanted to jump right in and defeat me, but wasn't able because it would create chaos around us and she didn't want to deal with that. Or at least that was my interpretation. I could be wrong. A chill ran down my spine as I felt the same sensation I felt when that green-haired woman dressed as a cat was staring at me in my civilian clothes. A glance to my side told me she was staring at me again. What was her power to be able to put me on edge? Mr. Smiley, in good health I hope. My eyes landed on the man known as Best Jeanist, who I referred to Janice out of spite considering he often ruins my suits whenever he tries to capture me. I felt his scent come close before he tried to speak to me, but I was still surprised by his voice. It is now the time for us to have a conversation. I'm a little old to get the talk of the birds and the bees. Don't you think so? Haha, I joked, going back to my smiley persona seamlessly. Indeed. The hero said as he began to fix a fleck of his hair. As amusing as your quips are, Mr. Smiley, there's something we need to discuss. Oh? About what? You still owe me for the last suit you ruined. It was very expensive, you know. Quite. I'll see if my agency can pay your suit once this matter is settled. That took me by surprise, but I schooled my features, even if he couldn't see them. Now as I was saying, the fact of the matter is his voice was interrupted by multiple chunks of meat moving at high speed towards the last beast they captured. The beast began to grow and grow as it looked to the sky and growled. I need to kill it before it explodes. I raced towards it, but the beast's stomach opened up and released multiple basketball-sized winged bombers, flying to our direction. All Might is not here. And I need to take care of them. As many as I can. The world began to slow down as I inhaled. I positioned myself in the same place the beasts were aiming for. My hands became hard as steel. Just as I moved I felt another presence rushing towards me and we both moved at the same time. Nebraska. Smash. Whirlwind storm. 10 vortex. All Might's attack and mine became one and dealt with every single bomber in the vicinity. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding as I stood there, with my arms raised. A bead of sweat ran down from my cheek. I knew my attack would have dealt a lot of damage to the upcoming beasts, but there wasn't a 100% chance it would have dealt with every single one of them. I saw All Might from the corner of my eyes stand proud as he kept walking away from me. I dropped my arms and relaxed my stance. My hands were shaking. And that's why I wanna be a clock, master, I wanna live free. Who fucking cares about destroying buildings? The shadowed man said, with this quirk I can deal the first blow every time and beat anyone however I choose. That's a clock. That's a real hero. That's not a real hero, he commented, letting the crazy man in front of him talk. It has been a minute since they began their conversation, giving him ample time for his trap to set, should his next shot miss his mark. So I got a request. Please acknowledge me as your successor. Oguro's expression became one of confusion as he stared back at the lunatic in front of him. Then he smiled. No can do. I don't have a need for disciples. WH. I see, hobo? Or perhaps that stuffy girl pop step. The man spoke, showing his bloodied hand. Come on, master, they don't even have the same respect for you as me. Like I said, a clock is no hero. And giving a clock to some nutcase running around impersonating him, well you're the worst kind of villain. Some scourge that needs to be eliminated, Ueo replied, bringing the rifle to his chest. Ah, so I'm a villain? Well that's that, commented the shadowy figure as he scratched the back of his neck with a sheepish look. Then he laughed. So what's the plan? Are you going to shoot me again? That failed already, unless you're thinking I can't miss from this distance, right? His smile became murderous. Try me then. He took the shot and missed again as the villain in front of him became a blur in front of his eyes. Only for the villain to jump back with a startled expression. That meant that his trap worked as intended. A recorder that played his voice at hyperspeed to deprive the villain of brain oxygen and lower the limit of the acceleration, one of the downsides of his quirk before it was stolen from him. You like that? Just like the recording said, the drain brain, Ueo threw away his rifle and took a device from his trench coat's pocket. You're not going anywhere. He pressed the button. The floor of the building collapsed. All Might was gone again, and so was my nervousness. Everyone was still celebrating even after All Might's departure. And there I was, standing awkwardly as I heard people praise our combined efforts to save them all from certain doom. I didn't feel like I was of any help though. For the first time in a while I felt unneeded. I blinked as multiple heroes began to make way towards me. I took a step back. Eraserhead, Janice, Bunny Girl, and a dragon all came in close proximity. They all had serious expressions across their faces. What's the matter? Came for autographs? Haha, I joked as I prepared to leave. The only black-haired man from the group sighed in annoyance. Then gave a signal towards Janice. As I was saying before we were rudely interrupted, the man in a denim vest said as he kept fixing his fleck of hair. The fact of the matter is that even though you're a wanted man, we appreciate the efforts you've made for the operation. If it wasn't for you we wouldn't have made it in time. Then what's with the whole party you have for me? It's not my birthday yet. That said, the hero continued. We can't let you go now that you're in our sight. It would be irresponsible of us as heroes to let a criminal that has bested us for years leave the scene. If I was pissed I didn't show it, but the small comment about me being a criminal rubbed me in the wrong way. So what? You're going to put me behind bars after everything we went through? Don't be a party pooper, heh. It pains me to do so, Mr. Smiley. So we're giving you a choice. Come quietly so we can discuss your actions with poise and delicacy like a new denim jacket, the hero said, striking a pose. I noticed that every single hero in front of me was ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Before I could properly respond I heard an explosion not too far away from us. My head whipped to the direction the sound came from. Did you hear that? I asked as I stayed in place, my head still looking at the direction I believed the blast came from. Mr. Smiley, please. Don't make the matter more difficult, Janice said as he extended his hand and positioned in the same manner that he always does to constrict my movements with my own suit. I'm tired of this stupid talk. Let's just get him. The bunny girl said before she kicked the ground 4 times in a row, appearing a few steps away from me, leg raised. Mirko, wait. I inhaled a great amount of air, and everything became still, even the hero who was about to kick my face and looked almost static. My feet met the ground 50 times in a row, cracking the asphalt. As I kept my breath I kept repeating the process in the air until I was away from the scene. I exhaled as I kept going until I found a building that looked like it blew up halfway. As I got closer I noticed that 4 of the previous floors were destroyed, likely by the explosion I heard. I inhaled one more time with the intention of discerning any injured people still in the building. Only to freeze as the familiar scent rushed that to my nostrils. That smell. I knew that smell. Immediately I jumped from where I was and dropped to the floor where I found 2 people there. One looking down at the other. Old man. He had him where he wanted. The bomb worked perfectly, making them free fall through 4 floors. Once down he didn't let him time to accelerate and shot his limbs so his acceleration became useless. He deprived him of oxygen by creating a concussion by his foot when it met his face. So as he held his shotgun up he noticed something. You got healing powers too? The wounds stopped bleeding. You're a real pain in the ass, Ueo said as he took the arm of the shadowy figure and put it behind his back. But once I tie you up, it won't really matter. The man under him grinned. Then Ueo Oguro noticed the skin of the arm began to bubble and slightly grow. You were so close, master. The man said with a large grin as the arm kept bubbling and growing in size. You should have gone for the head when you had the chance. Because I had a few bomber cells hitch a ride as parasites, turning my arm into a bomb. Boom. Number 6, or maybe he should call himself a clock too, no, 2 o'clock, stared at the defeated form of his master with a shit-eating grin. He had done it. He had defeated the previous o'clock and surpassed it. He had proven he's the superior of the 2 and now it was time to destroy the building and make his escape. Old man. Number 6's eyes widened before he slowly turned around to see the smiling yellow face of the hero Smiley, standing a few steps away from him. 2 o'clock expression went from shock to one of glee. This was the perfect opportunity to take care of not only 1 but 2 birds with 1 stone at once. Hello there. You must be Smiley, he sang, fully turning around, showcasing his covered arms with the bomber parasite cells. I've heard so much about you. Who are you? The hero asked. He was not going to give him the opportunity to strike first. He raced with a crack of electricity, fist raised. Goodbye, Smiley. My hand shot forward and parried the upcoming attack at high speed. If it wasn't for my previous training sessions with my clones, I don't think I would have survived the attack. Not because it was a strong punch, but because it ignited and exploded a few inches away from my face, blowing parts of my mask and burning bits of my face and hair. The eyes of the man in front of me widened and jumped away, a look of panic plastered around his face before contorting into one of amusement. He was dressed in a delivery man outfit, had plain features and his hair was tied into a ponytail. My hand went directly to my eye. My face was bleeding. The man in front of me began to laugh with joy, even inclining his face to the heavens as he held his gut. Ha 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 ha, I can't believe it. Smiley was hooded hobo this entire time. The man laughed, putting one of his hands on his face while trying to contain his laughter but failing at it. No wonder Master chose you as his disciple. I remained silent as I held onto my bleeding face, that hurt. A lot. All this time I kept wondering, who was Hobo? Why is he so fast? It gave me chills. The black-haired man revealed, then he pointed at me. Now I get it. You're just like me. You have no identity. You're a hero 24/7. This is rich. My eyes widened, letting my hand fall. I directed my gaze back to the man dressed as a delivery guy as he laughed again. I stilled for a second, then I relaxed all my muscles, my expression hardened. Don't compare me to yourself, we're nothing alike. Yeah, you could say that, you're right, the man said, rubbing the back of his neck. After all, I'm more like master than you would ever be. I inhaled as soon as I saw a crack of electricity appear on the body of the man. My feet met the ground as many times as I could manage and parried the fist coming my way as far away as possible, then I struck. King Gun, I spoke, my two fists met the torso of the man with super speed. I felt his torso cave in, his ribs breaking in real time one after another, and his organs exploding on contact. He vomited blood before he was sent backwards by the force of my attack. A delayed explosion occurred once he was halfway away from me. I grimaced as reality kicked in. I killed someone in cold blood again. With a sigh of resignation, I approached the body of the man who was facing up, a look of surprise still plastered around his face. Both of his arms were gone, probably when he tried to detonate them on my face. I was about to make my way towards the old man, until I heard something. It sounded like a heartbeat very close to me. My gaze found the man under me just in time to see him raise a punch at high speeds towards my face. I kicked the ground 30 times in less than a second, getting away from another explosion. He can regenerate. Just like those beasts. I stood up and looked at the man who was shakily doing the same, still sporting a grin after everything was said and done. It was at that moment that I realized that the man in front of me was the one behind the bombing incident. My fists tightened until they began to turn white. You're the one behind the bombing, I said, not an ounce of amusement in my voice. Cough, cough. Guilty as charged, the man rasped, standing up while cleaning his mouth with his regrowing limbs. What gave it away? The bomber cells? Or the fact that I was close to the impact? Gee. I wonder. I felt enraged. But I schooled my expression again. The man in front of me was as good as dead. Good to know, that means I don't need to take it easy on you. What says I'm going to stay here and take it? The man said with a shit-eating grin before starting to crack with electricity. I inhaled again and ran towards him until I was behind him, his eyes widened in shock. My hands flew at high speeds and struck his body as many times as I could, breaking bones in the process, then I kicked him away from me. I raced until I was a few steps from him, then I exhaled. An explosion of rubble and dust was heard as the man groaned, looking at me, scared. Get up, I said, as I refined my breathing until it was perfectly in sync with my heartbeat. Like hell I'm going to let you go, now that I know you were the one behind all of this, and from this distance, there's no way I'm going to miss. He began to stand up and cracked with electricity again. Whirlwind Storm, 5, I said as my hand took the form of a claw and moved at high speed towards the monster in front of me. His body separated into multiple chunks of flesh and blood. I observed half of the head fall and raised my foot. Then I drove it down with all my strength. A splash of gore and blood stained my suit. I walked back to the other person on the floor. He was dressed in a trench coat, grey pants, combat boots, and his face was covered by a black bandana that only covered the upper half. Are you okay, old man? I asked once I was close enough. My expression became one of disappointment as I saw the state of the old man, who was lying in a bed of rubble, covered in blood. I'm sorry for taking so long. The man grinned. HNNG, don't worry yourself kid, the man managed to say, trying to stand up but only to fall back. What's important is that you saved me a lot of trouble and for that I thank you. Don't mention it old man, I said, offering my hand for him to grab on. Can you stand? Do you need help getting out of there? Yeah, I can stand, barely, the old man responded, taking my hand. Just get me to one of the warehouses, I'll lick my wounds there and lay low for a while. No, I need to get you to a hospital quickly. I decided as I saw the man win CE once when he was in a standing position. No can do. We're wanted men, aren't we? I put his arm over my shoulder and we began to slowly move through the rubble until we found the stairs. They're going to put cuffs on us the moment they see us. I didn't know if he was referring to us as plural or to me. After the recent events of today I would say that the latter would be correct. Your health is more important, old man. What about your face, kid? People might recognize you now that your mask is almost gone, the old man said, grunting as we began to descend through the stairs. During our descent I noticed there were explosives around us all over the building. Right now I don't care about my secret identity, I replied with a grunt of annoyance. After being called a criminal by heroes, it really grinned my gears. I can get a new mask if push comes to shove. How are you going to explain the blood in your suit? I sighed. Good point, I said, shifting my hold again once I heard the man on my side groan. Let's see if salt can be of any help. My, how very disappointing you ended up to be, number 6, said an ominous voice of a man with no eyes who was connected to multiple tubes, one of them directly to his neck. After all the effort we put into raising you. You died with a whimper, not being able to tap into your true potential. Overclock turned out to be just a quick boost in speed, in the end nothing special about it, not being able to put a dent on a hero such as Smiley, he continued. What a waste. The man put his hand on his chin and began to rub it. But your end gave me such wonderful battle data on Smiley that I'll let your failures slide, he smiled. In front of him were multiple images of the smiling hero next to a few of a white-haired one throwing projectiles at the so-called instant villains. Now this, what an interesting development. A predatory smile slowly grew on his face. Let's see you grow to the end, Smiley, the man with no face said. Maybe it's time to put a few experiments to good use. His head moved slightly towards the other person in the room. Don't you think so, Kurogiri? I curled an eyebrow when Captain Celebrity of all people asked me to remain in the room while he asked everyone to step out so we could have a talk in private. Hey, please tell me you're not one of those perverts who like young teens, I smiled as I saw the guy squirm and sputter. Joking aside, what do you want from me? It's not like we talk very often. The hero coughed to his only good hand, then directed his gaze towards mine. That day, at the Sky Egg. I saw you change, my eyes widened, I tried to retort, to say anything but my mouth felt dry. It was brief, but I saw you put on your mask and jump after the guy who fell and later helped me. I licked my lips, then I shakily smiled. Are you sure you're not confusing me with somebody else? I asked, trying not to show my nervousness. I recall I was backstage when the explosions happened. You don't have to lie to me, I didn't call you here and make everyone get out just to out you, his expression turned serious. He tried to change his position, wincing slightly, then his eyes met mine. I wanted to thank you for saving my life. So, thanks kid. I know you want to keep your privacy. So your secret is safe with me. I won't tell a soul, the hero continued, a smile plastered all over his face while he gave me a thumbs up. If I was Smiley, and I'm not saying that I am, I would say, you're welcome, old man. Hey, I'm not that old. My feet touched the asphalt. My eyes went from my bundle of fish towards the warehouse, which was guarded by one of my clones from the inside. I sighed, before I entered. Most of the people in there were watching the TV, a reporter was retelling the events of the Sky Egg. It seemed that they didn't cut me from the footage, even though most of the spotlight was put into Captain Celebrity and more importantly All Might. I nodded to my clone who nodded back and exited the warehouse, not before taking a fish and a few vegetables to make a soup at the food stand. Once I was close enough I saw Salt slowly make his way towards me. I shifted my gaze towards the spot where the old man Knuckles was still laying around, sleeping in a makeshift bed with a blanket covering half of his body. Hey brat, Salt said once he was a few steps away from me. We saw you on TV. Yeah, I looked pretty cool, didn't I? From what little we could see. Yeah, I think you did. We stayed in silence, before I broke eye contact and made my way towards the freezer with the intention of storing everything I brought over from the forest. Once done with my task I returned to where Salt was still standing, a tired smile was written all over his face. No dice today? He asked, putting his hands in his pockets. My eyes went down for a moment, recalling the latest developments and the talks I had with the old man while we made our way towards the shelter. Actually, call everyone over. I have something to say. Humph, if you plan to make a grocery list I want a beer spot, the old man said, making his way to the people who were still staring at the TV or were watching us talk. I sighed again in discomfort. It had been a few days since the events of the Sky Egg incident. And I hoped everything went back to normal, but there wasn't anything normal with my life. That man in a delivery guy suit, saying I was just like him. A hero 24/7 with no identity. It hit something in me. Was he right? Did I have a real identity? Was I just some hero and nothing else? I was broken of my thoughts as I saw almost everyone in the shelter reunite around me. I could discern the teens now young adults Khan and Cream look at me with concern. Then my eyes found Daisuke, still holding strong after everything that happened. I breathed in and out. Then I spoke. I might have taken care of the person who was behind the disappearances of people around us, I informed, watching their reactions, some of confusion and some of hope. I'm sorry for all the trouble I might have caused you. Does that mean? I hear from someone in the crowd. With that said, you're free to go and come as you please. Issue number 22, Actions Have Consequences. TCH, came the voice of the mummy. I knew this was going to happen. We can't match him in speed. He's too fast. I didn't get a chance to use my quirk before he was gone. Once again he has bested me, said the weirdo dressed in denim. He sighed. What a shame. I thought we had him this time. The dragon snorted while looking at the ground where Smiley stood. The asphalt was completely cracked, reaching their feet. Not like she cared, she could do the same thing with her legs no problem. So that's him? I only saw him on the news, I didn't know he was that fast, the dragon chick Ryukyu said. She tisked in annoyance. He was fast, yet, but there was a trick to his speed, she just needed to keep training so she could catch up to him. And then she would kick his stupid smiling face in. Her musings were interrupted by the denim weirdo. Mirko, he said while fixing his dumb hair. I appreciate your enthusiasm but your actions undermined our efforts to capture Smiley. You need to understand that there's a time and a place for everything. It's not like you had it. You were talking the whole time. She exclaimed, throwing her arms in the air. This is why I hate teamwork. Especially when I have to work with weaklings. The other heroes hummed in response. And you think attacking him without following the plan was the smart idea? Responded the guy dressed in black with a grey scarf. It was complicated and stupid. She retorted. No, it was not. It was in fact easy to follow, the denim boy replied, raising a finger, almost like she was being reprimanded for her actions like a child. First I use my quirk to restrain his movements, then with the help of Eraserhead we keep him from moving further, then you'll use your strength to knock him out, and finally Ryukyu would have delivered him to the proper authorities. TCH, well look how that worked out for you, she saw the denim hero sigh before he directed his attention to the others. Well then, let's plan ahead for the next, the blonde-haired hero began to say only to be interrupted by the hero dressed in black. Was it true? He asked, his tired eyes meeting hers. What? Was he telling the truth? He asked, his expression hardened. About the explosion. The rabbit heroine remained silent for a few seconds, before crossing her arms and breaking eye contact with the mummy, directing her gaze towards the place she heard the explosion go off, before directing her eyes towards the other heroes. Yet, he was telling the truth. She said, still irked by Smiley's escape. She heard a few of them gasp in surprise, the black-haired hero looked taken aback. What? She asked, nonchalantly. He was telling the truth about an explosion nearby and you thought the best course of action was to attack him? The blonde-haired hero asked, watching her like she grew a new head. She scoffed. Like I give a damn. The top priority is to take that asshole down, the rabbit heroine revealed, directing her gaze towards the place she heard the explosion while sporting a frown. Once I beat that asshole to the ground you could have interrogated him or something. Her response was met with silence. Her frown deepened as her rabbit ear twitched hearing another explosion, then silence. Mirko. He stopped fighting, she stated. Directing her gaze to the next building as she calculated the trajectory to jump so she could get a better view and follow the trail of the vigilante. I'm going after him. Mirko, stop this instant. She froze as she readied to jump, then slowly met the gaze of the three heroes and a few that were listening to their exchange. You're not following him. What? Her frown turned into a snarl as she fully turned to the other heroes who tried to work with her. He's running away. I need to catch up to him. Now. No, you're not, said the blonde-haired hero while pointing at her with his index finger. You're going to take us to the location of the explosion. We are not prioritizing the capture of Smiley over the lives of civilians. Her snarl deepened. By the time they got there she could no longer hear him. But she could smell him. My feet met the roof of a warehouse close to the one we use as a homeless shelter. My clone was cooking in the stand nearby, Pop Step was there waiting for me, and a few people were seated close to the stand, eating lunch. Some of them I didn't recognize. No, wait. I recognize that one, I thought as I saw the plain-looking guy with an all-might hoodie eating a bowl of stew while talking to a few people at a table of 4. Why does that ingenium guy keep sending people here? I hummed while putting a hand on my chin covered by my yellow mask. Jin was not there either. He must be in the shelter. I thought, watching my clone cook in a trance. Probably for the better. Even though everyone in the shelter finally felt happy to go outside and come back as they pleased, it looked like Jin was the only one who was still feeling down and didn't see the need to go out. It didn't take a genius to know that he had mixed feelings about the whole ordeal. I closed my eyes and sighed. Then I opened them and took a different route so nobody would see me enter the shelter. Once inside I went directly to the bathroom and changed clothes to the same clothes my clone was wearing outside. I walked out of the bathroom and took notice that my second clone was nowhere to be seen, meaning it probably was out as the hood. I noticed Salt drinking beer with a few of the guys while watching a baseball game on TV. My gaze went to Ena who was drinking a cup of her expensive coffee that I managed to save money to get it. She had sewing tools and fabric all over her bed, most likely for the new outfit I requested. So far I've been using just 2 outfits for my daily activities, one of them being my civilian clothes with just a mask. I previously asked for a new one so I could complement it with the ONI mask I had lying around. I was supposed to use it, but I hadn't gotten the chance with the whole, protecting the shelter thing. Now that things were starting to slow down I could finally use it for night patrols, same with the new costume, that way we would have 2 to 3 eyes open at night in different cities. Finally, my gaze found the old man Knuckles without his costume drinking a beer in his bed. His eyes met mine and he motioned for me to come closer. I made my way to him and stayed next to him. How's the leg, old man? Do you need another beer to lower the pain? I asked. He took a long sip and burped. Another beer would be nice, but I didn't call you here just so you could get me another one, he said, his eyes meeting mine for a few seconds before he directed them towards the crowd watching TV. How's the head? I feel much better now. He grunted before taking another swig from the can. The fact you didn't suffer internal bleeding from the impact alone, it's surprising. It seems your body unconsciously avoided the explosion before it could happen, he mused as he gave me another look, centering his sight on a scar over my brow. Leaving only a scar. What's so surprising about it? I had worse encounters with animals. I still have the scars to prove it. I said, rolling the sleeves of my hoodie, showcasing the scars across my left arm. One of them looked like it almost reached to the bone. The old man gave me a worried look as he examined my arm and then directed his gaze towards my brow before he took another swig from his beer until there was nothing left. You healed fast, too fast. And what's more, you're used to pain. He stated with a grunt before throwing the can to the trash bin I put close to his bed. No wonder you didn't feel the need to check the damage after getting me patched up. Your wounds had a higher priority over mine, I said while sporting a small smile. By the time we got here the bleeding stopped and I didn't feel any pain from my wound, so I didn't see the need to check on it. TCH, of course you would say that, he muttered looking to the side with an annoyed expression. We stayed in silence, the only sound around us was the one coming from the TV and the occasional commentary from the people around it. You've gotten faster, or at least it seems so from what I've seen on the web, he mentioned, fetching his cell phone and showing me a video of me soaring through the streets. The person recording had one of those speed radars and recorded my speed, then he brought up a graph comparing it to a previous speed from a few months ago. What type of person records the speed of heroes and posts them online? One of the clones mentioned it, but I didn't feel any different. Is there something I'm missing? I asked as I rolled back my sleeve, covering my scars. He hummed. If I didn't know any better I would have said you have a quirk. One that heals and improves your body every time you get hurt. It would explain why you managed to improve so fast, he said, rubbing his chin. But the 2 joints in your pinky toe says otherwise. Ah, that. What a stupid way to know if you have a quirk or not. Shouldn't it be tied to blood or something else? I thought, leaning my head to the side. What's more, it looks like your techniques can be taught or copied. Once again Knuckles went through his phone, tapping on the screen and showing me another video. This time it was a slow-motion video of an old fight I had with that rabbit hero. Then it zoomed to that woman's legs. I hummed as I saw them move repeatedly, then the footage changed to the hero incrementing her speed towards me, only to get parried away. You don't seem surprised. So that means you already knew, or you were teaching those techniques to someone else. He stated, pocketing the phone. He brought a hand to his neck and cracked it. He sighed. You don't look like the type of guy that teaches his moves to his enemies. That means she saw you move and replicated it. What's your point? I asked, crossing my arms while I tried to pinpoint Jin's location. You don't get it, do you? The old man questioned, getting my attention back to him. If someone can replicate it, what's stopping him from doing the same? That monster is no slouch. He doesn't play fair. He will learn all your tricks and before you know it, he'll come for you. My eyes hardened. My teeth grinned against each other. By any means necessary. I opened my mouth with the intention of giving a rebuttal. But then, the memory of Emiko's hat in my hands, covered in blood, surfaced and I gave a shuddering sigh. I clenched and unclenched my hands. I inhaled. Then exhaled. I know, I said, relaxing a little. My sight finally landed on Jin, who was eating stew from a bowl. My expression softened. He was close to the radio, listening to a melancholic country song as he ate. I closed my eyes, then I opened with determination. That means I need to become stronger. Learn more techniques. Refine what I know and improve past that. Old man Knuckles stared at me in silence for a few seconds before he nodded. He probably. No. He knows your moves and knows how you implement them. If we take into account all the footage there is about you, he already prepared countermeasures for you. He grunted as he shifted his position so he could take a seat. He sighed once he managed to do so. That said. You're right about something, you need to get stronger. And fast. He took the slightly wet towel I gave him so he could clean himself and used it to clean the sweat from his face. Stop relying on the same moves. The parrying you do won't help you forever. Try to change fighting styles on the fly or learn new ones, he said once the towel left his face. A serious expression plastered all over his face. That technique you did to that lunatic. Use it only as a last resort, but should you encounter that monster, don't hesitate. If you fight him, it's a life or death situation. His hand went through his hair. He kept staring at the towel. I won't lie to you. I don't think you could win. A frown found its way to my face. The only way for you to get rid of that monster is if you had the same strength as All Might. And we both know that if you trained your entire life, you'd still be halfway to his strength, and I'm being generous here. My entire body tensed in response to my anger. I saw the man in front of me twitch slightly, his gaze met mine for a second before his eyes went back to the towel. But, and this is a big but. That guy with the clone technique. If he could do more clones of you, I think you could have a better chance, he revealed. My gaze immediately went to Jin. He ended his food a while ago and now he was drinking from a plastic cup. The only way to get rid of him is by attacking him from all sides. No time for retaliation. Eventually he's going to make a mistake, and it's going to be his last. I sighed as my face formed into a complicated expression. He was right. And I was mad that he was right. 2 clones won't be enough to deal with him, not at the strength you currently have, he said, leaving the towel to the side. He grunted as he slowly began to stretch his neck, then his shoulders, then his arms. I know he's not willing to do more than 2 clones at a time. Is there a reason? His quirk allows him to make 2 clones at a time, but should he make a clone of himself? You can guess what happens next, I said with a sad expression. But he lost control of his own clones one night and the experience deeply traumatized him. So he refuses to clone himself out of fear. Fear of losing control. He fears that he might be a clone. I looked at the ground with disinterest. I could hear the end of the baseball game from the TV, followed by an ad about a new gaming console. He fears the answer. It doesn't matter if he had instances in which he hurt himself, he still believes he could disappear at any moment. HRNM. You don't want to push him. Meaning there's no way to convince him, hey. He hummed as he scratched his beard. I guess there's only plan B. Which is? After you took the warehouse from me, I had to find another joint to keep me in shape. I think you can use it to its full potential, he smirked before he winced as he started to do light stretches with each foot. What's so different from lifting big rocks and trees? I said while scratching my cheek. Have you ever tried to carry an entire train? He asked, his smirk turned predatory. A smile made its way to my face. No. I don't think I have, I revealed before I turned around and made my way towards the fridge with the intention of fetching another beer. As I passed where Jin was seated, my nose caught the smell of alcohol, but I didn't register it, considering that Salt used to drink around the place. Once back I gave the old man Knuckles the can. So where's this place? Thank you for waiting, the detective Tsukachi bowed while sporting a frown. He took a folder he had with him and put the contents in the table and shared it around for everyone to see. As you can see, we got the results of the blood samples at the crime scene. We identified one of the participants as the high-speed hero o'clock. Legal name, Iwao Oguro. He looked at the gruesome picture of what appeared to be a person divided into chunks of meat followed by another photograph of an explosion of gore that painted the ground and walls. He looked away before passing the pictures toward his colleague Eraserhead, who admired the photos with a tired expression. The victim of the crime samples came up as inconclusive. Unknown type of blood and DNA mixed with high concentration of chemicals. If it wasn't for the body at the site, we would have labeled the victim as a heteromorph. As the detective kept going through the report, he closed his eyes in discomfort. The only thing we know about the next sample is its blood type. Besides that, this person doesn't exist. There's no records of the individual's blood sample. The people at the table muttered between them. His eyes scanned the report 13 gave him once she was done reading it. He immediately went to the last individual's blood. O positive. A common blood type. For some reason he expected something else. Going by Mirko's testimonial, we are to believe it belongs to the Vigilante Smiley. The forensic report indicates a fight broke up between the 3 parties, ending in the demise of one of them. He took 3 photos from 13 and examined them. There he could see different angles from the scene. One of them in the rubble, another in the middle of the room, and finally a picture close to a wall. The last one being the one where the corpse was, but instead of it, there was a human shape made with white tape. There were splashes of blood in each picture. He sighed, before delivering the pictures to Eraserhead, who looked at them with disinterest before passing them along. In the first picture is the blood sample of Iwao Oguro. Even though they were watching the same photos, the detective showcased them in a projector. The second one is from Smiley. The last one is from the victim. Silence. Tensei swallowed as the picture where the corpse should be, stayed in frame. With this information we shall. A loud slam was heard, shutting up the detective, followed by everyone's attention. You let him escape. Growled Mirko, sporting a sneer. The photograph of the corpse was in front of her. She didn't pass it along once it reached her. I could have caught up to him and you fucking let him run. Mirko warned Best Jeanist, a frown marring his face. Shut up. She screamed, pointing to the Jean-themed hero. It was your fault that I had to let him escape. Jeanist started to brush a fleck of his blonde hair with his fingers. Your attack jeopardized our strategy of capture, his expression hardened. We could have captured him together at that very moment. Instead, you only caused us to lose the course of action, giving him the distraction he needed so he could escape. Mirko bared her teeth. He closed one of his eyes in discomfort. This wasn't how he pictured the meeting to end up. His eyes roamed the table, some of the heroes present were looking uncomfortable at Mirko's words. His gaze landed on Endeavor, a sneer framed his face, small but noticeable flames came from his upper lip. It wouldn't have worked. Don't you get it? She growled as she slammed her fists on the table once more. He's stronger than any of you. What would a bunch of weaklings working together would have done to him? Nothing. The flames of Endeavor's lip grew, capturing the attention of a few heroes who were watching the exchange, himself included. And what did your little outburst accomplish if I might ask, Mirko? Jeanist asked in disdain. He blinked. Almost baffled. This was the first time he saw Best Jeanist this vexed with a colleague. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen him mad before, Ingenium thought as his gaze kept going from Mirko, to Jeanist, to Endeavor, who looked like he was about to burn everyone in the room alive. If you have let me go, wow. You would do what? Lose like every single time you try to capture him? The blonde hero asked as he put both of his elbows on the table and interlaced his fingers, make another disappointing display of heroism in the eyes of the world. Mirko gritted her teeth. None of the encounters we had with the Vigilante resulted in victory. The only ones who have not crossed paths with Smiley are All Might and Endeavor. I fear that Jeanist said, but was immediately interrupted by the red-haired man. Fear what? The hero asked as searing hot flames engulfed his lips and eyes. His gaze was directed specifically at the blonde hero in denim, who sported a serious expression, not backing down from his statement. Are you implying I would lose to that murderer? Don't make me laugh. Mirko crossed her arms and looked to the side. That same confidence could result in your downfall, Endeavor, stated his colleague. Don't compare me to you or All Might for that matter. More hot flames engulfed his form, making the heroes next to him back away in fear. Should I cross paths with this Smiley, there won't be ashes of his body to remember him by. Silence. Endeavor just declared that he was going to personally kill Smiley. Tensei's expression worsened as the thought of a white-haired teen with yellow eyes who had some sort of respect for Smiley crossed his mind. Before any of them could go on, the detective spoke, getting everyone's attention once more. Unfortunately, Best Jeanist observations in the matter are true. Several actions against the Vigilante have proven to end in failure. Being by the police or heroes alike. Tsukachi said, his face hardened. But that doesn't mean we can't plan ahead. Jeanist's idea of teaming up could prove beneficial in Smiley's capture. The detective took a small device and connected it to the projector. As you can see from the footage we've gathered, we believe a combatant, a speedster and a restrainer combo is what we need for his capture, he said, showcasing multiple heroes for each category. The hero Ingenium saw that Mirko was included in the combatant section, followed by him in the speedster section and Eraserhead in the restrainer category. A frown marred his face as he saw a blonde-haired man in aviator get-up with red wings on his back in the restrainer category. A new hero? Once the list was over, Tensei noticed that Best Jeanist, Endeavor and All Might, the heroes with the highest ranking above all of them, were excluded from the heroes shown in the presentation. What's the meaning of this? Growled Endeavor, flames igniting once again around his lips. Why the sudden exclusion? Do you think I can't beat this murderer? Don't misunderstand our decision, Mr. Endeavor. The detective explained, trying to calm the number 2 hero. It's because there's a high probability of his capture by All Might, Best Jeanist and yourself, that we think you should concentrate your resources in your sectors. That way, should he engage with any of you, we would be able to assemble the backup team to assist you. I don't require any assistance whatsoever, the man in flames said, crossing his arms with disdain, as more flames responded to his anger. I shall take care of him myself, no need to involve him. Before they could exchange more words on the matter, Mirko spoke, this time more calmer than before. A year. She uttered. A year? A year for what, Mirko? Asked Jeanist, directing his attention from the detective to her. I need a year to prepare. You all need a year to prepare, she stated as she looked at the gruesome picture that she never passed around. She was still staring at it, in a trance. All that effort would be wasted if everyone who tries to take him on is not able to pull their own weight. The blonde hero nodded, still sporting a serious expression. It was like he was expecting for her to say the wrong thing. What makes you say that? What made you change your opinion on the matter? Jeanist asked. I won't apologize. You're all weaklings. None of you have a chance of beating him, even if you team up and jump him at once, he will still mop the floor with you, she growled, looking at the picture with disgust. before she directed her gaze to the side. Including me. Ingenium blinked in surprise. Mirko accepted defeat. His eyes went from all the stunned heroes towards the detective, who was also taken aback by Mirko's words. Well, we don't think that's a wise idea. The fact of the matter is that we need to capture Smiley as soon as possible. We can't have a vigilante, now a villain, roam the streets playing as a hero, the detective informed them once he recovered. His status as a villain needs to be addressed immediately. I agree with Mirko, intoned the calm voice of the underground hero. Every single head turned to Eraserhead, who took a small bag he brought to the meeting and put the contents on the table. As you all know, I've done an extensive research on Smiley, the vigilante. All the way back to his debut, he declared, getting a few winces of their colleagues who mocked his efforts back then. Without acknowledging their reactions, he opened the folder and passed it to Tensei. I've studied him thoroughly, and to this day I still can't figure out his quirk. Ingenium opened the contents of the folder and gave them a quick look. There were pictures from various angles with notes in certain spots made with a red marker and papers with testimonies, reports, and newspaper articles. A picture caught his attention, however. An image of Smiley in a horizontal position, an almost unnoticeable wind explosion that came from the sole of his feet. A date in red marker specified that it was taken years ago. Once he saw the last picture, he passed them to 13, who began to organize them by date. What's more, he has never fought seriously ever since 2 encounters in particular. But those were when he was still young. Still learning. He said in an impassive tone as he took another folder containing 2 reports labeled as instant villains, both of them had a mugshot at the right corner. I've showcased this encounter before, but to refresh your memory you can examine the results. I added a few notes at the end. Tensei, who was still engrossed at the papers he had in front of him, missed the opportunity to get his hands on them and were passed to the heroine Midnight instead. The purple-haired heroine hummed in thought as she went through the papers much faster than he thought she would. Then it ended in Best Jeanist hands. I see. The man muttered, gaining Tensei's attention. Yes. I believe I was at the scene when this event took place. He slipped right through my fingers that day. He took the opportunity to escape the moment the villain woke up. The bleakest moment in my career, I must add. It wasn't long before the reports were in front of him and immediately began to read the highlighted sections. Then he went towards the notes at the end of the paper and they were a complete mess. Speculations, inquiries, connections that went nowhere in a list of a possible quirk or multiple quirks Smiley could possess. A lot of them were marked as negative while others were outright marked with black ink. It was worrying that the first report's notes was smaller and less messy than the second one. I apologize for my penmanship. I didn't have the time to organize or rewrite my notes. Too busy dealing with crime, was Eraserhead's response. Smiley has grown a lot since our first meeting. If I had the assistance of Ingenium or Mirko that day, I believe we could have stopped him before his career could even begin. Mirko gave a frustrated growl. But the fact of the matter is that they weren't there, and now we have to deal with our past mistakes. That's why I have to agree with Mirko, Eraserhead said while taking another folder from his bag. We had the strength to stop him together back then, but should we join forces now, it would end in failure. Our last attempt during the Sky Egg incident has proven my hypothesis. He gave a deep sigh. He sounded defeated. He's too strong. During his entire career as a vigilante, Smiley has been toying with us. Should he be labeled a villain now and give him a reason to stop holding back, I fear what would happen next. The hero with the scarf said. Whoever plans to join the strike team, needs to use that year to better themselves. They should show in public for publicity's sake, but keep them to a minimum. Eraserhead hand moved to his frontal pocket, before sighing and dropped his hand. We stagnated while he grew stronger. Now we need to play catch up with him. Tensei watched in silence as his colleague looked to the ground, then directed his gaze towards the detective. Death Arms looked at the reports of the 2 villains that made Smiley go all out. He looked concerned. Wait, if he has grown stronger since his debut, how can we catch up to him in a year? Wouldn't the gap between us keep growing even if we train? There's a silver lining to all of this. I took the liberty of doing some research online with the intention of gathering it for this meeting, Eraserhead said as he stood up and made his way towards the detective, who took the device from Aizawa's hand and plugged into the projector. It was footage of a man who showcased his latest slow-motion camera stationed in the sidewalk of a frequent part of Narahata. The person gave the specs of it, followed by a few images with comparisons to the last model. Before anyone could say anything, the man took a speeding radar and gave an explanation of the purpose of it, as if he was doing this for the first time. It was probably a way for new viewers to get context of how the channel works. Once he stopped his explanation, the footage of the camera was divided in 4 different perspectives. 2 of them were moving much faster than the other ones. One was the slow-motion camera, while the other was skyscrapers in the opposite direction of the slow-motion camera. The last 2 perspectives were from the man, one of them was him at the site giving some commentary while he waited. which skipped from time to time for the other image of the same person as he explained how much he had to wait to capture Smiley's speed compared to every other hero, except for All Might of course, showcasing another graph comparing their speed. Tensei heard a growl from Endeavor's direction, but his eyes never left the video in the projector. The footage of the man explaining from his studio was replaced by a close-up to the screen of the speed radar. It seemed he brought 4 cameras to the site. It was at that moment that a blur went from the footage of one camera to another. The first one was faster than the other. The number of the speed was displayed on screen, followed by the man's reaction in real time. The scene changed to the footage of the camera that managed to capture a better image of Smiley with the frames per second on screen and the speed radar's screen at the corner of the video. A bed of sweat fell from Tensei's brow to his chin. The video then made another cut to the man in his studio giving a detailed explanation of the experiment and put up a new graph. That's when Izawa stopped the video. As you can see from the graph provided by the speed recorder enthusiast. His jumps in speed stopped right here since last year. This video took place 3 days before the Sky Eggs incident. Meaning his strength reached its peak. Ah, I see, said Best Jeanist, directing his fingers to his head and began to slowly rub a strand of his blonde hair. His stagnation gives us the opportunity to prepare, strategize and train, so we can generate an ambush for a swift capture. I'm starting to believe a year won't be enough for us to catch up to him. Gunhead shakily stated. Endeavor snarled in distaste. Don't put me in the same category as yourself. Flames engulfed his face as he brought one hand up next to his chest and immediately ignited in flames. I don't need a year to defeat a good-for-nothing hero wannabe. I'll deliver him myself by the end of the week. Best Jeanist admired the graph on the screen, then at the photos that finally arrived ever since Tensei passed them around to 13. He will outpace you. The blonde hero revealed, making a few of the heroes present grimace. Jeanist ignored them all and took the last photo of the whole collection. His speed is outmatched even by our fastest speedsters. He will be gone from your sight the moment you try to name your attack. Tensei noticed as the man in denim put down the photograph, revealing that it was a blur of white and black with a yellow streak following it. The date below the picture showed that it was taken very recently. What's more, the notes indicated that the picture was taken by a slow-motion camera. What are you implying? That I'm weaker than this piece of trash villain? The number 2 hero asked as he put one of his hands on the table. If you feel capable enough, then please go on. Embarrass yourself, Eraserhead added. A bored look marred his features. But don't jeopardize our attempt of capture. Before the red-haired hero could verbally retaliate, the detective chimed in. Endeavor, Eraserhead. There's no need for this discussion at the moment. Please both of you go back to your seats, the man said, small beads of sweat present in his forehead. I don't particularly agree with this decision. But if everyone in this room believes this is the best course of action, we will follow your lead and postpone Smiley's villain status until you're all ready. There were a few hums in response, but a lot of them were deep in thought. Tensei's jaws tightened as the silence grew and grew. Everyone kept quiet. Nobody wanted to step up and form part of the team. I, Ingenium, nominate myself for the team as the speedster. Team Idaten could prove beneficial to change his course of movements, keeping him in one place for the rest of the team to take charge, Tensei said, standing up for everyone to see. I'm sorry Gur, he thought, returning back to his seat. I'll go as well, was the quiet response from Mirko, who was still seated with her arms crossed. Tsukachi nodded as he took a piece of paper and began to write their names and their charge in the team. Anyone else? The detective asked, only to be met with silence. Tensei blinked as his eyes landed on the black-haired hero who returned to his seat at his left, who looked at the folders that came back to him. That's okay, there's no need for more than what we have. The Hero Public Safety Commission recommended the upcoming hero, Hawks. The screen of the projector came back to life, showcasing the hero with red wings on his back, giving a salute towards the camera. His area of expertise is capture and combat, his quirk lets him fight from a distance, covering the need for another combatant-oriented hero. That's impressive, Tensei thought as he put his elbow on the table and his hand began to rub his chin. His abilities could come in handy in Idaten. And with Eraserhead as the second restrainer that would be the detective started to write again before he was interrupted. I'll pass. The underground hero stood there, unmoving. Tensei could hear a few heroes talk among themselves. He noticed Midnight and Present Mike looking at their fellow colleague in concern. Is there a reason for your lack of involvement in the strike team? Asked Tsukachi, sporting an anxious expression. I came to the conclusion that I'm no longer fitted for his capture, he said before he took the folders in front of him and began to put them back into his bag. That's all. What a sorry excuse to give up, came the rude response of Endeavor, who looked at Eraserhead with disdain. That's enough, Endeavor, Jeanist replied. He pointed at the detective, taking charge of the conversation and directing it back to where it was before. Mr. Detective. I believe that with the combined efforts of Ingenium, Mirko, and Hawks there's a huge chance for Smiley's capture. I support the idea of Endeavor and myself to concentrate our efforts into our own sectors and call for backup should we see any sight of the Vigilante. Tsukachi paused, before he nodded. Glad that the conversation was back on track. However, I feel we have the need to add another restrainer into the capture team. So I recommend Midnight for the job. The heroine's eyes widened in surprise. She opened her mouth but Genist stopped her before she could say anything. While her combat skills are something to reckon with, against Smiley, they might as well be useless. On the other hand, her quirk could prove beneficial to slow down his movements or even take him out of commission. Tensei blinked in confusion. If she isn't capable of keeping up with Smiley, why is he nominating her, he thought with a frown. Of course for that to happen she would need to get close to Smiley, something a few of us can barely do. The blonde hero ignored Mirko and Endeavor expressions of anger. But, should we work with a team of support heroes we could find a way to use her quirk in a more creative way. He leaned against a wall close to an alleyway as he looked at the few heroes on the sidewalk who stayed once the meeting was over and shared a few words with each other. With a sigh, he took a cigarette from his frontal pocket, followed by a plain metal lighter and lit up the stick he put on his lips. He inhaled. Then exhaled. A smoke trail flew from his mouth and disappeared in the wind. His eyes met the floor as he took another drag from his cigarette, trying to forget the memories that resurfaced during the meeting. Why did I give them false hope? He thought, closing his eyes while he went through the events of the meeting. A year is not enough. The only person capable of stopping Smiley is All Might. His eyes opened, a sigh escaped from his lips. I should have told them, he took another drag, trying to keep himself calm. Why did I hesitate? Did I want them to fail? He closed his eyes with remorse. Too late for that now, he thought with some sense of finality. Eraserhead? A moment of your time please. Aizawa's head slowly moved to the side until his eyes met the form of the speed hero Ingenium walking directly towards him. Smoke left his mouth. He nodded in acknowledgement at the man once he was close enough. You want to talk about Smiley, he stated with a neutral expression. Quite logical. You offered your agency and your assistance for the operation. I was one of the few heroes who could eventually match his speed, the man said with a disarming smile. Aizawa doubted that statement. And, the only one to accept the position. The man known as Eraserhead nodded at Ingenium's words. He wasn't entirely delusional. That's understandable. Nobody else wanted to partake in what they believed was a doomed, almost suicidal, tactic. There was also the fact that they feared that their ratings and popularity would dip by the lack of public appearances, he said uncaringly as he took another drag from his cigarette. If that's the thing that they fear the most, then they might as well hang up their costumes and go home. He noticed Ingenium's lips turn into a straight line. He didn't like to hear that. But that was the harsh truth. I'll share my findings on Smiley directly to you one of these days. It might surprise you, but I only shared a summary of the information I currently possess. I'll organize and clean the data, so it isn't a complete mess. Aizawa said as he looked at the cloudy sky. He took a piece of paper in the shape of a business card from one of his pockets. Here's my number. Don't contact me. I'll contact you. And don't bother with exchanging my number with Midnight or Mirko. The hero nodded before pocketing the paper. You have the most experience and battle data on Smiley. Do you perhaps have a recommendation that I can implement in his capture? He asked as he leaned against the wall beside him. The man known as Eraserhead looked down at his hand holding his white stick. Learn how to fly without losing speed, he informed him with a contemplative expression. Even though Smiley does most of the fights on the ground, he also moves in the air, a lot actually. I've seen a few of his encounters against villains with gigantification quirks. Ingenium looked taken aback by that. He probably expected something more simple. The next best thing would be to run on walls and jump from building to building without losing momentum. The faster you go, the better chances you have to catch him or at least slow him down, he said. His lungs burned as he inhaled from his cigar once again. Maybe entertain the idea of adding gadgets to your costume, sedatives, electric or regular nets, better propulsions, explosives. Explosives. The speedster screamed. He raised an eyebrow at his reaction. You want to catch him, don't you? Aizawa asked as he exhaled a long trail of smoke. He wondered if he could make smoke rings one day. That crime scene demonstrated that Smiley is not invincible. He can be hurt like any other man. He has weaknesses you can exploit. He hummed as a memory of him meeting the Vigilante for the first time and the moment he hesitated before jumping after him. The moment he discovered his quirk didn't work against him. Do it. Because you only have one chance. A silence fell between both of them. Do you think there was something else we were missing from the crime scene? Ingenium asked, changing the topic. They both saw the last of the heroes on the other sidewalk leave. Too many variables. He could have been fighting a villain that could regenerate. He could have been protecting the retired hero o'clock. Both of them could have teamed up with the intention of stopping a villain only for one of them to go too far, he said with a frown. His cig went back to his mouth and inhaled. There's a high possibility he was fighting the one responsible for the bombing incident of the Sky Egg, and one. What? Why didn't you say so during the meeting? It wouldn't have changed anything. It's only a speculation. The police won't forgive Smiley's actions either way. He killed what they believe was a civilian. It wouldn't matter if the victim was the actual terrorist involved in the incident, the fact of the matter is that Smiley killed an individual in cold blood. His tired eyes met the worried ones of Ingenium. The lack of head in the corpse is proof enough in their eyes. Ingenium began, only for his words to get stuck in his throat. There was a long silence between them after that, only broken by the sound of Aizawa inhaling and exhaling from his cigarette. He closed his eyes, then he opened them. Why do you think I refused to participate in Smiley's capture? The black-haired man asked all of the sudden. Ingenium looked to the side, lost in thought. You mentioned it before, right? He's too fast. So it isn't a surprise that you wouldn't be able to keep up and stop his quirk in time, he speculated. Guess again. A complicated expression marred the fast hero's face. Did something happen to you, Eraserhead? He gave a long sigh. I'm becoming a teacher, Aizawa relented. At the man's confused expression he continued. Once I had all the information on Smiley, I didn't know what to do with it. I tried to capture him so many times that I lost count. My best bet was to take the data I managed to gather and share it with my colleagues. He inhaled from his cig, then he exhaled a grey trail of smoke. I thought for a long time about this and I came to a realization, he said, watching with disinterest the cars that sped by in front of them. I spent too much of my time on him. He sighed. The only things I did all day were fighting criminals, eating fast food, sleeping for 4 hours and gather all the information about him as I was able to. So I could capture him myself. Ingenium looked concerned from what he could see from his side view. I realized that it wasn't a healthy lifestyle. His entire existence consumed my life, and you want to know the worst part about it? Aizawa slowly blinked as he felt a droplet of water hit his hand. It was going to rain. I tried to seek help. A few more droplets of rain fell on the ground beside him. I made presentations, I brought footage to meetings, I contacted heroes in person and tried to make this information reach All Might. It was all in vain. They waited until this point to do something and it's too late now. He brought his cigarette to his mouth and breathed in. So, I decided to accept Midnight's proposal to work at UA. Aizawa said while sporting a calm expression. Endeavor was right about something. I'm giving up. I'm going to teach the next generation so they don't commit the same mistakes my colleagues and I did. Silence. Ingenium began before he cut himself. The underground directed his attention to the man, who looked troubled. I feel like you're not really telling me everything here. Is there another reason? He inspected the speed-themed hero for a while before responding. It's not like it matters now, he thought. My quirk never worked against him. Ingenium eyes widened, almost in fear. I've only shared this with a few heroes and the police. I didn't see any need to inform you all, because it was irrelevant, but since you're forming part of the capture team, I don't see a reason to hide it. Silence again. Aizawa could hear the sound of water hitting the street but it was almost unnoticeable. The hero by his side took a shaky breath and then exhaled. He directed his gaze towards him. Can you share one of those with me? He asked, pointing at his cigarette while sporting a nervous smile. Sure. Once the white stick was in his mouth, he lit it up and pocketed the lighter. Ingenium took a long drag. Then he began to cough.